join us. This is Mtembe TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, a lot is happening even as we get closer to the calling of these elections on the presidential election result. Well, there has been great revelations at Bomas of Kenya, where there are claims of ghost voters who voted only for the president and no one else in the polling station. We thought this was behind us, but it seems to have followed us to the new dispensation. What is the way forward? Is this democracy on trial or what? Well, let us all gang up tonight and look into this keenly so that we can chart the way forward. Who is fooling who, where? Who has been caught in the cooking pot? Well, let's look into this in details. Thank you, everybody. As you come in, please make sure you invite somebody. Let them know we are live now and ready to dive deep into tonight's topic, looking at the presidential election result. The ghost voters revelation saying, does democracy really work in Kenya, or we are all taken for a ride? What is this? Why do we have this happening over and over again? 2013, 2017, and now 2022. We still have got ghost voters who come into the polling station, vote for the president only, and not vote for any other person and walk away. Who are these people? Where are they? Well, let's look at this keenly and let's get down to business. I want to appreciate everybody, even as you join us. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and you will be in this space for us to get talking. We must get to the bottom of this. We must arrest the ghosts that vote for the president only and no one else. Salome Mbone, karibu kwa show. George Obado, you are welcome. Nyams Sosi, you're welcome. Innocent Olekuta, DP 2024, karibu kwa show. Kuna Kalkal, you're welcome. Dominic Chepcheng, this is a good one. Karibu sana. Kuna Cosmas Kemboi Arab Kepseba, karibu kwa show. Kuna Magak Atok Deng, thank you very much. Kuna Firstborn Ben, karibu kwa show. John Ogutu, karibu kwa show. Belinda Ogweno, Patrico K.E. He said, congratulations, Honorable Ruto, for your elections as the next president. Under your leadership, I'm very confident that Kenya is in good hands. Wow, a good compliment there. Cornelius Carlos, you're welcome. Edika Handsome Wanyahururu, you're welcome. Kuna Vincent Wendo, you're welcome. Kuna Gladys Mora, Patrick Ambale, kuna Brian Ondori, nani huyu Anastasia Marachi, Firstborn Ben, kuna William Otieno, kuna Prince Peace, kuna Eunice Sazena, alafu kuna nani huyu Bernard Odongo, nani mwingine Philip Shikuku, Paul Okeyo, Edna Mora, alafu kuna Patel Seboka Manyi, thank you so much. Umu, you're welcome. Governor Chumba, nani mwingine Eric Ochangu, kuna Samuel Kariuki, kuna nani huyu Kerio Dan, Kireu Dan, thank you so much. Kuna Hudson, kuna Laban, kuna Hasla, kuna nani huyu Robert Ndabo, thank you. Ebi Mwashi, Hassan Mwasamani Hassan, thank you so much. Salm Jerida, yes. Caroline Okumu, Peps wa Johnny, alafu nani huyu Maria Biscuit. Is it basket or whichever? Thank you so much. Gravin Molongo, Mary Mutindi, Betty Muhando, Duncan Riani, Raf G, nani huyu mwingine, Robert, huyo tumekuwa na yeye, Simon, alafu kuna Nakas. Hey. So the names are flying so fast. Well, let's get down to business. I want to appreciate everybody for coming in fast and furious. We appreciate everybody. Let's look at the ghost voters who have re-emerged into the revelations emerging at the final National Tallying Center, where we have people who get into the polling station, they vote for the president only and walk away. Do they really do that? Or what is happening? Who is fooling who where? Well, those people coming to the studio, if I'm not able to mute your mic, it means your configuration is not right, and therefore you may not be able. JK, we can't allow you on screen until your camera and audio are well configured. Peter Opepo, your connections is not right, and so we can't add you. Go get back and allow StreamYard to configure for you. Don't guide it. Just let it make for you, allow it to make for you the camera as well as the audio. If you guide it, you will miss one step and that will mess up the connection. So let us all be alert and ensure that we do justice to our country. So JK, if you can hear me, we can't add you until you're willing to be on camera. Yes, thank you very much. Only with camera can you be added on screen, because we want to retain the quality of the video for the viewers who come in even when the show is done. Thank you, everybody. Let's do it again. And if you're able to get us, don't forget to invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Share the link in your Facebook groups, in your WhatsApp groups, and all other social media places so that nobody misses out on what Kenya is doing and how we can navigate from where we are to where we ought to be. Moja kwa moja twende kwa Mr. Wangira. Habari ya Mr. Wangira leo?
Niko salama bwana Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Oh, you are saying that democracy is on trial. You know, yes. In this country, democracy has been on trial since 1963. Because since 1963, for some of us who have studied the history of this country, you'll discover that it's not the voter who determines the vote, but the one who counts the vote. And you know, it was the scenario in the 1969 election. It was the scenario in the 1974 election. Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you, although there's some noise from your end. Karib.
Okay. Then it was also as if it was much worse in 1998 during the Mulolongo. Bernard, you remember, where those people who had the shortest queue ended up winning the elections in 1988. Bernard, the closer we were near to a free, fair, and credible election was in 2002. Bernard, you remember. And after 2002, we have had issues. You remember in 2007, where Kligler even said that he didn't know who won that particular election, Bernard. In 2013, you know what happened, although despite them striking away our 900-page affidavit, you know, but in the court of public opinion, we all know what happened. In 2017, we know that the election in Kenya was nullified. So some of these things, Bernard, are not very, very new in this country. So, you know, if people are used to bad manners, Bernard, they will always attempt to exercise the same bad manners. And I tend to believe that that's what people are attempting to do in this particular general election, because some of the numbers we are seeing where you find that there are people who are purported to have voted for the president only, but never voted for anybody else. And you know, it's not only at the presidency level. I've seen that complaint, especially in Kiambu, where you find that, you know, the governor's numbers are higher than any other number, Bernard. And even at MP level, you discover that the percentages that are being projected manually are not what are supposed to be appearing in the Cape Skit, Bernard. But we are just thanking God that perhaps, Bernard, that with the likely win of Raila Amolo Odinga, because this time, the God seems to be on his side, Bernard. If he wins, Bernard, we hope that he'll try to rectify, Bernard, so that as we move towards the 2027 election, Bernard, so that we can have a more credible election that every Kenyan can believe in. Today there was the Catholic Archbishop who says that we have been used to these bad manners of always wanting to steal elections as a means to winning elections, Bernard. So we must run away from that particular behavior where particular people believe that the means must justify the means must justify the end, Bernard. The issue of the means justifying the end, Bernard, is what is giving us problem in this country. Democracy is about the majority having their way as the minority have their say. But we are seeing a scenario where the minority are trying to force their way into having their say here, Bernard. So I believe that just like fighting corruption, you cannot win it in one day. Fighting electoral malpractice also cannot be won in one day. But I think that we are in some better situation than we were in perhaps 2017 or 2013. And it is our prayer that if Raila Odinga is declared the fifth president of the Republic of Kenya, he should be in a position to deal with this particular issue at policy level, at legislation level, and even if the need be at constitutional level, so that if when we move to the 2027 elections, Bernard, we get a more freer, a more credible election that the people of Kenya will believe into, Bernard. Let me just leave it at that and allow somebody else to come into.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ongira, for that good start. We are looking at it extensively. We must get to the bottom of it. Why should one force his way into leadership when the majority of Kenyans don't want it? Why all these trying to make Kenya say what it never said? Is that how to grow democracy or how to kill it? Ochieng Felix, habari ya leo? Unmute, the mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute on the screen, just before your name there is a mic. You click on it. Hapo sawa, endelea.
So
Yes, carry on.
I can say
Remove the earphone so that you can be clear. You are not clear.
I'm saying
Yeah, that, Ochieng, your internet is low. We can't get you clearly. Sort that out. You come later. The captain, how are you? The captain, are you still there? The captain, you unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
yes. Good evening.
Good evening to you. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, naitwa the captain. Yes, and kuhusu hii nini ya kura lazima zikuwe mingi, hata sisi tunaona inatutatiza sana. And nataka tena muangalie kwa discussion, muangalie a situation whereby and ile kura ambayo imetangazwa kwa polling station ni kidogo ni mingi kuliko ile yenye imefika turning center. Kama ile I saw yesterday in somewhere in Naivasha, whereby the voters wenye walivote ni 800, and then pale kwa nini kwa form 34A ni 3 something. So I think there is an issue with the either BOs or DPOs, BOs or the arrows. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much, the captain, for citing that. It's we seem to have an IEBC that is compromised to some degree, whereby they are reducing the opponent, somebody's vote, and increasing the other person. So both sides is still democracy on trial, whereby do we really believe democracy to be a way of determining our leaders, or there is a preconceived mindset that somebody has to patch numbers and, you know, balance things so that they make somebody win? Do we really believe that the majority will have their way and the minority have their say? That is what we need to look at keenly as a Kenyan people. When we say we are a democratic state, when we say we are a democratic party, are we indeed democratic, or is just a slogan we use to sway and play around by Kenyans' mind? We need to get to the bottom of this, because if that is the way we have chosen to govern ourselves, we must make it work. But abusing it, manipulating it, is not making it work. It is frustrating its work. Are those the people you want to give authority to reign over the affairs of this country? Let's get talking. Apostle himself, how are you today?
You. Blessed, I'm here. I greet everybody. Thank you for being here to encourage us again.
Karibu.
Asante. Sasa kuna vile hii mambo ya kuongeza na kusuppress the opponent and lift the other side. What I think is very easy. It is happening, it's very easy. What happens is that mtu anaenda kwa polling station, anapewa 6 ballot papers, zile officials 6. Hizo natapigia MCA, member of representative, governor, president and senator. Alafu wale watu ambao wanampa hizi forms, the IEBC people ambao wanapeana form, wanaweza kupatia form zingine 3 ama 2. Hizo ndio hilo na tick president peke yake. Alafu naangusha kwenye box ya president na unatoka. Kwa sababu sasa inakuwa is arranged before you come. Wanajuanga ni wale ma officials watakuwa akina nane kwa mlango. Alafu wanakuwa compromised before. Sasa wewe unakuwa identified, umeenda ukapiga kura na umepewa ballot papers, kila kitu ishakuwa identify, KIMS imeshakuwa identify ama kwa register, lakini unapewa extra maybe 1 or 2 depending on how many votes they want in that particular constituency. Wanajua wanagawana namna gani, hawatumi watu randomly, wanatuma watu wakijua wakana wataenda. Kwa sababu I have a friend whom I know is in Nairobi right now. He can even be listening to me maybe. He confessed to me he voted 6 times on Tuesday and he voted for Ruto. Different polling stations 6 times. Then nikimwambia hakuna vile Ruto anaweza kupita hii, akaniambia ndugu, tumeshapika kura zetu mahali zitakuja. Najua Raila anaongoza. By the time Raila was still leading, akaniambia hivyo. Na ni rafiki tumekuwa naye kwa kanisa. We used to work together at Magdalene Church. We worked together to Apostle Suna's ministry. I was the technical guy of Apostle Suna before I left. He was there, and he's my buddy, he's a brother to me. And he told me that. So it is possible. It is really, really, really possible that mtu anaweza piga kura president peke yake na akatoka. That is the mission why he went to the polling station. Wale watu wanakuwa compromise. Na kitu nalaumu media, because media, what we do, we only go to see how long was the line or how short was the line in a polling station. And then we interview few people there and say, hey, umekujaje, umechukua dakika gani? I only took 10 minutes to be identified. Nikapiga kura nikaenda. Lakini the media guys hatujaingia pale ndani, at least to see how the process running, ama tufanye watu wawe investigative journalist, wawe kwa laini na wafanye, they will get it. It is happening. It happened in this election. It happened in 2017. Ndio maana ulisikia Supreme Court ikuuliza, where is this other votes? And what do you do when you don't vote for any other elective seat? No, elected president peke yake. That is what happened. The people who go there, unapewa kwa mlango na wale watu agents wa hiyo particular candidate ambao mtaka muenue, ndio anawapangia, mnaenda pale. Sasa you go from police station, and the guy showed me, said he's my friend, he calls me Babu. Akaniambia, Babu, mimi nimepiga kura mara 6 na sikudanganyi, kura zetu ziko mahali, tutazileta baadaye kwa IEBC hesabu, na ndugu ameshindwa. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Ndugu ameshindwa. That's how he told me, and this happened. So, but the thing is that as we discuss this thing, another election is coming, 2027. I think, as the brother said there, maybe Raila has a chance to correct this thing, because he has been a victim from 2007. Maybe we'll have a right to correct. And also, I pray that this time the courts will finally jail somebody from IEBC. Na wamjail vizuri, sio miaka 2 ama fine. Wamjail vizuri miaka kama 20, ndio wengine wanajua, okay, if the referee want to play along, then if the player want to play along with these things, the referee will be punished. So those are the things that the Raila government, by the grace of God, as it's going to come, I can see the signs are there. If Raila is going to come in, we are going to believe that Raila must do that. Thank you so much, guys. Looking forward for a discussion.
Okay, asante sana, Apostle. We appreciate that, and let us be vigilant, do what is right. The country cannot go forth on lies. The country can only break forth on truth. It is the truth that makes us free, not the lies. And so when it comes to determining our leaders, we should avoid following people who lie and who want to lie to the entire country in the pretext that they have won when they have lost, and in the pretext that they are clean when they are dirty, and the pretext that they are right when they are wrong. It is only when we uphold right values that we progress as a people. You can't change the standards at will and retain the right measurement. The moment you adjust a centimeter not to be a centimeter, using that tape measure to measure will always give you wrong results. As a Kenyan people, we must demand the centimeter to remain a centimeter, the meter to remain a meter, so that it is able to measure every other thing. Don't buy into the ideology that it's okay. It is just politics. It is what everybody's doing. No, if we don't have standards for what we are doing, we don't have a nation, we don't have a future to give to our children. And that is why we must look at this thing keenly, holistically, not just one way. This is not just determining who becomes president and who does not. It's a matter of what are we passing down to the next generation as a way of determining what is right and what is wrong. So let's watch out not to support what is evil. Welcome everybody on board, and if you're able to get us, thank you. Those of you that are inviting guys to join into the discourse, please make sure that you keep it clean, especially on the comment section. There's no need of insulting anybody. We have all met on this public platform, and our duty is to see to it that Kenya makes progress the right way. God bless you, everybody. Let's get talking. Stephen, namna gani?
Yes, Ben, mambo.
Salama, nasikia mama Kiuno anaenda kotini.
Achana nao mwenda wazimu bwana. Okay, Wangira, Apostle, and the rest of the panelists in the studio. How are you? Okay, let me start with something that Apostle was raising. I think I can expand on something. You know, Apostle, this friend of yours who told you he voted 6 times. Let me explain to you how he voted 6 times. I'm an IT guy, and according to the mechanism that IBC has, you cannot go you cannot be identified with the KIMS kit at a polling station that you are not supposed to be there. I think that's how it's supposed to happen. So how did he vote 6 times? This is it. There were extra ballot books that were circulated. These guys were going polling station after polling station, ticking for Ruto, ticking for Sakaja, ticking for, let's say, Starehe. I'm not in Nairobi, but I know the places. Starehe, you go around, you Embakasi, you tick. You can do that 6 times, 10 times, 11 times. Then this is what happens. When the time to count the ballot, the votes now comes, they find a way through the manipulation of the ROs and the other people there. They sneak the votes inside there. So it's difficult for the party agents not to see that. You see, that's why you see unaona figures, they are not adding up because the agents were there. Kwani unataka kuniambia hao watu wameanguka hawakuwa na agents? Just from the MCA. Let's start from the MCA. Even the broke of the brokest guy who was standing in an election, they had agents in the station. They tried to have agents at the end of the day, you know. So it's something that has been coordinated from the IBC. IBC this time has been highly compromised. This is the fact. There's no other way to put it. The returning officers have been compromised. The agents, the polling clerks have been compromised. Everybody has been compromised at that level, you know. This is what I'm saying. I just saw a post of Jungle Wainaina. He was saying in Kiambu, the number of registered voters was 8. The number of registered voters is the people who went to cast their votes was 645,000, as captured by the KIMS kit, which is 54%. But the turnout, according to after this, what is coming out is 882,000. You see, the difference is 175,000. You know, so he was asking, what happened? You know. Where are these extra votes coming from? It's simple. The returning officers cooked the figures, you know. Who else has the authority to deal with those documents? Just like Bernard is saying here, William Ruto used his money to manipulate, to infiltrate IBC right from the word go. You know, I'm not a tribalist, but this is it. Before we even went to this election, some complaints were there. Most of those returning officers were from the Kalenjin tribe. Was it by accident or by incident? You see, so this guy had well calculated his moves. He had done this. He had a roadmap to how he was going to rig this election because he knew in a fair contest he cannot beat Raila. Not in this lifetime. Not in the next lifetime. He cannot. He will never. He's a toddler in politics. He can't beat that old man. You know. So what I'm saying is, we need to come up with systems again. After this election, if and when Raila takes government, he's supposed to come up with a commission that is going to investigate. We don't need courts. We need a commission that is going to look into this election. Kule mahali kulikuwa na shida, hakuna haja ya courts nini. That election should be cancelled. Those people should go back to the polling. You can't imagine. I woke up at 5 a.m. myself. I woke up at 5 a.m. I stood for 4 hours to cast my vote. Now and then you are giving me an MP who was ticked in a certain room somewhere else. Unakuja una stuff ballot, you play some tricks. It's not good. It's not good for the will of the people, you know. And Bernard, let's say this, Bernard. Unajua ukweli ni mzuri na tusifichane. If IBC is not going to do the right thing, nothing is going to stop violence in this country because people are tired. People want the truth. Nothing is going to stop it. That's the truth and that's the fact. Tusiseme tunaomba amani. Tunaomba amani wakati amani inakuja na haki pia. This is it. So let's not lie to ourselves here ati Ruto atangazwe na all the countries painted blue. Kalitmas paper kake akajaweza kubadilisha kila nchi yote hiyo. Kayelo, unaona? alafu tuseme tutakaa tutulie tu hapa. Watu kama sisi pengine we won't protest, we won't throw stones, but we will protest in our capacities here online. We will protest in our hearts, we will protest. You see? So let's not lie to ourselves and not lie to people that this election, if the right thing is not going to be done, the peace you are seeing for the last 3 to 4 days, it's not going to be there. This is the reality. The government knows, Chebukati knows.
It's okay, Stephen. It's okay, Stephen. Let's keep the decorum. Our
Okay, let me
demand
come
for
back.
justice doesn't have to be in exchange to violence. We can still demand
No,
justice.
yeah, I'm not saying that I'm after that, but that's the
Yes.
the thing that will happen. Anyway, let me not go that way. Okay, about Mama Kiuno, Aisha Jumwa, I think going to court is a wastage of resources and time, because when you combine the two Kenya Kwanza gubernatorial aspirants, George Kiti and Aisha Jumwa, they got 60 to 60 something thousand, and Mungaro got over 150,000. So if you combine both of them, they still can't reach to Mungaro. You know, you can go to court and contest an election when the margin is just small, you know, but he landslide, it's just managing the expectation of their supporters na pia kuwapatia masupporters wao matumaini, lakini naona matumaini hakuna. It's just about beating about the bush, but the election is done and the next governor is known. There won't be a petition. Hakuna, you know, the margin is too huge to contest, you see. Thank you, Bernard. Asante.
Okay, asante bwana Stephen, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako, na tunaomba kila Mkenya mahala popote ulipo kuwa vigilant, usiruhusu mwizi apite na kura za wananchi. Kama wewe uko Bomas na uko katika ile deski inakagua masuala ya kura, hakikisha kwamba wewe ni mwadilifu, unafuata masuala iliyopo. Usiruhusu mtu yeyote akupatie hela akakupofushe kwa yale ambayo ni ya haki kwa Wakenya. One of the heroic thing to do is stick out your neck for what is right. It may not be popular, it may not give you a celebrity name, but it will go into history that you did what is right even when everybody was doing wrong. That is more honorable than any title called honorable anywhere on the face of the earth. So as young people especially, I urge you, don't allow yourself to be polluted. It's a fascinating story in the Bible about the old prophet, okay, and the younger prophet. The young prophet was spoken to by God to go in a particular city, prophesy, and don't enter anybody's house, don't eat in anybody's house, just get back and go back again the following day, prophesy, don't eat in anybody's house, don't enter anybody's house, go back home. But on the third day, the young prophet met what is called the old prophet. And the old prophet said, God also spoke to me and said, you have done well prophesying. Now I've given you permission. Follow me to my house and eat. The Bible says when the younger prophet followed the old prophet to go and eat, he ended up being eaten. If you're going to follow the old prophets into their era, what is going to happen is that you will be eaten. All the young people serving as returning officers, presiding officers, any position you have, clerk, whatever position you have at IEBC, don't allow the old prophet to lead you into being eaten. These are people who have exhausted their life. They want to mess up your younger life. Refuse to be compromised. Do what is right for your country. That's what makes you honorable. That's what is good. And that is what is acceptable. I want to appreciate everybody for your continued support and continued followership. Wherever you are around the world, you're watching Mtembei TV, please keep watching and invite as many as you can to continue following the discussion. I am sure there is a lot of information that is being passed across on this channel that you can't find on no other channel. So please, let's all gang up here and make a difference. Thank you very much. Let's listen out to this video before MC comes in to make his submission. Okay.
Teni nyote, leo ilikuwa tupate wanaazimio wote. We meet and greet. We appreciate ourselves for a very good campaign, a 4-month campaign versus a 4-year or was it a 9-year campaign. Well done, you're nothing short of heroes. In those 4 months, you transformed the terrain and you painted Kenya blue. We have taken the first step in transforming Kenya. We have much more to do. And therefore today is just telling ourselves, you may be feeling the fatigue of the last 4 months because we were not sleeping, we were living and sleeping and dreaming just the campaign. It is exhausting, but let your mind recharge because we've got more work to do. And for all of you, because you are in Nairobi, we need to distribute ourselves to the various places where our strength is needed to guard our win because we have won. I was looking at the list of members of parliament. I'm very tempted to read out the names. I will not, I may not tire you because they've been introduced, but we are just short of 180 when you combine. You see? We have 24 governors at the moment. If you add Mombasa and Kakamega, whose by-election is coming later, you will see that we have strength around the country. If you look at our competition, they are just at about 130 members of parliament. When I last counted, even if it improves, it will not come anywhere near what we have. So even without anybody telling you the numbers, with those numbers of members of parliament, of governors, of senators, we have 23, they are one up. But if you look at everything, including all the other seats combined, there is no way the tally can be against us. And by the way we have tallied, it's just that we do not have the power to announce ourselves. Because the forms were on the portal, and we took copies and we tallied. And we know where we are. And we know if we had the power, by now we would have called it for ourselves. But we will wait. We will wait for that announcement. But please be upbeat. Know that Kenyans did give us the opportunity to steer the nation, and we are waiting for the official seal of approval. Our coalition is Azimio la Umoja. That work of unifying Kenyans, you saw the map there. We've taken a step, but that's just the beginning. We have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to ensure that the people we serve get the benefits of the taxes that they pay. And those benefits are not distributed by a few to their pockets. So we really have a lot of work to do. We have a lot of work to do to build the spirit of one people, one nation, so that we first and foremost consider ourselves Kenyan and then our communities and the rest. Because it's not wrong to acknowledge our diversity, to acknowledge the various communities we are coming from. That's our heritage, we are proud of it, but we must always emphasize our oneness as a nation. And that is what we represent as Azimio. And that is why even during the campaign, we promised to look after everyone, including those opposed to what we stand for. Recognizing that they are Kenyans, we said we shall look after everybody, and we meant it. And like we used to say, you know, our captain, we are here with his blessings, with his knowledge, he sends his greetings. You know, our captain is a man who has a very generous heart. He never carries forward grudges. He's a person who embraces all, and a person who focuses his energies on what is good for the nation. We really are looking forward to this election being called for us so that we can support him to deliver to the nation, as I know he will. Knowing that we have a lot of reform work to do, and we would have wanted more reforms even before the elections, we have to very jealously guard even that process that is ongoing at Bomas. I know some of you have been there. Thank you so much for your presence. Those who have not been there, let us all try to take turns. We need to support that process to ensure that it is not infiltrated, to ensure that it is not corrupted. That is the purpose of having agents in the tallying center, to ensure that the numbers are put together the way they should be, and that the authentic forms count, or the authentic forms count, not any other form by the wayside, so that we can get to the conclusion of this. But I cannot tell you how pleased I am to see all the faces around, and I want to echo something Kioni and Kanini have said, and I think also my good friend, His Excellency, the Governor-elect of Siaya, that for those from Mount Kenya region, because except Meru, no seats have been won in that area. But you actually won votes, and actually Meru and Nyandarua. Yes, sorry, I apologize for Nyandarua because there is Kiaraho. And yes, there are two from Nyandarua. Even where no seat came, votes still came. And if they may not have been as many as we hoped, but you can imagine if those votes had gone the way some chest-thumping fellows were announcing they would go, then it would have been called out for them the first day. But because it was not, because we disrupted that chest-thumping boast and made it idle, we are now waiting for it to be called for us. When you go to war, even in the areas where we got as many votes, the occasional person who missed, you're still our hero, because you put up a fight and you stood in the gap. So for those who are here and you didn't make it, feel greatly appreciated. You are part of us, and together we are going to take the next steps and to build a formidable coalition, to build a formidable nation, and to build a movement that will transform our landscape and to ensure always that our nation is peaceful. I want to thank you for coming at very short notice. I think you started receiving calls yesterday. Some of you have had to travel, some overnight. We want to thank you, and this is the same spirit we saw during the campaigns. We'd give you very little notice when coming to your areas. You never disappointed, you mobilized, you were there, and you have made it what it is today. You are our heroes, each one of you. We thank you, we love you, and we want you to know that we look forward to working with all of you as one. We do not view any part of the country as not part of the blue nation. Where we need several more coats of blue, we have enough paint in our stores. We are coming. Where you have an undercoat that does not proclaim the blue nation, we want to tell you that you belong to us too. We will convince you. It will not be a forced taking, but we are coming. Because Kenya must be one. And that doesn't mean there should be no dissent. We appreciate and recognize the right of everybody to dissent. But that spirit of oneness, because that is what Azimio la Umoja represents, oneness. That spirit of oneness, that nationhood, is what we are going to spread to the whole country while respecting differences in opinion. I don't want to go any further, just to say we are ready for the task ahead. This is just the beginning of our meetings. This was a meet and greet. Immediately, the announcement we expect is made. There will be many more meetings. You will meet as members of parliament, as National Assembly, as Senate, to caucus and elect leadership. Women reps will also meet because they also need to caucus around themselves. And those governors will meet. We intend to showcase devolution. You know, our captain is very passionate about devolution. Indeed, I would christen him the father of devolution. This is our chance to make devolution what it should be. So we look forward to governors caucusing, sharing, encouraging one another, and sharing good practices on what to do to make devolution work for Kenya. So, like I've said, this is just one of the first of the many meetings we are going to have. I want once again to urge you, if there are places they have not finished tallying for members of parliament, any place they have not issued certificates, go support our members. At Bomas, let us take turns. Let us support that process. We have invested. We have our votes there. We have our win being tallied. So go out there and let us ensure everything goes on well. I want to thank you. Once again, congratulate you all, not just those who got the seats, all those who put their best foot forward to make today what it is. And we look forward to working together.
Okay, Deputy President designate there, giving her maiden speech to the winners of the Azimio ticket in various seats at KICC. I don't know what is your take on the same. Thank you, all of you, on the comment section. The UDA bloggers, you're putting up a good spirit for your candidate. The only problem is that the campaign season is over. The vote is already cast. There isn't much difference your campaign will make. 20 bombers. Cover on the numbers. Apostle, ni watu wanatoroka ama ni wanatupwa nje? Okay, thank you. Nani huyu? Yes, mchungaji Lini, vipi?
Bernard.
Yes, how are you today?
I'm very good, Bernard. Habari ya masiku?
Salama, nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Tunaendelea vizuri, hatuna neno.
Ehe.
Tunashukuru Mungu, tumemaliza kura vizuri.
Ehe.
Sisi yetu ni kuomba Mungu aendelee kutupatia kiongozi yule ambaye amemchagua mwenyewe, na kuambia Wakenya watulie mpaka wakati ule Mungu atatupatia kiongozi, Bernard. Kwa hiyo nimefurahia sana. Tunaendelea vizuri, tunashukuru Mungu, tunaendelea tu kuombea nchi ya Kenya kwa amani, alafu Mungu aweze kutenda vile alipopanga. Asante sana Bernard.
Okay, asante sana mchungaji, tunashukuru kwa maombi na mchango wa kutusaidia kama nchi na tusonge mbele kwa amani. So mahala popote Mkenya, mahala popote ulipo, hakikisha kwamba unalinda amani. Hakuna haja ya kuchukia mtu yeyote. Uchaguzi tushafanya Jumanne na hiyo imepita. Hakuna chochote tunaweza fanya inaweza kubadilisha uamuzi uliofanywa hiyo siku wakati tuliweka vote. Na wale ambao wanajaribu kufanya hivyo, mnajua mnafanya makosa, kwa hivyo jihadhari. Na kama we ni returning officer, unapigiwa simu ubadilishe namba fulani ili usaidie mtu fulani, kumbuka ukiwa kamiti utakuwa peke yako. Mkeo na watoto ndio watakuwa wakikutembelea na uji. Hata kuwa mwanasiasa, hata kuwa mwanachama wa chama chako, ama mtu yeyote ambaye ulijaribu kusaidia. Usisaidie mtu kwa maovu, msaidie kwa wema. God bless you everybody. Let's keep it here and continue inviting somebody to participate into this worthwhile discussion that is looking at democracy on trial. Ghost voters re-emerging into our voting patterns. The people walk into the polling station and vote for the president only and no one else. We must locate them. They must tell us how they do it. And if they don't exist, whoever that is behind giving life to the dead so that they vote and then take them back to the grave must be brought to book. We cannot play around with this nation. It has been gone on for too long. It's time for it to be stopped forthwith. Thank you, everybody. WG, VP.
Salama Bernard, siko position mzuri sana, nipe dakika chache nitakuja shortly.
Okay, sawa sawa. Philo, namna gani?
Umeingia? Hey, hello everybody.
Hello to you. How are you today?
I'm doing good, Bernard. I appreciate for the day. I thank God we are peaceful. The country is moving forward very nice. We have seen the calm speech of our deputy president. We appreciate the way they did it. We appreciate the speeches they did there. We have hope and trust that everything will be okay. Although they are trying, they are manipulating things here and there. But we hope people who are there scrutinizing these things, they are keen. You know, I'm coming even to realize that even after scrutinize a form, who is going to read it there at Chebukati's table? The people should listen to it. They may be scrutinizing things here and verified, wanting to read it there, they read something different. These people are so cunning, my friend. The way they are telling people to get out of that room, it is not okay, because we want what has been verified, signed by our agent. It is what is read at the podium. These people may be having their own forms. You verify here, they put the signatures, going there to read, they read their own forms. You see? And they will come back and tell us, oh, everybody actually signed this. This is what was agreed. No, they should listen to what they are reading there. And after verifying that form there at the table, they should take a picture of what they have been verified and they listen to what is being read at the podium so that we can be careful. This rigging is so, these people are so cunning, my friend. I don't know why this, our former deputy president is doing such a kind of nonsense, and this century, by the way. But let us hope and pray that everything will be okay, everything will be smooth. I like Kenyans, the way we have conducted ourselves. There is no chaos here and there. People are calm. Until tomorrow, either today or at night, we wait Chebukati to give us the final result, and a genuine final result. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you, Philo. We appreciate that. Everybody to be vigilant. It is our country that we are dealing with. The future of this country is at stake. Don't play games. If you are assigned by a public responsibility, take it serious. Understand that 50 million Kenyans are relying on the decisions you are making. Put them first. Don't put yourself first. Don't put another person first. Put the 50 million Kenyans first. You will always judge matters right as far as this country is concerned. I appreciate everybody. And then there are those claiming that ghost voters are in Nyanza. It doesn't matter where they are. Wherever they are, they're messing up our democracy. And the reason why we're here is not to find who has more ghost voters than the other. It is the mystery of ghost voters and how we put it to an end, because we want our democracy to work. We want to go and vote knowing that our vote speaks and our vote decides. Not our vote is a ceremony we go through that has no implication on any of our decisions as a Kenyan people. So let us not miss the point by trivializing a serious matter and turning it a Nyanza central thing. It is an issue of right and wrong. Right is right anywhere, wrong is wrong anywhere. Don't make it geographical. And those of you who are twisted to support what is wrong, may God have mercy on you. Everything we allow that is wrong does not end with us. It goes down to generations yet unborn. A twisted nation can never raise straightforward people. So if we compromise on our election process, we shouldn't complain when crooks, crooked, thieves, looters are the ones running the show. The same people complaining about corruption, they are now defending corruption process of deciding leaders. You can't come into office by corruption and go inside and not practice corruption. So as Kenyans, let's wake up and understand we hold the key to the future of this country. We can either make Kenya better or destroy it completely. So let's not be myopic in our thinking and think only close here, our stomach, 1 meal. No, we are talking 50 years from now. What will become of our democracy if we allow these ghost voters to continue existing and interfering with our political process of getting leaders? So let's wake up and not play this cheap politics of blogging for a person until you become brainless in your argument. Thank you very much. I don't want to get worked up. Thank you, everybody who is inviting somebody to join into the discourse. Please, let's keep it civil. Just do what is required. Doing right will always make you honorable anywhere on earth. Doing it wrong will make you shameful and disregarded anywhere on earth. I'm tempted again to bring in the Bible. The righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach anywhere. So if you want it right, do it right. Thank you very much. I'm not sure. Please, Isaiah Doni, I think your dressing code is wanting. Please put on a top. We don't invite, let's just dress up for the show. That's all. We are all mature. Let's do what's right. Any kind of nude display, it endangers not only the show, but the whole channel. Okay, the whole channel can be brought down just by that instant. So please make it right. It is important. Thank you. Nelvin, habari ya leo? Unmute.
Mzuri sana Mr. Bernard, habari yenu?
Salama salama, namna gani huko?
Huku tuko salama.
Ehe.
Tunafurahia na mambo mazuri tu yenye tunaona usiku na mchana. Usiku na mchana ni shangwe na nderemo tu, shangwe na nderemo kila mahali. Tukisubiria baba. Hawa watu wamejaribu kutuibia kura lakini wameshindwa. Tunasubiria baba apishwe. Kitu yenye imebakia ni kuapisha baba peke yake. Na sasa si ati kusema ati president mwenye ataapishwa ati ni huyo mwenye atashinda. Hapana, sisi tumeshashinda uchaguzi. Kama sio baba, hakuna uchaguzi ilifanyika. Hiyo tumekataa. So tunaomba watu wazidi kudumisha amani, lakini kama sio baba, hakuna uchaguzi imefanyika. Sisi kama Wakenya tumesema, mimi na wenzangu wengine wote tumesema kama sio baba, hakuna uchaguzi ambaye imefanyika. Hata Martha Karua ametuonesha leo, ametuonesha ya kwamba sisi tunangojea kuapishwa kwa baba. Nimeona Ngonjiri nimeona Ngonjiri anapiga nduru, Uhuru aliibia yeye. Ngonjiri analia kama mtoto. Woi! Uhuru ni nini unaniuliza? Bernard Ngonjiri amenichekesha sana. Anauliza Uhuru nini, anamuuliza. Ameonyesha waache siasa hiyo ya utoto, akomee kiakili. Nimefurahia sana. Mtu mwenye nilikuwa nataka atumwe nyumbani ni huyo Ngonjiri. Bernard, na ningeuliza Osoro alitoboa ama alitumwa nyumbani? Bernard.
Filo jibu hilo.
Oya, alitoboa, Osoro alitoboa.
Osoro alitoboa.
Yeah.
Nilikuwa nataka atumwe nyumbani, lakini yake tu iko kwa moto. Tunajua vituko yenye wamefanya. Tunajua vile vituko yenye wamefanya. Watu wote ambao wameiba kura, Martha Karua amesema tuna revisit. Amesema mama tunawatembelea, kumaanisha ya kwamba kura zote ambazo zimeibiwa na wale wenye wameibiwa, hizo kura zitarudiwa zote kama Raila Amolo Odinga anatangazwa kuwa mshindi. Hatutaki mambo ya wizi hapa Kenya. Tunataka viongozi ambao watafanya kazi, si viongozi ambao tumeletewa na watu wenye wanajiita kingpin hapa. Unaenda kwa wenyewe, umepatiwa mattress ulale hapo chini, unaingia mpaka bedroom. Unasema sasa hii kitanda ndio yangu. Na unaanza kujitawala huko. Unataka kulala mpaka na bibi ya rafiki yako. Utaumia ndugu yangu. William anataka kuonesha ati sasa yeye ndio kingpin wa Central. Na mwingine alikuja kutuambia hapa jana ati kingpin wa Central ni William. Ataumia. Central hakuna mambo ya kingpin. Uchaguzi tunarudia yote. Ataumia. Vile ameumia saa hii ataumia. Ni makosa sana kuenda mahali kwa wenyewe umesaidiwa na kikombe ya maji. Unaitisha kwani ya kuku na chai. Wewe kwani wewe umezaliwa nchi gani? Yeah? Tunataka viongozi ambao wanajipiga kifua kama Ngonjiri na William. Wafunzwe siasa sasa na wafunzwe adabu. Tunataka tuwapeleke nyumbani asubuhi mapema, hata tumeshawapeleka. Na tuwafungulie kesi mahakamani. Ile kitu yenye ningeomba wa Kenya, uchaguzi imeisha. Lakini baba ndiye ameshinda. Si wakuja watuambia ati hapa sijui vifaranga vya kompyuta. Raundi hakuna mambo ya vifaranga vya kompyuta. Vifaranga ya kompyuta hakuna kusikia. Sisi tukisikia baba ajetangazwa hiyo uchaguzi, tunaendea mpaka Chebukati Bomas. Chebukati tunamuendea Bomas. Tunamuuliza nini iliendelea, lakini baba ameshashinda. Kwa hivyo tuwe na imani. watu wa Azimio wote muwe na imani na muwe na sherehe. Mwanze sherehe kuanzia sasa. Na mzoee hiyo sauti. Mzoee hiyo sauti. Mzoee hiyo sauti ya Raila Amolo Odinga. Hakuna sauti ingine mnaenda kuizoea Kenya. Mzoee hiyo sauti. Shenzi kabisa, shenzi. Mzoee hiyo sauti. Mzoee hiyo sauti. Raila Amolo Odinga kama president wa Jamhuri ya Kenya. Mzoee hiyo sauti. Tunaapisha baba na inakuwa sherehe. Sherehe zimeanza kila mahali. Kama watu wajaanza sherehe, sherehe zimeanza kila mahali. Tukingojea tu kutangazwa. Na mzoee hiyo sauti. Ni hayo tu kwa leo wenzangu. Muwe na usiku mwema. Wembe unaweza endelea kwa sababu naona Bernard hayuko.
Okay, fine, thank you my brother. Asante. Okay, kwanza kabisa ningependa kukujibu Nevin kuhusu Osoro because I do come from the same constituency where Osoro is was contesting as the area MP. Okay, Osoro, we elected a leader. We didn't elect a party there in South Mugrango because, to be sincere, Osoro really performed in South Mugrango. Of all the MPs that we had before, that man has really tried his best. So tulisema pale kama ni yeye waje tumpigie kura, lakini hiyo pande nyingine hapana. So hiyo ingine ilikataliwa. We had some good guys from ODM, from these other parties, but they were never voted for because of the performance. Najua tunapoangalia pia tuko na hii, lazima tuangalie kuna kiongozi mgani ambaye tunaweza weka pale afanye kazi kulingana na venye ambavyo inahitajika. So okay, that is all I can say about Osoro. Now let me bring my views also. Raila Amolo Odinga
Dakika moja. Ile kitu yenye ningependa kuwaomba Osoro, mumwambie ajifunze tabia, si kutusi baba. Baba hapana warika yake. Hata kama mmechagua yeye, mwambie tumekuchagua kwa huruma, lakini tungekufunza adabu, uheshimu baba. Baba ni mtu wa kuheshimiwa. Juu tunataka hiyo kiti kikuja iende kwa Matiang'i.
Okay. Hapo sasa hata yeye atakuwa amejua, sababu anajua already ya kwamba baba si mtu wa kutusiwa, lakini we chose him because of what he has done. Na tulijua ya kwamba hakuna chenye anaenda kupiga mdomo pale, sababu William Ruto yeye siasa yake imefanya nini? Imekwisha. Na unajua Osoro ni mjanja sana. Alikuwa ametuambia kitambo ya kwamba mimi nimeenda pale sababu ya kuenda nichukue kwa Ruto niwaletee. Sasa kama ameiba, amenipea niwaletee, kuna shida gani pale? Yeye alienda akachukua za wizi akatuletea because he has really done it. I'm not for him, but he has really done it, na tulimchagua sisi kama wana Mugrango Kusini. Okay, side ya baba, Raila Amolo has won the election. Ukiangalia Anne Waiguru alikuwa amekubali ya kwamba ameshindwa, lakini walipoenda pale wakamanipulate pale zile vifaranga vya computer, Anne Waiguru emerged as the governor, lakini hiyo ni njia moja. Na ukiangalia pale kwa turnout ya wapiga kura wenye walikuwa pale upande wa Sedlo, ni kwamba kuna yule returning officer alikuwa amesema the turnout was around 48% to 52%. But zile Kimskit walipoziangalia walisema turnout ilikuwa 55%. But after they have done what they have done, now it is showing that the turnout in the central, it is now Mlimani ni 70%. And hapa sasa kwa ghost viewers, we have around, wakati nilikuwa napiga hesabu, we have around 175,000 ghost votes. Our ghost votes wametoka wapi? Ni wale ambao wamekuwa generated. They never appeared in the parrot, but wametokelezea pale kwa kumuunga nani? Kwa kumuunga mwizi huyu ambaye tunajua ambaye anaenda asubuhi kesho. Kitu kingine, go to Mumias. Unajua as much as we are discussing here or we are analyzing what has happened in the ground, sometimes we have to see what has really happened in the ground. How is the people of the ground responding? So wale watu wa ground pale vile ambavyo unaangalia kuna generated leaders ambao wameingia pale. Honestly, like now you come to Nakuru, how can Kinyanjui go home? Kinyanjui anaweza enda aje nyumbani Kinyanjui? But anyway, chenye ambacho nimefurahishwa nacho ni deputy president amesema ya kwamba mahali penye kuna bananas tutafanya visit, sababu we don't need incompetent leaders, we need competent leaders ambao honestly, who doesn't know baba, who doesn't know baba. I rest my case, Mr. Bernard, because nikiongea sana najua naweza ongea maneno mingi ambayo wale wana UDA pale kwa comment section labda wanaweza tuchoma bure, na sisi tunaongea ukweli. Tuache kuiba na okay, sorry Bernard, let me add this. Unajua hatuwezi kuamini ikiwa wewe ni mwizi, tunajua wewe ni mwizi na uibe kura uingie kwa hiyo ofisi na tu expect ya kwamba utakuja kufanyia makubwa. How? It cannot work like that. If you are a thief, you remain to be a thief. Just go home, let that office be used by a different person who is competent for that job. So honestly, the IEBC, please, hii maneno yenye wamesema eti hao watu wote watoke kwa nini kwa Bomas, mimi sikatai, wacha watoke, lakini uamuzi ni kwa wananchi. Waliamuka tarehe 9 asubuhi wakamchagua Raila Amolo Odinga kuwa baba, na wao wafanye kazi ya kutangaza Raila Amolo Odinga. Thank you so much, Ben.
Okay, asante Wembe TV. Thank you so much for your submission. Let us please refrain ourselves from casting ulterior motive against any people. It is our duty to safeguard our liberty and do what is good for this country. We simply urge all the people charged with the responsibility to preside over these elections to give us what we voted for. If you generate for us leaders, we will not accept them. And everywhere we have questionable leaders, we are all going to clean them out. The story of accept and move on ended in 2017. 2022 forward, there is no accept and move on. It is, we have our leaders and they are taking us where we are going as a nation, where we must go. And as I keep emphasizing, you don't gain anything supporting what is evil. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach. Please let us keep away from twistedness. Twisting the truth to make it a lie makes you more evil than Satan. You can't be still breathing and supporting the subversion of what the people decided into what you have decided. No way. If you really want democracy to work, you must let it work. The only way for it to work is to allow it to work. Comply with the rules of the game. You don't join a football team. When you arrive there, you say, now handball is no longer handball. It is now ball hand. And all that manner of changing things. Please, let's remain within the boundaries of what is available. Nani Wycliffe Machora say, Bernard, breaking news, one of the agent has been caught adding figures, the returning result of a certain constituent. Sasa maneno gani haya? It is shocking when we see thieves in Bomas. Yeah, this time is not business as usual. Ukikubali tu kuongeza figures ama kutoa, utabaki Bomas. Maria ziko hapo na njia kwenda Kamiti ni highway. Kwanza huko unatumia tu hakuna jam. Utakuwa na time ya kucall lawyer. I tell you the truth. It is bypass Thika Road, umefika, umefungiwa. Your wife and children will be the one queuing. The politician you're trying to help will be nowhere. Jiadhari kama we ni returning officer ama mtu yeyote wa IEBC. Kama unataka kutoka Bomas, uende ufike nyumbani upate mama na watoto. Do what you're required to do. But if you are there to manipulate something because somebody is pressurizing you, tell the person to come and take the form. Change the figures and submit it himself. Don't participate in what is evil because you're robbing the country of what is required. Thank you everybody. Please let's keep it sane. Let's keep focused. Na wale ambao mnakaribisha, tafadhali endelea kukaribisha mtu, usitazame kipindi peke yako. Ni muhimu kuhakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anafika hapa anapata habari ambayo inaaminika, na hiki ni kipindi ambacho kila Mkenya anapeana maoni yake kulingana na vile anavyoona maneno vile yalivyo. Kila ambacho haturuhusu hapa ni propaganda, uongo na utapeli. Hapa ukubaliki kabisa, kwa sababu na watu hapa wako macho na kazi yao ni kutafuta ukweli. Kwa hivyo ukianza tu uongo, wanakusmell from far, and the way they mute you, block you, read for you, yani wakusomee yani maswala kama hayo. Naomba tumsikilize nani huyu, Isaiah Don, alafu tusonge mbele. Thank you.
Moto ni ile ile, kuna uongo hapa.
Thank you, Bernard and all other members in the room. Mimi kenye ningependa kuwajulisha ati I'm not surprised kwa hiyo nini ya Kenya Kwanza, juu hata mliona vile Martha Karua walienda kwa interview na Rigathi. Rigathi alikuwa anatumia Mwakenya, so wamezoea Mwakenya. hawezi kushinda bila hiyo. So I think hiyo ndio njia yenye wanaweza shinda nayo uchaguzi, lakini tukienda one on one fairly where there is no side, Raila amekuwa akishinda uchaguzi kila wakati. So mimi Kenya ningependa kuhimiza Wakenya na watazamaji wenzangu, just let us keep calm. We know the truth that Raila is going to become the fifth. Thank you. I will not take much of your time. Let me leave place for others also to talk.
Thank you Don, we appreciate that. Na sisi tuko ngangari kuhakikisha kwamba hayo mambo yanakwenda vile yalivyo. Kuchaguliwa viongozi na kompyuta iliisha 2017. Tulivumilia 2017. Uvumilivu kaisha hivyo. Hata after handshake tukasema wale watu wote wamechaguliwa na kompyuta tutawasupport in the spirit of handshake. Ndio wakatuletea Waiguru tumfukuze, waambia hapana, tulikubaliana kwamba tutawasaidia kuwalindia watu wenu wale mlichagua mpaka dakika ya mwisho, tukawarudishia. Tena wameenda wakajirudishia. But this time around hatuendi kusaidia muovu yeyote. Mtu akiletwa kama na maswali ashughulikiwe papo hapo. Lakini kama ni returning officer na uko na form ambayo umebadilisha figures, fika Bomas at your own risk. I guarantee you Maria ziko hapo, wewe na mke wako na watoto wako mtakutana kamiti. Pole lakini keep I give you the chair, please take it shortly. I'll soon be back. Tumpatie MC alikuwa hapa akadrop ndio akarudi. MC then Juan then Obutu. Sawa. MC Bunde, vipi?
Hi everyone.
Hello to you. We can hear you. Go ahead and make your camera so that we see your face.
Okay, here we go. Okay, just thank you for the opportunity. I'd wish to spend just few minutes before I come back again so that each and everyone will have that opportunity to speak. So I'll give out my submission, disappear, then come up back later. So actually, just to begin with, indeed I have to congratulate Kenyans for having been patient until up to now. So, we've been waiting, let them just IBC they kind of do their work and finish. Meanwhile, right now, let's focus and continue with our daily business. as we hope that Raila will win, because we do believe in free and fair election. That's our hope. But let that not deter us from doing our daily work. So I would also wish to advise each and everyone that right now social media is just posting things left, right, center. So let's avoid that confusion, because from this side you'll hear something, the other side you'll hear something, you'll hear someone speaking. So to avoid that benefit of doubt, let's remain focused and continue with our daily business. We voted. Let them guard the verification at Bomas as we hopefully wait for the Blues, to take over. So for more, I'll talk later when I resume back. So I hand it over to another person. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, MC Bunde. Just 1 second. Nelvin, I have a very quick question for you. Nelvin? Let me disappear. Okay, Juan Carrara, go ahead.
Hi everyone. I'm with my father. He's the one who wants to make a comment, so I'll pass it over to him.
Karibu, let him give us some wisdom, tafadhali mzee. Karibu mzee.
Habari zenyu?
Mzuri sana.
Habari za leo?
Salama.
Unasikiza kwa sauti?
Tunasikia. Jina lako ni nani mzee?
Mimi ni George Karara.
Karibu.
Asante. Katika mjadala wa leo ambao unahusiana na wizi wa kura, ningependa kusema kwamba tukumbuke wazi mwaka wa 2017 wakati matokeo ya uchaguzi ilibidi watu waende kotini na ikasemekana uchaguzi urudiwe, na jaji mkuu Maraga akasema servers zifunguliwe, lakini IEBC kiongozwa na Chebukati ikakataa kufungua servers. Lakini mwaka huu hakukuwa na hizo servers za kufunguliwa. Kila kitu ilikuwa kwenye uwazi. Sasa mambo ambayo tunaona yakitokea katika IEBC ni kwamba wenye wanahusika na hayo mambo bado wanafikiria tuko mwaka wa 2017. Teknolojia imebadilisha kila kitu. Mambo ambayo yalifanywa mwaka wa 2017 yanaanza kufanywa mwaka wa 2022 bila kukumbuka kwamba teknolojia imebadilisha mambo. Tunajua kile kilitendeka mwaka wa 2017. Kura za baba ziliibiwa. Na ziliibiwa na hao wenye sasa wamekuwa wapinzani wakubwa. Hapo. Sasa hawa wawili ndio wamefanya tujue kile kilifanyika mwaka 2017 kwamba wizi ulifanyika. Na baada ya kufanyika sasa ndiposa huyu deputy alisema msiingilie IEBC. Kwa sababu gani? Tunajua vile tulifanya mwaka 2017 na IEBC mkiingilia hatutafaulu vile tulifaulu mwaka 2017. Lakini kitu anasahau ni kwamba waliohusika na yeye sasa ndio mpinzani wake ambaye ni rais. Sasa hapo ndio unaona shida iko. Anafikiria bado tuko mwaka 2017 vile mambo ilifanyika. Tuko mbele na miaka 5, teknolojia imebadilika miaka 5. Sasa ndio unaona vile walifikiria Chebukati wa 2017 sio ule Chebukati wa 2022. Kenya ambayo tulikuwa nayo 2017 sio Kenya ya 2022. Hekima ya 2022 sio ile tulikuwa nayo 2027. Ruto hajajua kwamba mambo hubadilika. Ndio unaona ana hasira, msiingilie IEBC. Ni kwa sababu IEBC alikuwa nafikiri itaoperate, itafanya kazi kama 2017 hivyo. Kwa hivyo jambo ambalo limetokea ni kupiga muhuri kwamba kura za baba ziliibiwa 2017. Tulikuwa na servers, sasa hakuna cha servers. Sasa ni kitu unaenda unajiangalilia, unafanya calculation, unapiga hesabu zako na basi ushindi unapatikana bila chochote, bila pingamizi. Ni unakuta hata watu wa UDA hakuna mtu anaongea, hakuna mtu anasema kura tunaiba, kura zinaibiwa, kwa sababu wamejua kwamba 2022 sio 2017. Wacha kwanza niwachie hapo.
Asante sana mzee kwa maoni yako. Ubuntu.
Unaonekana lakini
Juan, lazima mzee arudi tafadhali.
lazima arudi.
Arudi tafadhali. Haya.
Sawa. Unaweza
kaa kwa show basi, okay. Obutu, ni wakati wako. Can you hear me, Obutu? Unmute your mic.
Talking to myself.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Sorry. I've been talking to myself. So
Yes.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad to have been listening for the last few minutes. I joined a bit late. Now, your story, it's a good, the topic today is hot about the stealing of the votes. Na vile mzee wetu amesema pale, hilo ni swala nyeti sana. That issue is so irritating that we don't even want to talk about it. I think we thought that this time they'll see how they can be able to manage it, even the Baba's side, because we knew at least wizi itakuwa. And there's also a possibility that hii wizi inaweza kuwa both sides, because sometimes it can even be locally arranged. Niliona the gubernatorial aspirant wa Kiambu trying to show some papers bila walikuwa wana rig, ati wameandika jina yake, sijui alikuwa na 2,000 votes, alafu wana cancel hapo, wanaandika chini ya mwingine, and then a whole agents have signed. I don't know if those are really agents or whoever has signed a blank page. So it's so irritating. I think we do not have a solution, but it is very clear that votes were stolen, and there are ghost voters everywhere else. So we just need to see, maybe just making suggestions to the IEBC and everybody else, because we can only look at what is the next time, because for sure results zitatangazwa either kesho ama kesho kutwa, na wale wametupwa nje wengine ni wabunge wa senator, washatupwa nje tayari, they will go to the courts, they will start running around. The damage has already been done. So the issue is how do we move forward? I was just wondering, sijui kama tutakuwa tuna polling station tunaandika majina yetu kwa ballot papers, unaandika pale jina lako, so that when they start looking for these ghost papers, because I can't say I can't have 2 presidential papers, but we need to get away, because vile mzee amesema last time kulikuwa saba, now we did away with it. Now we had the Kim's kit. Ama when I went to the polling stations nikaweka kidole, so at least wametik pale Edna from
Total registered voters
so they have list somewhere. Wa generate your list of everybody who voted polling station, because they can as well go ahead and print, but we need to have some more checks. It looks as if as much as we try to put checks and balances, wezi pia wanaenda mbele, you know. So, but somebody said now they are stealing at the polling station, stuffing papers and giving paper people 10 ballot papers. Otherwise, we were caught stealing in the houses. But now we need to have suggestions in terms of how do we move ahead, because the next elections hatutakaa vile ilikuwa this time. Maybe tuandike majina, na tuwezi andika majina because we moved to secret balloting. You know, we moved from that one, so we can't do that. So we need to improve the IT. Maybe ukiweka tu kidole pale, it goes, it generates, these are the ones who have voted, na inatokea that evening. So that polling stations ikifungwa saa 1, by saa 5, saa 6, it has already generated a list. These are the people who have voted. But you know, again, yesterday they said they are trying to hack. Sijui kama ni fake news. They are trying to hack the servers. Sijui hata za Reuters at 200 times. So our ways ni hatari. So we are all trying to think loud and have some suggestions. I won't really have a solution. Oba?
Good too. Your suggestions are good, but voting should be private. It's between you and we can't have that. And as for hacking, it's not hacking. I don't know why people keep calling it hacking. It's not hacking going on. Ni watu wamepewa passwords. AWS or Amazon servers are very safe. It's just there are some compromised IEBC agents or ICT agents wamepewa passwords and they're just doing funny things. So unaenda na password, unaenda kupatiana nje. So we should stop using that word hacked. There's no hacking there. Okay, Miss Daima, nachange jina yako kila siku. Hebu tuambie.
Vipi? Habari zenu nyinyi nyote?
Nzuri sana. Unatengeneza hiyo njia ya Sugoi?
Hai, kuona njia ya Sugoi watu wamesimama huko wanaongojea watangaze Ruto. Haujaona pale kwa hiyo stage ya jua kali?
Nilifikiria wanamkaribisha arudi nyumbani. Alafu tumrudishe kwa
wanakaribisha yeye akuwe president.
Wa nani?
Wasugoi, Watarbo. Haya. Okay, nawasalimia nyinyi nyote kwa siku ya leo, nashukuru Mungu. Jana nilikuwa nasikiza tu huku background tu polepole. Niliingia kidogo lakini nikaamua leo acha niisikize kwa jana nimekuwa na kichwa inaniuma. Bado sijarecover vizuri. Lakini siku ya leo vile niliona, nilikuwa tu nataka nijue tu namba za MPs na governors, nione wamefika ngapi. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa nataka kujua. Nilikuwa najua kama wako juu, najua tu Azimio imewin, cause hakuna vile unaweza kuwa na MPs wengi alafu ukose kukuwa president. That cannot happen. So mimi siku ya leo vile nimeangalia wabunge wenye wamechaguliwa siku ya hii mwaka, vile wamekutana leo pamoja, wako wengi na wako na amani, kila kitu iko sawa. Nikaona map imecover blue yote, yellow ndio iko kidogo. So mimi nashukuru tu Mungu kwa kitu yenye watu wamefanya. Wenye wamepoteza pia nao hawakuwa na huzuni, wamekuwa na furaha kwa sababu all along kuna mshindi na kuna mwenye atashinda. So ni kama tu shuleni tu, kuna mwenye atakuwa number 1 mpaka number 3 hivyo hivyo. So ni hivyo ndo kunakuwa. So watu wajeleta furuku, lakini sasa hii mambo ya wizi, hii mambo ya wizi ndio inakuwa kitu kingine mbaya sana. Maishani usikuwe unategemea kuiba kitu. Maishani tumia jasho yako ndio upate. Si utumie jasho ya mkato ya kando. Na itafika mahali wewe umekuwa ukizoea kuiba. Siku 40 ikifika hautaepuka. Sasa hii ndio siku 40 imefika. Kumbe that time watu walikuwa wakipiga tu kura. Mtu alikuwa anapiga tu kura, unaongoja tu usikie county gani, county. Kumbe kule nini kwa upande eneo la mabunge ndio watu huwa wanaibia kura. Sasa leo vile wanatangaza bunge tu bunge, kwa bunge fulani huyu amepata kura ngapi, hiyo ni kitu yenye wamefanya kitu ya maana sana na Chebukati. Kwa sababu tangu mimi nilikuwa nikiona hizi kura zikipigwa ilikuwa tu Kitui County ama nini Ukambani County kura total vote ilitoka namna hii. Hauwezi kujua kule eneo la bunge walipiga kura namna gani. Huwezi kujua katika hiyo bunge moja kama ni Yata huko mtu alipigia Raila kura zikapatikana ngapi. Sasa leo bila wanasoma hiyo kura, mimi ninarithika kwa sababu ya kwamba inaonesha katika eneo bunge fulani Raila alipata kura fulani. Alafu sasa ndio wakuja wafanye calculation yote ndio wajue hiyo calculation vile wamefanya imeleta total imekuja 40 kama hii. So hiyo ndio kitu mimi leo nimeona, nimefurahishwa na hiyo kwa sababu kama kuna watu walikuwa wanajaribu kufanya hiyo ujinga yao ya kuiba hiyo kura hiyo, leo wamepatikana. Alafu kitu kingine yenye mimi ninashangaa sana na women rep wangu huyu Gladys Sholei. Gladys Sholei na yeye ni mumama anataka kujiingisha kwa vita zingine, hata anaibisha sana hiyo siti yake yenye anakaa ndani. Yeye anataka kujifanya sasa yeye ndiye anataka kukua sasa muhisi sugu kabisa, anaibisha hata mpaka watu wangu wasikishwe.
Useme allegedly kwa sababu unajua yeye ni lawyer. Sasa ukisema kitu yote juu yake unasema allegedly. Just asikukujie. Unajua ni
asinikujie namna gani? Yeye sisi ndio tumemchagua, ananikujia kufanya nini? Lakini ukweli lazima anafaa kukaa kama wale wamama wakale huko, si kujiingisha sana. Anajiingisha, mimi sijaona mama wa Uasin Gishu amejiingisha kama vile amejiingisha. Vitu zingine inafaa unakaa nyuma. Wewe umechaguliwa na wamama, ongoje time yako ukuje ufanyie wamama kazi. Sasa hiyo tabia yenye jana walikuwa nafurukana kule ndani ilikuwa ni nini? Anajaribu kusiniki na laptop ndani. Alikuwa amebeba nini kwa hiyo laptop? Na kuna laptop ziko huko ndani. Okay, mimi nimemwona tu siku ya leo hapo huko ndani anafanya supervision, lakini macho zote ziko zinamulika. Mulika muisi iko pale. So sahi hakuna kusema ABCD kwa sababu unajua mimi nakumbuka wakati ya 2017 vile nilikuwa ninaona hiyo kura vile ilikuwa. Saizi Awasani saizi angekuwa ameingia kwa hiyo nini ndani pale kwa KICC like that time vile alikuwa ameingia pale ndani, mkono tu ilikuwa inafanya hivi kwa sababu alikuwa na powers ya kuingia pale, lakini saizi hakuna vile anaweza penya.
Alikuwa amengoja siku 3 ndio akaingia huko.
Si siku aliingia, lakini sahii mbona hajaingia? So hiyo maneno yao ya uwizi hiyo ambao wamejaribu kuiba hiyo mawizi, hata hiyo ugavana ya Sakaja wakikaa vizuri na waangalie vizuri sana, yeye hajashinda Polycarp Igathe, kumaanisha hiyo ukarabati inaendelea mpaka kwa magovernors. Yani wametaka kuhakikisha mpaka wanawini kitu by force. Is like nimeona Kimemi huko pia. Kimemi ameandika ripoti yake akaenda kotini. The way kura imepigwa huko ijapigwa kwa njia ya uhalali, kwa yeye anashindwa. Unawezaje kupigia mtu fulani kura na uache kupigia mtu fulani kura? So mambo ya Central watu wakifuatilia vizuri sana, wengi wataenda kotini, na wakifuatilia watatupiliwa mbali. Imagine kama unajua jana sababu siku ingia kwa studio. Ni ile siku niliona Waiguru akiongea, amesema mimi nimekubali nimeshindwa. Tena jana ninaangaliwa nampatia certificate yake, nilichoka yangu tena yote, nikasema sasa hii ni nini? Yani hao watu wameamua, yani ni kama alipigia watu wake wa UDA kura nini simu, wakamwambia hapana, hakikisha umetafuta kura fulani uongeze hapo, kwa sababu ukiangalia kura ya Ngirishi na uangalie hajamwachia mbali, which means Amerika Ngirishi. So hii mambo ya uwizi watu wajaribu kufanya haki yao. Kama sisi wenye tunatafuta haki yetu, tunafanya pesa yetu yenye unajua ni pesa yangu, sio pesa ya uwizi yenye ukitembea mahali unaenda na uoga. Unakula pesa yako ukijua unakula ni pesa yako ya haki. So mtu upate kura yako na haki. Kama uliuza sera yako vizuri, mbona uibe? Mbona urig mtu na umeuza sera yako? Kama wewe umeuza sera yako kwa watu na watu wakae chini waseme tutapigia mtu fulani kura na ikuwe ni hivyo, mbona wewe uende kurig mtu mwingine kura? Hiyo kitu watu wajifunze kuishi maisha ya ukweli. Maisha ya ukweli itatusaidia. Na hii wakati huu vile tunafanya hii kura yetu, kuna inji mingi saizi inatuangalia. Kuna inji ambayo ziko na wanaongojea waone Kenya watafanya kura yao namna gani. Ni kama hiyo inji ya jirani yetu pale South Sudan. Umeona hata hakuna siku hao watu wamewahi wamesimama wakapiga kura, kwa sababu is only 2 tribes peke yake ndio wanapigania kiti. Ile tribes zingine zote hazina usemi kule. So wale pia wanataka kuchukua mfano kutoka Kenya, at least nao pia waweze kuchange pia nayo nchi yao, waone tutoe kiti tupeane kwa mtu fulani, lakini kusema is only 2 tribes peke yake ndio watakuwa wanakaa wanaongoza nchi, haiwezekani. Hata saa hizi utaniambia namna gani Ruto ana claim ameshinda with 2 region peke yake? Yani Rift Valley na Central ndio wamempigia kura, na hizi ni nyingine yote yenye Raila amewin. Hiyo mchezo watu waache mbali, my friend. Hiyo kitu yeye aenda kae chini, arudi akae afanye calculation yake vizuri, arudi akikuwa clean man bila hasira. Wakati mwingine watu watampatia kura, lakini hii kitu ya kutaka kutumia force kuiba. Sasa ukiiba kura uende ukalie kiti, watu wataishi maisha aina gani? Hatutakuwa na amani. Waje nisimamie hapo.
Asante sana Eliza. Kabla Steve waingie, nilikuwa nataka kusema kitu moja. You know, we need to focus on getting the main seat in. Ona hizi ni ma strongholds za Ruto, karibu zishe zote. Si bado tu ni kidogo kidogo yani. And it's 51% to 49. We're getting there. Let's focus on this. The main chair, tuingie ndani kwanza, then tunaweza kuja kwa hizi zingine baadaye. Wacha mzee akae chini, msifocus sana na ma MPs, ma senators na governors. We'll come and deal with those things later. The main important thing for us ni mzee akae chini. We cannot lose track. It will give the confidence of the other seats to go for petition. So lazima tushinde kwanza. So don't lose focus, Azimio people. Mi silali mpaka nisikie mzee ameenda kuita kuchukua certificate. Hakuna wiki moja hatu wajalala hapa bana. Kwa wengine wajakula. Macho yangu iko red. Simu yangu nikifungua, nikizima simu alafu nifungue tu naona tu messages tu. Karibu simu i blow up bana. Inakuwa hot. So this time it's serious. I don't think we're going to allow thieves. Na hiyo kitu allegedly vile huyu Mama Shole amefanya, honestly speaking, amejiaibisha. How do you bring yourself to such a lower standards? Yani unaleta laptop, unaleta hacking device, unaleta sijui ma papers, unaleta makaratasi za IEBC hizo 34. So kabla washikwe, ameenda round ngapi hivyo? Kabla ashikwe, how many rounds did she go for before she was caught? So for me, it's so painful because one of my counties is Uasin Gishu. I live there. I have property there. So ni uchungu kumwona akifanya hivyo. And we have women like Gladys Wanga, Charity Ngilu, Mrs. Chege, Martha Karua on our side. Alafu hii mtu yetu hapa hii Liza yenyewe, seriously, look at that. Tunaonekana vibaya sana. Like, how can you compare the two? It's not good. And if you have evidence, this is serious, like Bernard has said, if you have evidence of our strongholds doing anything funny, take it to the police. Everyone who does anything like that needs to go to prison. Now anafaa kwenda for 20 years. Na huyo kijana alikuwa anafanya vitu na Shole, mzigo ni wako peke yako. Utabeba hiyo cross peke yako. The guys in Mombasa, it's the same thing. You know, the cross is yours. Wale watu Murang'a tuliona kwa magari, we have your images, we have your pictures. The cross is yours. Hii watu walitupa form 34 huko Baringo. Nyinyi watu, the agents there have to answer to it. Ni nyinyi peke yenu. The other agents that we have, how can you rig Kaile uko hapo kwa meza? My God, these people are stupid, sorry. Yani munafanya funny things hapo na meza iko hapo na national TV is watching you doing funny things. Nyinyi pia mzigo ni wako wenu. Msiseme ati Chepukati you first, nyinyi mtashikwa one by one. The ones who are bringing fake forms, wote wataenda kotini, individuals, because we have to make sure that the elections have to be taken seriously. The country is on a standstill. We are losing billions and billions of Kenya shillings. Na mnafikiria ni mchezo hivi. This thing should have ended 2 days ago. It's going to day 4, 5 hivi. Country, nobody's working. Children are not going to school. We're losing billions of Kenya shillings. Shilingi inaenda chini because of this rubbish of these people. Because we had to do it this way. It's so embarrassing. Tanzanians, others, we have similar age in democracy with our neighbors across, and yet we cannot behave like them. They are looking at us and laughing. Oh, you're the big brother, eh? Yet we do not know how to vote as Kenyans. Mimi sijali ifike 51% muzee aingizwe, because I know it's above 60%. Then we'll talk about the rest later. So musipige Chebukati kelele. We'll deal with that later. So spread hizo vitu zingine ya Chebukati is a good chairman for now. So spread munyamaze tu. We'll deal with him later. So for me, I'm just waiting for the results, and we have to be vigilant. We cannot have, I cannot believe it. The man is rigging Baka Rift Valley. Thank God to insist on Kimskit and manual registry, because hawa watu wajui kuiba. You know, unaiba na plan. Unajua ukiweka hii form hapo alafu unaongeza votes huko unaweka kwa Kimskit. Hado tu anaweka tu vitu hivi, Shole ameingia huko ndani anaweka vitu. Kimskit doesn't marry with it. When you think we are stupid? The good thing, we announced the total number of votes that we had before the counting started. We start from 56% in 56% in Central. All of a sudden we're getting to the 70s that voted. Hata mukijaribu kuriga aje mzee bado anawashinda. Kwani ni nini? Mumepewa head start, you're still trying to steal. My goodness, I think, coming to think of it, Ruto had about 30%. I'm sorry to say that. 30% of the country voted for this fool. Yani mnaiba. Kwani sisi si watu? Kwani sisi ni wanyama? You know, they look at us like we're nothing, you know, like our voices should not be heard. It's so painful. Mtu ameamka asubuhi, Bernard alitoka hapa sijui 3 o'clock in the morning, ametoka show, ameenda straight to vote, anarudi tena, and then you say his vote does not count. Honestly speaking, kuna mtu uko alienda na towel, kuna watu walienda na towel. And you're telling me that man's voice should not be heard. That commitment of that person as a patriot of Kenya, then you tell me you want to steal that from you. You've stolen from that man. And it's so painful to see that we have to go through this process as Kenyans, where we cannot, for me, after this process is done, all these people have to be jailed, Bernard. All of them that wamepatwa na hatua. Anybody, and it should not be less than 20 years. Then you know it's serious. In Belgium, the process of election is actually like jury duty. Hata walipwi. In other European countries, it's voluntary. Ni volunteer, hata ulipwi, ni una volunteer kufanya hii kazi because you love your country. Hapo you are not being paid well because that's why we are stealing. Kwendeni huko kama mtaki kazi muende. It's really serious, and we can't keep doing this for over 30 years to keep your kura hivyo. It's very disheartening. Sorry, Bernard, for the rant. The next person is Steven, then Ayumba, then Baba the hiyo mkururu inaenda hivyo. But thank you for your time. Thank you. Shole should go to jail.
Thank you very much. Ahmad, habari ya jioni.
Fiti, namna gani?
You're very quiet, Steve.
Niko salama sana dadi.
Volume yako iko chini kiasi, inua sauti.
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Remove the earphones. Toa earphones na mic. Usitumie hiyo mic.
sina earphones.
That is better.
Okay. Mia, I want to say I'm very, very happy with what is happening in Kenya currently. All these shenanigans, the things that have been happening around, God is revealing wickedness that has been taking place in this nation with a rotten few. And one thing I know is that one, you cannot steal an election without the support of a sitting government. And if you try, unaweza tu kupiga hatua moja. The second step, you are apprehended. These young people that have involved themselves, wanalipwa pesa kidogo, labda hata 5,000. You are going to rot in jail, yet your king is enjoying life outside here. Unakumbuka, there is a time Uhuru alirepeat statement ya Ruto akasema ni vizuri sana. Wengine wanasema kuna upungufu ya watu wajinga Kenya. Na hiyo alisema ukweli. Na akasema hata saa hii huyo mtu alisema kuna upungufu ya watu wajinga, ajue wajinga hawako. So amekuwa akitusiana akipiga kifua. Niwachie huyu mzee saa mbili tu asubuhi na mapema tumemalizana na yeye. But the whole map of Kenya is blue. Even a blind person can see. A blind man can see that, because there is a way a blind person can see colors. They can see. So unataka kushinda huyo mzee na umefinywa. Nilikuwa nasikia wakina Junet wakisema tutakufinya. Kumbe sasa I have come to realize kufinywa ni nini. Umefinywa na undercoat ya yellow kwa kona moja ya inchi. And then you claim your numbers are beyond the threshold. Bernard, my take in these elections of this nation, if somebody is listening to me from the government, we have got the NYS that are trained with our taxes. We have got the military in this nation. They should be deployed. They should be trained and deployed to handle elections in Kenya. Instead of recruiting people that are surviving, in fact struggling with life, they are recruited and given a job to prove their worth. You prove your ability. Just within 1 month to prove that you can work and represent Kenyans. And then they come and mess the lives of 40 million people. Today, nobody can come in and invest in Kenya. Nobody can even open his business because of few Kenyans that were recruited and trained to handle elections. Yet they have messed the whole process. We should think of ensuring that we make use of the NYS and the military, whose chain of command is no joke, to handle elections in Kenya and to stop recruiting people that we don't know their backgrounds. Some are going to rot in jail because they may be 5,000. But one thing I thank God, the God in heaven, when time is up, everything that has a beginning has an end. The thuggery of elections has come to an end in this Kenya. If you had the president one day say, mimi nilikuwa munaona mimi si mkali, Martha anakuja. These two people have come to put structures in order and systems must work. We don't need to pray to God to ask God to command systems to work for our good. All it needs is the goodwill of the government of Kenya. Like now the goodwill of the government to ensure elections are free and fair is what we are seeing now. It takes one man to decide that I'm not going to let Kenyans die because of an election. I should deploy the systems we have to ensure that anyone that is messing with an election is apprehended and brought to book as an individual. There is no corporate punishment here. When you are deciding, you must know that your decisions determine your destiny. And everyone that decided to cooperate with these thugs must know that their destiny is as black as the night. And they are young people. I think young people should know that you can't become rich overnight. There are times that I preach and I tell the young people, if you become rich overnight, you want microwave miracles. That same speed you are receiving it with is the same speed it will leave your hands. And the end may not be pleasing. Like now, the end of this matter, some people will rot in jail, and even some candidates who were involved in this, they are going to be fugitives. People will run from this country. People are going to fly away from this country because the government that is coming in will unearth everything, that any mess that has cost lives in this nation. In fact, me, I can say what the CEO of IBC was telling us the other day, that no hacking took place, no interference took place. That's the highest order of ignorance. You don't be quick to give an answer that will catch up with you. When a police arrests you, the police will tell you anything you say will be used against you. Like now, his statement has tied him. He promised that no interference was caused in the IBC portal. But now everything is being unearthed. I don't know how he is looking at it right now as I talk. Because the cameras are there, he's there physically and seeing things being unearthed. He should have even promised Kenyans that we have also had the same, but let us look into it. We will get back to you with the right answer. You don't promise us heaven and you can't take us on top of a tree. According to where I sit, I am seeing an end to election rigging in Kenya. This thing is coming to an end. It had a beginning. It was embraced by people that didn't want to bring it to a stop. But right now, God has used, I believe it is just one man's decision that this will not happen under my watch. I may not know the person, but may God give him long life to see a Kenya that we all desire to have. Otherwise, Bernard, I thank you very much as I wait. My suit is with the fundi, waiting for the swearing in of Baba. If there is one thing I cannot keep is hope. My hope is alive, and everybody that is here, keep hope alive. This nation is taking shape, and when order is being brought, you must see the waters rumbling. When you see too much confusion, God is speaking in the midst of men. Otherwise, thank you very much. That was my time. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Bernard. Just 1 second. Nelvin, we want you to join our group. Situweke hapo namba kwa private chat.
Namba yangu.
Yeah, the private chat. Usiweke kwa public.
Bernard yako naye hata wacha niweke.
Yes. Hata wewe Liza banaweka bana. Ni group member.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Thank you, Stephen. We appreciate that. It's important we uphold what is right for our country. The twisted bloggers who are supporting stealing, supporting hacking, supporting meddling with the numbers. Somebody there said numbers are numbers. It is not that way. Behind every vote, we must have a head, a whole human being from top to bottom. It's not a number. You don't give us numbers without the people behind the numbers. So numbers are not just numbers. They should tally with the people who walked into that polling station, voted and walked out. If you give us numbers, don't have human beings that walked into that polling station and voted, then you're part of the ghost movement that want to tell us that numbers are numbers, numbers don't lie. We are not talking about numbers here. When it is a vote, it must have a life behind it. And it has 50 million Kenyans. So it is important that we dig in for what is right. We insist for what is right. Don't be part of the corrupt who wants to corrupt everybody. At mama mzima anabeba kibeti. Somebody has sent me the picture. I will display, with your permission, I will display that picture. Unaweka kibeti kwa kiti. Unafungua bag.
Lakini Bernard, for the sake of the young one, usiweke ile inaonyesha ID yake, but uonesha ile ingine. Kama unaweza weka hiyo sahi.
Hiyo mama mpaka nionyeshe. In the meantime, let's have a nyumba as I prepare the picture. Is later kizana, but I'm displaying it right now.
Yes.
A nyumba, carry on.
Amjambo. Nevin. Vipi bwana?
Poa sana ndugu yangu.
Nimefurahi kukuona hapo bwana. Unajua mimi nikikuona naona Kenya inaendelea mbele.
Kenya iko pamoja, tuko pamoja.
Mimi niko salama, nashukuru. Nimeona Mkenya daima alibadilisha jina, hakuna shida. Uko na haki kikatiba kubadilisha jina. Tuko na Bwana Bernard na Francis pia namuona. Kuna mtu anajiita babe hapa. Babe ni nani? Oh, baba the fifth. Mimi namuona kama babe. Bwana, mimi what I want to say, Mkenya daima wacha kucheka. What I want to say is this. If Kenyans could have been the way a man before God should be, I can tell you for sure, in Kenya, we will be having a very peaceful election, credible, no rigging, no shenanigans, no nonsense. Because it is just a way of small people who are pretending that they want to become rich, because they are making this country to be very difficult for some other people. Let the people of Kenya do what we call their democratic rights, and after that, we find the result within 1 day, 2 days. We go back to work. But if we continue with people who are given the side shows that they know better than other people and they keep on saying Bwana Sifiwe, you know, what they don't know. If you pretend to be more Catholic than the bishop, God is just giving you a time. By the time God will deal with you, you will regret. So these people, God is just giving them time to apologize and reconsider and forgiveness, ask for forgiveness, so that the people of Kenya can forgive them, then we move forward. But to me, I am very happy. I saw Kalonzo Musyoka body language. He was very happy. Kalonzo knows now the cow is almost giving birth, or the lady is almost giving birth, and the child, Kalonzo know very well, is going to carry the child. And that is what I saw through Kalonzo body language. When you look at our Iron Lady, Martha Karua, what she said, and if you want to know these people, they are in panic, people who are in order. I told you in this coalition, there is no Kenya Kwanza. This is a party of a certain individual, which is called Deputy President William Ruto. That is his party, and you cannot remove that party from him. That is why he did not sign the coalition act between the Mudavadi and whatever and the rest. If Bernard, you can recall the tweet for Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria gave a tweet that people are being taken back to 2007. That if what was done on 2007 is what is going to be done right now. That one shows that they are in panic. They know that they are not winning this election. Because if you listen to what Rigathi Gachagua also said, the same thing, almost the same thing, it means they are in a panic, serious panic way that they are not going to win this election. So what we are asking for, let us just give us time. We know IBC, they have a mandate. They are cleaning whatever those people were doing down there. And after a few days, we'll get the result. We will move forward. And the people who bungled the election in Embakasi, wherever they did it, they are going to carry their cross as individual, not parties. And I think it will be a lesson for anybody who is appointed. I listened to what you posted about Shebesh. If you listen to that audio, the people who did that, that lady who did that, I'm telling you, election will come and election will go. Kenya will remain. I'm praying for Baba to be a president. They will be arrested, all of them, and taken to court, and all of them will carry their cross. So, because you don't go, how can you sacrifice some other people than your country? See what I said yesterday, and I can repeat it. See what that lady did in Kikuyu. She think you can have your cake and eat it and walk away with it. No. That lady from Kikuyu constituency, she will carry her cross. I'm telling you, and mark my word. I'm always a prophet. When I say something, it comes to pass. That lady will carry her cross. Because what she did was not good to that man. Even if Ichunga was to win that election, she could have done what the other person was saying. Let us do the verification. Let us verify what is in the KIMS kit and the ballot papers. Because the gentleman was complaining that people were given 2 ballots each to vote. And the lady was just answering, take me to court. What do you mean by take me to court? Even me, I have a mandate to take that lady to court. Me, myself, leave alone that man. I know the constitution where I will raise and take that lady to court and to explain, and the court will nullify that election from Kikuyu. Because these are the things that we want to stop in this country. Well, it is an election. Let's do election. Finish.
Ayumba,
Yes.
sorry for the interruption. I'm just
Yes.
going to give Hillary Kogo a last warning. If you keep spamming us, and anybody who's trying to spam us there, mutatolewa haraka haraka. Campaign imeisha. We're not in campaign season, so we'll remove you ASAP. People are trying to chat, and you're showing rubbish there. So Hillary, last warning. Unajua Bernard is a soft guy, huyu ni mchungaji. Bernard ataongea vizuri na wewe, lakini mimi natoa.
Thank you. Huyo mtu mwenye anafanya hivyo ni shetani atatolewa ndani yake, alafu atakuwa mtu mzuri. Bernard, just send a word of prayer to him. Don't even discuss so many things with him. Just a word of prayer will change that person. That is how I believe things. So, sina mengi, but I know from where I sit, those people, they told us they are praying. We have been praying. Martha Karua said they campaigned for 4 years. We campaigned for 4 months. So they told us they have been praying. We prayed, and we know God is going to answer our prayer. Baba has never killed anybody. Baba has never caught in any corruption. Baba has never been into any Aror or Kimaruel scandals. Baba has never stolen any money from anybody. We are very sure, through God, we are going to succeed. Thank you, Bernard, for giving me this opportunity for now.
Okay, thank you, Anyumba. We appreciate that. And it's good that we do what is right every time. I promised you a picture. Let me bring it. Let me bring it to you so that you see the kind of impunity we are dealing with in this country.
Bernard, dakika
Hey,
moja.
I've never seen before.
Eliza, wewe ni mama yetu bana. Look what Bernard anataka kutu embarrass bana.
This guy go do. I've never seen your type. Oh.
Women representative to represent huyo wasingisho.
Corrupting a young man like this, destroying somebody's career.
Imagine alafu anatoa mdomo. Nilimwona immediately alikuwa NTV anaongea, you know, Azimio people, they know UDF have won. We have won this election. That is bad manners, Gladys Shole.
And
They have
this
won
man is
stealing or
not,
won help.
he's not that young. Ni mtu wa 86. This is a man of 86 anafanya vituko kama hii. I really feel bad for him. Let me see if I can. Okay. Bernard ameenda na
Chief nani ni wa 86?
huyu kijana mdogo huyu.
Sasa huyu kijana mdogo yeye anakubali kufanyiwa kitu kama hiyo. Maisha yake itakuwa namna gani wakati mwingine? Kula jasho yako my friend. Hapo mahali unafanya kazi ndio utakulia, ndio utalipwa. Lakini sisi tunakuja unapewa kitu ufanye, kula jasho yako.
Kip.
Galvin sema.
Unajua huyo mzee ameniambia Ayumba ameniambia mapepo itolewe. Kuna siku moja nimeenda kesha moja pale Ruiru. Mlevi akakuja. Pasta wakamchukua wakamuingisha hapo nyuma. Hata nilikuwa nataka kuchekesha Bernard. Alitoka huko akisema mapepo yote imeisha, kuanzia leo nimeokoka. Alihudumiwa vile inafaa. Kwa hivyo huyo kijana anafaa kuje tumhudumie vile inafaa. Atoke hapa kama ameokoka.
Ni lazima kwanza, yeah. Hivyo ndio inafaa. Okay. Tukingojea bwana Bernard akirudi. That is Madame Shole, ladies and gentlemen, corrupting people. Baba the fifth Mongea.
Bado Kips, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Good morning, good evening. Yeah, mnanisikia?
Loud and clear.
All right, I thank God for this time. It is now 10:53 p.m. Kenyan time. Yeah, Kips and my fellow panelists, we are aware what is going on at the Bahamas of Kenya. And I think at this time we will not go to entertain any shenanigans from the UDS platoon. No, I have those photos, even the IDs and whatever, and everybody knows this lady Gladys is working with the UDS ICT. Sijui anaitwa Wajubu ama anaitwa nani. So everything we are tracking everything, and we shall expose everything to public. They know they don't.
Anaitwa Wanjoi.
Wanjoi, yeah, that is the name. Wanjoi. She is working with that Wanjoi to do their things, and we are watching at them. And there's something Kip said. There is nothing called hacking. It is they had been given details. One of the IBC officials, they shared their details to them. Kwa hivyo hakuna kitu inaitwa kuhack. They have details, they have password, everything they have. So wache tu kutupumbaza hapa, tuko aware na tuko radars. Round here we will not accept their things and their hooligans. Kwa hivyo tunaendelea kuweka amani kwa nchi yetu ya Kenya, tukingojea matangazo IBC, Wafula Chebukati atangaze, na niko na imani kabisa baba atakuwa the fifth. That's what I know.
Thank you very much, Baba. I don't even see when ni kijana ananifanya nikuite baba bwana. Koja Yumba, tutakuja kwa mkururo. Are you rebutting or a question for the fifth? Takuita the fifth.
No. What I'm saying, you know, somebody mentioned the name Sholei. We are coming for Sholei because I remember by the time she was being interviewed through a Nation TV, she answered that kwani kila siku itakuwa ni mimi tu ni interview. She was working at the judiciary and that was our money. We are coming for her.
Sholei, na kuna sijui huyu mtu wa delivery anaitwa sijui Kiplagat. I think you've seen him. Anaitwa Kiplagat something, head of delivery. Hii watu yote tunakuja tuna sweep. We are not joking this time. If I find that photo, I'll share it. Thank you very much. Francis, tuende kazi.
Oh, thank you very much for this opportunity. First of all, mimi kwanza ningependa kushukuru jamaa mmoja anaitwa Mr. Njoroge. Mr. Njoroge amefanya kazi mzuri sana on our side, is in the side of the IT kwa Azimio. Amefanya akina Chirichiri wamekuwa kama watoto. Amewaanika sana, amefanya akina Itumbi wanakimbia na mavitu hawajui. Mr. Njoroge is really doing a good job na inafaa appreciate, support, because we know the other side. They are capable of doing anything. Ndio wapate hawana haja na jina, manake jina yao ilishaharibika. So if we are dealing with them, we must know the kind of people we are dealing with. So Mr. Njoroge is really doing a good job. Mr. George Njoroge ni jamaa wa IT, yeye ndiye alikuwa ana lead the tallying center ya Azimio. Another thing, there's a question judge aliuliza in the last petition, deputy, I think deputy chief justice, wakati kulikuwa na petition, akauliza this lawyer wa IBC that somebody amekuja kuvote, akapewa 6 ballot papers. I think kila mtu anakumbuka that famous question. Wewe umedecide to vote for one person. The same thing that is happening.
Anaitwa Wanjala. Anaitwa Wanjala.
Thank you. So umepewa 6 ballot papers. You have decided to only vote for the president. Where do you put the other 5 ballot papers? Because when you go to the polling station, you must be given 6 ballot papers. And now you have decided that you want to vote only for the president. The thing that is going on in central Kenya and Mount Kenya and the other side of Kenya, because we are seeing that more than 1.5 million people only went and vote for the president alone. They didn't even bother to vote for their MCA, MP. They just came and voted for the president. After voting for the president, they walked away. So now, these guys inafaa, these are very kukua na serikali ndani. You know, the other time tulikuwa tunaenda naitwaje Supreme Court without hizi vitu, but sasa tunaona we are collecting evidences even before tufike Supreme Court, of which hata ifai kitu ifike Supreme Court, because the first thing mimi naomba kabisa, let us not even allow these things to go continue. Maneno ya kuhesabu these vitu pale Bomas, hakuna kitu huko inaendelea. Those are shenanigans. Hakuna kitu wanafanya huko. Manake Chebukati himself is the chairman of the IBC, but he looks like he doesn't know what is going on in his commission. Kuna watu wako na power kumliko yeye, yako tu pale achainishe kipara hiyo ingare, yeye asome vitu amepewa, but he doesn't know what is going on in his own commission. He's incompetent because yeye anasoma tu vitu, ajui kwenye zimetoka. This guy, the last, I think even at sometimes huwa nakaa chini, I regret kwa nini Maraga alinullify the election. After nullifying the election, hakutuambia wenye wamefanya hii makosa, hakuwapea punishment. He just nullified the election, but he didn't punish people who made the mistakes. Then again, tumekuja in this election, the same people. I think many of us, we undermined the deputy president, but we didn't know that even he himself is the presidency. He commanded the police, akona polisi wake. Mliona before election, ndio tuamkie election, tuliona Senator wa Narok akisema kuna watu polisi walipatikana na ballot papers Kilgoris. So such things inafaa sasa saizi sisi kama watu wa Azimio. Mimi siwezi kuwa naamka kila siku ati kazi yangu ni kwenda kupiga kura. For the past 15 years mimi naendanga tu kupiga kura, napiga kura, but kuna mtu mahali ananiambia we enda uchomwe na jua kwa line, but I know who is going to lead you. Even you can read the mood of the country right now. Nobody is happy because kila mtu wakati tu ile video ilitokea ya from the Tallying Center ya Azimio, when those people were dancing and praying na kuimba, uliona the mood of the nation. Kila mtu alifurahi, roho ya kila mtu ilirudi, because hata mimi I myself since nipige kura siku hizi hata sina appetite, because ukiamka unaona sijui nini inapanda, sijui na watu wanakuongelesha venye wanataka, as if we are lesser Kenyans, that kuna watu ambayo ni more Kenyans than us. Hii vitu lazima tukatae from here. Hata maraia hakuna haja ya kwenda Supreme Court. We should stop the tallying. Hizo vitu zinaendelea pale Bomas.
Hizo kelele zinatoka wapi?
Let us wacha tuende hata tupate injunction kwa court ya ku stop what is going on there, mpaka wasikize what is going on there, because what Gladys Shule is doing, that is huyo mtu bado ni mtu mdogo sana. Kuna mtu anapenda baba anaweza enda kutafuta huyo jamaa. Watu wengi wanaweza kwenda kutafuta huyo jamaa.
Pana. Don't Francis, I know you're emotional. Wache your kazi police. Wache your kazi police. Don't get yourself into trouble. People, let the police do their work.
Thank you. Sorry.
Wacha polisi atafute huyo, ni kama Didimas alipatwa, huyo atashikwa pia. So achia polisi hiyo kitu.
I think the first thing yenye tumeshapata ni the same question waliulizwa last time na walishindwa kujibu about the six ballot papers. They should produce, because even if you see, I have somebody anasema in the Kim's kit, because in Central Kenya hawakutumia manual, whereby tunaweza sema Kim's kit ilikuwa na record 55% na manual inasema the other. Central Kenya there was no manual, hawakutumia manual, they use Kim's kit, and the Kim's kit inasema watu walipiga kura ni 55%, but in the other side they are saying it is 75%. So kuna watu walikuja tu wakapigia president ambaye si hata mtu wao, wakawacha MCA wao nini na wakaenda. So I think from there ndio wataambiwa hao watu wanafaa hii ballot, because when you go na ukaamua that mimi nataka tu kupigia president, sitaki kupigia MCA, lazima bule mkubwa wa hapo atajaza those serial number ya hizo makaratasi zenye zijajaza, na niseme na nikubali mimi sipigi kura ya MP, sipigi, na inawekwa wapi, so that when such things arose anaambiwa enda ulete hizo makaratasi zenye hao watu wenye unasema, because lazima sasa kukue na another 1.5 million papers za governor, senator, MCA, women rep na MP. Lazima sasa pia zikue, because hao watu walikuja wakapigia president, lazima zitolewe. It is either because tusipoitengeneza hiki kitu right now with the likes of Gachagua ndio wakuwe deputy president of Kenya, I think sasa we are going somewhere else. Hatuendi Kenya. It will even be worse than Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a reminder, everybody, you are here police. If you see something, report it to the police. Na watatengeneza. Serikali ya baba itasota watu. As for what you're saying now, the funny thing is, Eliza utacheka. Minji won with only one constituency out of 5, ni moja peke yake.
Imagine hiyo kitu nimeshangaa jana mpaka nikashindwa. Nilishindwa. Minji amekubali baadaye tena anapewa certificate. Hiyo ni kitu gani?
Walichukua kwa constituency moja out of 5 in Kirinyaga. Sasa unashindwa. Unajua at least kidogo hivi hapana. Unajua they have to tell us where those extra votes came from. Ara Prono. Yamune.
Jamani, asante sana. So kama Iran nimekufa leo mara 3 na nimefufuka. Nimengoja sana Chebukati atangaze baba. Hiyo suti yangu iko tayari bwana, imelala karibu ikatike. Si niliwaambia juzi nimengojea tangu 1997. Nikichapwa huko Chekamukunji huko na Karura Forest. So nangojea sana. But zile vitu nani amesema Juma Francis, of course ni ukweli sana. But of course we should be always careful because of legal ramifications. Mtu anaweza enda kotini ya kushtaki for even if you win, but ile the process yenye utachukuliwa through, it will not be fun. You know, Francis amesema Chebukati alisimamia uchaguzi in 2017. Which was nullified. So kulikuwa na makosa. But for the last 5 years, hatujaongea juu yake. Mimi mtu kama nimeandika mtu aniuzie duka, alafu aniibie pesa. Will I still keep that person and aendelee kuniuzia duka? It's not possible. It's not logical at all. And then it is the same guy alienda kutafuta some company, a disgraced company, wanampatia tender ya kusupply hizi Kims, these software za kuvote. This is a company iko na record ya kusimamia uchaguzi or to do elections only in failed states. You know, alienda Venezuela huko wakaongeza 1 million kwa voter register. Wakaenda Philippines huko wakafukuzwa. But you give a company that is not even known. Ilisikika huko America huko, they had to start an investigation. I think there was a congressional committee ilikuwa inafuatilia hiyo. Lakini sisi wajinga tunachukua company address yake, ukiona niliona address yao huko Greece huko, nikaingiza kwa Google Earth. It's like ni kama ile nini ya Karumaindo huko, zile mabaza Karumaindo. And then you say this is a company that is, si watupatie hiyo kazi, this is to print these of ballot papers. What is the problem? But we just love to do things mediocrity and paying billions, you know, a total waste of money. You talked about Belgium, but I want to talk about Germany because hiyo ndio najua vizuri vile wanafanya elections. Ukienda kwa polling station ya Germany, first of all, watu wenye wanafanya elections, wenye wanasaidia watu kuvote, wenye wana count votes, ni watu from that community. Every community which is basically village iko na polling station yake. And people who work there, they are chosen randomly. So we utapata tu barua, you have been chosen to work in the elections. And you cannot refuse. It's a civic duty.
Yeah, it's the same here. Ni kama jury duty.
Exactly. So unless uko na appointment ya daktari ama uko na holiday ulikuwa ume pre-book, that is when you can be excused. Otherwise you are supposed to do it. So unaenda huko and you meet people that you know, they are from the village, ndio wanasimamia elections 3 or 4. There are no police, there is nothing. Unaenda tu 1 minute una vote, unaenda jioni wanahesabu peke yao na hizo vitu zinatumwa. There is nothing because watu wameamini the system and people have they have a honor society. I'm sure it's like that also in Belgium. I was not in Belgium. Nimekuwa Netherlands. It's like that. It's like that because these people wame believe their society. They have laid the foundations of their society. They don't need anybody kuwachunga so that they don't do any mistake or they don't commit any crime. That is why you don't have police everywhere guarding even exams. Why should we have police guarding exams? It is completely crazy. Huh? Like a police directing traffic kwa barabara. That is not possible. You have lights and that is enough. But the background is our community or our society has collapsed. This is the foundation. We no longer trust ourselves. Mimi tunaongea saa hii hivi, lakini nikipata opportunity ya kukuswindle na kuswindle mbaya sana. Huh? Wewe keep you are a diaspora, so you know what happens with people wenye wanakuambia wanakununulia shamba sijui huko reserve huko village nini unawatumia pesa, lakini hiyo shamba it is never there. So it is the collapse of society that has perpetuated all these problems that we have. Even this issue of stealing elections, using some unscrupulous stuff. Niliona hata mtu huyo mama alikuwa amevaa gloves. Nafikiri alikuwa amevaa gloves ndio fingerprints zionekane wakikuja kupima nini ballot papers zenye alikuwa nazo. It is completely crazy. Na I don't understand because huyu mama najua yeye vizuri sana. Sijui hii makosa ilitoka wapi. I know the family very well. I will not speak over very badly because their family is our family friends, very close. So, but I don't know hii makosa yote imetoka wapi. Huh? Ama amejifunza from kina Itumbi. Unajua Itumbi hawa ndio the agents of doom. Huh?
Bruno, ukitembea na mwizi lazima utakuwa mwizi. Hata hapa
unakuwa mwizi.
Vile wale vijana wa Gaza walianza kutembea mmoja wakashikana wakakuwa wengi. Ukitembea na mwizi lazima ukuwe mwizi. Huyu mama ametembea na William, lakini William amemfunza wizi, anaharibu jina yake.
It's unfortunate, but sijui it's only we have to change as young people to be able to change society, but it needs a complete sacrifice. Yeah, young people.
Arab.
Yeah.
It is always said, show me your friends, I will tell you who you are.
Exactly, that's how it is. You know, so what I'm saying in summary is
Rono,
yeah,
wataenda ajifunze kwa wale wamama wakubwa wenye wamekuwa kwa siasa hii muda yote. Amepata
So
kina nani wamekuwa pale, enda analeta kimbelembele. Wale wamama wa masiasa wenye walikuwa mbele yake, sienda ajifunze vile watu wanakaanga.
So unajua even in our Kale culture, msichana mdogo akipata position hivi anaenda kwa kogo huko kwa wamama huko, anaambiwa wewe fanya hivi na hivi, fanya hivi na hivi, waja mbele. Uwezi hata in fact you are not even supposed to stand and talk. Unaketi huko ukiongea as a young girl or as a youngster.
Kuna mzee anataka kukuuliza swali hapa.
Okay.
Karara anataka kuuliza swali.
Who is that?
There's an older gentleman wants to ask you a question.
Okay, niongee.
Ulikuwa unauliza
Unanisikiza?
swali?
Namsikiza,
Nilikuwa nataka tu. Kuna shida, mnanielewa? Mnanisikiza?
Tunakusikiza.
Nakusikia ya, nakusikia.
Okay. Kuna shida Kenya. Kuna msemo unasema kutenda kosa sio kosa, kurudia kosa ndio kosa. Kenya huwa hatusomi. Ndugu moja Francis Juma ameuliza ni kwa nini Maraga hakuna watu walifungwa wakati wa Maraga kulipatikana makosa. Niendelee. Sasa shida ni kwamba Maraga hakuhusika na kule kufunga kwa mtu because nobody was arrested, nobody was charged, so there was nobody to be jailed. So Kenya ikawa ni kawaida, uibe, ufanye chochote, ukose kufungwa. Nani hatakosa kuiba? Maana hakuna ambaye amefungwa. Sasa shida ya uchaguzi wa mwaka huu ni kwamba tumezoea wizi wa kura. Hakuna mtu ameshawahi pelekwa kotini kutokana na wizi wa kura. Sasa mwaka huu nani hataiba? Kwa sababu 2017 kuna watu waliiba kura na hawakufungwa. Kuna bado jamaa moja ameongea juu ya Sholei, akaongea juu ya gloves. Nataka niulize, leo Sholei ameshinda na gloves tangu jana asubuhi. Pili, ameshinda na hii kofia beret. Kenya tunajua vile mambo hufanyika. Unakuja na gloves na umeficha kitu ndani kama madawa ya kulevya. Unapita kama gloves ziko kwa mkono. Nobody is going to think that you are carrying inside. Inakuwa ni kama mavazi ya mama. Unavaa these long high boots but you have touched drugs. Unaona sasa? Hiyo ndio shida ambayo tuko nayo Kenya. Mtu anashinda na gloves, nobody, yeye peke yake tu ndio ana gloves. Yeye peke yake katika hiyo hall yote, yeye tu ndio ana beret. Nobody could think what she was doing. Alikuwa anacheza kadi.
Mzee ulikuwa detective kweli? That's surprising. Sikuwa nimeshika hiyo.
Mimi niliona hiyo kitu vizuri sana.
You have to be keen. Kuanzia jana, tangia aingie jana pale kwa gate, gloves na beret. That's how people do. You need to have intelligence sometimes. Uone nini watu, kwa nini anavalia so special than the other women? Because he is on a mission. She was on a mission.
Keep on what Joan is just saying is so important. My suggestion would be,
wacha niwachie hapo kwanza.
Just mzee utaendelea tu, nilitaka tu ku-add, if there is a possibility that Azimio team, they put there some hotline, so that anybody detecting even from outside can just pass the information and suggestions on how to mitigate the ongoings. Because like even right now that they've been busted in that other end, they are scheming to begin other schemes so differently.
Now the problem
Mr. Karara.
Ameuliza swali ama amecomment vipi hapo?
Amesema kwamba tunataka hotline ya Azimio ndio tuseme hizi vitu tunaona. Yeah. Endelea mzee, tumalizia.
Okay, unajua sasa shida, wewe unakuja umevaa kwa nia fulani, mimi naona hata hiyo vazi ni nzuri. Sasa sina ile hekima ya kujua ni kwa nini umevaa hivi kando na wale wa mama wengine. Sijui mnasikiaga wamama uingia kwa supermarket, anaweka kibuyu katikati miguu yake ya juisi ya lita 5 na anatoka kwa sababu ya vile amevaa. Wewe unaona ni vazi, ni fashion, lakini she is on a mission. Wakati mtaenda kufanya stock taking, mtakuja kugundua sio vazi lilikuwa tu pale limevaliwa.
Au kuona mwingine aliweka nyama kwa matiti.
Exactly. Watu wanatoka na ile almost 3.5 liters thermos flask katika mapaja yake kwa supermarket, na anatoka anasema nimeona kibuyu mzuri lakini sina pesa ya kutosha, wacha niende nitafute. Ameshahamisha kibuyu. Mkifanya stock taking, kumbe kibuyu ilisafiri wakati mliambiwa kwamba wacha nikatafute hela. Shorei was on a mission. Gloves peke yake Veronica hata Veronica Maina tuangia jana ni wasiwasi alikuwa so recklessly moving up down side by side, because anytime you are guilty you don't have peace. Anytime you are guilty you already suspect yourself as if you are being nini, watu wanakushuku.
Unajua ile makosa tulifanya after 2017 is that we never took steps to remove Chebukati or to reform IEBC, because both sides of the political divide wanted to use kutumia hii IEBC, this defective IEBC to gain in 2022. Hiyo ndio problem, hiyo ndio shida, makosa tulifanya ama yenye parliament yetu walifanya in 2017. Ingehitajika immediately the elections were over, they start steps to reform this electoral agency.
Thank you. So if
okay,
mzee, if you can summarize kwa dakika moja, alafu hata wewe Rono dakika moja, alafu tutaenda kwa kijana.
Okay.
Asante.
Arap Rono na kuget shida ni kwamba after the general election we still have the IEBC. For what purpose? IEBC is only meant for the elections. Elections are only held after 5 years. We don't need an IEBC during the second year, third year. IEBC should be only for the last year before the election. Sasa wamewekwa pale na vyama ya kisiasa kwa sababu wawasaidie kuwa kwenye mamlaka. They should not be there. Unajua wakati umefunga shule hauhitaji mwalimu. Mwalimu unahitaji wakati unafungua shule. Hatuna uchaguzi 2023, 2024. Bado Chebukati watakuwa kwa ofisi. For what purpose? Thank you.
Yeah, just to finish, nakubali. I agree with you. I agree with you because an electoral agency is supposed to manage elections. When there are no elections, unajua hata where you are keep. Kukikuwa na elections, they appoint the minister in charge of elections, or the minister for interior appoints a special purpose commission or committee to manage elections. Hiyo elections ikiisha inakuwa disbanded automatically. See, a standing committee, I don't know what they are doing for 4 years. Wanakula pesa tu, and there is absolutely nothing they are doing. And those guys don't look bright at all. Hata sijui walitoa Chebukati wapi. I never knew about Chebukati before that. Wakisema wanatoa, okay, Otiende Amolo. Otiende Amolo is Otiende Amolo. He knows the law. But sijui huyu Chebukati alitoka wapi. I don't know. I don't know where they pick all these guys. You know? Even Kivuitu was another.
Rono, si anatoka Bungoma.
Yes, but you know, sijui kama ni relative ya nani. Sijui wanatonga wapi hao watu. I don't understand. So I hope in the next elections we will have somebody.
Usisahau Bungoma, they are neighboring Uganda. Don't forget that.
So pengine relative wa Museveni.
Asante sana Mr.
Asante sana.
Tutakurudisha hapo. Najua saa zingine nikiona Chebukati nataka kupanguza screen kwa sababu naona hiyo grease yake ya kichwa inaingia kwa screen. Nasikianga tu kupanguza screen nikimwona. Asante sana. Hebu tuone kijana tuambie kitu. Kijana. Halo kijana. Haya, huyu amelala. YG. It's your turn.
WG, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, keep. Thank you for this opportunity. Jambo, habari za jioni, habari za mchana, habari za asubuhi. Yeah, I want to weigh in by beginning on the elections in Central. From what is happening at Bomas, I really sympathize with those guys, the leaders, because that is the elections in Central and the Rift Valley, especially the North Rift. I really sympathize with the candidates there, because what is going on in Bomas, it means that anybody who was not predetermined to take over some particular seats did not actually have the opportunity. They wouldn't, even if they were as popular as what, they would not get them. And that's the reason why the last time I talked, I said it was premature for the leaders who conceded in Central, that it was premature for them to concede. It was so early. And by the way, if you watch those who are keen following on social media, people who are now, they were, reversing those sentiments that someone like the other guy, anaitwaje, the guy who I saw him now, saying that he has to go and appeal. And the governors, Kiambu governor, and the other one in
that one is Kimemia.
Kimemia also, yeah.
And Kioni.
And Kioni. So I really sympathize with those people, especially someone like Kioni. And let Wananchi themselves say we've rejected you, but not someone moving from somewhere to come and determine your fate. You see, when you are playing according to the law and to the rules that is laid down, them they are coming with their funny ujanja to overturn the will. So that is so wrong, and I hope they will pursue their rights later on. The other thing I wanted to say is the government, like Nani Arap Rono, you are talking about 2017, and you will realize that most players who are playing currently are the same guys who are there. So they know what happened in 2017. And I think they should have used that experience to stamp off any mischiefs in this 2022 using the previous experience. But we are not seeing that happening. What can we conclude, therefore? That either they've been thoroughly compromised. These people have compromised people from the head to the toe. It's not clean in the DCI and now they are just feigning some kind of helplessness, which I don't think is the case. How can can people continue in that malpractice, and there's no serious
naona mtu anafukuzwa from Bomas mbaya sana. Hebu mchunguze na mtuambie baadaye ni nani amefurushwa mbaya sana.
I think Kenya Kwisha has realized that they are losing this thing, so they want to do everything to. They've thrown out caution in the air. They don't want to play the game anymore according to the rules. So okay, so I was saying that especially the security, we've not seen them acting decisively on these on the malpractices, and we are asking why. Because someone like Sholei should not, even as we speak, even after being seen directly doing what she's doing, She's still walking around the auditorium, you know, and the compound freely like that. She's someone who should be behind bars now, you know. And because, you know, you guys, you are we are taking this thing for granted, but can you believe those people are subverting our will? They are bringing us wrong people we are not you know. That is treason to me. So I think it's a very serious offense that the government, we must see the government working and taking action. The other thing I wanted to say is that with this ongoing, where is the society, the Kenya as a society? Number one, are all 50%, because you see the margin is so close. So which means the other half of the country is on the other side, and the other half of the knee of Kenyans are on this other side, which means that what kind of society are we bringing up? You can see what the Kenya Kwisha are banking on. They are even including God in their thefts. That they still, then they want to say that they've prayed so that whatever action they've done, it is God who's done that. Are you seeing their actions, their activities? It's a power of miracles, you know? So it's more or less like bringing a lame person and you know, a person who is whole and asking him to be lame so that the people can see how you can walk, yet you are walking. There is nothing like you are disabled. This is the kind of same game that is being played in churches where this guy has been going for money laundering. So those are the same tactics used there are the ones that are being brought in this election. So we should ask ourselves, as a society, what kind of society are we bringing up? Even what will our children inherit from us as current leaders and current society? Because you know, in terms of integrity, where are we headed? So we are beginning a very wrong you know, habit among us as a society. So therefore, we need to, I think I will end there, Nani Cape, because it's really touching. But the government, we must see that things, you know, action is taken, and very, you know, serious punishment be given to those who have been found, you know, doing such a things, because this has been existing over the years. Unless if someone has additional or question.
Asante sana YG, as usual you have wisdom. Philo, tunaanza hii mkururo tena. Philo, kama ama bado uko kwa simu? Haya, chelewa mwana si wako. Nelvin,
keep. There's one point that I don't want to let go. I had forgotten it. I wanted to ask, now that this kind of malpractices emerging like this, even at the auditorium, don't you think this is gonna have a lot, even legal impact on the credibility of 2022, if it is glaring like this? So those are some of the questions that we should ask. What impact will they have in terms of credibility of this 2022 election?
the thing is, that is why I'm seeing that Azimia is not crying out loud. We don't want the elections to be nullified. We're not going through that again. We just want to get to a 50 plus. We put that old man on the chair, and then we'll deal with the legal ramifications later on, because you've seen we're not really chasing after that. It's them to say that we've done something illegal, and we haven't done anything illegal. So kama nataka kwenda kotini wakuje. We'll deal with those thugs after the old man is seated on that chair. So we should be careful. But we'll dive into that question more as we continue with the line, kwa sababu inaonekana akina Philo, Nelvin and Miss Daima wamengoja kidogo. So Nelvin, ingia kama unaweza tachangia kwa hiyo, give me 3 minutes. Asante.
It's okay, thank you. Mimi ile kitu ningependa kuchangia ni kitu kimoja tu, hata mimi ningeunga Rono mkono. Wanafaa kuenda nyumbani kabisa, wafai kuonekana mahali. Hata saa hii baba akiingia, wanafaa kufanyiwa reshuffle. Mtu yote ambaye anafanya kwa IBC kufikia Januari anafaa kujua hayuko kazi, kwa sababu huwezi niambia mtu amekaa tu hapo, amekaa anangojea mshahara baada ya miaka 5. Hiyo pesa ingetosha kupatia watu chakula Turkana. Hiyo pesa yenye wanakula mshahara ingetosha kupatia watu miaka 5, ingetosha. Hiyo commission yote miaka 5 ingetosha kupatia watu chakula Baringo. So hii Kenya inafaa kufanyiwa nini? Kuna vitu mingi sana tuko nyuma kimaendeleo, kwa sababu ukiangalia vitu zenye zinafanyika kama saa hii, Chebukati si mtumishi wa umma, amekuwa mtumishi wa UDA miaka 4. Saa hii ndiye anaenda kuwa mtumishi ati wa umma dakika za mwisho.
Sorry Nelvin. George, if you want to get back on the show, tafadhali, can you have your daughter not to be shown on the screen, please? Thank you.
So ile kitu yenye ningependa kuendelea naye kusema, mimi kuna vitu ambazo hazinifurahishi Kenya venye inaendelea, juu kwa sababu mtu anaweza ingiaje na makaratasi bomas a exchange, tukiwa sisi tuko nje tunaona, na wale wako ndani. Chebukati, si kuna mtu wako na kamera ana control kila mahali, kuna CCTV camera zina control everywhere bomas. So hakuna vile mtu anaweza kuja niambie mtu amekuja, hii uchaguzi walikuwa wameamua kuiba vizuri vile sisi tungeweza kujua, lakini sasa tumewagundua wamebadilisha kwa hiyo nini Kimskit. Sasa wamekuja na ile form wabadilishie bomas, ndio wakisoma ifanane. Lakini mi ile kitu yenye ningeomba tu Chebukati harakishe kusoma hizi vitu, tumalizane naye, tusishinde ati tunakagua sijui ilikuwa ikaenda ikarudi. Juu sisi vile tumengojea, hatutaki kusikia uchaguzi imekuwa na dosari, hatutaki kusikia tunarudi kwa ballot. Mimi siku ya kupiga kura sikulala, nimepigia Raila Amolo Odinga kura mara 4 kuanzia 2007 mpaka saa hii. So siwezi taka hiyo mchezo ionekane tena karibu na mimi. Na kuna kitu kimoja, ile kitu yenye ningeomba Chebukati aende ndani pamoja na hiyo commission yake yote, washikwe. Hao watu ni cartels. Huwezi niambie Chebukati ameshindwa tu, yani kukuwa mkweli. Alafu kitu kingine, wanafaa kuweka watu wenye wameaminika kwa hiyo nini ya uchaguzi, watu ambao wameaminika. Mtu ambaye amesomea sheria anajua nikifanya hivi nimefanya makosa, nikifanya hivi watoto wenyewe watakufa juu ya kitu fulani, na hakuna haja. Nafaa kuwa mkweli. Hiyo ndio kitu inafaa tuangalie sana. Kama Kenya inafaa kufanyiwa marekebisho kuanzia huko juu mpaka hapa chini. Sio vizuri.
Kwani Shole hajasomea sheria? Shole hajasomea sheria?
Amesomea sheria, lakini sasa shida ni vile anatembea na watu ambao hawafai. Bad company ndiye anatembea naye. Shole amesomea sheria vizuri, lakini amefunzwa kuroot.
Shida sio kuchukua vitu wenyewe. Yeye ndio bad company. Shole ndio bad company. Si ati ni nani ndio bad company? Anatembea na nani bad company? Shole ndio bad company yenyewe.
William ndiye amewafunza tabia zote. Juu hata shule yakuwa hivyo. Miaka ya hapo nyuma shule yakuwa hivyo. William amerecruit hao watu wote, wamekuwa recruitment yake. yani yeye ndio komanda huko juu, anawa command fanya hivi, ende ufanye hivi, lakini ile kitu yenye tunataka saa hii wamefanya tunaogopeka. Mimi hata sijaiona mwanamke Mkalenjin mwizi, sijawahi ona mwanamke Mkalenjin mwizi, sijawahi, kuanzia nizaliwe, mama
Na
yangu,
vile
dada zangu, anti zangu, sijawahi
wamama
ona.
wa Kalenjin ni waoga sana, hawezi iba kitu ya mtu. Shole mali
Hata haizi
ametoka
chukua kitu ya mtu. Mimi sijui shule ametoka wapi, mimi sijaiona. Wazazi wetu huko nyumbani penye wametulea, sijawahi ona mwanamke Mkalenjin mwizi ati ameshikwa mahali ati huyu ameiba. Na kama iko mnionyeshe mmoja, isipokuwa shule peke yake, sijaiona. Kwa hivyo nyinyi ambao ni viongozi wa Rift Valley, muache kutuharibia jina, muache kutuharibia jina. Tutakosa hata makazi huku kwa makampani, tutakosa makazi kwa sababu ya majina yetu. Muache kutuharibia jina. Unakuta mtu mwingine anaingia hapa kwa panel anatetea William.
Melvin, you
Yes.
see, hata kwa nini in the 2017 ile 2013-2017, you know, the same William misused the Kalenjin people. He gets them to those jobs, and then through them he steals, then keeps the blame on them. Wanaenda kujitetea kwa koti wao wenyewe. Sasa saa hizo hayuko, jina lako ndio inaharibika, na yeye akumbali, na yeye ndiye alikutuma. You see, that is misusing.
Kuna kitu kimoja William anafanya, ile kitu ambayo ilikuwa inafanyika 1992. Hata angalau sikuwa nimekuwa mtu mzima sana, lakini kuna kitu kimoja William wanafanya. Walikuwa wanaendea pesa kwa parastatals zote. Walikuwa wanaendea pesa kwa parastatals wakiwa na jirongo. Sasa saa hizi ameamua kuja akiwa real yeye mwenyewe. Anakuweka kazi. Hata hao magavana wenyewe saa hii kuna siku wako wanasikizana na Mandago, Jumandago wako wanataka hiyo upuzi. Kuna wakati walikuwa wamekosana na Mandago. Mandago wamekuja kusikizana juzi.
Mandago ndio amekuwa master sasa.
Sasa saa hizi wamekuwa hatari kwa usalama. Hao watu wanatukasirisha. Yaani wamefanya saa hizi mimi nikipeleka barua yangu naomba kazi, waangalie jina, waone inatoka Rift Valley, wanajua huyu ni wasi, huyu atawacha hii kampuni kama imeisha. So kitu yenye ningependa kuadvise hata wale wa Kalenjin wenzangu wenye wanaingia hapa wakuje watutusi, tafadhali na waomba. Uwezi kuja ukasupport mwizi na haizi kusaidia wewe. Ni watoto wengi wa Kalenjin saa hii kwa hii era yenye tuko naye wanakanyanga mguu chini wakienda shule. Kwa hii era hata ukienda ushago kwa hii era yenye tuko naye wanavaa suruali ambazo zimetoboka nyuma. Kwa hii era ushago mingi ukienda na unakuta mtu analia kuhusu William, na huyo William ndiye anatuibia.
Melvin, na wanauza shamba ndio mtoto aende shule. Wanauza shamba ndio mtoto aende shule.
Sasa hiyo ni maisha mbaya. Tunafaa tuwafunze kitu yenye inaitwa biashara. Mtu afungue biashara, ajue ya kwamba shamba si ya kuuza. Kama baba yake ya kuuza, wewe ni nani unauza shamba? Baba yako wa kuuza, wewe ni nani unauza shamba? Kitu kimoja yenye mimi nawaomba, hii siasa ambazo mnapiga chafu, hii mambo ya kurut kila mali unataka uchukue, wacha kuchukua mali ya umma. Unatesa watoto wa kwetu nyumbani kwa sababu ya wewe mwenyewe kibinafsi. Hizo pesa zenye anachukua zisaidii Mkalenjin yoyote. Hakuna Mkalenjin amesaidika kwa hiyo miaka 10. Hakuna. Bado tuko kwa ile maisha ya ufukara. Ile kitu yenye ningewaomba, tukae macho, tusibebe Wakalenjin wote kama wabaya. Wakalenjin waaminifu. Saa hii vile tuko, tunangojea baba akuje, alainishe kila mahali. Alainishe kila mahali ndio tupate uongozi mzuri. Huyu Shulei anafaa saa hizi kuwa mahakamani, anafaa kukuwa amefungiwa ndani. Na kitu kingine mimi ningeomba, lawyer anasimama yani. Kuna kitu kingine hata sisi tunabeba ujinga. Lawyer amejiajiri kazi, akuwe lawyer asimami. Lawyer anakuja tena anasimama kuwa mwanasiasa. Mtu anawacha biashara zake kama huyo mama mwenye amechaguliwa Senator Nakuru. Amewacha biashara yake ya multi-billion business, lakini juu hataki kulipa ushuru, aingie achaguliwe. Ndio defend kutokulipa ushuru. Hiyo ni nini tunafanya? Tunajirudisha nyuma sisi wenyewe tukiona. Unaweza mwagaje maji glasi moja kwa mto? Tuache hizo tabia wa Kenya, tujanjaruke akili. Lawyer afanye kazi ya uloya, judge afanye kazi ya ujaji. Kama wewe ni profesa, fanya kazi ya uprofesa. Wacha kukua ati wewe ni judge, wewe ni lawyer, unawacha ujaji ukuje usimame kiti ya siasa. Tena unatuonesha kuhusu venye watu wanafaa kuiba. Wewe ni kiongozi ambaye unafaa kutuonesha mbele, si kuonesha mambo ya kuiba. Watu wananikasirishaga sana. Hata nikiingia saa zingine nikianza kusikia kuhusu venye watu wanaiba, si mimi mwenyewe nasikia uchungu. Nasikia uchungu kwa sababu ya wale watoto ambao wanakanyaga mguu chini. Wale watoto ambao Baringo wamekuliwa na funza miguu. Wale watoto ambao Trans Nzoia wamekuliwa na funza mguu, vidole na katika juu kwa sababu ya uongozi mbaya. Watu wa Rift Valley, muache hii maneno hii. Hii wizi ndogo ndogo hii itatuharibia kila kitu. Hata sisi wenye tuko nje ya Rift Valley. Ni hayo tu kwa sasa.
Asante sana Nelvin. I think we've been represented really badly with the current leaders that we have in Rift Valley, and more are coming, but we'll deal with them. Sasa ningependa tu mnipatie dakika kadhaa nicheze video kadhaa hivi, and then we see where our country is. Just bear with me.
Okay, Louis, is it this bag? What is in your bag? In your bag. What is the problem? What is your problem? Are you security? Yes. Security we can give. Is in the bag? Yes. Yes, computers inside. Yes. Security. So long as security This is the security.
They have set up an extra office doing stealing. Where is she? Nimgani? Oh, huyu mama huyu na specs. Hey, madam. Is this lady here? You want to see her face? Hebu mtu amulike face yake. I want to see her face. This one. Oh my God.
wameleta hapo. Wameleta hapa. Hii ni print. Hii ni fake. Hiyo kura ni fake. Hii ndio masaduku ya kawaida. Kumpa hapo wewe. Kuja hapa. Shika huyu, shika huyu. Kwanza hii huyu. Ni mwizi. Wale. Waigoro ni mwizi. Wanaleta masaduku.
Tusikizane tu mzuri. Nataka tusikizane mzuri sababu this is a very good work you have done. Nami sisi tunataka hivi. Kijana shika hapa. Tumsaidie
baba. Naona kuna jamaa ameshikwa saa hii. Kuna jamaa ameshikwa tena saa hii. Kuna jamaa ameshikwa saa hii. Si kesho, saa hii vile tunaongea.
Tukusaidie na mali yako. Tukupeleke nayo mbele. Haya, beba hizi.
Kwa sababu tutampata ambaye ametoa ID yake ni.
That is what we have in Kenya. Those are the few that we caught. Aya, Eliza, tuambie sasa.
It's also important to note
What
that majority are the IEBC staff themselves.
If you know that information, I'll give you 1 minute to say that. So, Alex is traveling. If you guys could give him a few minutes, just bear with us.
Ataongea.
Sinjo nasema nampatie hiyo muda bana. Naomba. Kwanza mimi namuombea. Alex.
Mimi nasikiza na enjoy kusikiza show. Mnaweza ongea tu, mimi sina speed. I'm enjoying the show.
Thank you, Alex. Aya, Eliza, ingia. Na unashika baridi already.
Hakuna baridi nashika. Sasa unajua si nimeona hiyo video pale ndani, naona Mama Charity Ngilu pale. Amesimama kidete tangu wameshinda wakisunguka. Na hiyo ndio kazi inatakikana. Martha Karua aliwaambia wasilale, wajipe nguvu, wachunge kura. Anything can happen. Anything watu wa Yuda wanaweza fanya mabadiliko anytime. So hapo hakuna kulala. Hapo ni kukunywa kahawa 24/7. Ni kubadilishana.
Lakini ile kitu yenye nimefurahia hata after hizo fracas zote Wakenya wamekomaa. Hakuna Mkenya mwenye anaweza guza mwenzake saa hii. Wakenya wamekomaa kisiasa. Hiyo ndio nimekuja kuamini na kukubali.
Tangu wameshinda wakizunguka. Na hiyo ndio kazi inatakikana. Martha Karua aliwaambia wasilale. Hakuna saizi Mkenya atapigana. Wacha hao walishapiga kura. Kazi ya politician wacha wenyewe wafanye kazi yao, kwa sababu wewe unajua tu vizuri sana kura imepigiwa mbali. Unakuja tena mbele ya umati ya watu, unaanza kufanya ukarabati mbele ya umati ya watu. Na saizi hakuna mtu mwenye atataka kulose. Saizi since 2017 imefundisha watu hao wa Azimio wakae macho, kwa sababu unajua kitambo ilikuwa watu wanapiga kura, mtu anaenda kukaa kwa TV anaongoja tu kura sihesabiwe, lakini kumbe ukarabati inafanywa kule ndani. Sasa saizi vile watu wanakaa macho, wakae macho. Mimi nafurahia Mama Charity Ngilu vile amekaa macho. Tena jana vile Gladys Wanga waliingia na kina TJ wakashika huyo Shole. Ndio wakaambia, anasema hao watu wa ODM. Hapana. Pale ndani itaki ukue mtu raisi. Huko inataka mtu ukisimama hivi wanakuona wewe ni mofire. Hakuna cha kusema ati unakaa hivi polepole. Pale ndani ukikuwa mwanasiasa, kuwa mwanasiasa na ukue tena pia wewe naye usikue mraisi ati mtu atakupitia juu hivi. So wacha watu waumane mangumi kule, kwa sababu huwezi kuiba kitu ya mtu yenye unaona kabisa mtu ameichukua. That one will not happen. Hiyo watu wakae macho. Hata mimi ninatamani sana ningekuwa huko na wanipe uwezo, ningekuwa huko. Ningechunga hizo kura za baba vizuri sana, kwa sababu kama ni mbaya ni mbaya. Mtu anasema kama ni noma ni noma. Afadhali ukufe kwa haki yako. Wamefanya watu mpaka ule kijana mwenye anaongeanga kwa bunge la wananchi anasema yeye akuli, alikuwa anatembea na vest ya Kulangi. Amesema tangu apige kura akuli, mpaka bibi yake anampembeleza akuli, yeye anataka kuona mpaka baba ashinde. Anasema kama baba ashinde afadhali watangaze Wajakoya kuliko Ruto. Sasa hii unajua hii saizi wa Kenya si eti wanapigana, lakini mtu anaumia ndani ya matumbo yake. So mimi ninasema macho watu, hata kama hii kura, shida ni ile sasa wanafanya maneno inaenda polepole, kwa sisi naye tunataka watoto warudi shuleni waende wasome. Maneno ya kura isifanye watoto wakae nyumbani kwa muda mrefu. Wacha Chebukati harakishe. Kama ni Raila amepita, Chebukati atangaze Honorable President Raila Amolo Odinga is the president. Nini inamshinda yeye kwa mdomo yake kusema? Pesa yenye alipatiwa na Ruto kama aliongwa, ambie tu Mr. Ruto, sijakula ndio hizi, chukua. Wacha mimi sitaki Mkenya akufe kwa shida yangu. Chukua hizi pesa yako, nenda upeleke upatie mtu mwingine na roho safi. Asifanye watu wakuwa wanaongoja wiki moja kwa sababu ya election, na ni kitu yenye imefanywa tayari hesabu na imejulikana. So wasijaribu kuforce vitu. Sasa ni kama sasa uangalie kama kura ya Kiambu 51 na kumbe ni 41. Walikuwa wamechukua 10,000 ya Raila wameweka kwa Ruto. So hizo ndio vitu wenye wanafanya. So imagine wakichukua 10, hiyo ni kura ngapi yenye wameongezea Ruto? Pia huko Kiambu sijui huko ndani huko Katundo South huko sijui ama ni wapi. Pia the same thing. Yaani wanapunguza kura. Kama alipata 15, toa 10 wacha 5. Kama alipata 18, toa 10 wacha 8. So hiyo ndio watu wanafanya hiyo, lakini Mungu si athumani. Wacha niongee kama Atoli. Mungu si athumani. Mungu si athumani. Mungu si athumani. So watu wakae macho, wachunge kura. Wachunge kura. Kesho ni Jumapili. Nataka kuona Ruto kama ataenda kesho kanisani ama hawezi enda kanisani. Aenda aseme we have God, we have God. Yes, we know God ako. Na Mungu anakuanga na kila mtu. Na Mungu anakuanga na kila mmoja kama unafanyia mtu vizuri. Mungu anakuwa na wewe kama uko na kitu yako ya haki. Mungu hawezi kukuacha kwa kitu yako ile ya haki, lakini kama sio haki, Mungu anakukataa. Raundi hii Mungu amekataa. Na Mungu amekataa, amesema watu wameumia kwa muda mrefu. Watoto walipotesha maisha, watoto kinapendo walipotesha maisha kwa sababu ya vitu kaa hii. Na hiyo kitu tutaki happen, na ninashukuru sana kwa sababu watu wananchi wamekaa na amani. Wacha wa politician wenyewe kwa wenyewe washikane matai. Lakini sisi watu wenye walipiga kura tuwaangalie. Wacha wenyewe wakimbishane mpaka wajue mshindi ni nani. Tayari mshindi tumeona ni Azimio, lakini nashindwa Chebukati. Mtu huyu anatoka Bungoma. Shida ni nini? Shida ni kitu gani? Simama tu na useme hapa ndio tumefikia na kura tumehesabu. Hata kama ndio wamefanya ukoro, lakini tayari watu wanajua. Hii kitu hata wafanye namna gani, Uhuru alisema mimi siwezi kuwacha serikali kwa mikono mbaya. Na hivyo ndio itakuwa. Hakuna dakika Uhuru atawacha serikali kwa mikono mibaya. Amesema wacha huyu msee ndiye ataendeleza Kenya. Na ni hivyo ndio itakuwa. Hata wafanye namna gani, Uhuru will not hand over nani kuswan in. Hawezi hand over. Hata wafanye namna gani. So mimi ninajua tayari baba ameshinda. Kama baba angekuwa ameshinda, imagine tungekuwa tumeona baba amesimama mbele ya TV anaongea, akikuwa hapa Hills angekuwa anaongea. Lakini baba ako sawa, analala usingizi akiamuka. Mtu mwenye ako na shida saizi ni UDA ndio wako na shida, because kama UDA vile walianza na mashamra wakina Itumbi, wakina Hussein Mohamed, sijui wakina nani, mara anadanganya Chirchir ameshikwa, mara Chirchir is kidnapped, kidogo no Chirchir is in the baada ya Bomas. Vitu ya kutisha, watu walitaka kuleta watu waanze kukongana Kenya, lakini hiyo haitawezekana. Watu wamechanuka. Saizi kila mtu anakumbuka hii election iishe, mtu aanze kukumbuka vile atatafuta school fees, mtu atakumbuka vile atatafuta pesa ya kununua mboga, mahindi, unga. Mtu hataki kukumbuka vile tutaanza kukimbia kama 207 vile watu kama sisi tulikuwa tunatembea kwa barabara tunashindwa tunaenda wapi. Vita imekuanzia katikati ya barabara, unajikuta unatoka Uasin Gishu unajikuta umefuka uko Western. So hiyo kitu hatutaki ifanyike kwa hii mwaka wa 22. Waacha wenyewe wanasiasa wenyewe wajipambane huko, wapambane. Mwenye ana shida ataenda asimame kotini. Martha Koome ako huko anaongojea malalamishi. Wataenda wasikize, watafute lawyer wazuri ambao watajua kuchambua. Si lawyer kama kina Murkomen wawezi kazi. Watafute kama watakomboa kina Otiende Amolo, Mutula Junior, Kilonzo, Orengo, the governor. It's okay. But yangu nimesimamia hapo.
Asante sana. Ayumba, nipatie muda kidogo kwa sababu age comes with privilege. That's how I always say. So nataka mzee Karara aingie kidogo tu tafadhali Ayumba. Age comes with privilege. Wacha mzee aongee.
Oh, keep.
Yeah.
Unanipata?
Nimekupata. Ameondoka kama ni wewe ndio ulikuwa unataka kusema.
Mimi nilikuwa nataka comment kidogo.
Oh, sawa. We comment kwa sababu mzee alikuwa amesema. Sawa. Lakini napenda kumsikiza mzee pia.
Ndaenda kupatia kidogo. I think wameestimate ile intelligence ambayo iko hii mwaka. Juu Ruto alikuwa amezoea kuwa in power, so alikuwa na in control ya hii maneno yote, alikuwa na how to maneuver. So saa hii system iko against yeye, akasahau ya kwamba watu walimfix hapo ndio the same wako na power ya kumdismantle. Ndio unaona anaiba kama amateur, unaona kama mtu ajui ni anafanya. Akona too many loopholes such that hata style yao ya wizi ni so pathetic, yani it's wako bound to kushikwa. I think mzee anaweza comment kitu hapo.
Mr. Detective, mzee mwenyewe Mr. Karara.
Unanisikiza?
Nakusikia detective. Mimi nakuita detective.
Kama unioni sana.
Tunakuona mzee.
Okay, sawa. Okay, shida ya Ruto amekuwa akituambia kuna kitu inaitwa deep state. State capture system. Deep state ndio urig election. Sio wewe ukiwa kwa opposition una rig election. Hauwezi iba election kama uko nje ya serikali. Serikali ndio uiba kura. Serikali ndio yenye IBC. Chebukati haiko kwa opposition. Chebukati ako kwa serikali. Hauwezi enda kinyume na serikali ufaulu. Deep state ndio uchapisha kura, ndio uandikisha wenye wanapiga kura ni wangapi. Deep state ndio uharibu, ndio uhesabu kura, ndio utangaza mshindi. Sasa wewe uko nje ya deep state unataka kuiba deep state. Utaibaje serikali? Ni hayo tu.
Asante sana Mr. Karara. Ayuba, alafu tutasikia kidogo after Ayuba tutasikia from Richard Makiadi himself, Mr. Lingala. Ayuba. Ayumba.
Anyumba melani.
Anyumba me freeze. Okay, Richie. Alafu tanipatia dakika.
Kuna mtu
ndio huyo amekuja.
Kuna mtu amenipigia simu sijalala.
Amka kumekucha basi sema it's your turn. Dakika yako 3.
Kuna mtu tu alikuwa amenipigia simu. I wanted to go back a bit for Soleil. You know, somebody was asking that Soleil is a lawyer, but she's a lawyer who doesn't know what to do. Because in Kenya, lawyers only represent people who are rich. They don't represent poor people. That is why they go into politics to get money, steal money, then come back to vie for position. That is what they do. So, hiyo kitu alikuwa anasema. Another thing, angalia vile nani anafanya, vile huyu anaitwa nani. Kuna wakati nilimwambia Alex kwa Sonko alikuwa Ruto Mall. Keep, you can remember what I said. And you go back to what Alex answered me. Alisema nini? Hiyo kitu nasema, it is very larger. And me, I know these people. Even Shole is only, she has been with Ruto. He can do whatever Ruto can do. Na nakubaliana huyo mzee mwenye amesema, kwa nini mtu anavaa gloves, anavaa hizo viatu ya kufika kwa mapaja, anavaa hiyo boshori? Huyo ni mtu uko kwenye mission. Na kama vile ulivyoangalia huyu Veronica Maina hakuwa anatulia, kila wakati alikuwa na move, anatoka huko anaenda huko. So unashindwa, kama yeye anafanya kitu ya ukweli, kwa nini yuko guilty ana move hapa na pale? Hii kura watatuletea shida. Chebukati atangaze yule mtu ambaye ameshinda, na kama unataka kufanya ukora zao, watupatie nafasi sisi tufanye kazi, na wao waendelee na mambo yao. Haya, nikirudi kwa Maraga, wakati Maraga alinalify election, Maraga alisema katika ile nyumba ya Chebukati ni chafu, wanafaa kusafisha. Wakati Raila alijitokeza na kusema hii nyumba ni chafu, nakumbuka ni wengi sana walipinga, wakasema mzee anapiga kilele, na Ruto akasema IEBC hawapigi kura, na akasema hata tukiweka Oburu Odinga bado atashinda na asubuhi. Kwa nini anaiba? Kama yeye anajiamini hata tukiweka Oburu Odinga bado atashinda kura, kwa nini anaiba? Anajua hayuko kwenye nafasi ya kushinda kura kwa sababu wamezoea vitu ya kuiba. Raila hajazoea vitu ya kuiba, ndio maana hao wanatusumbua this time, na Mungu amewaona, hawatafua dafu. Hiyo ndio imefika mwisho, na pale tunaelekea, wacha Raila achukue kura, tudili na hawa watu. Shole aliiba pesa yetu katika judiciary yake, ulizwa anasema kila siku ni hiyo hiyo. Kwani judiciary ni ya mamake? Niulize kama yule Isaac Ruto aliuliza, hii pesa si ya mama yako? Hii judiciary si ya mama yake. Hiyo pesa ni yetu. Wakati tumekupeleka hapo, wewe unaiba pesa, na ukiulizwa unasema ni hiyo peke yake. Unafundisha wale wanakuja chini nini? Unataka tu watoto wako ni watembee na V8. Hata sisi tunataka kutembea na V8. Sio kila siku tutembee na gari ndogo. Tunataka watoto wetu pia waende katika hizo shule za nje, sio watoto wao peke yao. Lakini lazima tufanye ile kitu ambayo inastahili kulingana na sheria ya Kenya na heshima ambayo watu wako nayo. Lakini mimi nitasema kuna Wakenya bado hawajaamka. Kama mtu anaweza kwenda Bomas na kubeba ballot papers, anadanganywa na shilingi 10,000, 20,000, na mtoto wake atateseka miaka 100. Huyo ni mtu atumia akili, na hao ndio wanaturudisha nyuma katika Kenya hii. Tungekuwa tumeamka, kila mmoja anajua anafanya nini, hatungekuwa na shida. Hata hii nchi imefikia kiwango cha mtu anaweza piga kura akiwa nyumbani kwake, unaletewa mashini, unaweka kidole, ina reflect. Lakini kwa sababu ya corruption hatuwezi fanya hivyo. Wewe unapiga kura, kidole kimoja inatoa vidole 10, inahesabu watu 10. Nani atakubali kitu kama hiyo? Kenya bado tuko nyuma, na lazima tuamke. Na hao ambao wanatusumbua, siku zao imefika mwisho. Siku zao zimefika mwisho. Liwalo liwe, tutawasafisha. Ngoja waendelee kucheza. Asante sana Kip.
Thank you very much. Tutaenda kwa George, alafu nitakuja kwako Mugoyo. Ulikuwa kwa simu. Sasa tutaacha George aingia, amekaa sana. Alafu Makiadi, habari Jakindo Bay. Makiadi, unipatie dakika 10 narudi. Haya, tutaenda kwa Mugoi. George, alafu Mugoi, alafu tutakuja kwa Chris, Oma na mkoro inaendelea. Asante.
Asanteni sana. Naona kama tuko kwa hii bunge yetu ya kila siku. Hata sisi tunashindwa, hii Kenya yetu ni nini mbaya na hii Kenya? Mimi tangu nipige kura hata sijawahi lala. Nimekaa chini kuangalia tu TV, hata chakula uweze kula. Juu chenye inatendeka kwa hii Kenya yetu tunashindwa kuelewa. Mimi nimeanza kupiga kura tangu 2007. Na ile kura yenye tulipiga ya ukweli ilikuwa ya 2002. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa kura ya democracy. Tangu hapo sijawahi ona ingine. Nilikuwa napendelea ikuwe hivyo, ilikuwa ya 2022, lakini tayari sasa imeenda mbaya. Hata ukiangalia hiyo map iko hapo nyuma, Yanakuambia tu mzuri mzee ameshinda. Sasa sijui hata Chebukati ni nini bado anafanya, anahesabu badala atangaze chenye anatangaza. Tuende makazi yetu. Hata sisi Wakenya tumechoka kuongoja hii kitu. Sisi kama vijana tumechoka sana, na hayo ndio yangu kwa saa hii.
Okay, asante sana George. Mi kabla Kipo arudi nilikuwa naangalia hii station huko nje na I want to make a few remarks. Asubuhi nimeona Kipchumba Murkomen na tweet ati Kindiki amekidnapiwa. Then after a few minutes tunaona Kindiki anatembea huko town. Mimi najiuliza ni nini inaendelea Kenya saa hii. Chebukati anatoka huko anasema ati hizi makaratasi zinaletwa hapo zina take a lot of time. Kwa hivyo kila mtu akuje na karatasi yake awekelee hapo aende. Alafu ukitaka copy ya hiyo form original unaweza pewa. I mean, Chebukati ako na 7 days za kudeclare election. 7 days. Saa hii tuko Saturday usiku. We have until Monday. Why is Chebukati taking this opportunity? Anataka kushortcut hiyo process ya kazi gani? Kama sisi tumeangalia vizuri kabisa tukaona kuna anomaly zinapatikana kwa hizi makaratasi. Wakati agents wanaleta wakitupa hiyo makaratasi hapo, how do you verify ile karatasi imeyako hapo ni ile agent ameleta? We are seeing what IEBC officers are doing right now. Wanakuja na makaratasi kwa meza, wanaangalia namna hii, anachomoa karatasi anaweka hapo, anachukua ile original anaficha kwa bag. Why is Chebukati? Kwa nini Chebukati yako na haraka sana ya kuverify hii kitu? Wakati alikuwa na verify hivyo pole one after the other, tumepata hiyo makosa yote yenye imeonekana saa hii. Kwa nini saa hii ashort hiyo process ajaribu kuleta kitu kingine ambayo you cannot even follow what is happening? I think there's a joke happening in Kenya. Huyu Gladys Sholei, why is Gladys Sholei still at the Tallying Center? Kwa nini Gladys Sholei anaachiliwa kaya hapo Bomas? Kama kila mtu ana complain juu ya Gladys Sholei kuanzia saa ile tallying ilianza, ni Gladys Sholei, watu wanasema hata hajaoga, ako tu hapo. Hii ni siku ya 3 zile the same clothes zenye tulimuona naye tangu tallying ianze ndio yako nazo mpaka sasa. She has not even left that place. Ni kitu gani Gladys Sholei inafanya ambaye hakuna mtu mwingine wa UDA anaweza fanya? I think it is very annoying. Unakaa hivi kwa TV unaona watu wanafanya vitu. Tukicomplain tunaambiwa si tunapiga kelele na tuko na system. Kama tuko na system, kwa nini hii system haitusaidii? Why are we seeing even police officers wanaambiwa huyu mtu ako na makaratasi kwa bag and they are doing nothing? What is happening in Kenya right now? Kama tumekuwa tukikampaign all over kina Kibichu na Matiang'i, kwa nini saa hizi wakati tunahitaji hata polisi watusaidie kushika hii mikora wanazunguka na makaratasi ya IEBC kwa mabag? What are they doing? What is happening in Bomas right now? I think Kenyans wanaona ile kitu inaendelea. Na kila wakati tunasema hapa tunashinda uchaguzi, watu wanatuambia nyinyi mlikuwa na deep state. Nyinyi mnalia, nyinyi ndio mnasema uhuru wako. You have seen what is happening. Tumefunika mashimo yote kuanzia watu wa Venezuela huko. Tumekuja tumeshika ballot papers zingine zinaibiwa, watu wanaokota ballot papers kwa mabarabara saa hii. Hizo vitu zote tumefunika. Wakati inafika sasa dakika ya mwisho, sasa wanataka kutuingizia makaratasi kwa hizi forms. Hapa mahali tunaona na macho yetu. And people are doing nothing. Angalia ile kitu inaendelea. I mean, the thing is watu kama kina Chebukati hawa ni watu wa kuweka ndani. Saa hii hata hakuna mtu angekuwa anaongea na Chebukati. If he cannot control what the IEBC is doing at the Bomas of Kenya right now, this is the best opportunity ya kutumia deputy chair lady. Huyo chair lady afanye kazi yenye Chebukati ameshindwa kufanya, because Chebukati anazurura tu huko all over the place. Vitu zinafanyika hapa, stakeholders are raising issues, but nobody is taking even anyone seriously anymore. I think this election should not go to the Supreme Court. We must finish hii kitu pale Bomas. Chebukati lazima atangazie Raila pale Bomas, kwa sababu we know our numbers. Hizi vitu zote wanajaribu kudokta wakuje na numbers. We know where we stand. Hata Martha Karua amesikia akisema the only thing we have to do is protect this vote. Hatutakubali ati watufanyie ujanja pale jikoni pale kama tayari tumefikisha kura zetu pale, watufanyie ujanja yao hapo, alafu ati ndio watuambie endeni Supreme Court. Hakuna mambo ya kwenda Supreme Court. We are going to finish hii kitu pale. And I think it is good that Azimio iko pale na iko macho, and it is also good that they are raising these issues. If Chebukati is not able to announce this thing pale, anajaribu kukula mashortcut zake, I think somebody should do something. We should even have our agents reject these people. Kuna hii mwingine anaitwa sijui Gulei ama ndio nani. All these people are compromised. The CEO is compromised. They are trying to shortcut the process so that they can fix 34 from 34 zenye ni fake. And people have seen it. You know, people, watu wamekaa na cameras tu, wanaangalia, wanarecord, wanatuma kwa internet. When they complain, wanaitiwa polisi. Na hii polisi ndio imesimamiwa na Matiang'i na Kibicho. Kama system tunasemanga sisi tumesapotiwa na system. Kwa nini situsaidie sahi? You guys tell me. Kama tumekuwa tukikampaign mpaka Kisii huko na wapi na Matiang'i na Kibicho wanasema tuko na serikali. Kwa nini situsaidie? Why do we even have police officers who are compromised? I mean, mi nakaa namna hii nasikia hii TV hata afadhali wafunge sasa. Kwa sababu mahali imefika saa hii. They are annoying Kenyans. Wanakasirisha Kenyans. This is so unfair. For somebody who woke up at 1 a.m. in the morning. Aenda kukaa kwa polling station mpaka saa 12 ya ngojei. Alafu unaona watu wanacheza na makaratasi namna hiyo. You are seeing forms zenye hata hazina majina ya nini. Hazina hata figures. Zinatoka Kiharu. Form inatumwa imeuploadiwa kwa IEBC portal. Haina hata sign, haina nini na inasema Ruto ameshinda. Wacha niachie hapo bana. I don't know. It's so annoying. I mean, inakasirisha sana. Hii polisi wanazunguka hapa GSU. I don't know ni serikali gani iko hapo tunasemanga system. If these guys cannot help us right now, hata afadhali uchaguzi kansoliwe yote turudie. Afadhali kansoliwe, Chebukati aende nyumbani, watu yote waekwe jela. Alafu tuseme uchaguzi wekwe ingine. I don't think we are hii kitu tunafanya ati verification hapo. That is nonsense. Hakuna kitu inaendelea hapo. We are leaving people coming from outside huko kwa magari. I think Kipa amecheza hiyo video mmeona. They have an office. Wako na backroom office huko. Wanaingiza makaratasi yao. Mtu mwingine ako na simu. Anachukua simu, anaangalia form, confirm numbers kwa form, anapiga simu tukiona kwa video, anapewa numbers, anafuta hii, anaingiza ingine na inakuwa admitted as form 34. Let me stop there bwana. Ninaweza ongea mpaka kesho. Ni nani alikuwa next? Tulikuwa tumefika kwa Anyumba umeongea, so George umeongea pia. Mogoi, go ahead.
Thank you, everybody. Okay, it is okay, but calm down, Makiari. Things are okay. Let us give time. You know, I like the way the people conduct themselves. Let us not increase our tempers. These people, maybe they are throwing us into trouble so that we can cause chaos and everything goes to us. Let us give Chebukati time until Monday. What we want is the real election. And the votes announced. We don't need propaganda here. You know, since morning, he said the ROs will table the papers and they get away. You know, this is another scheme. You know, I don't know why Chebukati is taking Kenyans like fools. If Chebukati has been there since Fomu started coming in, why is he telling them to go home if they are tired? They have money to give these people to stay here. Why is he telling them with table papers here and they go home? Now, people are coming in with papers and changing the papers, putting what they want us to see. Because the returning officer is the one to sit there with the papers and verify what he has brought in hand. Now, Chebukati is saying just put them on the table, go. And he's using the employee of IEBC in Bomas here. The same people of IEBC, they are the one changing these papers. They go out, they are given papers, they come in, they change, they put what they want, they take another one out. Now, who are going to be accountable when these people become a mess? Is it the RO or are the employee of the IEBC? You see, he's creating a problem here, which he knew he created earlier from this RO. Because this RO, they are supposed to be responsible. If there is a mess from your constituency, you have to be responsible. That mess, you have to take it responsible for yourself. And you have to face the code for yourself if there is a mess on those papers. Now he's telling us, table them there, go home. From there, who will be accountable? If the returning officer come and say, that's not the paper I presented, now who is going to be accountable? You see the drama we are going through here? But I say, as Mio people, I like the way they are conducting themselves. Let us calm down. Let you go in that room and make everybody calm down. Let Chebukati give us the result. The people who are verifying these forms, they have to be keen. Any doubt, any there, they have to stand up. There is no monkey business here. The JSU are there. There is nothing going to happen there. There is no monkey business. If you see anything there, let them come out and say, no, this paper is not genuine. Straightforward. If they would bring problem, it is for their own good. But after this election, Kenya is going to be in the good place. I'm telling you. And there is nothing they will do. Let Baba the Fifth rest where he is. Things has to work out in the right way. We don't like this monkey business. And I wish after this election, most of the returning officers and the presiding officers, I wish people are going to see the consequences after this. If Papa get into power, the returning officer and the presiding officers, people will carry their own cross. And if we punish these people, the next after 5 years, the next election, the RO and the PRO, they will do their job. But if these people are not going to be taken a step, we could see the same problem. That's what I wish. After this election, everybody, from notification of the election of governors from Mombasa and Kakamega, the people who made the mistake should be responsible for that. And they should be accounted for. What do you say? Then from there, whoever coming to be a CEO of IPC in the future, he will know what he's supposed to do. But if we let these people go free without being prosecuted, that's why we have this mess. The RO and the PO, they are doing it a mess because they did it last time. They think things are the same, are going to work the same way. But it's not going to work the same way. You are recorded with those papers, you are recorded with your own figures, you have to stand with those figures. At the end of this year, if Raila goes there, the jail, we need to build more cells for this RO. Thank you.
Mi nataka kuuliza swali Mogoi. We unasema we relax. Let me ask you something. If the process was clean, the verification process ingekuwa inaendelea vile tulikuwa tunaona Chebukati akifanya hapo mbeleni. Why do we need the GSU there? Kwa sababu hapo mbeleni kila agent alikuwa anaangalia karatasi, anasema hii karatasi yenye Chebukati uko nayo is the same karatasi yenye tuko nayo. Mtu wa UDA anasema ndio hiyo, sisi tunasema ndio hiyo, Chebukati anaangalia, tunakubaliana sisi wote watatu, alafu hiyo karatasi inaannouncewa. Sasa Chebukati anaona that is a waste of time. Anasema okay, kila mtu awekelea karatasi yako hapo na uende, wekelea karatasi yako hapo na uende.
It is not a waste of time. It is a strategy to increase the votes of the opponent. It is a strategy. It's not a waste of time. Waste time, but put something genuine. It is a trick. There is no way they can increase the vote with this returning officer being here. They have to cook something so that they can increase the vote. So when you go there to verify, you are given the same forms, fake forms, to say this is the original one, but it is fake. Because the employee of the IPC in that format, they are the one changing the forms. Once they have been tabled there, they go out, they are given fake papers, they come there and change them. So by the time you are going to verify, you have fake document there to verify. That's the problem. Chebukati is trying monkey business. But that's what I'm telling you. Things are working out and they have been smoked out. There's nothing they will do. They have to follow what is there. Whoever brings those papers, I think those returning officers should stay there. We have police officers who have been there the whole week. They have not died. The returning officer came there yesterday. Why are you saying that they are tired? Give them food. Let them stay there and prove what they have for themselves. If there is a mistake, they face the consequences after this. But don't tell us, table them there, then things happen, then you say, oh, we don't know who caused the what. No. Don't play games here. This, you either break Kenya or build Kenya. If you table things on the table, who is responsible for that papers? How will he come and say, oh, what I tabled is this one? If we come and say this is not the paper I tabled here, how will he deny the chance of, how will he say it was fake? That guy will be genuine. He say this is not the paper I tabled. It has been changed. Who changed it? Nobody knows. What's the evidence?
Exactly. That is exactly Mogoi. Yeah, that is exactly what I was saying.
This thing of sending the returning officers back, it does not make sense. Let them stay there with their own papers until they are approved with those papers. If there is a problem, they are marked with a problem with their own responsibility and they wait to be prosecuted. That is my stand.
Exactly, Mogoi. If we have over 100 returning officers, wamewacha makaratasi yao hapo, how do you hold somebody accountable to that?
How do you hold them accountable?
That is exactly what we are asking.
And you are allowing people to come in with the bags and the papers and changing them. So who are you going to ask whether those papers genuine or not? You know, Chebukati, I don't know. These Rwanda people, I don't know whether they are stupid or they are just playing with the Kenyans. Even you are a Form 4 student, you can't do something like that. Okay, the Form 34A was sent through the Kim's kit. Why don't they send the Form 34B through that Kim's kit? So then we can applaud all of them. Why should it come fiscal? From the constituency after tiring, that from 34B, it should have also been sent through the internet. Even WhatsApp, it works. It can be sent. Then when you come with it, we verify it with the one on the internet too. Don't bring monkey business here. You keep that form, you change it on the river road. Now you bring it here and you are the one to change it in the Pomas. Really? What kind of thieves is this? And you are here to say, hey, Buanas, if you ever campaign. I want, you know, some things even God look at us and say, really? Are we human beings, really? You go to church, you are crying, you are praying. So what are you praying here with this kind of things you are doing? Your character, it doesn't even dark. I don't know. Our morals as Kenyans, I don't know when we will change. You know, when you look Ruto, at Ruto's character, it's the character of the returning officers who are doing this kind of job. These are the people who will come to be a CEOs of IPC. Now, if the returning officer is changing vote of 10,000 from our constituents, a returning officer. So, what kind of people are we expecting to be leaders of this IPC you are complaining about? If we are saying, oh, these people have to go after this, they are not going nowhere. We have to put them in jail. Whoever applies for a job to be an IPC, to apply a job to be an IPC and do their own job. This monkey business, it will stop. This is the time. You know, the only one thing I like with the president at this moment is quiet. And the writer, please let him stay where he is. He should not talk nothing. He should do nothing. Let him be quiet. Let's wait until Monday. We have a way for Chebukati. Let him pray his monkey business. Evidence is there. It is not being cooked. It is there. The returning officer have come with vague things. Even if it is 3 constituencies, it has been identified. Even if he's trying to change tricks here and there, evidence is there. We have time until Monday. Let us keep quiet. Let us keep cool. Let them get agitated and start the chaos here and there. They're the one causing chaos in the Bomas. Not as many people. They're the one. If you are coming with the papers you want to change with the employee, you are the one trying to cause problems. And if you want us to get into that trouble, then we cause chaos, then you will say election to be nullified. No, we don't want to nullify this election. We want Raila to be the president of this election. There is no any other election we are going to do. We want Raila to be the president with this election. Thank you.
Haya,
Makiadi, it was Chris
dakika
next.
moja tu najua dakika moja tunaenda kwa Chris. Mi nataka kusema namna hii because watu wanasema sisi tunalia. Wacha tulie, ni sawa. What we can say is this: we have done the numbers we have seen. There are people in counties, especially in Mount Kenya counties, who came into the polling station, took the presidential ballot paper only, and we are talking about almost 800,000 people. Walikuja kwa polling station wakachukua ballot moja peke yake ya president, wakaenda wakatumbukiza na waka walk out. That is what the audit, the preliminary audit is showing us. And people want us to relax because sisi tulikuwa upande wa serikali, sisi ni deep state, siji tunasupportiwa na president. Hawataki tuongee. Watu wakaingia kwa polling station, wakapigia governor, wakapigia nini, lakini zile namba za governor ziko chini from the president with a whopping 250,000 total. Alafu sisi tunyamaze tuende. I think the thing is here, lazima tuchukue hii kitu, na tukichukua hii kitu we must do an audit. These people, hii wakora yote wamekuwa wakiiba kura hapo, hata mbele ya kamera hapo, hii watu yote lazima washtakiwe. And that is how we are going to overhaul the IBC. I think we are wasting a lot of time and money kwa hii mambo ya uchaguzi yenye mwishowe mtu anakuja anafanya ukarabati yake pale at the end of the process, alafu anaingiza mtu ambaye, you see even MPs from Mount Kenya are complaining. Wamerealize hii kitu mnaita sijui UDA wave ya sijui Nyeri sijui nafagia wote, hakuna uchaguzi ilifanyika huko. You will see, mtaona petitions. Anyway, Chris, karibu.
No, ngoja kidogo before Chris comes. Unaweza nipatia 9 minutes tafadhali. It's what Mugoi and Richard was talking about. Just 9 minutes. It's important to see this.
Comments coming in, Trevor, about the unpredictability of the school calendar. And we're seeing some commotion there at the National Tallying Center. Let's listen in and find out what exactly is happening.
Is someone being should we try and listen into that and see if we have sound?
Very unnecessary. There were more security men in there
than when you were last. We're not able to. This should be maybe the third, fourth incident, but I think someone's being pulled out. So what's happening right now is that there's a heightened level of suspicion amongst the political players there. Anything they see is flagged immediately. For example, I'm told a couple of minutes ago, one side of the political agents of a presidential candidate there raised concerns about an IBC official who they deemed as suspicious. Yeah. The police actually intervened and took that official away for questioning. But the question now is, anything deemed as suspicious is acted upon. The matter is escalated immediately. This is almost what Francis Gashuru was saying earlier on, that initially there was demands for lasers to just prove that the forms that are there are the legitimate ones. Then this is also coming just a few moments after there were direct instructions that only the returning officers, officials, and the agents, official agents and the deputy agents, plus maybe one assistant, should be allowed around that region, and observers plus the media. So it's not very clear who is being ejected or even why. But there seems to be a bit of a fracas there involving the police, in as much as we know that 265 returning officers are already at the Bomas of Kenya. Let's listen into what's going on there.
I want to announce to the nation that Bomas of Kenya is a scene of crime.
Somebody has just made their way to the dais there. And this is what the IEBC was talking about yesterday, Wahiga and Trevor, when they said that security personnel would be deployed and even more police officers would be stationed there if need be. And these are some of the occurrences, perhaps, that would then essentially make security a very critical component in terms of their visibility there, their availability there, just to curb such situations. That gentleman there, we're yet to establish who exactly that was, has just made his way across the central part of the auditorium and made what seemed to be an announcement.
An allegation, to be more specific, and Francis Wanderi, one of the IBC commissioners, was on hand to quickly move that gentleman away from the mic, and security also quickly, jumped in to take control of the situation. It's very worrying because only official announcements are supposed to come from that platform, not just any, for lack of a better word, Tom, Dick, and Harry can just make their way up there and address those present and the millions watching across various TV stations. But Trevor, you remember earlier on, Professor Abdi Yakub Gulie today making that announcement of changing access to the Bomas of Kenya. Now you see why it was important. Only chief agents, deputy chief agents, and IBC clerks are allowed there. But as I look at the setting in this room, Trevor, it still feels like there are more people there than should be present. And Roslyn,
it seems there wasn't much movement there,
affirming that she's seeing a lot more people there today than when were you last there?
Are they even more than
this
when
afternoon, but I think the crowds pick up in the evening.
So it seems that most of them have not been kicked out, as was mentioned earlier on, because at the time when there were 265 returning officers there, and so far only 141 had been processed, some of the returning officers having stayed there for more than 3 days. The Chebukati mentioned that the returning officers on the queue shall proceed and also be processed through, but he said that the Bomas of Kenya will only have make access to agents, deputy chief agents, and nobody else should access Bomas.
And if you notice
but earlier on, Dr. Dede was saying that the politicians make their way all to observers and the media only.
Yes.
Lillian?
And we've just received information from the Bomas of Kenya that that allegation that we just heard, or an attempt at that allegation, was made by Saitabao Olekanchori. He is a chief agent, and we are at the Raila Odinga camp, and we are going to establish exactly why that happened and why he found it necessary.
Tempers are still flaring there. That is still Millie Mabona there, just pointing fingers, and maybe we could listen in as we find Francis Gashuri to see what's going on there and get an update. But there's a lot of tempers just flaring at the Bomas of Kenya, where the Form 34As are still being verified. But
I had actually noticed that indeed that was Saitabao. He looked different. We see him in suits, and he was here on JKL just the other day. So that actually now come to think of it, that was probably him, chief agent for the.
Kani my jacket ma red ni and mo pen mi pande gi jacket ma brown my this one my here this one please get out. You're the one trying to hide. Security team, amekuwa recorded. Please get somebody standing on the floor of the Victoria House. Hey, don't manage to do okay, kose? Wanaiba kwa table. And those who are working, sit down and work. Alafu anapitisha hiyo file kwa mwingine. That file must be recounted. Amepatikana red-handed. Do you know what Oshek we oye? Are you the red-handed? Choke? That's a big joke. Nonsense. Anafunika mtu alafu wanaiba vitu wanaingiza kwa file zingine. Nonsense. Okwanika tugo. Hiyo faili chukuliwe. Wanataka kutoa hebu bedri.
Richard.
Wacha tufanye namna hii.
Wacha nyumba tuongeleshe hiyo Kijaluo iliongea ilikuwa inasema nini hapo?
Wacha mimi niende. Wacha niende nitarudi baadaye. Wewe endelea na show.
Sawa.
Mimi hata nimechoka.
Alikuwa anasema ati huyu ndiye amechukua hiyo file amefinikwa na mtu mwingine na anapitisha kwa mwenzake na anaonekana. Sasa alafu anasema huyu ndiye amefanya hiyo kitu, hata angalia vile anatingisha kichwa, ni yeye ndiye amefanya. Alafu anasema tuko hapa kwa kucheza, tuko hapa kwa sababu ya hiyo kazi hii wanafanya hii kuiba. Hivyo ndio alikuwa anasema huyo msichana.
So which means our BC wanasahau ya kwamba kuna
huyo anachukua hiyo file anafanya kitu alafu anapitisha kwa mwenzake isionekane, na ule msichana amemuona.
Thank you very much. Nilikuwa nimetoka kidogo. Eliza kidogo. So
nani keep before uendelee, unajua hawa wenzetu ambao wako huko pia kuna wengine hata ukiwaambia kitu hawasikii. Jalango nilimtext asubuhi nikamwambia nyinyi mkilala hapo Bomas tutalose kura nyingi sana. Sasa sijui kama hiyo ujumbe amepitisha kwa wenzake, kwa sababu Jalango na kuna governor moja niko na namba yake pia kule wa kule Elgeyo Marakwet pia nilimtext na akaniambia sawa wako macho. So sijui wanafanya nini na hizo vitu zinafanyika.
No, you see this man is trying every single thing to steal. Unashika moja analeta mwingine, unafunga hapa anafungua ingine. Si tumefunga watu wenye wana password. The passwords for IBC need to change. How do you have a back office just next to IBC? I'm telling you, we're getting exhausted as Kenyans because it's in broad daylight. You've seen that. And these people don't care. And 5,000, 10,000 only. Why can Joshua up? Because this is ridiculous. I do not understand how we are letting these things go. Na hiyo kichwa yake inachafua screen yangu imejaa mafuta hiyo chapkati. Kila siku nimenunua screen wipe mingi sana juu ya huyo mtu. Shetani. Chris.
Habari kila mtu. Hebu mnanisikia? Mimi kuna jambo nataka kusema.
World Cup shida.
Election mimi nilikuwa prepared kabisa kwenda kupiga kura. Nimetoka na Nyuki nikaenda Mombasa kupiga kura. Kupigia baba na Buswamad. Na nikahakikisha nimebeba paka familia yote. Hakuna kura inabaki nyuma. Tukaenda paka Mombasa. Kufika hiyo siku tunasikia hakuna kupiga Mombasa gavana kura. Paka 23rd. Ikabidi tukomboe hoteli, tukabaki hapo paka siku tukapiga kura. Tukarudi na Nyuki. Shida ni kuwa hizi kura tunapiga, lakini ajabu ni kuwa napata sasa zinaibiwa. Hakuna vile naweza toka hapa na Nyuki hadi Mombasa kwenda na kurudi kuchukua paka hoteli, alafu mtu akuje mahali anaenda kuiba kura. Hiyo nguvu yangu yote ya kufanya kila kitu na unipige kura alafu mtu anachukua rais. Sio jambo nzuri. Na kile kinafanyika Bomas sasa hii ni kitu ambacho inauma. Kusikia kama mimi nimeangana na nguvu yangu kupiga kura alafu mtu anaongeza tu kwa numbers ka digits. Kirahisi tu hapo yeye anatoka. Shida ya Kenya ni kuwa atulan. Kuna vitu vingi zinafanyika kwa uchaguzi na ndio uleta vita na watu waongelei. Tunaongelea tu kuhusu watu lakini tuongelee kuhusu zile vitu ambazo zinafanya watu wanapigana Kenya. Kama mtu ambaye anaiba kura na hakuna mtu ambaye anashikwa, hakuna mtu ambaye anakuwa ndani. Juzi tumesikia server iko hacked. Kuna mtu amehack. System iko serikali iko na intelligence ya kujua ni nani ambaye yuko hack. Hakuna mtu ambaye anashikwa hata mmoja. Tena tumesikia hizo vitu vya media zimesambaratika pia. Hakuna mtu ambaye anashughulika anashikwa. Unasikia kuna kura imeongezwa katika kila polling stations central. na tunajulikana zimeongezwa na nobody is being asked or questioned or prisoned. Hizi vitu zitaendelea hivi mpaka siku vita itakuwa, because I know by tomorrow there will be war in Bomas. The way things are going, by the rate things are going, government should step in and hold these people responsible. We want to see these people being held, wakiwekwa ndani. Ikiendelea hivi itakuwa ni vile mtu anasema hapo kuwa is a crime scene. Hiyo Bomas sasa imekuwa ni crime area. They should be taken. There's no justice at all. What we want to see by tomorrow, Baba to be announced, because hakuna vile kura zikiibiwa zote ni upande wa Ruto zote, upande wa UDA, upande wa UDA zote. So there's no point tutaruhusu mwingine atangaza mbele si Baba. Baba sipotangazwa hatutakubali, because hiyo yote tumefanya kila kitu, kura zinahesabiwa, zinaibiwa, tunaona watu wanashikwa na mapapers, Kasarani watu wameshikwa, na bado tunasema ni uchaguzi endelea. Hii si uchaguzi endelea sasa. Next election itakuwa ni mashindano ya kuiba kura. Hakuna kupiga kura sasa. Kila mtu ambaye anajua kuiba kura anaenda kuiba kura. Yule ambaye hajui kuiba kura anashana na campaign. Pale tunaelekea sasa hii ni mtu na nguvu yake, mtu na nguvu yake. Kama unajua kuiba vizuri, unashindana na mtu ambaye anajua kuiba vizuri. Because pale tunaelekea the next election, there will be nobody going to queue for voting. Because hakuna haja kuvote, tuna vote for what? Ruto alikuwa amejipanga for 4 years for this election. Wao ndo alifanya ile 2017, 2013. So he knew everything. Uhuru akikaa kando, yeye ndo alikuwa anafanya kila kitu. So he knew all odds. That's why he even had to beat Uhuru in his backyard. He had planned everything. So this is not an election. This is something that was planned. Even IBC officials walikuwa planted a long time ago. For those 4 years, the IBC officials were planted in the IBC areas. So those people were working for UDA. Whatever they are doing there is nothing. Only what's remaining ni Baba kutangazwa kesho. Hata si Monday, hata singoje paka Monday, because kile paka Monday kesho itakuwa na vita kubwa sana. Atangazwe mtu ambaye bereaved aende kotini. Lakini this time round si Baba aende kotini. Hata sigaribu kwenda kotini, hata kubali aende kotini. It will be very bad in Kenya for the second time election to be nullified. Even the whole world, how will it be look by the whole world? Watashangaa watu umetoka nchi gani? Hii nani nchi gani? Hatuna uwezo kutatua shida kama hizo za elections. Tulifanya 2017 wanataka katupatia direction. But we plan, we held anybody responsible wawekwe ndani. Hakuna aliyeshikwa hata mmoja. Sasa the same problem inakuja. Na kile mtu takila anasemanga, kile video anasema Baba kubalengi uchaguzi. But tunaona process ni nini? Ni kuiba. Watu wakipigana sababu ya uwizi. Kipi yangu ni hayo tu, mimi hata mimi nataka Baba tangazwe. Hiyo tu ndio tumengoja. Na tuna imani atatangazwa. Kama dipset hakuna, tujue dipset hakuna.
Iko, no, don't worry. DC's interior, no, Bomas inajazwa hapo, is not a joke. Tomorrow, joint tally for the media houses imekuja to 51% to 49. The margin was much bigger. It was about 60%. What they're trying to do is to go to court. But it annoys me. Watenda kotini aje. You know, they want to nullify this election so that they can do a repeat. But can Kenya really afford another 4 billion just like that? That is my question. But it just heightens my temper. And for the guys on the chat, relax. I need people to speak their minds here. It could take 3 minutes.
No, if you're not careful, we might find Chebukati atafichwa nao jamaa. Watamficha Chebukati, hata tangaza na deputy wake. Leo nasikia Chief Chirs amepotea. Sijui Kithure Kindiki amepotea. Kesho utasikia Chebukati na deputy wake haonekani.
No.
Anything can happen in Kenya sahi. Yes, haiwezekani. Things are happening. Kesho utasikia wao officials wa IBC utasikia wako haitangazwi, siku 7 zimeisha.
Chris, we need to keep cool. We have to relax. All these people, the only problem is that they're really implicating themselves. All this, huyu mtu ameonekana hapo na brown jacket, the young man that was with Miss Cholet, the guy who was doing things under the table, the people in Kirinyaga, the people in Mombasa, the people in Starehe, the people. I can do more lists and more lists and more lists. Those people, the delivery guy for IBC, and please, could you stop using the word hacking? There was no hacking happening, ladies and gentlemen. What was happening is there is passwords that are being shared to our enemies. Chirchir anapata password, anaenda anafungua ofisi in the back. So the back. Let me tell you, the software and the servers and the cloud servers and the security that is being used by IBC is very secure. It's called AWS Cloud Serving by Amazon. That is very secure. Only way you can get through that is when somebody gives you a password. So we need to clean IBC after Baba comes in. I'm really tired of this. Chris amekaa kwa hoteli, some people are walking barefoot for miles, mtu anaenda na towel, yet you're telling me their votes are not counting. This nonsense has to stop as Kenyans. And I'm wondering why UDA people are very excited about it when they're seeing a close call, when they're seeing all this fracas here. Do you see anybody in Azimio stealing any election? And if you see that, please report that to the police. Hata hawa wanafaa kwenda jela. If you see anybody in Azimio also doing anything like this, hata hawa wanafaa kwenda jela. But I haven't seen anything I've not seen any of our people doing that. So we cannot do this. No. Sisi kesho asubuhi Baba the 5th, and that's final. Elizabeth. Elizabeth. Mr. Cheng. Amo melala. It's okay. We'll come back to you. This is Lady Karaga will come to you later on. Relax. Steven, karibu.
Hey, clip ni aje?
Nimekuwa heated up. Hebu ni
nimekuwa hapa mimi, hata nimekuwa hapa hiyo first session na Bernard. Nilikuwa niko kwa backstage tu nafuatilizia, lakini nimekasirika nikasema acha nirudi tena. Unajua wale ambao wasikuwapata hapa jambo, this country is going to the dogs as we watch, and it's very disheartening because at the end of the day ni vitu zingekuwa zinaweza kuzuiliwa. What's the fuss? The winner is there. What's taking us all this time? Okay, we know Chebukati is trying to comply with the Supreme Court jurisprudence that happened there. But fine. Why is UDA so determined to rig this election? Why are they so determined to manipulate numbers? What's not happening? Si hao wako na Mungu, wako na watu, wako na wananchi. Shida iko wapi? Wamezunguka hii Kenya 8 years, 9 years, wamemwaga pesa mingi. Kwani nini? Kama imekukataa. Is it a must? There's a time you say it's okay, nimekubali, ni basi. But it seems Ruto is so determined to take this country to the dogs. Because he's losing, he wants to bring chaos in this country. But finally, I want to say this, Kip. The next election, he imetupita. But the next election, going forward, 2027 going forward, if you are a returning officer, if you are a presiding officer, even polling clerks, hawa watu wanafaa wapewe certificate za kusaini kabisa, death warrant kabisa, unasaini mwenyewe. If you are involved in any malpractices, ni firing squad, hakuna mchezo. Firing squad. Kama ni Uhuru Park mnawekwa hapo, machine guns zinaletwa, mnamiminiwa na inaisha. Keep, let me tell you, until now mimi sija recover. Paka leo sija recover since the election because kidogo my weight ni nyingi kidogo. So I stood for 4 hours. Nikipiga Raila kura, nilishindwa kudrive, nilikaa kwa gari 1 hour, miguu imefura. Alafu unakuja unanichezea hizi mchezo hizi. No, this should not happen in this year. It's not supposed to happen. We need to change the IBC. Chebukati akimaliza kusimamia huu uchaguzi, kamiti mara hiyo hiyo. Hakuna mchezo. All those returning officers, hakuna kupatia hawa watu bail. You jail them without even, we don't need to jail them. We detain them until the next election. And the next election, God willing, mzee akikalia hii kiti, we don't need this fracas. We don't need this. Let the person who is going to win be announced, even if he's a devil. But because our systems have allowed that, let him be announced. Why is it that anything that comes, it's UDA? 10,000 it's for William Ruto, 10,000 minus is for Raila Odinga. What's not happening? And why is Chebukati trying to bring issues? Kwa nini anakataa the right procedure yenye ameleta yeye mwenyewe? Sasa hao ma ROs wakiweka hizo maforms hapo wakienda, tunajua hizo forms zimetoka wapi? The IBC has been compromised. Everything has been compromised. Just like the chief returning agent for Raila was saying, Bomas is a crime scene. Bomas is a crime scene. It's not a joke. It's a crime scene. So the question is, what are we doing as the patriots of this country? What are we doing about it? Are we going to wait until chaos erupts in this country? The other question is, what is the president doing? He's not a lame duck president. What is the Minister of Interior doing? These are the questions we should ask. It's not about deep state. It's about the state of this nation. This is a matter of national security. Kwa sababu, at the end of the day, let them not wait until they start managing. They can prevent now. So I think, kama ni Chebukati akaliwe nyuma na mtu ameshika G3 ni sawa. Akaliwe tu hapo nyuma na G3 imeshikiliwa hivi na imekokiwa kabisa. Hakuna mchezo. Kama ni JSU waingie hapo ndani, anti-riot police waingie. Let the government show its presence now, because these games are too much. Mtu kama Shole amepatikana hapo mara sijui ngapi. What's she doing in that hall? Na kama wameshindwa, waletwe maboys kutoka Kondele waje wasimamie hiyo maneno, if that's what they want. Because at the end of the day, hii kitu kiendelea hivi, I'm telling you, I'm not speculating, I'm telling you, watu watachoka, watavamia hiyo Bomas hiyo. I'm telling you, as this thing goes on, watu watachoka, wataenda hapo mahali wataki kujua kuna nini. Hapo ndo fujo imeanza sasa. Unaona? Kwani unafikiri watu hawakasiriki? People are getting tired. People are getting worked up. I'm not in Nairobi, niko Kilifi County, but ile hate nasikia hapo, hiyo kitu nasikia kwa mwili wangu. I just don't know how to express it. Because my vote is just trying to be overturned. My will is trying to be overturned. And the will of many more Kenyans is trying to be overturned. Si kitu ya kufurahisha. Haifurahishi. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. I mean, it's just every time we close a door, they come through the window. We close the window, anakuja na roof kwa hiyo chimney sasa. Tukiziba chimney, sijui amepata dirisha ingine imetoka wapi, anaingia hapo. We've tried. Msidharau security ya Kenya. We've tried our best. These guys are tenacious thieves. Like a whole MP is doing this. You know, women's rep is an MP. Is dragging herself into the sand like that. Shole, honestly speaking. Tunasikia sijui. Daudi, unaweza subiri kidogo mzee aongee tafadhali? Just a moment.
Sawa.
Tunakusikia.
Tunakusikia. Haya. Okay, na ningependa tu kusema kwamba kile ambacho kinatendeka pale Bomas ni pure drama. Unanisikiza?
Tunakusikiza.
Hiyo ni pure drama, ni comedy kwa sababu ningependa tu watu wajiulize leo katika mkutano wa Azimio pale Kenyatta Conference Center ni mtu mmoja tu hamukumuona, na yeye ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Watu walijiuliza alikuwa wapi? alikuwa na Security Council ya nchi mzima, alikuwa briefed as the incoming president. He was being prepared by the CDF, mkubwa wa intelligence, anaitwa nani, Kenywa, komiti yote ile mliona walikuwa Karen. So hii yote hii ni drama tu. Serikali ndio anakuwa being handed over. So watu ya UDA lazima wanataka kuwe na crisis ndio wajikute wako kwa handshake, wawe part of the government kama vile baba alifanya. Sawa.
Mzee sisi tusalamiane na muziki hapana. Mzee usisema hivyo. No handshake. No nusu mkate. No handshake.
Mzee,
nimesema
ndio Sugoi.
Ati? Nasema
hakuna handshake.
Nasema hakuna handshake. Yeye anafikiria kutakuwa na handshake. Mtu ya Sugoi ndio anafikiria anataka hii fracas ndio akosi njia ya kupatana handshake. Lakini hakuna handshake kwa sababu yeye ako nje ya serikali. Baba ndio ako. Sijui mliona wakati Uhuru juzi tu about a month ago alisema Jacom ako ndani ya serikali. Jacom ile Nyanza alikuwa rais alikuwa amevaa shati ya white juu ya gari. Akasema Jacom ako ndani ya serikali. Uhuru ni Mkikuyu, ameshaambia Wakikuyu the next president ambaye analinda mali yenyu deputy yake ni Martha Wangari Karua. Period. Hii yote tunaona ni drama. The next president anytime ni Raila Amolo Odinga. Na Ruto anajua. So anataka a create a scenario ndio apenye kwa handshake. Awe nate hakwenda Sugoi, alikaa karibu na State House. Vile baba anakaa Karen, from Karen to State House. Ataki alikuwa ameamini kwamba lazima yeye akue president. Na ndio uliona the first thing he did, alienda Mount Kenya. Kwa sababu gani? Anajua Mount Kenya votes ndio zitamfanya awe president. So when baba came with the handshake, chuki yake alielekeza nani? The two men. Why? Nyinyi mkipatana mimi sitakuwa president. People should understand that. He was against BBI because BBI was telling him it is not a matter of you being a president. Na lazima ajue historia. All the presidents we have in Kenya wameshakuwa kwa opposition. Before 63, Jomo Kenyatta was jailed because he was in opposition. Moi came, he was in the opposition. Kibaki came, he was in the opposition. Raila has been in the opposition. It's now the man of Sugoi to come and enjoy what is opposition. I feel what is opposition. Diposa siku ile atakuwa in the presidency, atajua what is opposition. You cannot taste the presidency without first being near in the opposition. Utajuaje kujipanga na ujakuwa in the opposition? You know, unless ushindwe machi ya kwanza, hawezi jua vile utacheza machi ya pili ndio ushinde. Ni hayo tu.
Sorry. That is what I call wisdom. That's why ukiona nikiruka kwa mzee once in a while young people we have to listen to wisdom from Mama Selina. Mr. Karara, I want you to be a frequent guest. Hii ni wakati ya wazee, unafaa kukuja wakati kama hii. We really like wisdom from you. Eliza, tulikuwa tumekuacha, nilikuwa naona umelala. Elizabeth.
Hello. Hamjambo ndugu zangu, dada zangu.
Jao.
No, mimi sijalala. Hapa hakulaliki Kim. Hapa hakulaliki. Eliza, kunalalika kweli? Unajua tu mambo ya huku tulalangi. Huku tunatembea usiku. Huku hakulaliki ndugu yangu. Ni kwa nini vile nimesikia I think was Stephen M. I think was Stephen or Chris amesema kura yake inamuumiza sana.
Chris.
Kura yenye alipiga, yeah, I think it was Chris. Kura yenye alipiga hiyo moja inamuumiza sana, na kwa kweli inaumiza. Hii nini Chebukati licha ya kutuweka, lakini huenda anaweka na sababu, hatuwezi jua. Huenda kuna sababu. Tuwe na subira. Tumekuwa na subira toka Jumanne, leo na kesho haitatumaliza. But pia ni vizuri, unaona huu muda ambao wametupatia imetufuchilia mambo mengi. Wangesema watangaze tu ile fuafua, pengine hata hatungeyaona haya ambao tunayaona saa hii. Sasa mimi pia ninaona hii muda ambao vile naenda ikisongeshwa inafanya tunapata evidence kubwa ya sisi kuwa na ushupavu. Hata rais wetu mtarajiwa ambaye yuko tayari, vile baba yetu amesema hapa leo, alikuwa anaandaliwa. Yani, you have just make me happy. Thank you for that. Thank you so much for that. Kuongea hivyo umenifanya yani baba alikuwa anatayarisha leo. Wow, that's good. That's good. Yani akiingia asijaribu kukubaliana na huyu mtu, manake unamjua vile ana lugha tamu. Ruto ana lugha tamu. And sijui kama ni Chris ni nani amesema, kuna jamaa ameongea hapa mpaka nikasikia uchungu akisema Samoei Ruto anafanya wanakosa heshima, hawaaminiki. Mtu ambaye alikuwa haaminiki Kenya amekuwa ni Mkikuyu. Ukweli ama si ukweli? Mkikuyu
Relax. We're not getting into tribal stuff. No.
No, it's not about tribalism. Yani, sasa vile nani ameongea hata mimi nimeshangaa. Mnandi ni mtu mwenye anakuanga very straightforward, very honest. Hatujui mahali Ruto aliingilia huu mambo na uwizi na ukora huu wote ambao tunauona saa hii. Vitu yenye anafanya mpaka ndani ya Bomas, mahali kuna mapolisi, mahali kuna everything. But still ana effort, ana nguvu ya kutuma watu kwenda kufanya mambo yenye yanafanyika hapo. Afadhali zile angelikuwa amepanga kando kando. Lakini hii tunashangaa. Haya, ukiangalia vile watu walijitoa kwenda kuvote, especially kama sisi hapa tulienda kuvote kwa jua. And this one I can ask the government, next coming election, kama kutakuwa na mambo kuvote huku, at least watengenezee watu mahali pa kuvote. Saa hizi kuna joto yenye hata wewe mwenyewe kutoka nje kusimama ni shida, lakini mtu alijitolea kutoka kwenda kusimama. Tunasimama kwa line like 4 hours. Una sweat mpaka nguo yote inaloa maji. Kitambo ingizwa kwa ile queue ya kwenda kuvotia, umesweat. Hakuna mahali penye unasimama, ati kuna kivuli, hakuna. Wameweka hapo AC mahali pako open kama uwanja, utasikia AC kweli? Hakuna. Na watu wamejaa hivi. Tulivote kwa shida, tulivote kwa jasho, tulivote kwa kujitoa. Alafu unakuja unakuta ati kura yako inachezewa hivi. It is really bad. It is very bad and it is really disappointing some people. Some of people are saying if it happen hivi hakuna haja ya kuvote. Na kuna jamaa aliongea jana hapa akasema in the coming 2027 watu wenye wataenda kuvote watakuwa watu wachache sana. And I can agree na yeye. Ikiwa hii ndo maana ya kuvote, tumekuwa tukivote 2013, 2017, tunachezwa mpaka leo hii. Hapana. Lazima kama the coming in election wanafaa walete njia nyingine yenye watu watavote nayo. Kama hii ndo hali ya kuvote na kufanywa hivi visanga vyote, I think Wakenya wanaenda wakichoka. Sasa utoe watu Nairobi wanaenda kusimamia kura Busia. Utoe watu Kisumu wanaenda kusimamia kura sijui wapi. Utoe watu upande huu kiwapeleka huku. At least iweko watu wa eneo hili wasimamie kura zao huku. Maana ni watu wanajuana na ni watu wanajua hii tunachunga kura yetu. Lakini sasa hii mambo imechanganya watu, imechangia pia pakubwa. Haya, tukirudi upande wa shule, watoto wanaumia. Tukiangalia COVID imehangaisha sana mahali pa nini?
pa elimu. Watoto wamesoma kwa shida, wazazi wamegharamika. Kuna saizi mzazi maybe ako na wanafunzi 3 wanaenda kukalia mitihani. Hao watoto wanaenda kusoma vipi? Huyo mzazi amejitahidi kulipia hawa watoto school fees. Wanaenda kusoma vipi? Saizi wanaenda wakikipu wakisongesha na ukweli kabisa hakuna mzazi ataruhusu mtoto wake kwenda shuleni saa hii kabla ya haya maneno hayaja kuwa sawa. Hata tukisema ati huyu waziri wa elimu aachie watoto warudi shule Monday, haifai. Unaweka mtoto wako at risk. Tukirudi katika hali ya maisha, saizi unga tumeambiwa imepanda tena, hakuna ile unga yenye tulikuwa tumeambiwa ya 100. Mwananchi wa kawaida anaishi vipi? Na hizi bado zinasongeshwa. So sisi tunaomba serikali na tunaomba Chebukati tafadhali aangalie maisha ya wananchi. Watu wanaumia, watoto wanafaa warudi shule. Kusoma imekuwa ni shida, hata watoto kufanya mitihani hatujui, na wanakalia mtihani ni muda tu wa mwezi mmoja ama miwili. Sasa watoto watasoma vipi? Tafadhali waangalie, wajali hilo. Walipanga kura katika hii mikakati wakielewa kwamba kuna haya na yale. So please, we are urging for the government, waangalie haya mambo. Wananchi pia, watoto wanalala njaa. Hii stress, mtoto hajui shida yenye mzazi anapitia. Mzazi anakosa kukula kwa sababu anafikiria nini vote na kura yangu imeenda wapi. Naye mtoto anataka kukula. Mama akienda dukani hana pesa ya kutosha kununua chakula. Mzee ametoka kwenda kibarua, hata hawezi fanya hiyo kibarua, ana stress. Tafadhali serikali tunaomba, mtuangalie kwa hili. Mtutangazie president wetu, tuanze maisha fresh vile alituahidi. Sisi tunataka kuendelea, hatutaki kurudi nyuma. Asanteni.
Thank you for that. Dennis, subiri kidogo. Tuna mlolongo hapa. Daudi, karibu.
Asante Kip. It's good to be here. I can feel the atmosphere around, and everyone is a little bit tensed up. Rigging is a very bad thing to do, and I think it should be treated with the level of seriousness that it deserves. If you ask yourself, what's the difference between committing a military coup and doing rigging? I think those could be considered as treasonous acts. So when Baba comes into office, I think he should relook into this and make sure that people who are in cahoots with DP face the true arm of the law. I also want to just allay some of the fears that I think we may have, is that the government knows so much more than we do. So while we are here with just a few snippets here and there, they know the entire story. So don't you see, Matiang'i is not seen in public. He's definitely somewhere doing his work. So we shouldn't be so much worried. I think the government is doing its work, and they will go ahead and do things that we gave them the mandate to do. I'm also very surprised at the multi-layered level of rigging that these people had planned. They definitely rigged at the polling stations. I've also had an opportunity to look at some of the Forms 34Bs, and there is inconsistencies in a number of Form 34Bs, especially if you look at, for example, the Kiambu case. And I also just identified that Kitui Central also is another Form 34B that I think we should also pay attention to. My cry and also just request to you is that we should not leave the work to the agents alone. We can do a part in helping them. We are so many, so let's put our eyes into looking through these forms and look at the inconsistencies that exist and bring this to the agents at Bomas. I definitely am happy that Anyumba is in connection with Jalas and all the other folks at Bomas, and keeping them pushed and motivated to make the thing turn out right. I also agree with Muse here that the government is going to do the right thing at the end of the day. We are on the right side of the equation. So don't get that pressure, or don't starve yourself to death because you're just so stressed. Relax. The government will do its work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you give me 4 minutes, I want to show you a few. I want to tell you that this election has been fought by the women. I want to congratulate the women. Wanawake wamefanya kazi, except for Sholei. But I'll show you what the women in Bomas are doing for us. Ngilu, these are the real women. Wachana na hiyo Sholei yetu.
Namuona wanamshika jamaa mmoja ambaye vurugu tu ambazo zinatokea hapa kwenye eneo hili la kuhesabu wa kura. Maafisa polisi wanachukua usukani, jamaa mmoja wakisema kwamba ni jamaa ambaye anashikwa, wanasema hastahili kuwa hapa ndani na yuko mahali kwa kuhesabia kura. Acha tujue ni nani huyu. Picha ambazo zinakukujia hatujajua huyu ni jamaa mgani, lakini si huyu yule ambaye walikuwa wanashukia yuko hapa. Lakini wanaazimia wamekuwa wakisema kwamba kuna baadhi ya watu ambao hawastahili kuwa hapa ndani na wapo hapa ndani, na ndiposa vurugu ambayo inashuhudia wakati kama huu, maafisa wa polisi wakichukua usukani. Hatujajua yule ni nani ambaye yuko pale ndani, hatujajua ni jamaa yupi huyu, sababu yuko na maski, hatujajua ni nani, hatujajua kwa ukweli ni nani huyu ambaye wameingia pale ndani. Mwakilishi wa kike kaunti ya Nairobi Esther Passaris ndiye ameonekana akienda kumchukua kule ndani ya mahali panahesabiwa kura. Maafisa wa polisi wamemchukua, wameenda naye. Picha ambazo unaziona mbele yako, hao maafisa wa polisi wamemchukua, wameenda naye. Bila shaka IBC itakuwa ikitueleza ni nani huyo. Amepatikana hapa ndani, hatujajua kama ni afisa wa IBC ama ni returning officer. Wanaingia ndani, wanawatoa pale. Unamuona Esther Passaris, mwakilishi wa kike wa kaunti ya Nairobi, baadhi ya viongozi katika mrengo wa Azimio wakizua tu, wakisema kwamba kuna baadhi ya maafisa ambao wako hapa lakini hawastahili kuwa hapa. Kizaza tu ambacho kiko hapa ndani. Maafisa wa polisi wanaongezeka, wale wa kuweka usalama. Hawa naona ni maafisa wa kuhakikisha kwamba vurugu haitokei hapa ndani. Maafisa wa AP ndio hawa wameingia kwa wingi kweli. Wanajaribu kuzima moto ambao unaendelea kuashwa hapa kwenye eneo hili la kuhesabu na kujumlisha kura. Kimekuwa kibarua kigumu sana kwa maafisa wa IEBC kufanya kazi hapa. Kazi imesitishwa mara kadhaa usiku wa leo. Kura inasitishwa mara kadhaa usiku wa leo. Wanaazimio wakidai kwamba kuna baadhi ya maafisa ambao hawastahili kuwa hapa, lakini hakuna thibitisho kwamba hao maafisa hawastahili kuwa hapa. Kwa hivyo kwetu sisi tu ni jicho tunatazama. Maafisa wa polisi wamechukua usukani, ni wengi kweli kweli. Unawaona wana AP, wana GSU wameingia hapa ndani wakiwa na zile rungu zao, wamevalia sare za kuhakikisha kwamba vurugu haitokei ndani ambako kuna hesabiwa kura. Lakini hesabu wa kura unaendelea tu kama kawaida, haujasitishwa kwa dakika yoyote, sababu maafisa wa polisi ni wengi sana. Wamejaribu kuingia ndani, unaona wanajaribu kuingia pale ndani. Wana UDA nao na Kenya Kwanza wakiongozwa na Kipchumba Murkomen nao wanasema kwamba hawatakubali. Wameanza nao kuwakemea maafisa wa polisi. Na muona Kindiki Kithure ambaye ni ajenti mkuu wa upande wa Kenya Kwanza, naye anawaambia wale wana Kenya Kwanza watulie, sababu yeye ndio ajenti mkuu, anastahili kuzungumza kwa ajili yao. Anawaeleza kina Kipchumba Murkomen watulie. Wale maafisa wa polisi wanachukua usukani. Wanaazimio wenyewe wamejieleza. Namuona Milly Odhiambo pale akiwaeleza wenzake waweze kuketi chini na ndiposa wakaweze kujadiliana. Wana Kenya Kwanza nao wameelezwa na Kindiki Kithure kwamba waketi pia ndiposa shughuli yenyewe iweze kuendelea. Ni usiku mrefu sana, usiku ambao umejawa na shughuli chungu nzima. Namuona Kindiki Kithure ndio huyo, ajenti mkuu wa upande wa Kenya Kwanza ambaye amesimamilia masuala haya. Namuona seneta wa Kericho pia yuko hapa, hata nao Bwemba.
Yes. This election ya wanawake.
Raundi hii hakuna mchezo.
Yes, Esther Passaris alishika huyo mjamaa.
Kunyanyua toka.
Huyo mjamaa alishikwa Jake, alimshika hivi. Huyo mjamaa kusonga bana. Yes, this election is for the women. We'll thank the women. We have very, very strong women except for Shiloi. Minji. Those are not women who represent Kenya. Shetani hizo. So thank you, women of Azimio. Tuna jeshi. Aya, George. Ulikuwa umesema kidogo. Hebu tupatie maoni.
Tunasema tu kwa TV vile inaendelea.
Okay, kuna wakati
Mzee anataka kusema kitu. Mzee.
Ndio?
Ingia.
Okay.
Unajua Kip.
Yeah.
Hata mzee anaitwa George.
George, sawa. Ndio heshima, siwezi muita George bana. Afadhali nimuite uncle.
Tunasema aje? Unaweza sema Mr. Karara.
Mr. Tarara.
Karara.
Mr. Karara.
Pia ni George. Sasa venye umesema George nimedhani ni yeye.
Okay. Mr. Karara.
Tuko pamoja. Ndio.
Kuna George mwingine hapa.
Ndio sasa nikafikia. Kuna hii swala Elizabeth alitaja akasema Wakikuyu.
Sikupendelea hiyo.
Ndio nasema.
Amesema
nilikuwa nataka nielezee kwa nini anasema hiyo. Watu lazima wajue historia ya nchi hii. Kuna familia mbili ambazo zilihusika sana katika uhuru wa nchi hii. Na hizo familia ni familia ya Jomo Kenyatta na Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Hiyo Kenya lazima wajue. Hao ndio msingi wa nchi hii. Na wakati Jaramogi aliambiwa achukue usukani wa nchi hii, alikataa. Kwa nini? Alisema mzee ambaye ni mkubwa kwa miaka na hekima ambaye mmemfungia, siwezi kuwa kiongozi wa nchi kama mkubwa wangu ako ndani. Kwa hivyo itabidi nini? Mumtoe akuje aniongoze. Hiyo kwa kimombo tunaita covenant. Kulikuwa na maagano, watu hawajui maagano. Wakati Jaramogi alisema mzee atoke aniongoze, hiyo inaitwa maagano. Wakati moja, na mimi ni Mkikuyu, wakati moja miaka ya 72, 71, Jomo Kenyatta huko kwa katika mkutano alitana mkubwa akasema kwa Kikuyu ni tafsiri adwaito, yani watu wetu, iko siku itafika mifupa yangu ikiwa kwa kaburi itawaongoza. Watu wakaona kama ajui nini anasema, lakini mifupa yake leo ndio inaongoza nchi hii. Mtoto wake ndio atapatia upanga mtoto wa yule mzee alisema afunguliwe akuje amuongoze. Ni kwa sababu they got themselves in a covenant. Na Ruto ameshagundua there was a covenant. Na Kenya muwe macho. You have to be learning. Each and event happens in the political. Inakuwa ni kitu imepangwa. Ile handshake. Watu hawajajua kwamba jina Uhuru, huyu mnaita Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, hiyo jina Uhuru ni Jaramogi Oginga Odinga alimpa. Watu wengi hawajajua hiyo jina Uhuru, it came from the mouth of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga. Kuna kofia hii ya beads na mshipi Jaramogi alipatia Jomo Kenyatta kama zawadi. It was a covenant. Ati nimesema utoke, iko siku na wewe familia yako italeta uongozi kwangu. That is 2022. 2017 it was not the right period, because mtoto ya Jomo ni lazima amalize term yake, alete zawadi ile baba yake alitoa kwa baba ya huyu. Hiyo inaitwa maagano. So hii yote tunaona hapa, nikasema ni drama. Already the 5th president anajulikana. Ukienda huko nje wanamjua ni nani, because this is how Kenya lazima siasa ichezwe, lakini kuna ile wenye siasa. Sisi ni wanasiasa, lakini kuna wenye siasa. Mimi na wewe ni wananchi, lakini kuna wenye nchi. Hao ndio deep state. Na Ruto anajua. That's why he's so bitter, because amekuwa karibu kwenda State House, lakini wenye covenant wameilipua covenant. Wanasema hapana, baba yako hakuwa part and parcel of the covenant. Na wakati aligundua hiyo, nataka musikize, alilete jina tunaita dynasty. 2013 hakujua mtoto ya Jomo ni Uhuru, hakujua mtoto ya Jaramogi ni Raila, hakuwaita dynasty. Lakini wakati ako karibu kwenda State House akakumbuka hapana, kulikuwa na maagano, wacha niwaite dynasty. Ndiposa siku moja mwaka huu alisema aje, itakuwaje tutawaliwe na wazee kisha tupigie watoto wao magoti, kwa sababu ni dynasty ina take over. Ni wazee wawili walikaa chini wakakubaliana, wewe nimekupa uongozi na wewe utanipa uongozi, whichever way. Ndio Waswahili husema tenda wema uende zako. Jaramogi alitenda wema akaenda zake. Sasa ni wakati wa malipo. Sio yeye ataongoza, ni mtoto yake. That's why unasikia naitao my big brother. My big brother. Why? William used to be a brother, but when it comes to inheritance, it is my big brother. Tosha.
Asante sana mzee. Okay. Asante sana mzee. We tunasemanga it's always, ama niseme Uncle Karara. Tasema Uncle Karara. Hii itasaidia sasa. Lakini tunapenda kusikia historia. That is very important for us to hear history. Hata mkikataa watu wa UDA, tutasikia historia ndio tujue where we came from and where we are heading. Hata mkiita our 5th kitendawili, he's still our 5th. Aya, dakika 30 seconds Dennis na Otieno. Dennis na 30 seconds kwa sababu ni George, by the way.
Ni aje? Nazongea, mnanisikia?
Ni swali kwa mzee ama ni
mi tu okay. Naishi, niko Scotland, niko kwa jeshi, naona vile vitu zina unfold Kenya, which I'm not happy. That's why nimejoin.
Tulia. Ni swali kwa mzee ama ni comment?
Nataka yani tu kureiterate what mzee amesema, because kuna nini alikuwa anasema about power. Hii nini, sijui kwa nini wa Kenya, okay, najua watu wako confused because what's happening, but ile kitu najua, msikoe na wasiwasi, Raila ni president. Hiyo ni kilisha, hata si tunaiona. Niko kwa jeshi, naiona, niko kwa jeshi UK. Tunaiona Raila is the next president. Watu wapende wasipende. Uhuru Suoda ipatiwa nangi tu. Unajua integrity is the key. Na Ruto ana integrity. Let's just be honest.
Thank you Dennis. Wacha George aseme alafu utaingia after him. You're next in line.
Okay, cheers.
Yeah, you're next. Nyumba, do you have a question or a comment? If it's a comment, usubiri kidogo sababu tafadhali. Ni comment ama swali kwa mzee?
Sina swali kwa mzee. Nilikuwa nasema tu, unaona hiyo kitu mzee amesema, na ile clip akina Kibichu walikuwa wametoka kuongea, na hiyo mzee amesema zote mbili zinaendana hivyo. Ukiwa nayo utacheza baadaye, ndio mtu aone hiyo pack vile walikuwa wametoa briefing, na hiyo kitu mzee anasema zote zinapatana.
Okay, to be fair, ningependa tusikize George, alafu Dennis ataongezea kidogo expand na mawaidha yake, alafu muta bounce back between the three of you. I want this to be a conversation. I don't want it to be, what do you call it, to be robotic, because it has to be a conversation. So tutarudia hiyo, acha George aseme kitu. George, go ahead. Ni huyu George mwingine mzee.
Sisi bwana, hii maneno yetu imekaa juu sana mpaka hata sahii, wacha tuache hao wenye wanaongoza huko, hao wamama tuko huko nao Bomas wafanya hiyo kazi, nafanya kama ni kazi mzuri sana. Sisi huku vile tumekaa kwa TV sahii ni siku 4, hatuwezi lala. Hata sahii unaona kama sijalala ni saa 8 usiku, nimekaa chini tunaangalia vile hiyo kitu inaendelea juu. Sisi hatuna uwezo wa kufika huko, lakini kama tungekuwa na uwezo wa kufika huko sahii, hata huko haingekuwa Bomas, ingekuwa kitu kingine. Lakini mimi naomba tu Mungu wasiwache hii kitu ifike kesho, juu mwananchi akiamua hata serikali hawezi wakarudisha nyuma. So mi yangu ni hiyo tu, tutangoja tu vile tutapelekwa hivyo, tutaenda tu kenye tunajua. Chebukati awache kutudanganya, yeye atangaze mzee. Hiyo ndio kitu tunaongoja, na hiyo ndio kitu lazima afanye, juu mzee tayari ameshinda. Sasa sijui ni nini baya na wao bado wanajifanya wanahesabu wakitaka kuiba usiku. Sasa sisi wa Kenya tuko macho, na tuko macho sana. Tulipiga kura, hatukuenda mchezo. Ni hiyo tu.
Asante sana Ochere. Kama mtu anaona vitu kwa mtandao, sijui kama kuna news hapo juu ya Raila, utatuambia. Aya. Eliza, una swali kwa Ochere ama?
Yeah. Mimi ndio nimetaka kurekebisha kitu kidogo. Huenda nimeeleweka vibaya, but I'm sorry.
Rebuttal. Okay, sawa.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. What I was trying to say, as for me, I'm a Luya, yes. And if I have a friend who has helped me move on, mtu ameni advise, is from that people. So for me talking like that, I was not meaning maybe no. Tumekosa kuamini watu mkifikiria ndio wabaya, but those people you are thinking that they are bad, they are people who are trusted, and people who can help you, and people who can guide you, and people who can advise you and put you somewhere. Hiyo tu. Tafadhali naomba kama mtu amenielewa vibaya, I'm really sorry. Thank you.
No, it's okay. We understand. Sometimes it's just how you understood. So you're corrected. You know, when you speak sometimes and you say something, you can tell when somebody is being biased. I don't think any of us saw you being biased. So maybe I jumped the gun, but sometimes you can tell when someone is being malicious. I don't think you are, Eliza. So we are with you, Sijali. Hata unaona Mr. Karara hajakasirika. Mr. Karara angekasirika ndio tungeona kuna shida. So there's no problem. Aya, twende kwa Dennis, Captain, Lieutenant, ama tunasema tukuita?
Mimi ni sergeant.
Officer. Sergeant.
I'm a sergeant.
Congratulations, you're making us proud. We have
okay. Sitaki niingilia mambo ya siasa sana, but what's unfolding in Kenya, it's okay. Junajua raia will understand how power operates. This thing was decided in November when Uhuru na Raila walikuwa Lamu. Ile time Uhuru alikuwa anafungua, ilikuwa ni port ferry, something like that. There was a parade which happened, and that's vile mzee amesema, okay, ilikuwa ni agreement, and thus they are returning back to where it's supposed to be. So whatever is happening in Kenya, the only problem ile kwa data yetu vile inaonyesha, hii kitu inaenda kuescalate wasipotangaza by tomorrow. Civilians watareact, and war, that's how war starts. I've been in 5 war different tours, deployments. Na vile even though any elections zinakuanga triggered, because the more IBC wana delay, we know the winner. It's straightforward. Hakuna nini. But because Ruto he lacks integrity and he wants to take power by force. If you can recall Zaire, former Zaire, how Mobutu Sese Seko started, this is how it started. Yeah. When you are hungry of power, you can do anything. Yeah. So, Siati government, what was Yone Uhuru is a lame duck. That man has integrity. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. By tomorrow, kama watakuwa wametangaza ile security hapo Bomas, itabidi Chebukati abide by what Deep State is. Deep State is there. Deep State is a big organization. It's not only in Kenya. It's kama Deep State sasa ya Kenya. It's not run by only Kenyans, big guns in Kenya. It's all over. It's just same like America. They have a big Deep State which is involved up to Israel. No. They know what they are doing. But the worry is when civilians will react, that's where the problem will start. That's how civil war starts. No. But because money has circulated for 4 years, Ruto was bought everything, even the courts. Hii kitu haiwezi enda kotini because court pia iko compromised everywhere. That man has compromised everything. Ndio unajua anataka kurudisha pesa yake. Hata for example, like wale Venezuelans walishikwa, those are not Venezuelans. Venezuela is a Spanish country. Those were Arabs from Turkey. Ruto has interest in Turkey. These ballot papers zinashikwa zile fake, they were printed in Turkey. But guys, the only advice I can give Kenyans just to stay low. Don't push it. I know you guys have been pushed to a certain limit, but when civilians are pushed to a certain limit, that's how war starts. But we are happy because mume vote without tear gas. Like Kondele, unaona America unaona walipatiana advisory citizens wao siende Kisumu because that's where during election, that's where people wana reacting sana. Kwa Kibera, no tear gas. Tear gas be the only place nimeona tear gas ilikuwa ni Kirinyaga na I think it was Pokot. Yeah. It's straightforward, the winner. So guys, please, Kenyans, that's the only advice. As Kenyans, we are seeing what's happening. We know what's happening. Yeah? But when somebody is angry of power, any dictator who is angry of power, that's how they want to get into power. But democracy iko na price. Yeah? Even though democracy na run, Kenyans have shown at least a certain level of democracy. Tutafika hapo. Yeah. Unaona hata kama Britain huku sisi watu wakivote, unaweza vote postal, those were in America or whichever country, unaweza vote postal and you relax, whoever wins. Na hii mambo ati Kenya mnaambiwa ati sijui a certain place wamevote 99%, nowhere in the world, any country in the world itafika, inakuanga 60, the highest inakuanga 70%. Hii mambo ati sijui watu wamevote sijui 80%, sijui it doesn't work. No. But watu watulie, that's the only advice we can give us Kenyans who live abroad. We're in the military, we are seeing what's happening, but we know the president. Who's the president? Reuters ishatangaza, some media houses in Kenya washatali. It's done and dusted. The government knows what's happening. So guys, just be calm. I know there's tension. Anybody, watu wa UDA, watu wa Azimio, whichever, we are brothers at the end of the day. If you fight, the country will remain. Everybody will die. The country will remain as Kenya. That's the only advice. Please, don't fight your brother, because you never know. Yeah, that's the only thing we as Kenyans who live abroad, especially in the military side of it, we are seeing what's happening. It's so unfortunately somebody who is angry of power wants to take it. Unaona, kama alijua, because I know vile alikuja UK aliambia watu sijui kura itaibiwa, but is the one who is stealing. You can see wana sneak everything, but please, ile kitu tuko grateful na tunaona at least wanashikwa, but they won't give up. They'll try their best, but Uhuru is not mad. That guy knows what he's doing, because akireact, unajua opponents wakiona as a president una react, hapo ndo italeta shida, but he knows what he's doing. They're doing what security should do, but maombi yetu ni msipigane, because this time round watu wakipigana itakuwa worse more than 2007. That's just my take, and thank you very much for inviting me on this studio.
Asante sana, Sergeant. It's always very good to hear your opinion. Are you a real doctor, Dr. Cliverance? Kuita daktari ama?
Hello guys. Yes, daktari. How are you guys?
We're good. Tuambie maoni yako ya leo.
What is my concern majorly is on this guy, the IBC RO, the returning officer. So is up to date. Is there anybody who has any briefing about him, where he is? That is a serious concern of mine. Second one is I've seen today videos from somewhere showing like there's a lady who was caught with in IBC, the Bomas Center, but they are having a parallel turning center within the Bomas turning center. I don't know what is actually going on in Kenya. Seriously, we are just displaying something which is a backwardness for sure. International nations are looking at us and seeing what we are doing. We are not doing something right. We are really, really not doing something right as a country. If you see things like that are parallel tallying center in the same tallying center, what is that? And the lady is crying. Actually, she has been caught and crying. I don't know if you can play that video clip. If you have it, I don't know if you have it.
The one of the lady, the one of the lady trying some stuff. I played it a few seconds ago, but I can do it again for you so that you can explain it better. So, if it's going to help your explanation, I can add it now.
Please do, please.
They have set up an extra office doing stealing. Ni mgani? Huyu mama huyu na specs. Hey, madam. Is this lady here? You want to see her face? Hebu mtu amulike face yake. I want to see her face. This one. Oh my God.
Yes. Imagine with something like that is happening within the country, which is saying that it has a democracy, a country which has having a serious learned individuals, a country which is I don't know what to say, my friend. I don't know. It is pathetic. It is so pathetic. So the question is, there is some just the same year when the court ruled against the BBI. I don't know if you people are thinking of this. The BBI was proposing something of not that the winner takes all. That was the idea which BBI had. I don't know if now you can see it now coming up because of the word that the winner takes all. So now elections in Kenya turns to be like it's a life and death thing, where somebody must die, some things weird must happen. That's the time when the other international nations come now to know the weakness of Kenya as a country. We perform very, very good in other things, in other areas, in other activities, but now comes to election, we perform dismally. Why? Surely, as a Kenyan, what should we do to change this behavior? I ask and I request for discussion for that.
Thank you very much, Daktari. Mzee Jakindobe, you're next actually. Long time no speak. Ningependa kusema tu jambo moja hapo about that lady. We've got her. Kila mtu atabeba msalaba wake. All the IBC agents that were caught mtabeba msalaba wako. Karibu mzee, long time no speak.
Asante sana. Asante sana. Hamjambo?
Hello.
Kipi sija kuweko siku nyingi kwa sababu kama vile nilikwambia sasa niko nyumbani. Sasa hii niko nyumbani Kenya. Nilipiga kura huko nyumbani, nimepiga kura Kenya na nilipiga kura kule Nairobi kwa sababu ndipo mimi huchukua kura, lakini sasa nimerudi nyumbani, niko nyumbani kabisa. Vile nilikwambia nilikuja kwa mazishi, so niko nyumbani.
Ndio tulikuwa tunasema pole, tulikuwa tushasema.
Asante, niko nyumbani. Nimefurahi sana. Nimekuwa nikuwafuatiliza siku hizo zingine zote. Nataka kumwambia daktari kwamba hayo mambo ambayo anasema kama kwa mfano ya BBI ama kutoa hii upuzi wa mambo watu kuiba, ni kwamba lazima tuwe watu ambao ni ruthless kisheria. Ruthless kisheria, kwamba mtu amepatikana na kosa kama hilo anatakiwa achukuliwe hatua, kwa sababu mimi nasema weakest link kwa demokrasia yetu ambayo tunasema ni mara nyingi sana, mimi kwa vile nimefuatiliza ni mahakama mtu anaiba na hakuna kitu anafanywa, wana postpone. Ukikumbuka mambo ya Chicken Gate, hiyo company ilikuwa kule Liverpool, hawa watu walishikwa wakafungwa, wametoka jela. Sisi yetu wa Kenya bado ziko postponed. Mtu sahihi katika election hii, mtu tayari nafikiri amechaguliwa na tayari alikuwa amefungwa sijui miaka 40 sijui miaka 60, hajaingia jela, anaenda anakuwa mjumbe, anarudi, anakuwa mjumbe, anarudi. Angalia Gachagua, amepatikana na kosa na bado ni vice president, na Wakenya, sisi Wakenya tunapigia hao kura, tunawapigia kura, tunampigia Gachagua kura, mtu ambaye ushaambiwa huyu ni mhalifu, ni mtu ambaye hana credibility, mtu ambaye ni muongo, mtu ambaye hana sifa yoyote, alafu nampigia kura, alafu unalia ati sisi Kenya tunaibiwa, tunafanya ni sisi wenyewe ndio wezi. Mimi usema mtu uanze wewe binafsi, tuanze kila Mkenya afanye. Kama utaki kuiba, kama utaki kupeana ongo, wewe fanya hayo mambo, itakuwa you will suffer, but lazima kila kitu, ukitaka kitu kizuri lazima kuwa na suffering. Mimi juzi nilipokuwa naenda nyumbani kwa mazishi ya mamangu, nikiwa na dadangu, tulisimamishwa hadi tuko over speed, tunafanya speed, lakini kwa vile niliona wakati tukizungumza ilikuwa ni njama ya wao kutaka hongo polisi, nilikataa, nikawaambia tupatieni bill, mimi nataka tuende kotini. na nililipa hiyo 10,000 na tukaenda nyumbani, nikasema hiyo koti tutaenda kwa hiyo koti, kwa sababu tukizoea, tukianza, inatakiwa tuanze sisi wenyewe, sio kusema mimi sitaki nini na polisi, unawapatia hapo 1,000. Hiyo unawafundisha, ni kama kumfundisha umbwa kuwa mkali. Kama anauma watu unakubali, ataanza kuuma tu watu. So sisi wa Kenya tukitaka fujo kama hizi, nimeona watu wanapatwa na vitu kura, stakabadhi za kura wanapatwa nazo, alafu unaona polisi wenyewe hata wachukue hatua. Sasa hiyo inaonyesha maana gani? Alafu unakuta hata kule kwenye jumba la verification unakuta mtu mmoja amepewa amenyang'anywa 10,000, anapewa mtu mwingine, na alafu hawaulizi huyu clerk ambaye alifanya yuko wapi, awekwe ndani, kwa sababu hiyo inaweza kufanya kuunguza nchi, inaweza kufanya watu wa Kenya wakapigana. Mtu kama huyo inatakiwa tumchukulia hatua. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema koti zetu hazina makali ambayo inatakiwa katika nchi yetu. Koti zetu the weakest link. Wao wanaweza tu kufunga mtu ameiba kuku, lakini mtu amepora pesa zetu hawafanyi chochote. Mtu ambaye ana makosa hawafanyi chochote. Na sisi wa Kenya tunapenda wezi. Mtu unaambiwa huyu ni mwizi, huyo mwizi ndio tunataka kuchagua. Kwa mfano, angalieni juzi, mtu anakuja kwa mtihani, unaenda kutafuta kazi, unaambiwa unakuja kwa interview, mmoja anakuja on time, mmoja ako na credentials zile zinatakikana, alafu mwingine hana, lakini kwa sababu anazungumza, anakuja amechelewa, akiulizwa anajibu kwa kuonyesha kiburi, alafu huyo ndio Wakenya wanamchagua. Hiyo kweli tunaweza hayo mambo ni lazima sisi wenyewe. Hebu niambie, mtu kama huyo anaweza kuchaguliwa Uingereza au Japan au Amerika? Anaweza hata kusimama? Hawezi. Ndio maana unaona vitu vyao vinaenda vizuri, kwa sababu ukipatikana na kosa ni lazima uonyeshwe adabu. Lazima kila mtu apate adabu ya kusema kwamba hilo ni kosa, ndio mtu mwingine asifanye hivyo. Lakini sisi wa Kenya, mtu unakuta anaharas hata mwanamke, anawapiga hata matako, anawatusi, huyo mtu bado watu wamchagua. Hiyo maana yake nini? Hatuna lazima tuwe na nidhamu, lazima tuwe na morals. Sisi kama wana Kenya lazima tuwe na vitu vingine hatupendi. Hata kama ni ndugu yangu amefanya, siwezi kubali achaguliwe, kwa sababu najua hata nipatia service nataka. Lakini wa Kenya, hata kama ndugu yako apatii service, bado unampigia kwa sababu ni ndugu yako. Hiyo ni lazima tuwache. Huyu eti kabila langu. Mambo ya BBI ambayo unasema, watu wa Central ndio walikuwa watu wa kwanza kukataa, na wao ndio hiyo kitu inawasaidia. Lakini kwa sababu ni labda kwa sababu ni Uhuru amesema au Raila amesema, unakataa kitu kizuri. Mtu anakupatia chakula unakataa eti kwa sababu fulani amesema. Hiyo ni mbaya, na ni lazima sisi wenyewe tuanze kufanya hayo sisi binafsi. Mimi huambia watu kuwa masikini jeuri. Unaweza utakuta kwamba mtu masikini hata ukiangusha pesa zako hapo ataziokota na kuambia bwana, pesa yako hii. Lakini tajiri, kuna wengine ambao utamkuta ni tajiri lakini ni mwizi. Huwa ni tabia ya mtu. Kwa hiyo mtu hawezi kusema mtu anaiba kwa sababu ni masikini. Hapana. Mimi nishawaambia tuweni wa Kenya, tuwe masikini jeuri, ambayo hukubali mwanasiasa anakuja, mjumbe au anakuja anakupatia pesa, yeye anapata pesa wapi? Yeye hizo pesa anatoa wapi kuja kunipatia pesa? Nataka nipewe na serikali, si mtu binafsi. Mtu akikupatia pesa ujue hiyo ni pesa ya wizi, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ambaye anaweza kuwa anapeana tu pesa. Daktari, hata wewe huwezi kuwa unapeana pesa zako tu kwa watu, hiyo haiwezekani. Pesa lazima pesa ya serikali ndio nitachukua, lakini mjumbe hata anakuja ananipatia pesa, hiyo ni pesa ya wizi. Lazima tukatae hizo pesa, ndio asiwe na jukumu la kuiba. Katika nchi za Uingereza, Amerika, wapi huko, huwa wajumbe ndio wanapewa pesa na wananchi kufanya kampeni, lakini Kenya sisi tunataka mjumbe atupatie pesa. Sasa atatupatia pesa, yeye anatoa wapi? Yeye anatoa wapi? Ni mwizi. Ukikubalia kupatia pesa ni mwizi, ni mwizi. Lazima sisi wenyewe ndio tumpatie pesa aende afanye nayo campaign, kwa sababu tunataka atuwakilishe, si ati yeye anataka kutuwakilisha. Anataka kutuwakilisha kama nani? Hiyo ni lazima wazo ambalo sisi wa Kenya ni lazima tugeuze mawazo zetu, tujue kwamba mtu tukimtaka afanye kitu tutampatia support, sio yeye atupatie support. Hiyo tunamfundisha kuwa mwizi, kwa sababu wa Kenya ukiwapatia pesa hata kama umeiba tunakubali, tunasema huyo ndio kiongozi anatupatia pesa. Ni pesa ameiba, alafu unalia ati pesa zetu zimeporwa, kuna corruption, na wewe sisi wenyewe ndio tunaeneza hiyo corruption. Lazima nimewambia tuanze sisi wenyewe. Hizi vitendo ambavyo nimeona kwa uchaguzi ni vitendo vibaya sana. Mtu anatembea na makaratasi ya uchaguzi, yeye ametoa wapi? Tutaamini IBC namna gani? Hawa watu wa ABC vipi? Tutawaamini namna gani? Na hata uwasikii wakilalamika, uoni kama wanachukua hatua, hakuna. Ni jambo la kusikitisha sana. Ni lazima sisi wenyewe wananchi wa Kenya tubadilike, tuwe na roho ya kubadilika. Na ndio maana mimi nawaambia watu, fikirieni sana jambo la kusikia tukisema azimio la umoja. Umoja ni jambo la muhimu, itatufanya tuone kwamba haya mambo hatuyataki, tunataka sisi tuwe wa Kenya. Na mimi nawaomba tujenge taifa. Hiyo jambo la kwanza, tujenge taifa. Tujenge taifa, tusifikirie tu mambo ya kujenga nchi. Tujenge taifa. Maana ya kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu. Kuna tofauti ya kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Kujenga taifa ni kujenga watu, kuwaweka watu pamoja, wawe kitu kimoja. Ndio tukifanya vitu hatujiangalii kama yule kabila fulani, hapana. Tunataka tuwe wamoja, nchi moja, watu wa nchi moja. Tujenge taifa. Hii taifa alikuwa limejengwa, ambapo Uhuru na Raila anajaribu kusaidia Kenya. Tujenge taifa, umoja. Hiyo ndio muhimu, kwa sababu ukijenga taifa ni rahisi kujenga nchi. Kujenga nchi ni kujenga madaraja, mabarabara, mashule, kila kitu, zile vitu ambavyo tunatumia kila siku. Lakini sisi watu lazima tuwe wamoja. Kwa hiyo ni jambo la muhimu. Tukitaka mabadiliko lazima tuone kwamba tuko wamoja, na tukatae hizi vitendo vibaya. Zinatuharibia jina, zinatufanya tunakuwa third world, ambapo inatakiwa tuwe first world, kwa sababu tuna kila kitu ambacho tunaweza kuwa katika hali ya kuwa first world. Asanteni sana. Samahani kama nimesema muda mrefu, samahani. Asanteni sana, nimeshukuru sana.
Age comes with privilege. Age always comes with privilege. Joseph nitamruhusia aongee kidogo. He cannot show his face, but this is the only time I can allow this. So Joseph.
Hello, are you getting
Hello.
me?
We can get you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm Joseph. Because of the sensitivity where I am, don't panic. There is a meeting. I'm one of the bodyguards of whatever here. There is a meeting which is being done. I think by tomorrow you will see everything. Bombers, security itakuwa tight. We know there are some commissioners who are compromised now. Wame lay down. They have some staffs down there. They know what they are doing, and let me tell you, election wakati ilifanywa, IBC, you know, the one thing what they do, intelligence, they must be told who has won the election. You know, that is a secret I'm saying, because I'm not allowed, but that's why I'm somewhere I don't want to be known. So what the intelligence is doing, these other people obviously wangeenda kotini. So Chebukati is trying to show that everything is okay. Let them do whatever they are doing. But the problem there, Chebukati is overwhelming some other commissioners there. So that is the problem. But whatever is the case, the winner is known. Tomorrow you will see. Mark my word. And whenever I will be tomorrow, either if I get a chance, I will tell you and you will see. Kenya is okay. Hizi zingine, so wacha hata ni okay. The meeting, okay. Thank you.
No, please, tafadhali endelea. We want to keep the nation a bit calm. If you can give us a little bit more.
Wamemaliza meeting, so I'm seeing, so I have to. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Joseph. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Haya, mumesikia.
At least tukisikia hiyo tunalala at least bure. Tunakaa mpaka asubuhi.
That was from an intelligence officer. That is why I had to hide his face. Very sensitive. So relax. They know who the president is, and I hope you guys are feeling better. So tunaanza tena sasa. Tukuje hapana, tunaenda kwa Julius. Tukikuja juu sasa. Julius, karibu.
Thank you, Kip. Jambo panelist. Mzee Jakindube, nakuona, pole sana, tulikutumia pole zetu. Nawasalimia wote, habari ya asubuhi kwa wale wako Kenya, wengine ni jioni. Nashukuru Mungu kwa wakati, at least, you know, we have to appreciate what is going on, because 2017 those vitu unajua hatukuziona. So we have to be appreciative on where we are, because now at least if something happens we can see it, you see. So at least mambo sio mbaya. Eliza, be strong. So kama kaunti yangu.
Mulifanya nini Olekenta?
Olekenta hata hiyo unajua waliiba, anawezaje pata 70% UDA 70%? Kani alikuwa UDA ilikuwa ina nini against themselves. Unaona sasa Narok kuna shida. Hata juzi yule jamaa alitolea Kenta anataka kupiga risasi. It's sad. It's very, very sad. What UDA waliamua kubangle the whole country, and we are praying that Baba akiingia, we want to know exactly what happened in the whole country. Tuangalie hizo kura zote because kuna, yani, it means hii ukora walifanya all over the country. They did all over the country, not only in Central, not only the whole country walifanya wizi. So I pray that kama baba atatangazwa leo ama kesho, at least ifuatiliwe na tujue what happened and who did it, so that people will take their responsibility. Vile Martha Karua alisema, mtu akifanya makosa ya ABC, kazi wa ABC akifanya makosa lazima adhibiwe kama yeye, sio kama IBC as a person. Kuna apostle fulani ameongea hapa kitambo kidogo, akasema ati watu mtu mmoja anavote mara 2 3, which is sio kweli. Kuna mtu atazima mic. Na Jude zima mic.
Okay, no problem. Nimezima.
Okay. Najua ikiwa on inaleta echo sasa, tusikiki vizuri. Anyway, huyo apostle alisema ati mtu mmoja ana vote mara 2 3. I don't think that is not correct. Unajua vile watu wizi wanafanya, ni wizi inafanywa kwa nyumba. Wanapatiwa makaratasi za IEBC, zinastambiwa, wanaenda wanajazia mahali fulani, not polling station. Wizi haifanywi polling station, kwa sababu polling station unajua huwezi fanya wizi, kuna agents. So it's very very difficult to do that in the polling station. So I think apostle he was wrong. Ule mtu alimwambia maneno yote, I think hakumwambia, it's not possible. So hii mabag unaona wanabeba wanaenda mahali fulani, unasikia ati agent amepotea, returning officer amepotea, hiyo kupotea sasa ndio wanaenda kuongeza extra papers, lakini it's not done actually in the polling station. So they have done a very silly biashara nyingine ambayo hata Kenya imekaa, yani tumeonekana tu wajinga, tumeonekana. It's very sad watu kufanya mambo mchana at this age. But I appreciate this time. Unajua tuko kama tungekuwa na serikali, hizo vitu zote unajua hazingepatikana, definitely hazingepatikana. We could have not seen it, but because now we have the government on our side, that's why we can see them. So we have to appreciate, and it's a good lesson. It's good that we are learning. We learn, and we are learning through these mistakes, so that in the future we have to do something, like to do better than what we have done. Na kuwao wote wakora kama wote operego committee. So because hatuwezi kubali nchi iende mahali wanataka kuipeleka. We love Kenya, and Kenya is ours, and we don't have anywhere else. Hakuna mahali mtu mwingine hata ukiwa US ama ukiwa wapi, bado nyumbani ni nyumbani. Kenya is the only place that we have, and Kenya is our home. Thank you, Keep.
Asante sana, Big Julius. It's been a while. Before we continue, let me do a short commercial break. Jo tujue as Kenyans tuko pamoja.
And we are not forgetting what Kalonzo Musyoka has done for us also. Yes, we are waiting to cross over to Canaan. Yes, the land of plenty. With Baba Lemuru Dinka. That was the promised land that Baba promised us. We managed to catch up with the thieves, the normal thieves we know. They were trying to sneak in, but we got them back down, trying to rape or even steal our food.
But before that, I think the first one is to thank the people of Nakuru for a very peaceful election, and also turning up on 9th to exercise their voting rights. And allow me therefore to go to the issues. We have noted several aspects within the results that have been returned that we think constitute grave violation of the expected voting results in any place. And I think the first one we want to note is that we have seen an unnatural pattern of how people voted. We have cases where you have a voting center with 3 or 4 streams, and the 3 streams each vote exactly the same number. So 90, 90, 90, or 150, 150, 150. And given that some of these places were divided alphabetically, it is not possible that an exact same number of people would have agreed and distributed themselves equally into the different, like streams. Therefore, that points to a very unnatural voting pattern that invites for further scrutiny. Secondly, we have also noted inconsistencies in the different county seats between women rep, governor, senator, and also the president, which simply means that there are people, mathematically speaking, who voted for the president but never voted for anyone else. Others voted for president and governor and voted not for the others. And I think the worst affected is the women rep. So the question would be, what happened to that voter after voting for the presidency? No, how do they disappear in the queue before they vote for the other 2 or 3? And I think that is a very serious issue that requires serious forensic before we can be able to unveil. But from the onset, it clearly points to some fraud along that area. Thirdly, we also have had massive or rampant instances where our agents were denied access to the polling stations, and they were told their letters were not stamped, and it took so much back and forth until most of them were allowed on or after 10 a.m. in the morning. And what happened before they were allowed in, we can only imagine. Then number 4, there is the issue of the voter turnout. There is a general understanding and knowledge that the voter turnout was generally low. In fact, in many places, there was hardly any queue. And by the close of the day, we were around 50, 55 on voter turnout. But as it were, finally, when the results are tallied, it is coming to 68. So where did the other people come? Where did they come from, given that the general understanding across all our polling stations that there was very low voter turnout? So where does 68, 70% come from when there was hardly any queue? And for those who are here in 2017 compared to now, when we were doing about 80, queues were as long as maybe 100, 200 meters in some centers. But in the just concluded 9th August, there was simply no queues. But the voter turnout in the same places, we are now being told, is to the tune of 70, 68%. Again, very suspicious. Then we have instances of voter bribery and widespread violence, especially in Nakuru East, among others. And this, in a way, affected voters coming to exercise their voting right. In conclusion, we see Nakuru as one of those areas that were targeted by a very deliberate and well-orchestrated international electoral fraud that did not just start at the voting. It was something that was well thought. There were young people here who came a long time way before the election with laptops and all the other gadgets and had access to the system. And the question is, how can the IEBC, charged with the responsibility of ensuring the integrity of an election, allow all this to happen? And therefore, as a team, we are currently speaking with our legal and other technical teams, including ICT, with a view to taking the necessary actions. As it were, Wanjiku votes, and our responsibility is only to count what she has voted. We have no business manipulating what she has voted. And I think this will be the area of concern as we go to the coming days. And therefore, our conclusion is that the integrity of the process cannot be guaranteed and therefore the outcomes likewise do not reflect what Wanjiku did. And this vote manipulation is a very serious challenge to our voting process, and I think also a serious threat even to our national security. If you allow this kind of fraudsters into the nation, then we don't know where we are going next. Allow me to end there, and once again to thank you. We have said we are consulting with our legal and other experts, so I think the rest will be determined from there. Yeah. Is that okay? But I think what you're saying in short is that the results do not reflect how people voted. After voting, there was manipulation, both electronic and otherwise, other forms of manipulation. And this is the subject of part of what we will be investigating now and in the coming days. Thank you.
Haya. Hello. But I would like people to focus more on the presidential one. Hii ingine tuache. Hii ingine tutakuja baadaye. We'll come back to that one later on. So let's relax. Let's keep it calm. Yeah. Jude Benjamin. Sema maoni yako.
Yes, sir. No. Just good morning to everyone. Actually, from where I'm sitting, this is how I see it. Our watu, because I've noticed some among us, we keep referring to what UDA, we keep referring to what Ruto did, what maybe he didn't do. When we do things at such a critical, especially during a very sensitive time, or so to speak, kama sasa hivi, I don't think it's the right thing to do. And I'll give my reasons why. Number one, this is the same situation we almost found ourselves in I think, was it 2013? Before it was re-announced that we'll have to go to a re-election, we were facing such a situation. Now, in 2007 pia, kulikuwa na mambo kama hii. So I think we should really watch what we are saying right now, because sifikiri sasa ndio saa ya kuongea what Ruto stole ama watu wa UDA wamefanya nini. We have people who will take care of that. There'll be a time for that. There'll be a time for reckoning. But right now is really not the time for reckoning, or rather to deal with what Ruto did or what he did not do. Let the security apparatus handle what they're supposed to do, right? Those who have been arrested in dubious circumstances with forms running around, they'll be handled. There'll be a time for that. But right now, we as Kenyans, because like one of you said, hatuna mahali pengine pa kuenda. We only have one country. So let's treat it as such. Because if Kenyans become refugees and we are hosting refugees in our country, sisi wenye tutaenda wapi? And the last thing I'm going to say is referring to Mzee earlier on talked about dynasties and how the power was handed over by the late first Odinga to Jomo, the first president, and then Jomo promised that that thing will go back to him. I think Kenya is bigger than dynasties. I think Kenya is bigger than just two families. I think right now mali tumefika, maturity yetu, our political maturity should allow us to have the possibility of maybe, just maybe, we are starting to break away from the norms. Let's not be like hierarchies. CCC kama Great Britain, although they still have a lot of influence on us, let's not be like there's a queen na anatuambia huyu, tukisema huyu ataingia ni huyu ataingia. Let's allow the space for growth, especially God. Let's even say, let's just assume, let's play around with this idea. Tuseme Ruto was sworn in. We should be mature enough to say, okay, this man, we have evidence that some of his people have done dubious things. And if that's the case, we should let the correct apparatus handle that. We have the judiciary. That's what the judiciary is there for. But at the same time, if, and this is a big if, hypothetically speaking, if this man ends up being announced, let's say tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, itangazwe kuwa ni yeye ameshinda na wameangalia everything, and let's say the case is not being taken to judiciary, let's also be ready and willing to accept whatever IEBC tells us, as long as the correct procedures zitakuwa zimefuatwa. But just us being so rigid, na unakaa chini unaanza kusema vitu kama hatutaibiwa tena, hatutaibiwa tena. I get it. No one likes it when we see all these kind of things happening. But at the same time, such kind of talk can take Kenya to a very dangerous place. Nyinyi wote mlikuwa around 2007. You saw what happened. And now results were announced almost saa 6, saa 7 za usiku. Before we knew it, all of us, we were in a very bad position.
Jude, there's a question.
So that's all I have to say for now.
There's a question for you from Julius. Usually someone raises their
Go
hand.
ahead.
Julius, but mute your mic while he performs. And then Ayumba also has a question. And I think Lisa has to have one. I know that.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you, Keith. I wanted at first to ask Jude, are you in Kenya? Because it seems that you are not in Kenya. You are. I don't know. How can you? You know, we have to pronounce. If I'm a thief myself, call me a thief. There is no room to hide now, because the extent they are doing it, we cannot stop it. We can say that is wrong and that is wrong. So that's why we are saying here, and you because we know what we did, we know what is going on, what has been going on, and we are not quite going to accept many times the same thing to happen. 2013, 2017, and now you are telling us not to say that in Mwizi. Hata kama ni wewe mtu anapitia mara tatu na unasema judiciary gani?
Okay, let me answer you. Let me kindly answer you. Number one. Okay, let me kindly answer you. Let me just answer you real quick, because you've asked me a question. Number one, yes, I'm in Kenya. And no, I never stated at any given time that we should not do anything. So you stand corrected, my brother. I never said we should not do anything. What I said is have the correct apparatus to handle that situation. If we get to that situation, we have the correct apparatus in place. That's what the judiciary is there for. And the reason I'm saying that is because of this. Because I've noticed watu wanaendelea kusema hii mambo ya hata wewe ukiibiwa mara tatu, hata wewe ukiibiwa mara tatu. This kind of talk, for all of you who are in Kenya in the year 2007, this kind of talk is what led to some of our brothers and sisters losing their lives. Because people didn't want to follow the procedures which are there in place according to the Kenyan constitution, and instead we want to take the law in our own hands. And before we knew it, we all saw what happened in Rift Valley. We all saw what happened in Kisumu. We all saw what happened in Nairobi. We were all here. So please, what I'm saying, I'm not saying we keep quiet like dogs. I'm not trying to muzzle anyone. No. But however, what I'm saying is this. Please, let's let the due process of the law take its course. There's a reason we have a judiciary. Because if we don't do that, guess what we're doing? Even on this panel, we're becoming the judge, we're becoming the jury, and we're also becoming the executioners. That's a dangerous place for any Kenyan to take their fellow brothers and sisters. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Umefungua wounds hapa sasa. Now look what you've done. I will let first it was Ayumba, then we're gonna have Mugoi, and then Daktari to challenge you. But each, can you just have 30 seconds tafadhali? And then for gender sensitivity, tutaenda kwa Eliza and then Joe present. But the gentleman, tafadhalini 30 seconds. Elisa's waited for a long time. Please, 30 seconds. I will stop you.
You know, Jude, I want to ask you a question, and I don't know whether you live in Kenya or you don't live in Kenya.
No,
because
no
the way you speak.
Yeah. It's not a question. It's just answering what he says. I think he's made his point. Yours is a rebuttal for 30 seconds, tafadhali. I don't want this topic to go to extent.
Okay. Okay, thank you. What I'm saying is this. Jude is saying that we should allow the person who is doing shenanigans to be a president, then being taken to court, and the person that you want to take to court has also compromised the court. How will you win the battle? Number two, if we continue with these shenanigans, you have children, I have children, the other person have children. The future we are looking for, it is not our future, it is for the young generation to come. How will we finish that regime?
Thank you. That was nice and short. Goi, 30 seconds, tafadhali. Don't ask the question because we are veering off the topic of today, which is about elections. 30 seconds.
Thank you, Kip. Thank you, Benjamin, for your ideas, for your perception. But don't bring fears here. We are not here to buy fears now. We are voted in genuine. Everybody is calm. The country is safe. Nobody is panicking anybody. Nobody is scaring anybody here. We are just waiting for the result. And the result we want is a genuine result. We are not threatening anybody. We are not causing any war here. What we are saying, we don't want you to read something here which is fake on Pomas while you are watching. We have to say it. We have to say it out. So you want people to keep quiet and go to court while somebody is standing on the podium reading 51,050, while the real number is 41,050, and you are telling her to keep quiet and go to court. We are saying the mistake where it is, so that it can be rectified, so that we get the genuine reader or the genuine winner, free and fair. Don't tell us, oh, we are saying Ruto, or we don't know what happened. Don't create fears here. Don't give us fears here or threatening us. No. Tell us what we have said which is wrong. But if we are saying the real thing, that is the real thing. From there, the police will take it over. Not tell us to go to court and follow. We are not following court. We are saying where the problem is. Don't tell the returning officer to turn in the papers and go away. We want those returning officers to be there and defend those papers they have brought from their constituents.
Thank you.
If there is a problem, so that they are accountable for it.
30 seconds. But you know you're coming to present later on. So 30 seconds. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next, Daktari, we're coming to you for 30 seconds, Judy, if you're going to continue. Joe Black and Eliza wamengoja sana, so it's not fair. So 30 seconds, tafadhali.
If my brother Jude is speaking about the past elections and what happened and what never happened and how things went and all the swearing in went what. My friend, the point is this. We have to call a spade, not a big spoon. This is what is happening currently. Somebody is missing, somebody's family is missing now. That same thing happened in Makiu in 2017. Chris Musando missed and went missing like that. And today you tell us to keep silent and remain like that. We don't speak out about that. It's very wrong. We have to speak these things. Things which are happening in Bomas, very messy, very weird, very worse. As a country, you want us to keep and watch. Then we say, whoever comes in is okay. Whoever be a president is okay. So what if somebody comes tomorrow and you quote it with a capital, that if and if. So if he, does it mean that somebody has to die so that the if to be sworn in? Is it right? It's not right. So here we speak on plain paper, clean and direct to the point blank. So no hiding somebody. If somebody is wrong. Let's put it like that, very clear, my brother. But the way you are putting it, I'm not getting any point in it. I'm not getting you clear. What I didn't get you. What do you mean? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Clement. And Jude, when you're speaking, and please 30 seconds. I do not want an extension of it. And secondly, don't put the mic too close to your mouth. It's a bit disturbing. Ai, kuna Moses Kuri hapo. Jokes. People have jokes up. Okay. Jude, but don't put the mic too close to yourself. There you go.
Okay, can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my brother, just to be honest, my brother, keep real. You're asking me to be very brief in 30 seconds, answer almost 5 questions I've been asked by some of my brothers here. So how do you expect me to do that in 30 seconds? The least you could have given me is at least a minute and a half, because almost 5 questions have been posed to me. How will I answer them in 30 seconds?
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute then, to be fair.
Wow. Okay, number one, there's a gentleman who came here and said I'm threatening people. Now, we have, I think, 11 people here on this live panel. Where did I threaten anyone? To the gentleman who said I was threatening people. Please, let's put our feelings aside. We are all men here. Let's put our feelings aside. Let's talk. Even if we disagree, we can agree to disagree. But you putting a false accusation and telling me I've threatened anyone, I can't threaten you and I'm showing my face.
Hey,
it doesn't make
sense. It is me who said
now. Okay,
exactly. Now, okay.
Hold on.
Okay, wait.
Gentlemen,
you see,
gentlemen.
But you can't tell us, we should keep quiet. Something happened in 2007 so that the rigging can continue on, so we stop saying the truth. Don't tell us, what thing
brother,
happened.
you're cutting me off.
You know what happened?
Brother.
And that's why they can't
Number one, keep.
Order.
Number one, I think the brother, I asked you a very simple question. Tell me the threat I posed on this platform. That's the threat I want to hear.
No more questions. Now you're causing problems here for me, because
I'm not causing any problems, but he falsely accused me of something.
So
he falsely accused me of something, so I had to correct him. Anyway, now okay. Let me let it slide. Let me let it slide. Now let me go back to let me answer the questions now. Let me answer the questions. Number one, what I said is this, and I'll repeat it for the last time. I'm not saying we keep quiet. I'll repeat it again. I'm not saying we keep quiet. What I'm, however, saying is we have mechanisms in place in such a country like Kenya. We are not a dictatorship whereby we don't follow the law when it doesn't suit us, or we follow the law when it only suits us. We should allow the mechanisms that we as Kenyans voted in place, i.e. the judiciary, to take course. How will it take course? We've arrested people today at Bomas of Kenya. People had papers. Wengine wao hata wewe keep mwenyewe umecheza video. There's a woman who was found running a parallel office. She's been handed over to the police. Keep we mwenyewe ulisema, she's at the police right now. Let the police take the course that they're supposed to do. Let's not let mwananchi wa kawaida kama mimi na wewe and the rest of my brothers here, we take the law in our own hands. Because if we go that route, it's a very slippery road. We can go, this country can go to the dogs in seconds. That's why I gave case file.
No, Mugoy. Mugoy. I think
don't cut me off.
No, wait. For both
He's
of you.
creating things here which we don't understand.
No, please.
No, don't arouse some narrative to continue here where we are listening. We don't arouse this.
wait.
The
I'm
police
giving-
took it. We are
Tafadhali.
required. Have we done nothing? Have we done something?
Tafadhali. No, relax. He's not talking about, I think I get where he's coming from. Please. I've
Well, you
listened
know,
to
we
him.
get annoyed when we get a point which
I
is
know.
not connecting.
I know, just wait. Let me. Okay, let me.
Give us a point which is connecting. The police have
That's what I'm
taken the
trying to-
case. We have done
That's-
nothing. Have we killed somebody? Have we
Calm
punished
down.
somebody?
Calm down. Calm. Mugoy, please calm down. Don't frustrate me now. Okay, Jude, if you allow me, just to kill this completely, please, Jude. You
Go
come back
ahead, my brother.
and you
Go ahead, my bro.
contribute more.
Go ahead.
Okay, you can mute yourself, please, and then you'll come back. Let me let Eliza come
Okay.
in. I just want to cool down temperatures. Allow me. You're still in the show, and I want you to stay in the show.
No problem.
What is
No problem. I'll just keep.
mute it and I'll
The
explain
brother
what
is very
you're saying.
sensitive. I'll just keep quiet.
Yeah, I'll explain what you're trying to say. So I'll mute you. So what Jude is saying, let us not take the law into our hands. That's all. Let's not anybody in the panel here. Not anybody in the panel. Mugoy, just understand. It's basically saying that watu wenye wameshikwa kwa Bomas of Kenya, we list them and send that information to the police, to the government, to deal with these thieves. We have the names. We have their names. Some of them we have IDs. Because if we do it ourselves as Kenyans, I'm not saying guys in this panel, please, Migoe, understand what this young man is trying to say. We need to keep the temperature of Kenyans down, because whatever we say here can be interpreted outside by the audiences. So he's not saying that things like Ruto's theft or things like Pasaris and all that stuff. Iyo ni kitu ingine. Our leaders stealing, our leaders themselves stealing. We shout at the top of our lungs and say they are thieves and do all that. But the agents that have been stealing, we have a list, we take them to police. And if police don't deal with it, we go to our members of parliament and we go on the streets and shout about that as loud as possible, because we cannot let these people get away with it. Martha Karua said, Kila mtu atabeba msalaba wao. And that's what we need to let Martha do. So let's calm down our temperatures. I think Jude was misunderstood and we need to let it go. I think kulikuwa wae imekatika kidogo. He's with us. He's one of us. So to relax, let's relax. Let's relax. It's a discussion. Let's relax. He's still here. We'll hear a bit more from him. Lakini nataka temperature ikuje chini kidogo. Haya. Daima, twende kazi. Wewe umekaa na mimi tonight. So let's go. Then we'll gender sensitivity. We're going to go to black after Daima.
Ndasema nini?
Wewe the future women rep, tuambie issue, my future one.
Women rep saizi sisi ni kuongojea matokeo tu na kuomba amani Kenya. Amani ndio tunataka, hatutaki watu wapigane, kwa sababu the way Jude anasema story ya 207 ninakuambia mimi nikiona sitaisahau, kwa sababu ilikuwa ni area yangu na yenye niliona sitaki repeat tena. Lakini hata hivyo Jude, saizi Kenya wamerefuka. Ingekuwa ni wakati mwingine kama hizo siku zingine, saizi ungekuwa umeona Nairobi imechafuka, Kibera ingekuwa imechafuka, Kisumu ingekuwa imechafuka. But people, they don't want to go back. They have understand. Now, the way election walipiga, wakasema tumeacha kwa mikono ya nani? Ya Chebukati. So Chebukati is the one who want to make people to do what? To fight. Let him not try to make people to fight. Yeye anafaa kufanya election kwa njia mzuri, atangaze mwenye anajulikana ameshinda, kwa sababu hiyo ni kitu inajulikana mwenye ameshinda. There is no cooking will not be in Bomas. Let him not cook anything, because already people, they know who has won. So when he will bring fight, we are going to blame Chebukati. We are not going to blame anybody, because already tunajua ni nani amepita. So hiyo isitue mtu yoyote. Lakini kitu yenye sisi tunasema, wewe kama Mkenya na mimi kama Mkenya saizi ninaongea, mimi siko Kenya, niko nje ya Kenya. Nini imenitoa Kenya nikakuja nje ya Kenya? Because there is no money in Kenya, there is no work in Kenya, I cannot get money. So I have to come outside to look for money. Unapata pesa huku, unatuma, bado unakatwa taxes. So ile kitu yenye tunasema, mimi wewe, tuangalie watu wenye tunachakua. Chenye imeturudisha nyuma Kenya ni corruption. Na huwezi kuchukua mtu ambaye unajua huyu mtu tukimweka hapa corruption iwezi kusimama. Tunataka kutafuta mtu ambaye corruption itasimama. Saa hizi tunachakua watu ambao saa hii anything ikifanyika ya corruption wanashikwa, wanawekwa ndani. Kuna watu wako na mali mingi sana wamepata kwa njia ya corruption. Hizo ni mali ambayo inasaidia wananchi. Hizo ni mali ambayo itatusaidia sisi. Kenya saa hizi sisi tungekuwa tuko kama nchi zingine. Tungekuwa mali kama sisi mali tuko hapa saa hizi. Unaangalia hapa hakuna mwanafunzi anasoma kwa shule ya serikali analipa pesa. Anaenda shule free. Kila kitu hapo unapata ule mzee mwenye alifanya kazi kitambo kama ni daktari, ako nyumbani na analipwa pesa. Lakini Kenya hizo vitu zote hakuna. Hata kama iko corruption iko ndani yake. So hiyo ndio kitu tunataka tuchague, wale watu ambao do not involve in any corruption. So why if you bring somebody who has corruption inside Kenya, it will not be anywhere. It will remain the same Kenya. You go to these places mali tuko. Ukitembea kwa barabara uangalie infrastructures, video watu wamejenga, nyumba, barabara. Unatembea kwa barabara hivi huwezi patana na polisi barabara. Kuna traffic tu, kamera zinafanya kazi. Unafanya makosa, hiyo imechukuliwa picha tayari, mtu anapiga, imesend tayari kwa polisi. Unaitwa kwa polisi, we mwenyewe unajipeleka, polisi imekutumia kwa simu yako. Gari yako jana ilifanya makosa. Sio ndio vitu tunataka Kenya iendelee kwa vitu kaa hizo. Sio tu tunasema Kenya ukikuja ukitembea Kibira yenyewe ni takataka. Vitu kaa hiyo inatakana iweke watu wenye watatengeneza nchi yetu iende Kenya. Hatutaki ile nchi yenye kesho unaenda huko yani hata unajichukia. Tunataka mahali ukiingia unajisikia na nchi yako. Imagine Kenya sisi tuko very far, ile tu shida yenye inatuharibu ni corruption. Because Kenya we are strong, tukienda mahali tunajulikana, tunafanya kazi. So tunataka tutengeneze nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mambo ya corruption no. If you know this person is a corrupted, don't elect this person. So this is the thing tuna fight for. Asante.
Thank you very much, Women Rep for Singishu. Are you a new Nyumba? Let's hear from you. No, sorry. I made a mistake. It's gender sensitivity. It was Joe Black first. Apologies. Any relations to the movie Joe Black? Yeah, you're talking to yourself. Let me unmute you.
Can you hear me,
go,
guys?
Joe. Yes.
Oh, yeah. Good evening. Anyway, my name is actually Joseph, but yeah, I call myself Joe. And I'm live from Australia. I live in Adelaide. I'm in Australia, and there's something that I find kind of weird, and I would want to sort of like share it with the panel. I don't understand as to why we've been having, Kenyans electing people with very filthy backgrounds. Like, mtu anajulikana ni mkora. But that's the first person people envy, look up to. Like, what kind of a culture is this? Like, for instance, I've been in Australia for 17 years now. Actually, 17 years, 3 days. Yeah. And mtu akipatikana na anything filthy. Corruption especially. They do the honors, they resign. Okay, Kenya had started that with Kibaki. I left during Kibaki's time. And corruption, sort of like reduced. So it was so like there was sort of like no corruption, because even when a cop tried to do any bribing or whatever, the citizens were like, no, you can't do that, kind of thing. He brought this corruption thing to a level where even corrupt people had to actually exit government. Then we had this ICC and that's one thing that I wanted to bring up. And I'm not sure whether I'm allowed to talk about it, but I'll talk about it, but in a subtle way. Kenyans have a tendency of voting with emotions. Like, for instance, when Ruto went together, it wasn't about they were the best leaders, but we wanted to get them out of trouble, which was ICC. But we never looked at the bigger picture, that these guys just did this for their convenience, not for Kenyans. But us being Kenyans, we looked at it and we were like, you know what? We can't allow our guys to be persecuted or whatever, taken to ICC, whatever. But we never thought about, okay, hang on a minute. This is going to be for their convenience, not for our own convenience, like us Kenyans. So anyway, to say this in the list, I have a big question that I actually normally ask myself. Why do what is it a culture that we've developed where we hero worship people that have done the worst things in society and elect them? Like, is it a caste generation? Pretty much. Because at the end of the day, I'm not in Australia because I would like to be. I love my home. Meaning Kenya, I'm actually a Kikuyu. I love my country. I always travel home. I like it there and all that. But like, there's no development. And when I hear about it, it's guys are electing people that can't perform. So I wonder, or I actually asked this as a question, where did we go wrong? And maybe in the panel, someone can answer me, because at the end of the day, even the politics, even the IEBC playing up and everything, I would have thought there would be some progress. But, like, I wanted to come home because of the pandemic. There hasn't been much traveling, but now people can travel. I wanted to come home, but with politics, it's very unstable. Like, how, I live with, there's so many Africans in Australia, and majority of them are from refugee countries. And when I say I'm a Kenyan, they look at me 2 or 3 times, appreciating that, you guys have never, messed up your country. And when you mess up your country, you try and rectify it, But at the same time, I'm saying, like, I don't know whether it's the younger generation or it's us or civil education or something. I don't know. There's something that is lacking. We are not traveling in the right pace. We We're supposed to be further than this. You know, we're supposed to be living in the fast lane. Kenyans, you know, like for instance, majority of Kenyans here are professional. You know, we even had the first senator, and you know, we like people. Kenyans are trying whatever they're trying, but we feel left, or sort of like we sort of like feel like the people back at home are letting us down. Like we are trying to show people that corruption is what has brought Kenya down, but it's so frustrating when you see Kenyans going for people who have, you know, corruption cases and all that, and unfortunately the courts are not doing anything to help us out. Like it's just weird. So you know, I don't even know how to explain it. But there's also one thing, lastly, that I would say. I know I'm combining so many things, saying, yeah, I think it's more like a venting kind of thing, but at the same time talking about how I think the way the situation is. One last thing I would say is Kenyans have tried. This time around, it's been peaceful, and I congratulate everyone. You know, I mean, it's a tense time. It actually affects us overseas. For instance, I wanted to travel. I know maybe there's some other members in the panel that are maybe abroad or whatever, and they would like to travel or whatever, invest and everything. It just slows down the, you know, the way things go, which affects the economy. But at the same time, there's peace, which is what I've actually realized of all the other elections we've had. This has been quite a calm, you know, a calm electioneering season. And
Thank you very much.
hopefully everything just goes to place, and may the best team win.
Well, Zimu is winning. Thank you very much for that. I am also here over 19 years in Europe. I'm not. I'm not your. I'm not a very young chicken here. So tuende kwa nyumba tusikie maoni yako nyumba. Is it a nyumba ama a nyumba or a nyumba? I keep pronouncing your name wrong.
Keep. Joe, can you mute? Joe, can you mute? Joe Black, can you mute?
Oh, okay.
I think before me, you can allow the Mzee to speak. I think it will not be fair.
Oh, you raised your hand, Mr. Karara, or Uncle Karara, as I call him.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead. It's your turn.
Yeah. Thank you. Sawa. Yes, nataka niongee kidogo tu kwa mambo mawili. Sijui kama mmeshajiuliza kwa nini baba alijiapisha 2017 kutokana na uchaguzi ambaye hakushiriki. Watu hawajaielewa ni kwa nini. Unajiapisha kwa uchaguzi ambao haukushiriki. Alishiriki uchaguzi wa kwanza ukawa nullified, hakujiapisha. Uchaguzi wa pili hakushiriki, akajiapisha. Watu hawajaielewa hiyo. Nataka niwaeleze ni kwa nini. Ni kwa sababu ni kitu ilipangwa. Ataingiaje kwa serikali akiwa kwa opposition? Itabidi ajiapishe ndiposa afit kwa system. Watu hawajaijua. Polisi walikuwa huko the whole week, lakini when baba was coming from Karen hospital, Karen home, simu ilipigwa mpaka State House, Kenyatta akaambiwa na baba ndio kutoka, anatoka. Polisi, jeshi, whatever, wakaambiwa kwa Uhuru Park watoke. Mtu anakuja kucommit treason, instead of being arrested, the police are being told to retreat. Why? Hapo ndio baba alikuwa anaingia kwa system. Ruto alikuja kugundua when it is too late. Swali ya pili, I want to reply to this brother Joe Black. He's asking, where did the rain start beating Kenya in terms of corruption? People should understand history. If you don't know history, you have no place to get into your future, because history determines your future. Why we have corruption is because of one thing. Jomo Kenyatta was never a president, and I can prove it. Jomo Kenyatta was not a president. Jomo Kenyatta was the king. He was given Petero TV. He was given kingdom by the Great Britain. A king cannot give democracy. A king does not give Republican. He gives what he has. Jomo Kenyatta was handed kingdom. For 15 years, Kenya never had a president. Kenyatta was never elected anywhere. He was the king. Early 1970s, I was a small boy. He called his kingsmen and he told them this in Kikuyu. But I'm not going to talk it in Kikuyu. And he said, my small bird, hide yourself while you are stealing, as long as people don't see you. Those were the words of the king. They trickled down to generations that were to come. That's why you commit corruption. Nobody in Kenya has been jailed because of corruption. Nobody. All what you see is just drama. You are arrested, you are put in, you are jailed for 20 years, but 2 months you are out. Because the words of the king are still alive. Kenyans, we need to change from that generation. And that's why Raila and Mother, in terms of corruption, they can fight corruption. They are there to kill this corruption, to get rid of that word. You know, words are powerful, words are spirit. And these words were spoken by a king, that my bird, you go still as long as you are not discovered. It trickled down till today. That's why you see corruption is an idol in Kenya. But it will take people who have a vision for the mission. And that's why the son of Jomo has known that Ruto does not have a vision for this country. All Ruto has is a mission to enrich himself. But Raila and Mother have the vision for the mission. Which is the mission? To kill corruption. Ruto does not have a vision. He is on a mission to enrich himself. But Azimio leaders, they have the vision to kill this, what we call corruption. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nimeona tuna special guest hapa, Mama Selina. She's in California with the delegates from Uganda.
Hey guys, how are you? I have my sister from Liberia. She wants to say hello.
Hello,
and she-
everyone.
and she wants to know-
Congratulations on your election, on your victory.
Not yet, not yet.
We got to claim it.
You had to talk to the people are listening to you.
Congratulations. We thank you. I'm very excited to hear that there are well-meaning people from Kenya that cares about the issues in Kenya to have a meeting like this virtually to discuss issues related to the country. So again, I'm honored to meet one of your people here who flew all the way from Maryland to California to be part of a peaceful movement. I'm from Liberia, but again, we are all one people. Africa is our common denominator, and we have to make sure Africa rise again.
So tell
enough,
when you'll be
enough
joining
is
the
enough. No more bad leadership, no bad governance. We are tired of that mess, and our generation must stand up for what is right.
Okay, you will be joining the link.
Yes.
Okay,
Enough
Kim.
is enough.
Yeah, I will send you the name because she want to be joining the link, and she asked a group of Africans from Liberia, Kenya, Uganda, and she want to when we have a Zoom meeting like this,
Or if you have any event, any
or any
announcement,
event, we send her the link and then they join us.
okay, and then you can put them. Let me send you the link so they can join the chat room, and
Yes,
they can.
you will
share.
send me. I will share with him.
Yeah, share with
That
them.
is
From
so.
Kenya.
Otherwise, we had a wonderful day today, and we are now. It is 5. We are getting ready to go to cruise. So tunaenda kwa maji, tunaenda kwa meli, and then kutoka hapo tunangoja kuona mkubwa. We are supposed to meet him anytime with her now, but anyway, we may not, but we are going in the cruise, and then we will let you guys know. Otherwise,
We want to be in the cruise also. Why are you making
I
us
know, we will put you in cruise.
You're making us feel
I'm
jealous.
celebrating, but I know I see Martha Karua announcing, and I was so glad and happy. But we want to see Baba, everybody here. They clap, they clap, they
Send
clap.
them the link on WhatsApp.
Yes.
In the chat so they can join the group.
So that is it. But I will call you guys when I'm in the cruise.
Yes.
And I will put you on because I know Bobby Wine will be also singing, like they miss him. They miss the voice. They want to hear their leader singing for them. It's not supposed to sing because he's the president, but because of the love that he had for his people.
And the message is conveyed
He
through the
has
message.
to show them the love and sing some songs. So, and they are really happy about Baba. They announced in the conference. I spoke yesterday, she spoke today, and we are speaking tomorrow again in the meeting. We have about 300 people in the hotel, and Ugandans are very strong. They love their country, and I hope that is what we should do, even in diaspora, keep.
Yes.
And they are ready to link you up.
Yes.
Once again, the present you sent, he received it, and I hope you have shared the pictures
shared,
with them.
the
because
pictures shared yesterday.
yeah,
I can.
that was the present for Azimio la Umoja, and now he was happy. The president was so happy. Yes, he received it, and he said, "Thank you, Kenyans."
Can you take a?
Are
I
we?
think you took a picture of me and her already, right?
I did.
Are we? What is going on?
Not yet. I was gonna come talk to
you. People are going in the cruise, so
That's
we may
okay.
be
There's
late.
5 o'clock. Nah, yeah.
That's
but
okay.
you guys
We
on
don't.
time. You good.
We are on time.
Yeah. I haven't gotten an answer. I think.
Okay, let me. Okay, can you say hello? Your brothers in Kenya.
Hello.
That is
Hello.
How are you, gentlemen? Thank you for that struggle. Thank you for getting Baba in office. Whether we know or not, Baba is already in office. Whoever
Yes.
doesn't know better ask somebody.
Yes.
So thank you for giving us Mama Selena.
That she's on loan.
She's trying to take my present, so I'm gonna take her from you guys as well. Just so
No,
you guys
she's
know.
She's on loan. She's on loan. We want her back.
But we appreciate you guys so much, Ugandans in general, but just you guys, of course, for fighting for the struggle. And of course, the struggle is everywhere. It's not just in Uganda. But we really, really appreciate that you guys have fought for Baba. The reason why he's where he is right now because of the time you guys put in. So from behalf of Ugandans, and we of course have Kenyan as well, we appreciate you guys and we thank you. And Honorable Baba, welcome to the real seat. Now we about to help you do your job even better. We appreciate you guys.
You cannot disappoint the
And he
people.
will never disappoint. We already know what he can do for us.
Yes.
So again, I want to thank you guys more than anything else because I haven't been on yet, but I've always been in a conversation, listening to all the ideas, the different ideas that you guys always have. And thanks, Mama Selena. She always makes sure I'm on top of it. But
Yes.
like I say, I want to say it again. Miss Selena threatened to take my president, so just so you know, I'm gonna take her too.
No, she's on
Thank
loan.
you,
We
guys.
can't do that. She's coming back to us. We only loaned that to you.
Thank you.
Mama Selena.
Yes, I will let Martha Karua be the deputy president of Kenya, and Selena can be the deputy president of the Republic of Uganda too, because we have one passport. And she can be the secretary general for the calf men of Uganda in Africa. You know, we are looking for Africa. We need to get a regional president, of which we are going to install Jagulanyi Sentamu Robert. And then now we get Chemisa from Zimbabwe. We go to Liberia. And Kenya, we have Babu Owino and the brothers. We are really working on something. I'm telling you, if you see these strong women, we are not sleeping, we are not playing.
Very
we say
strong.
Kunga Uganda, Kunga,
Kunga.
and then we say Asimio Kenya,
Kenya, Kunga.
and then we say Asimio la Umoja.
Asimio
la Umoja.
We have this.
Umoja is the slogan of Baba. Asimio la Umoja is to bring people together.
And
Yes.
Baba did that.
Yes.
We
Okay,
very
guys, thank you so much. Yeah,
Thank
we
you.
are really enjoying, and I hope you guys could be here. But we have to make it more in Kenya, yes? Keep.
Yes,
We have
we're going to have a
I'm
discussion
people,
tomorrow.
when I'm here, I'm people power, and I'm a delegate.
I'm going to mute you for a second so that Eliza can say something. Eliza.
I have missed you in the show since when last we talked up to now.
California ni masaa matano difference na Maryland. Saa hii California, imagine ni saa 11. No, saa 11 ya jioni.
I have to say something to her. Recent election.
Yeah.
Ready? I want you to say something to your movement. Talk about your.
In here or in yours? Okay. No, I want to finish the meeting.
Okay, finish your meeting.
Elisa, okay?
Yes, tumeshukuru sana Mama Selina. Tumekushukuru sana. Thank you very much for joining us. We will talk about
Yes.
the live stream for tomorrow. So we will arrange that.
Okay.
I'll arrange that with you. Asante sana. Thank you very much.
Asante. Okay. Hii ni kama anaongea kikwetu. Mzuri.
All right. Mama Selina.
Hapana, mimi ni mkale.
All right. Mama Selina will continue the show.
Where are you from?
Ayuba. Yes, your turn.
Yeah, I think now I can come in the picture. You know, my sister Mkenya Daima, she was saying something very important, and I want to begin by saying, we Kenyans, some of us, we are not serious, because when you look at go to Uasin Gishu, Mandago as lead for the last 2 terms in a governorship. That is a very powerful position, like a president. If you want to know, Kenyans are not serious, and I'm saying that based on corruption. It is the people of Kenya who are not serious with corruption. That is why their leaders are very corrupt. Why do you elect someone who has gone for 2 terms for a governor? You want to elect that person for a senator. For what? It is only that person is going to protect his wealth. That is why they cannot leave the leadership. They don't want the young generation to come and fight for the corruption. My sister said that in Kenya, we have so many resources that we can live in a very good country where you can get a honey and whatever, and bread and blueband and whatever. But we cannot get these things because last time you saw very well that somebody like Gachagua is very corrupt, was taken to court, he was found guilty and still vying for the position of a deputy president. Where are we heading to? If you elect such a person, if the people of Nyeri, or our brothers, they vote for such a person, which life do they want to live for the young generation? So it is the people of Kenya. Before we call leaders that they are corrupt, there is a saying that say charity begins at home. If you are not clean, how will the other person be clean? So it is the people. When the president and his deputy were asking for vote on 2013, I said, and I can repeat it, I said these people, they will not end up together. They will depart, because I knew if you meet someone in a jail, you become friends. That one does not bond you. You do not become friends. At the end, you will depart, because there was nothing between them. It was only that they want to go to ICC and finish their case, then come back. That was the only thing that was bond these people. Another thing, when the deputy president went to negotiate for money for him to support Uhuru Kenyatta, did he go back to Uasin Gishu or in Eldoret to tell the people in Eldoret that I have gone there, what I've given is this, now we can share it if I'm going to chase another leg for the other side? Did he did something like that? No. Now he's asking for another position to keep on ruining Kenyans in every part of this country. Where are we heading to? It is the people of Kenya to big up and say enough is enough. And if we are divided, some of us, they feel good when you get money from them. You know, I can say, someone said something that when people say you are good, everybody say you are good, you are dead. That is how everybody will keep on saying you are good. But when you are still alive, nobody will say you are good. It is the people of Kenya who can wake up and say enough is enough. And if we don't join hands together and say enough is enough, even tomorrow, if Baba don't get this position, mark my word, today is 14th. If Baba will not ascend to power, Kenya, forget.
Thank you very much, Nyumba. Very nice. Wacha niwacheze kitu kidogo hapa to just spare with me kabreak kidogo tu.
There was a deliberate delay to deliver ballot boxes by presiding officers, more so in Bugona Batalu Ward and Makagufu Ward. That occasioned 19 polling stations deliberately delayed, and consequently there were some tampering of results by presiding officers. 19 are suspicious. We have had our independent tally. We have at hand all our genuine 35As, which will give the results for member of National Assembly. That is at hand. The first issue has been about a very interesting polling station, Sala polling station, where there was vote swapping. All we want IBC to do is to declare the right winner, who is known. We have had our own independent tally within the tally center. That is with the RO. That is with all the sectors who are around, including the intelligence office. They know who the winner is. They have the results. Mine is to appeal to the chair of IEBC, Mr. Chebukati, to take this by himself and not to trust anybody else to do on his behalf. The truth is there. It's plain and clear. We want him to give me the victory that is being stolen from me.
What is the problem? Are you security? Yes. Security we can give. Yes. Computers inside. Yes. Security. So long as security, give me the security.
Yes, yes. Hata kama ni old clip, hata kama ni ajana, hata mkisema ni gaslighting, I'll keep telling people what we saw. You cannot steal elections from us. Sasa mjue mimi, I'm not letting go.
Raundi hii watu walisema hata kama ni kuoga wataoga next year, wataoga, lakini wachunge election ya baba. Baba he has suffered for so long, and baba anatakana kusua nini because of us, because of our children and the other children. This thing of just mtu akiingia kwa power, hata wewe mwenyewe ukienda kutafuta kazi kule, kama wewe hujulikani hauwezi kupewa kazi. Let baba go to the State House na Martha Karua, ndio inchi watu wakuje kukaa waone uongozi. Mimi ninakumbuka 1997, that time niko na miaka mingapi, lakini nilienda nikatafuta kazi, and that time nilienda mpaka South Sudan that time, and that time ndio ilikuwa tena vita ilikuwa imewaka Kenya after election hiyo time. So wakati mimi nakumbuka wakati Kibaki alikuja akashika usukani wakati ule, mimi nakumbuka ilikuwa 2007 not 97, 2007 wakati Kibaki aliingia the first before 2007 202. Imagine Kenya dola ilisimamia 69. Uchumi ya Kenya ilikuwa mzuri sana. Ulikuwa ukikuwa na pesa yako shilingi 5,000 ukienda kwa supermarket unafanya shopping mzuri. Lakini saa hizi nenda na 20,000 unakuja na vitu kwa box kidogo hivi. Wakati huo mtu ulikuwa ukipata dollars kwenye unapata dollars, ukikuwa na $1,000 you are rich. Lakini saa hizi ukikuwa na $1,000 is nothing, because Kenya now imekaliwa. So kama baba atakuja akae kwa kiti na wajaribu kusukuma mpaka ekonomi yetu irudi chini, at least it's hard because dunia mzima saa hizi iko na shida. lakini at least wafunje hizi maneno ya vitu kando kando, vitu kutoka nje kukuja Kenya. Sisi watu wa Kenya, sisi tuko na mali yenye tunaweza kusupply nje, si ati vitu zinatoka nje zinakuja Kenya. Watu tunajaribu kufanya hata business ndogo ndogo hivi, haiwezekani kwa sababu watu wakubwa wenye wako na pesa vitu zao zinaonekana. Mimi nilijaribu kufuka kuku, lakini mtu akuji kununua yangu. Nilijaribu kuuza mayai, wananiambia kwa Ruto inauzwa shilingi, tray inauzwa 200. Wewe umeweka yako 300, wewe unajaribu kutafuta bahati, lakini watu wanakupita wanaenda kwa Ruto, hawezi kununua yangu, wanaenda kununua kwa mtu mwenye ako na pesa. Sasa wewe maskini utafaidika aje?
Right. People in the comments, please maintain peace. Ima kasiriko staki, please. I don't want to remove people. And if that's the real Lee, karibu bana. You have fans here. If that is the real Lee, or if it's a pseudonym. Yeah, I hope it's him. Akuche show.
Fuatilia show yake sana.
Yeah, we like his show. It's him. We had a fake Moses Kuri a few seconds ago terrorizing us here. So please keep the comments calm. We can't have, I have to moderate, then start looking at people writing silly comments. People, I'm not, we have to be adults here. Mogoi, it's your turn. I've been waiting patiently for you able to chape kazi sasa.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Kip. Yeah, I think we are doing okay. Yeah, we are happy with our country. I like you, Chudi, wherever Chudi Benjamin. It's okay. We can differ in ideas, but we are all Kenyans. It is good. But here we are talking the reality. Nobody's propagating anything wrong. You know, when we are talking out of emotion, it is when we see things going wrong and somebody is trying to cover it up. You see a thief running away with somebody's wallet, you don't keep quiet. You are going to court. We don't even trust these courts. Just say it right there. That's a thief. He's taking somebody's wallet. You can rescue it immediately before it go. So if we keep quiet, things can go up to where we can't get it back. So that's why we are saying we want this election to be free and fair. And even if Ruto wins, let us be a genuine win. We are not going scared like, oh, if Ruto wins, no, it's okay if we win. But if you start trying this monkey business here and we are seeing it, it doesn't make sense. We can't keep quiet. Oh, 207 something happened. It happened because people rigged election. Now, if you don't want it to happen, then let us do genuine election. That's what we want. Now, if a CEO, a commissioner of IEBC, standing in a podium reading verified election form, it's form 34P, and saying somebody is getting 51,050 and the other is getting 14,860, and the turnout is 50 something, which is more than the turnout. What kind of verification is that? Even if you are a Form 4 student. When the votes of Raila and Ruto, they pass the turnout, does it make sense to you? And you are waiting to get the real president? And so we keep quiet and go to court? No. That is why we say there are some officials here in IPC who are causing the problem. If the real figure is 41,000 and 50, Rai did 41,000. Don't increase figures here for nothing. You are the people causing the problem. Now, if we complain, oh, keep quiet, the country is in 2000 something happened, these are things which make 2007 happen what happened. But if you read the correct figures, give Raila 5 votes. We don't complain. Give Raila 100 votes. Even if we get 100 votes, it's okay. But don't increase figures from nowhere. And when we question, then you say, oh, keep quiet, let the police take their, oh, nobody has kicked anybody, nobody has abused anybody, but we pointed out, hey, that figure is not correct. oh, there is somebody in there who is increasing who is changing the forms. When Chebukati coming with a trick here, telling people, oh, returning officer, just table the forms here and they go home. Come on, we are Kenyans. We know how Chebukati has been. You know, we have been patient with Chebukati for him to do the right thing. Now let me ask you, Judy, was it so difficult for these returning officers to send this from 34B to IBC through
Okay,
the
now,
scheme
okay,
scheme?
we're trying to avoid the back and forth.
Thank you.
It's important because I want Judy to come with his own. No, Judy, I want you to come with your own points. It's important that we have the show flowing because we'll spend a lot of time. So utakuja na points zako. Mgoi, let's just continue with the flow because the thing is I want people to say their grievances, to express themselves as to how they feel about what has been going on with the elections. Even if we've won, I know we've won. I want us to express how you feel about the blatant theft, especially in Central, because Central was with us. We're going to go line by line. That's all I want you to express, how you feel, what you saw, and analyze in your own opinion. Everybody has an opinion. If we're going to have a discussion whereby we're discussing one against the other, I feel like we won't move forward because it's moving towards. No, I don't want it to go that way. Sasa mimi nataka watu wakuwe united, especially the guys on this panel, tuko united. Siku za campaigns zimeisha. There's no UDA versus Azimio here right now. For us, it's Azimio has won. That's it. That's all we're discussing today. Because if you see the topic there, we've got ghost voters. How relevant is it to Raila's win? For me, I think this man had up to 60% win. Minimum. I don't even think Ruto had 30%. You can't tell me only 2 tribes are the ones who are going to decide an election. That is bullshit. All right, Mgoy, go on. Excuse my language, my French.
Okay, thank you, Kip. Yeah, let us be genuine Kenyans and let us try to have our morals to the reality. And let us not try to be hiding things like, oh, because of fear. Oh, no, let us say the truth and the truth will set us free. If anything happened which we see is not going well, let us say it. We have said, even those people who are verifying this form, they should be keen on them. Some of these officials, they just verify the forms. When they are going there to the podium to read it, they are reading the wrong figures. You know, and to me, okay, it's my perception. These IBC officials, they are the ones who are causing the problems. Because if this election was to be done by Friday, we could have gotten the result. They could have even sent this Form 34B with the Kim's kit before it go there fiscal. What was it so necessary? We can send 1,000 of them, but we can't send 490 of them with the Kim's kit, so that we can upload them of them and verify there. But now here is the business. The forms here just to go home. Go home. How can you go home and you have not shown us how you get these figures you are bringing here? And when the problem occurs, you are not there to be asked questions. Chebukati, please give us a break. We want Kenya to be peaceful, and we want everyone to be accountable for what he is doing here. We don't want it to be saying, oh, the form I gave was the wrong one, which was being read there, so we don't have evidence who to accuse, or there was suckers in Bomas, that's why the forms get displaced. No. And the people are caught here with forms, changing the forms, bringing a new one in. You see, even all of these people should be out of this room. So we have genuine people to verify these forms and give us the result. Now this thing will take even beyond Monday. You see, even when you see CSU coming to the room just for the Form 34B, What kind of ridiculous Kenya is this? Huh? And you are an IBC official who qualify to read the figures. You are reading the figures of a turnout beyond the two candidates. And you are standing in a podium reading it confidently. Does it make sense to Kenya? Thank you, brother. But let us keep quiet. Let us keep calm. Everything will be okay. But everybody who is in the Bomas, whether you are an Azimio, whether you are a KK, let us be vigilant. Let us see a transparent forms and the real genuine winner. We accept if we lose it, but don't force us to lose it. You know, I don't think it will happen this time.
Thank you very much, Mugoi. Jonathan, tutasubiri kidogo, hii ni line. It's a line. Tunakuja chini sasa. So for me, I would like to observe that we are vigilant. Hii kitu tumeenda nayo. It's just that this guy is attempting as much as possible to try and nullify the election or try to get a rerun. We will not allow that. Raila ameshinda hii kitu fair and square. Show me any evidence, and if there is, we'll send that person to prove to prison. We cannot allow this thing to go to court. Inaisha na Chebukati. That's where it ends.
Allow this thing to go to court.
Okay. So sasa tunaingia kwa, we're coming back down. We'll go to Joe, then we'll go down hivyo. Sasa tuendelee hivyo, and if anybody knows Lee, subscribe kwa hiyo channel yake tafadhali, msi apate ma subscribers wengine. I'm a big fan of his, so Lee Mawingi, MAKWINGY. He's in Kisumu, and I watch his channel every day. Very interesting analysis. All right, Joe. Sorry, ngoja. Eliza alikuwa anataka kusema kitu.
Mimi ni upande wake. Huwa napenda kumuona akicheka kwanza.
What is his usual quotes? Everything in politics happens. Does not happen. You can say it.
With an objective reason or something.
No, it's something else. Everything in politics does not happen with mere coincidence, something like that. Something. Your mics are not working, so let Eliza say something quickly. Then Joe, you're next. You're actually next, Joe.
Okay.
No, I don't have anything. I was just saying I'm his supporter. I always like to watch him.
Very good analysis. All right, Joe, go for it.
Oh yeah, Liam McEwen. I know. Keep real. I'm just gonna say hello to Liam. Is it? How can I pronounce it? McEwen? Is he on?
Mukenya?
Yeah.
Mukenya daima.
I think. Oh. Yeah. Oh, it's probably not. Anyway, I was just saying this. You know, as Kenyans, I think we are the ones to blame ourselves, because I think from my perspective, history has never sort of like sunk in, like what we went through and, you know, how fast we should be progressing. Like, we tend to leave history behind, which is so relevant in this day and age. Like, for instance, when COVID-19 struck, I'll just give a general example. When COVID-19 struck, you know, the first thing researchers did, they went back to history and they actually worked out how the Spanish flu was handled. And they implemented most of those things that were catered for, like to sort of like slow the Spanish flu, which was global. They implemented 3/4 of that, and then they used the technology to get the rest of it, so that they could sort of like manage COVID-19. As Kenyans, history is something that is out of, the planet. Like, you would want to talk about history, because that history would get us out of, where we were at. Like, when we're trying to get the multipartyism, for the multi-party, the struggles we went through, where we've reached at, and where we are headed. And then there's one thing that actually has a big,
Joe, what are your feelings about what's been happening with the elections, the ghost workers, the ghost voter revelations?
Well, this part of rigging, this is a part of rigging that I don't understand. Because why would that even be happening in the first place?
Yes. So for example, in Belgium, first of all, elections are compulsory. Everybody has
Right,
to
just like in Australia.
Yes, unless you're sick, unless you have a doctor's appointment, unless those are the few things where you're in prison. You're in
I
court.
know what you're talking about.
Secondly,
because it's the same in Australia. Yeah.
Secondly, I just wanted to confirm with you. Secondly, it's the common mwananchi that is in charge of counting the votes, the tallying centers, or manning the polls, and it's
Actually,
like
volunteers, to be very honest.
That is Britain, by the way. Britain has volunteers. In Europe, it's actually
even in Australia, they're pretty much more like volunteers. Yeah.
For us, it's jury duty. So how come those people are not stealing, and in Kenya, people that are paid are stealing? That's how I want you to analyze that.
Yeah. Okay. There's this civic education. Like, we have a lot of uneducated. We have a very high level of illiteracy in Kenya. That is one thing that I would say, compared to not to the Western world, but even in Africa, we are supposed to be doing better than that. But one of the reasons as why we are where we are with the level of illiteracy is because of corruption. Corruption has played a very big role in the way the Kenyan society at this stage sort of like is at. Why? Because resources are not well distributed. The way the government is supposed to operate to actually help. Like, we have very different systems. Like, for instance, in Australia and so many Western, you can go to walk to a local MP's office and say, look, this and this is not going on the way I want, and this and that. And you know what? The local MP will be helping you. If it's anything to do with them, the environment around, and there's so much. And we have all that capacity. But Kenya, corruption. I'm sorry to repeat this. Corruption has made us to be where we are right now. And until we change, it's like a mental slavery of corruption that we've got. We have to undo it. And that's one of the ways that Kenyans can, there's illiteracy, of course, and poverty. I don't know how we can get out of it, but if we get someone like Baba and Martha, steering the wheel, we might get somewhere. But if we don't, Kenya will be lost, pretty much. If it lands into the opposition, Kenya is gone. And how are we going to get it back? I don't know. So yeah, there's so many elements that have brought Kenya to its knees. Illiteracy has been on the rise because of the levels of survival level.
Very true.
Yeah. And then illiteracy has led to, there's nothing. You go, like, for instance, I'm sorry to go a bit further, but for a second, you go back home, you find people that had so much potential are wallowing in the village. So much potential wallowing in the village. And you're like, where's this country going, man? Like,
that
seriously.
makes sense. I see that all the time when I come home, and it
is sickening.
It is. But for today, I would like to focus on mainly how we saw ghost voters and the revelations in the last few days, and what is happening to our democracy. So my focus today is about the rigging and how Kenyans feel, whether they voted in diaspora, whether they voted back at home. Especially the people who are robbed, I feel, are the people of Central. They were robbed. They were robbed a lot. So that's what I want to focus about right now. So I'd like to jump straight to DJ if it's possible, then we'll come back to you if it's okay. Because hii tu ni kuenda pole pole, because I would like to give people 3 minutes each. So asante sana. Sorry for cutting you short. DJ, karibu. Thank you.
Kip, unanisikia?
I can hear you.
Sorry, na double up another pair room on Clubhouse. I know you know Clubhouse. So ndio maana niko na 2 pairs of headset. Bado kuna forum nyingine ya story ya Azimio hiyo side. I think kuna hiyo video clip uliplay ya story ya laptops. And Mungu ni mzuri. I think God loves me. Sikuwa home. So kuna maboys hapa around wanted my PCs. Niwasaidie na laptops cause walikuwa hizo job. So unaona Mungu ananipenda sana. Juu imagine I'm looking at
Joe, kindly mute your mic, please. You're next, so just mute your mic, tafadhali. Let Achieva have a moment because the mics interfere. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Sai.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Nasema sometimes ni kama Mungu ananipenda. Juu man, unajua laptop zangu sasa ndio zingekuwa probably ziko kwa track list because I have young brothers who Esto. They called me on Saturday to lend them a pair of laptop because and I was like, yeah, I can give, but again, yao ni watu tumegrow na wao, so they're like young brothers, and I'm like, wako na job. But then I asked him a question. IBC requires you to go with a personal laptop because having worked with IBC before, haikuwa make sense that why do they carry a personal laptop to go to job ati waliambiwa bebe. And what Lee says that these guys walikuwa wameshafika huko on time makes a lot of sense kwa sababu election started on Tuesday. These guys asked for a laptop on a Saturday, so walikuwa sha report on Sunday. So if anything was being done huko from the county level, because most of them wako huko county, vitu figures zilianza kama systems zilikuwa tampered with, they were tampered with hiyo mapema as early as on Sunday. So when guys are going to vote, things were already messed up. that video ya Lee ndio imefanya actually nikumbuke someone asked me for a laptop and ikanitrigger sana, na nimeuliza huyo kijana ulikuwa laptop mlikuwa nataka ya, so ndio nimerecall because I had a conversation but I never took it that seriously because I really scrutinized how does IBC ask us to carry a personal laptop. Nimewak nao sana tujaibeba personal laptop, kama kuna laptop inakuwaga huko moja that is used, na tangu tuanze kutumia KiMS-Kit hapo kwa room kunanga laptop, so apparently these laptops were being used. So I'm looking at a scenario, ningesaidia mtu laptop afanye nayo kazi and then probably IP addresses za hizo laptops zianze kuwa tracked, help someone with a laptop, na najua a lot of people will fall victim. Let's say God willing baba na mama ndani, and then they start following up on this issue. A lot of people who lent laptops, elder brothers who lent younger sisters or younger brothers laptops will be in some deep shit, kwa sababu wewe utakuja tu unakuja
DJ.
Yeah.
What did Martha say? Kila mtu atabeba msalaba yake.
Unaget like, but so naangalia keep, I'm looking at wewe ulisaidia bro yako na laptop, you didn't know about it, that's what I'm saying, unaelewa? So you carry a brand.
Snitch on your brother. Snitch nini? Kila mtu abebe msalaba yake. Now I'll let you continue. Everybody carries their own cross. There's no taking utachukua IBC cannot go to jail, can it?
Yeah, it can't.
You cannot take. We start everybody Chebukati yote. They'll go to jail. So kila mtu na msalaba wake. Continue.
Yeah, so that thing has really messed up my cycle, because I'm also watu wadogo. Remember when you posted that thingy on that other private chat, I told you I'm naonea huyo kijana huruma, because you see, like probably you're told I'm going to give you maybe $1 million, maybe $1 million at 100,000. So kijana too very innocent, 1989, though maybe hustle ya huku nje imempiga, blinded, you're in deep shit like for the rest of your life. So I'm looking at 21-year-olds, because the target age bracket was between 21 and 25. Most people have seen when you're kwa system. Actually, Gen Z from 2002, watu wengine walizaliwa from 97, let's say 97 to 2000, most of them. And because me, I know some of them. Hata nimeona wakipost some things online, and I'm just fearing now waonea huruma, because these people have really messed up. Wale vijana wenye wanaambia kazi ni kazi, tunawajali, wamefix maisha yao. Unaget? So ndio kazi ni kazi, but hiyo kazi is actually it's driving people kazi ndani ya probably committee and everything. So but a lot of things have happened. Like if you're keen enough, me being from Kiambu County, the person who I voted in as a governor already lamented. The moment he went online and lamented, I knew that something was amiss. Naelewa already was amiss. Na hata huku kwetu kuna time tulikuwa tuna queue and then the lines were taking too long. You're wondering what's happening at the end of it all. So if you're keen enough, but where I voted, we used both the KiMS-Kit and the manual register hand in hand. So they were checking your hand and then they are crossing, walikuwa na cross. So yangu ilitumika hand in hand. Alafu wakati tunatumia unasikia Chebukati amesema that ati ziko withdrawn. So you're like, okay, hao wengine kulikuwa na too much confusion. But this one, if you're keen enough and you've been there, I've worked with them, that's another thing. So moving forward, I'm like, we know that kulikuwa na a lot of ghost voters and everything, and that was the problem. Is if you are a smart thief, you change the formula on how you steal. You don't steal with the same formula in 2013, 2017. Bro, keep hata home ukiiba sukari. Ulikuwa unaiba sukari kama umeweka kidole hivi leo, kesho utaweka, because kuna venye madhi alikuwa anaweka mark. You devise another mean on how utalamba hiyo sukari kukill evidence. Kama ni nyama ilikuwa kwa sufuria na iko na supu, na imepoa, haungetoa hiyo nyama kama imepoa, unaichemsha kwanza, alafu unatoa nyama, unachaikula. You get?
Lakini hata kama ni kuiba.
Yeah.
My question is, how is it that at the beginning of the end times of the election, we had registered about 56% turnout in Central, and now it's jumped to 67? I don't even know how big. So hii kuiba without a plan, I don't understand. The only
That's what I'm
thing they
saying.
could, the only thing they could do is minus votes for Raila. So I don't understand. So hii kuiba yao ni very, there's a screw loose. So
Yeah,
explain to me how.
like that's what I'm
How?
saying. That's what I'm actually explaining as a layman. You change the formula on how you steal. You cannot steal. Hata unatumia kitu ya the pettiest thing kwenu home. Mama kitambo, when you were growing up, mama angepika nyama inakuliwa leo na kesho. So what they used to do, ataiweka mahali igande, ile mafuta inabaki hapo. Unajua huwezi toa nyama kama imeganda, unajua hivyo. So for you to steal hiyo nyama, lazima ungechemsha ile mafuta hiyo supu yote ndio utoe nyama, alafu uache ikul, ndio na you have to weka hiyo nyama kwa fridge ndio ile hiyo mafuta igande to the same level ilikuwa imeganda from January.
DJ in 1988 Kibaki aliwaambia even rigging needs some intelligence. It's way back 1988 when they were rigging.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You have to change the formula. Like everyone understand. What unamsema kwa Jude mute. Guys mute out wawili. So basically that's what I'm saying. Like you have to I'm a mute. So keep, you have to change the formula, you understand? But me I'm fearing naonea tu yani have vijana wadogo huruma. Wanashambwa kazi ni kazi, the fallacy ya ushenzi, that's what I call it. Na ndio Raila sema tunafaa kuondoa upumbavu. It's actually part of one of the three main things that he always talks about. Kuliberate uchumi and na kuondoa upumbavu. Umeambiwa kazi ni kazi, you've been promised pesa kidogo, kama zile clip niliona kijana anaangalia hivi Bomas anaanguka ana change paper. It's like someone mtu amuoni, videos are there, so you end up messing your entire 20 life. Probably when msemi yangu kwa na mtoi like me have a 2.5-year-old. Mimi nilikata kwenda jobs za IBC this time because I feared shit will happen. Called unaitwa kazi and I'm like nah, this time mimi tu niko sawa, wacha tu nikuje kama voter niende ningoje kura zangu nyumbani, because this is what happens. How the system is infiltrated, let me tell you briefly. So every aspirant anataka kuwa anachunga kura zake from the system. So what will happen, let's say keep you're vying for a governorship in Kiambu, and me I'm your right hand man, ambia niaje Peter, instead of kuwa agent wa kawaida, apply kazi ya IBC and you'll make sure nimepata hiyo kazi ya IBC. Understand? So mimi nikienda, I don't represent IBC initially, niko na tag ya IBC but hakuna mahali na represent IBC, na represent interest zako. So ndio maana hii system, that's why in as much as you will say it's something that has been ongoing from way back, I'd say because nimekuwa kanini kaklak tangu huko 2010 tangu referendum. So ni kitu imekuwa ongoing. So saa hii imekuwa messy kwa sababu out of, unajua venye mtu aliibiwa last time ana improve. Kawaida Raila ananga agent central, being in Azimio it was easy kuwa na it's worse mahali penye Kiambu, kama mahali where I was voting kulikuwa na MCA wa ODM, kulikuwa na MCA wa Jubilee, kulikuwa na MCA almost wa Wiper, almost hizo parties zote ziko kwa Azimio. So jua hiyo room itakuwa na agents wangapi? Close to 15 when you are counting votes. Unaelewa? Hao ni Azimio, because if they had 15 candidates, every candidate always feel their own agent. In as much as uko kwa nini, si kila mtu anataka kushinda na chama yenye yako nayo. So already uko na 15 agents, but how the system is infiltrated, Keep will tell me ni aje Achiever, mimi nataka uchunge kura zangu. So unachunga kura from the system. Jua you're not affiliated to IBC, and it's a good venture because you make money, nakula pesa ya Keep na bado nakula pesa ya serikali. You understand? That is how the mess is. So now the worst thing is we usually take an oath when you go to those IBC training. You take an oath. People, as you want to be very ignorant, you take an oath that you're going to be non-partisan. Uko hapo tu unasema mimi, but unajua wewe hii tu ni formality you're doing. But the fact that you take an oath, we need to, for us to funga hizi loopholes moving forward, this is all you need to do. You sign, ukishikwa unabeba mzigo wako, alafu hizo electoral nini, let's say hizo electoral offense nini, hizo zinafaa zichenjiwe, ni very lenient. Sijui msee anafungwa 3 years, unaelewa? So kama nimepewa 5 million, Keep correct me if I'm wrong, I don't know kama ni strict.
No, you're correct. Me, I want it to be 20 years.
Yeah, ndio nasema, unaelewa, kama ni 3 years
capital punishment ingekuwa nyongwe.
Yeah, ndio nasema kama ni 3 years, Keep, I've been given 3 million, right? I'll go bribe my way out, niishi nje on bail, nifungwe hapa mtaa na nisikuwe naenda ni restrictiwe kutoka tu, sijui si toka Kenya. Sina plans za kutoka Kenya for the next 3 years. I postpone. I have 3 million with me. Niende huko ni bribe my way out, ni kama nitoke nje, ni very lenient. Tunafaa kuwa na hakuna fines, hakuna nini. Ukishikwa, because unajua already uko charged na responsibility ya life za watu. When you're taking that oath, you already charged with the responsibility of people's lives. So let's make this thing very harsh to a point that haitakuwa ati tu ni kazi tunaenda ku apply because we want to go tunaenda protect kura za mtu, but we need to protect integrity ya country yetu, unaona. That's why the system is really infiltrated. Ndio maana au maro akishika au mapio akishikwa, if you work in that system, you know this thing happens even maybe wewe hujaishikwa, unaelewa. It's not something new, it has been happening, but the fact that kwa nini wanashikwa, because people who've been using them they know how the system works, even if what tunafanya. Ndio maana this time people are so much keen. Ndio maana hata mtu akiingia pale Bomas, unaona everyone is because they know this is what they do. Hata ime happen to this time, unaona every aspirant guards their vote from the inside, unashika. And that is what I think maybe ODM from 2007 never did. Or alikuwa naeka 2 agents, but how you guard your votes, you guard it from the inside, and you can only guard it from IBC. So hiyo rota iko huko juu tu, sijui the Chebukati, the commissioners, it starts from the clerk, unaelewa, from the clerk going upward. So actually ni bottom up. Hiyo sasa ndio manifesto ya UDA. That's why I can say that's it, ni bottom up, and I'm done. That keeps na kitu kusema nimalize. Swali naweza chukua katika question.
Thank you. And I want people to stop saying hacking. Kuna kitu kama hacking. These people are swapping passwords everywhere. Unapatia, an IBC. The way you've just said, you've opened a lot, DJ Achieva. I come in, I'm an insider in IEBC. I get my password as an ICT person. Natoka tu nje, because it's in the cloud, I give it to Itumbi's team. Then wanafanya hizo karabati. And then I didn't realize these people are doing it so far that they are bribing people inside the nation, inside citizen. That is why the newspapers are neither confirming or denying it, because it's all about, hii mambo ya kuhack. Ukisikia umehakiwa, it's just you being careless. For example, password to your Facebook. It's just clever. They know that you're using common things like the date of your birth or your favorite dog's name. This is too common, and they play around with it. They ask you a few of these questions. So that is more. It will take more time. But for this one, it's una pass to password, unaandika, unatoka nayo kwa IBC, because IEBC is not secure in terms of how strict they are about giving that information. How often are these passwords changed? How are they rotated?
I have something to tell you. Unajua, acha nikwambie kitu kingine. Having worked,
akona kwa swali.
Keep also, acha nikwambie. So this is what happens. Nyinyi wote mnaenda training. Hiyo training, hiyo machine haikuagi assigned a specific person. One mistake that IBC also does, yeah. So mnaenda training, hiyo kwa room nakuaga waseka 7. Usually in every polling station, like 2017, that's where we are. So asubuhi on Monday, you go to on Monday, this is what happens. And I'm using 2017 scenario. You won't use these years. Mute Simon. I'm using the 2017 scenario. This is what was happening. Tunaingia kwa polling station on Monday. So everyone reports, PO amekuja. Alafu anauliza, juu training mnafanya kwa classroom ya kutumia KIEMS kit. It's a classroom. So si ati kuna mtu wako assigned specifically the KIEMS kit. Mnaulizwa, who's comfortable to use the KIEMS kit? Unaget? Already ushaulizwa who's comfortable. What if the person who's comfortable is that insider wa Kenya Kwanza ama wa Azimio? Already, kama najua nimetumwa, ninainua, because I know what interest I'm protecting. I'm comfortable with it. Unashika. Nainua mkono. And then mimi ndio napewa password, pia nakwambia password. Alafu things are done shortly that see at it's a secret password, but you are able to, msee mwingine akitoka ananiambia password. Sasa akitoka ameenda lunch, unajua ametoka ameenda wapi? Understand? So sisi excuseana for lunch. Kuna a lot of laps, and one of the reasons, because me I knew this election ya mwaka itakuwa noma sana. Mimi nilipigiwa simu and I'm like, bro, job ya PO nimetosheka tu. I was okay kwa sababu msee utafiksiwa na mtu, and a lot of people are going to watadandiwa. Sorry, I use a lot of slang because mimi ni mgeto. Watashikwa juu ya hiyo story, like you when a victim of circumstance, ulikuja umefanya mashini dalala, msee alitoka, maybe probably ulitoka mkachange kidole because you use kidole login sometimes, when they ulibaki, you're not the one who dispatched the information. So as in kuna a lot of lapse in the system ya IEBC. Hata mashini venye wanazigad tu ndio unaona kama ile ya Mandera ilipotea. Hiyo it's not si kupotea, hiyo mashini ikitoka inakoga property ya PO. You wonder ilitoka aje atilibiwa ikicharge, how? You understand, mashini inachajiwa ukipa mashini hapo, mashini ikiwa full charge. Remember kuna parts zenye hakuna stima, so that nini machine usually comes with like a power bank type of thing. Some things they say wanadhani watu ni wajinga, but if you've worked with them you know how those systems work. Hizi machines zinafaa kuwa assigned a specific person na mtu wajua, but mnaulizana kwa classroom who's comfortable, because when you go for training you are 1,500 or 3,000 people during training. You mnafundishwa hiki kitu communal, hata labda huku shika mko wengi nini hall imefika huko, wewe ulienda nje ukakaa huko, but unajua nani atakuja kufanya brief, ama unaweza kuna notes hizo spreadsheets zimepewa, you can just use the same notes and you're able to go through it. Nikiwa pale najua mimi Kip ndio governor wangu, na nikitaka kucheza nacheza everything nataka, unaona it's possible still. Yeah, question swali yako Mogoi, tuachie watu wengine waongee.
You have a question, Mogoi? No question. No question. Okay, sir. Joe. Karibu Joe.
Kipacha ni drop niende hiyo meeting nyingine. Sawa, nitafuata from behind the scenes. Poa.
All right. Thank you very much for your insight. I think we've learned a lot. Asante sana. We've learned a lot. Joe, karibu. Joe, I cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. You might need to drop out, and the problem is you need to let StreamYard configure your laptop. You need to allow it to configure your machine. Udwa nyumba.
Hi Kip, how are you?
I'm good.
Happy to see you.
Mr.
Bwana Mogoi, I also greet Bwana Mogoi. I greet Bwana Kemere Koge. I greet Jonathan, Simo, and everybody else who may be behind the scenes. Today had been very difficult. It has never been as difficult as tonight for me to get in. I think people are really getting worried and impatient. It has taken me 5 hours to get in. Keep. But it's okay. No complaint.
You're here. You know, you're part of the family.
Yes.
We're here to just talk about the discrepancies and what we're going to do next, because at the end of the day, we're just angry as to what we're seeing.
I want to rectify this statement of yours, Bwana Kip. And the issue is, kusema tumechukua hiyo gumzo itatoka kwa mtu mmoja anaitwa Wafula Chebukati. His be final. Yours is just a joke, Bwana Kip. It will not come from President Uhuru, it will not come from Raila, it will not come from Ruto. Ule mdomo itafunguka na aseme na itakuwa mwisho. Either is correct or wrong, either is real or stolen, ni Bwana Chebukati. Ndio itakuwa ya mwisho. Na ndio tunaumia hivyo kwa sababu it's taken too long, and again so many things are happening. The stealing is still going on at this late hour. Imagine if the stealing started way back at the beginning of the voting, and even when the tallying is going on, they are still stealing. I think things are very difficult. It's the mountain we are climbing here. But I wonder, Kip, sorry, I hope you have understood what I'm saying.
No, I've understood it, but
Yeah, whatever comes out of Chebukati's mouth, it will be final. Either is correct or wrong, whatever. Now from there, it will be a Supreme Court issue.
Well, no, we're not going to
Nobody
court.
can change that.
No,
all right?
no court, no court. We for what, Mr.
Now let's not be theoretical. If now, right now, as I'm speaking, Chebukati says the winner of this election is Mr. X, it will be that. Why cannot do anything? Or do nothing? They will do nothing. It will be a Supreme Court issue. Okay, the only thing you can do is riot, do whatever. But if we are going to follow it, it should follow its own course. It will be a Supreme Court issue, an appeal over there. Because I'm saying whatever. You see, now we've been talking about
Nyumba, wewe unakufa moyo bana. You have to have faith.
I'm talking the truth. I'm not saying you're not understanding what I'm saying. I'm just being practical, the way things work. All right? Let me repeat myself. We have been talking 34A, 34B, 34C, tallying, blah, 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 blah. Even if it's tallied. And finally, Chebukati says, is Mr. X has won, na memaliza, kwisha. If Y is not agreeable, the only thing you can do is go to court. Hata mkienda kwa street and nothing. I hope some people understand what I'm saying. Even you may know very well you have won. And again, Chebukati comes and saying something totally opposite. The law says Chebukati is the announcer of the result of the election 2022, and that's it. Whatever you keep on saying that we have won, you can keep on saying that. And it's true, we have won, but it has no effect at all. Even Uhuru came here and our president saying that Nani has won, nothing. President of Kenya, I'm saying Uhuru came here and said that now here Raila has won, nothing, zero. Law does not allow that. I'm just being legally conscious, okay? Let's move forward. That's the position.
So
it's not that I'm saying.
I hear you. I hear you.
I know, KP. I know you are so deep into it that
I cannot.
I'm not of different opinion, but I'm saying the way it is, as it is.
Yes, but I'm of the opinion that we cannot think that way. I know what you say. I know you're saying it technically, yes, but I'm just saying there's no way.
Are you going to tell Chebukati what to say?
He has to say the right thing. Tutamfinya huko
shimali. Let's move on. That's theoretical. Let's leave it at that.
Tutamfinya mali ya nyeti.
Let's move on, please. So what I'm saying, yeah, my worry is this. I wonder. Me, I'm a victim of the same ghost issues, and I hope some of you saw the presentation by my current governor, Honorable Lee Kinyanjui, what he said. He talked a lot of sense, and that was happening. People have said here, for example, the turnout was around 50%. Then the real turnout was that. But the results, some places was going to 70%, 68, 69%. So the same thing that happened in Central also happened in Nakuru. For people who don't know me on this screen now, me, I'm in Nakuru, in Rongai constituency. So my governor is Lee Kinyanjui, and he was defeated by Susan Keheka, and mostly unfairly through the cooking, the vifarangas, and all that. So as he talked a few points here and there, and I think mostly he's going to appeal. But, you know, when things appealing, cases in Kenya take 5 years, some of them, you know. The only fastest case is the one of the presidency. That one is determined with those days as stipulated. But these others, you may start it now at the end of the election, then you reach the other election without a verdict having been made. So it's nonsense. So what I'm saying, and keep us run away because he doesn't want to hear the truth, is that I'm wondering, for anybody who has an answer, here is a system. Here is a government that has been led by one Honorable Uhuru Kenyatta. Kip, I can say Fred is becoming a bit uneasy. Kip, will you give Momanyi a chance. Momanyi, is something you want to raise or?
Momanyi utaingia kwa sababu Joe anakuja next.
Alikuwa na raise issue mkono, lakini wacha niendelee nimalize.
Wacha tumalize because I think interruption is not good. Why are people coming with these pseudonyms? Nimeona ati kuna Uhuru Kenyatta hapo. Seriously speaking, some people are just Kenyans.
Hata baba the fifth yako. Hata baba
niliona ati
give them the freedom to feel good. Like me, you think I'm called Nyumba? I just want to feel good once in a while. Now, so I'm saying, I've been wondering, we have a government in position and led by one Uhuru Kenyatta, and also in liaison with one Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. And here we are totally incapacitated by one William Ruto. Here there's a system. A government is a system. It's not an individual. The government is not Uhuru Kenyatta. It's a system. I've been there. You know, it works. Worked as a civil servant. Then one individual, of course, he has his cohorts within the system. But how can he paralyze everything else? I'm asking, where was... Okay, Kip, I always say you are a digital wizard. Where were you, Kip, when these things were being done? Where was Mucheru, ICT, Cabinet Secretary? Where was he? Where was Matiangi? Where was intelligence? You know, is Ruto so powerful than all these systems? Aren't there people within these systems who are brighter and more even better than Itumbe in terms of digital competitiveness?
Let me tell you
actually,
one
I'm
thing.
worried.
No, it's not that. No, it's not that. It's unajua ile siku alisema government ni nusu ya Uhuru, nusu ya Ruto. That is exactly what it is. Ruto had infiltrated a lot of the IBC. There are guys who are loyal to Uhuru and the guys who are loyal to Ruto. So hiyo nusu ni nusu. It's the way it is. There's no ifs or buts. But the day Ruto felt the wrath or the strength of Uhuru is the day no PCs, no DCs, and no chiefs, or no police, or anybody in the intelligence community was picking up his phone. But then there are still some goons in IEBC that Ruto paid. And that is what happened. And the problem is, we let this man become too powerful too quickly. Ruto was a nothing 10 years ago. So he has become that powerful. That's a fact. We have to
keep.
Yes, go
on. Keep, don't get me depressed, because as I was saying, the cabinet secretary for security is Matiang'i. The cabinet secretary for ICT is Mucheru. We have Kina Kibicho. We have who and who. We have Uhuru here. The people in charge. Okay, let's say Ruto has got his own following within the same system. They are not totally full in charge. So there's no way it can be 50-50 in terms of the powers and the intelligence and everything else. The intelligent man, okay? Kameru, okay? He can't be pro Ruto. So it can only be 75% and 25%. Pro Azmio, I would expect not to be higher than pro UDA, okay? Why is it now turning out that the 25% is stronger than the 75%? Paralyzing everything. Let me finish. This is a very dangerous situation. We have been there for long. Me, I've been a presiding officer twice within many years back. And these things look as if it's a joke. It's no joke. You remember very well in the year 2007, one Samuel Kevoito, is it Kevoito? Yeah. He was in charge of the election commission. He made it like a joke, and a very sick joke. When there were some delays, or saying, oh, I think some people in the Rakanindi, I think they are cooking. You know, he thought it's a joke. That was a sick joke. And you can see the consequence of such a statement. So even this delay and whatever, and we are seeing it over the screen at Bomas, what is happening there? And IBC is not coming even to enlighten us of this. This tension can blow up to be something terrible, actually. People are taking, I could even maybe the lady, the chair, vice chair, or Chebukati laughing. There's no laughing matter here, actually. You are dealing with 50 million people's lives here. The security. I think, and as I'm speaking, Kip, I wonder even where Uhuru is sitting, where Matiang'i is sitting, where everybody is sitting in the cabinet, and they're letting this thing go through. I think, of course, they cannot give orders. The man in charge here is Chebukati, not Kip. Kip, don't take Chebukati's work. You are not qualified. You are not entitled by law. Yeah? But something should be happening. They can't just sit idle waiting until to rectify a situation when it's out of control. Preventing is better than just curing, actually. And I hope by today being Sunday, by today I think they should be through this thing. Because I could see tabulation of Raila having won by 52% and Ruto at 48. Why? If it's like that, well, come out, clear it. We move forward. Can't keep us tension all the time. Like now, I've not been sleeping. I've been here overnight. And what they're showing on the screen is very useless. There's women represent. Am I interested with that now? Okay. So I pray that we are through with this thing and we get more comfortable and move on with our work. And let's keep on praying. Here is Sunday morning, Kenya, exactly around what time now? I'm just preparing to go to church 4:15 a.m. Lakini leo Sunday watangaze hii kitu sifike Monday. Unaona shule keep on postponing the opening of the schools because of the insecurity it can cause. Why this tension? Why this stress? We should get out of it. Thank you, Kip, for allowing me. Thank you, panelists, for even listening to me also.
Thank you very much, Nyumba. You're always coming with wisdom. We like it. Nimekesha hapa sana, nimekaa.
Naona hata nywele unaanza kichwa inaanza kuguza.
Hakuna mtu ananirelease pana watu wana matension hapa. Sasa nilikuwa nataka kuona kama Joe anaweza kuongea. Joe, can I hear you?
Yeah. Can you?
Yes, we can. Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me how you feel about ghost voters and its revelations. Yes.
You know, there's one thing that does. Okay, sijui kama it's just me or maybe the panel, the guys in the panel, or it's the kind of people that I hang out with.
Sorry, it's not this Joe, the other Joe. You're skipping the line.
Sorry, is that me or?
It was supposed to be this Joe, and I can't hear him.
Joe, the Joe Black talked. Keep. Is the Joe talking?
Yeah, he has talked. He's talked.
Yeah, he talked.
Joe, you have to log out and let StreamYard configure your computer. Joe, there's still a line. There's still a line.
Yeah.
And yeah,
do you want me to log out and then come back in?
No, there are two Joes. There are two Joes. He's just logged out. He's coming back in, and he was next. So.
Okay, do you want me to continue or before he comes in?
No, Kimera is next. Okay. Mr. Kimera.
Koge, stop sleeping.
Okay, hello everyone. I say hi. I do like Nyumba today. I salute everyone. Keep Mugoi, Nyumba, Joe, Murumba, Jude, and Fred. Actually, I pronounced it wrongly. It's Nyoba. Otherwise, he'll complain with me. I know that because we will meet in another place. He will complain. Well, I don't know, because I think I need to get a pen next time and mark down the things that you guys are talking, because I had a lot of things to rebut on what Nyomba was saying, to contribute on what he was talking about, but now it was just too long, so I've forgotten half of it. because like everyone else, we haven't been sleeping since the 9th, really. Well, we have been sleeping, but not sleeping well, and then always on these screens. And the screen actually is useless, as Nyumba is saying. We don't want to see all those names scrolling who has been voted senator or MP and all that rubbish. That's not helping, really. They're not even making any news at all. We don't even know what else is happening in the country, because it's just like, but how are Kenyan journalists that lazy, actually? Because what do they do, really? Because you see, not much happening on those TV stations and radios. Radios are even better than TVs, because I'm sure that there is a lot of other things happening in the country. And also there's something else I believe about our journalists. They actually should be the whistleblowers. They shouldn't stay there and wait until see there is commotion in Bomas, and then they are trying to figure out what it is. They should be the ones in the first place to report things that are going wrong. And I'm sure in Europe, here in the UK, actually, the journalists would be the first ones to report anomalies, But there they just call some useless panelists in their TV shows, people who tell us things that we already know, or things I'm sure that if they called any one of us could make the same comments, those panelists they call all the time, we would have the same comments. I don't know whether you agree with me. They don't teach us anything, really. They comment things that we can detect by ourselves. So that's one thing. The other thing, as much as we don't want to hear this, what Nyumba was talking about, Chebukati, man. Yeah, I wish I had powers. If I had powers, I would have castrated. But unfortunately, I can't do that. But because we all rely on him right now, and whatever he decides, that's what we're gonna go with. And then if any party is aggrieved, we're gonna go to court and all that stuff. So we know we have won this because the numbers are there, and we knew that since the 10th. But we have to follow the rules, so we have to wait for the man. And there's something else, and this question I've heard it from many people, and Nyumba just asked about it now. Where is Uhuru? Where is Kebisho? Where is Matiang'i? You guys, there's something I think. What should Uhuru, Matiang'i, Kebisho, should they just blast bombers and come there and say, it's not done like that. They can't do like that. They are working underneath, but because they have to be balanced and they have to maintain peace in the country. You can't just come one-sided and say, "Oh, wow, we're gonna mess up everything because we have power." No, it's not done like that. There's a lot going on underneath, So they can't be that pronounced. So that's something that we should, even the way, if you look at it now, yeah, and there's something that I'm saying. We can see the Azimio army, which is in Beaumont. They have been blasting a lot of people and masking all these people trying to exchange the 34As and other misdoings. The reason why they do that, in 2017, 2013, they could have done the same thing. They didn't do. Why? Because the system wasn't on their part. The reason why we are seeing things that we are seeing now and they are being broadcasted and then recorded is because the state is permitting that to happen. You understand? So there's a certain kind of control. We can't go on saying where is Kebisho, where they are there. Believe me, they are there. Very much so. So, you don't have to go shouting in the market for people to know you are present. You can't be present without, like they say that the tiger doesn't pronounce. What doesn't the tiger do? It doesn't proclaim its tigritude, but you will know with its actions. So I wouldn't worry much about that. So things are coming. All what we're going to ask the Azimio brigade is really to still continue what they're doing, keep an eye on whatever is happening on Bomas, not allow any forms to be exchanged, not to allow any monkey business going on there. And something else is people who are caught with all those misbehaviors and all those wrongdoings, they should be kicked out. So the only thing I don't understand, even if I'm saying that they want to try to be balanced, so because there won't be any accusations that the government is doing this or is Raila is being supported. No, because that's not the case. But if you are caught doing the wrong thing, you should be kicked out. So I still don't understand why Mrs. Cholet should still be at Bomas. She was supposed to be ejected yesterday, but she's still going around there. So that's unacceptable. And all people associated with whatever she is doing. So whenever we find something going wrong, those people need to be caught and isolated from the rest of the group there in Bomas. And we must all keep an eye on that Chebukati man, because I seem to understand that the biggest problem we have is those people all of them are compromised, from the returning officers to the commissioners themselves. And I have a question. Amongst all those IEBC employees, from the lowest grade to the chairman, don't we have patriots there? No one really cares about the country. Is it all about money? Can we really put it just about money? Because, in every society we have good and bad. So I would guess that there must be someone who is honest in that institution. Are they all rotten? That's a question that I keep asking myself, because even the 7, are they 7 commissioners or whoever? They can't be all 7 rotten, can they really?
No, not really, no.
There must be someone who is really, who can see things are going wrong and will try to contrast the others, instead of all closing their eyes and saying, okay, it's okay with us. So I'm just hoping that we got people there who are honest people, because it can't be that it's all rotten like that. Another thing, there's another thing I want to say about the Mount Kenya issue, because that concerns me really. That pisses me off, and every time I think about it, I really get so pissed, because it's not possible that whatever has happened in Mount Kenya, it's not real. It can't be. And I was giving a friend an example today, and I was telling them that if you have, like, we knew in Kenya 2 years ago, we had the locust invasion, we had the army worms. Even if they invade your farm, let's say you are a maize farmer, and you have this army worms invasion, there's no way they're gonna spoil all the plants. Some plants will survive. How is it that they have swept everything from Mount Kenya? It's not possible. So you can clearly see that has been orchestrated. I know many people ask, how did that happen? We give them too much time to do that, because, and I keep on saying here, even amongst us here, because we have been in this forum for such a long time, and we have been whistleblowing about we knew something was cooking with the Yuda people, especially with their chief master. We knew something was wrong. But what we did, we kept on saying that in our campaigns. We kept saying, we are watching you. We know that guys are coming from Uganda. We know the Venezuelan guys. But then, did we act? No. We were not proactive. You understand? I know. Yeah, sorry.
I'm sorry, I'm dropping off so that Makiadi can take over the studio. Please make sure. Yeah, please make sure that Joe, the Joe next to me gets to talk. So I'll drop off. Santeni sana. Nyumba tutaongea uko on the side.
So
But I'll come
before
back later.
keep just wait a minute
Yes,
before
sorry.
you log out. So before who gonna be moderating here before Makiadi comes in?
Nobody, because the studio is full and someone has to drop off for him to join.
Okay, I'll finish and then I drop off then.
Oh, okay. So.
Yeah? You
Yeah.
can wait a minute. I'll finish and then I'll drop off and I'll listen from background. Yeah? Oh.
But you have to take some questions before you drop off, Mr. Kogi. You have to answer 1 or 2 questions.
1 or 2 questions. Yeah. Anyway, so those are things that we need to factor in when we are making our submissions about what's going on. Because now, but the focus for now for us is to get Baba in. Once Baba is sworn in, we must revisit Mount Kenya issue and all other places because there is an issue and we need to revisit that. And because we're going to deal with this corruption issue once and for all. And I really beg every citizen of Kenya, whether you are in Kenya, whether you are abroad, we must all come together and say, no, enough is enough, and we must fight corruption. We all went to vote. We were so happy. For example, I was going to the Kenyan High Commission in London to vote. We couldn't wait for that day, so we were all excited. We didn't even sleep that day after voting. We hung around, and we are tired since then. But we are excited, but we are also anxious because this wait is getting too long. And as long as we as much as we say we want to be peaceful, we are good people, and I urge people to continue being peaceful. Patience is not a virtue. To arrive a point, people will not tolerate this waiting anymore. So something needs to happen, and the right thing needs to happen. Not that something needs to happen. The right thing needs to happen, and the only right thing is Baba must win. That's the only right thing because that's the fact and that's the truth of the issue. Thank you. I will stop there. I have a lot of things that I can say. Makiadi, welcome, man. I haven't seen you for a long time. Yeah.
Thank
So
you.
yeah, I think I have some questions. Makiadi, if you allow them to ask me, then
Sure.
I'll be done with my submission.
Go ahead. Nyomba Baria wewe. Go ahead.
Sana Bwana Makiadi, ingawaja ni mkubwa wangu, wacha nikukaribishe the moderator. Now, Kogi, Bwana Kogi, when I said about Kip has gone, I usually joke with the Kip and say he's a digital wizard. Me, I'm not. We have the cabinet secretary for ICT, that's Bwana Mushero. Now, he has got a team. He has got digital guys. On the other side, you have got Itumbe, the egg, hiyo mayai. Sasa, inaonekana mayai ndio ameweza mpaka cabinet secretary na timu yako amewezwa. I'm saying this, when these people are taking charge na messing up with the system digitally, where are these other, that's what I meant about them taking advantage of that. Before you answer that, let me finish. Just one, I had only 2 points. The other one is the Mount Kenya disease. You can see the same disease has passed to us in Rift Valley, in Nakuru. Yeah, we the disease actually, we have it. You have seen it, eh? The same disease that was in Central. We in Rift Valley, like the diaspora. And I wonder, checks, some people even like a place called Kikope in Gilgil. Kikope is a town that has come out of the displaced people because of the clashes, because of the all those things. And then they go Uda. You wonder what? There's something that is not right here. So actually, maybe you comment on the cabinet secretary and his team being beaten by Tube and his group, and also the disease from mountain coming to us in the Rift Valley here. Thank you.
Okay, I agree with you. And if you remember what I said that we weren't proactive. We are reacting now, but because I have the same concerns, because during the campaigns, if you remember, we continue to say that we are smelling fish, right? But we didn't do much because some of those holes could have been sealed, but we didn't seal them because I think we needed to be more cautious, more careful about this rigging issue because we were sensing it. You get what I mean? Because about the votes and all that. What as Joe Mucheru is as regarding Joe Mucheru, I don't believe that he has failed or his team or whatever, because many of the things that we are discovering now, yeah, thanks to him also, because all things about the server, about the TV stations stopping to transmit, it's because they discovered what was happening. It's not that ODM or Jubilee guys discovered that. It's the whole team together, the Azimio team, and who is leading that IT team. Joe is in the center of that. You get what I mean? So things are happening. It's not that we can't, because it's an intelligence thing as well. They can't point names who is doing what. You get, but there's a collective thing happening. However, I agree with you. We could have done more to avoid all these misdoings in the voting on the voting day, because those numbers, we must know where those numbers were coming from, because if they report that Central voted 68%, but in real sense, or the fact is the Central voted 55% max. So
similarly in Nakuru, the same thing happened in Nakuru. Exactly.
The whole,
the same.
yeah, Nakuru we counted as Central as well. So the whole Mount Kenya, and as I repeat what I said earlier, if you have an armyworm invasion in your farm, they won't destroy everything. There will be one or two maize plants standing. It can't be that they wipe everything out. You understand what I mean? It can be from Meru, from Keraito to Lee to Kememia to Gojiru Ambogo, the Nyeri, Kanini Kega. There was no way that Kanini Kega could have gone. Derito Moreidi, everywhere. There are all these yellow fever people. You understand? People, even some of them are even unknown. They're just people that popped out like mushrooms, and they won. How?
Okay.
Thank
you, Kemere. Mulumbu, when you do that, you can just lift your hand. Hold on. It's just good to lift your hand. You're distracting people by you look like you're doing some signs on the screen. Let me do this. I can see you lifted your hand up. Fred has a question also. So I'm told Joe is next, but I'll give you each one of you a minute just to make a comment or two, and then we move to Joe. I don't know, Fred, can you start, or should I start with Mulumbu?
Let me start.
Just a minute.
Oh, just a minute. All right. One thing I wanna agree with the Nyumba and Koigi is the question they are asking. And on my side, a simple answer is the so-called the government or Azimio side, they know what's happening. They know what's happening, and they're monitoring everything. That's why you have not seen Raila coming out to do any presser or the likes of the so-called the soldiers of Azimio, Joe, and all that stuff. I think all of us we know the people I'm talking about, Raila and all that stuff. You see, so they have just told Mzee, hold on, everything is in control. Now, if whatever is happening at IBC in Bomas, everything is well monitored, and we know what's happening. Even how do you call it? Even this guy called Mucheru. Mucheru is very much aware about they know. That That's why they hired this guy called George. Is it George Karanja or this guy of ICT? That's a recovery or what?
Njoroge. John Njoroge.
George Njoroge. And George, right now they're just relying each and every information George Njoroge is giving to them. And that's why you are seeing this inflation and deflation is well tackled right now. If you remember 2017 and 2013, because such magnitude of let me put it, magnitude of information wasn't there on Raila's side. That's why it was so easy for them to do what they did, you see. Yeah, but the thing is, right now, I want to tell you guys that let's be patient. Let's be very patient. Things are under control. Chebukati doesn't have...
Okay, Safi,
Fred.
Hold on, Nyumba, hold on. We need to move on. We need to move on. So let me give Mulumbu a minute so that at least we can keep the wheel rolling. Mulumbu, 1 minute.
Hamujambo mandugu na madada nyinyi yote ambao mko kwa hii panel. I'm so happy because wakati tulipoanza hii kitu, when walianza what I don't see them, most of them people I see here as new people. And I cried because we didn't have so many people here, and I cried to have some more educated people like you guys I can see here. We are well, good educated. Mimi sijasoma. But nyinyi ni vile ninavyoangalia mmesoma, and you the old guys can change the country. And this is what I used to say before. Kenya has to be changed with you kind of the people that were well educated out of the country. You are working with the different countries that they have the really democracy. And when I see you here talking, I'm really happy because now you are getting it. You are doing what you are supposed to do. Though mambo ya corruption imeinfiltrate katika nchi yetu very badly. It's very deep. But what I want to just say, because this is not my time for contribution, please, we need to have a limit of time of giving our whatever is in our heart. It's not good to give somebody almost 20 minutes. One person is talking, and we are here sitting here, want us to give our what we think is in our hearts. Thank you.
Asante. Let me go to Joe. Please, let's keep it brief. 3 minutes is enough so that at least we can cover everybody.
Okay, thank you, Makiadi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've tried to get in at least about 3 times, but I could not manage to get in. I'd like to say hello to everybody on the panel and the other for the comment section. Today's topic, you're talking about what is it again? Let me see it roll.
Joe, can you get closer to your mic?
Election release. You're talking about election results. Actually, I'm wondering, are these actually the results, or what are they? Because what's going on at IBC, it's just too funny. We've had rigging before. We had rigging since Moi's time, but we've never seen such rigging to this magnitude. This reminds me of the Mlolongo time during Moi, where everything was done and the public can see these things and they are helpless. What is happening now, I believe the government, like the other fellows say, the government does not know. I'm very sure they know. They have several government institutions that can monitor this. Election is a constitutional issue and of national interest, and I don't think this kind of rigging magnitude could have gone on without the government monitoring. More or so, because the sitting government is against maybe the person who is perceived to be rigging, I don't think he could have been sitting back and seeing these things going. I think maybe there's a trap somewhere, and I have known Ruto to be a very astute politician. He's waiting for maybe the election offenses to be committed, and he's acting at the right time. The other issue about IBC is IBC employed people, and I believe so. The government must have put their inside. They've got money like NIS. NIS can always infiltrate IBC. There could be the people who have been there, have been inside there monitoring, and they're acting at the right time. You know, collecting of information, you don't have to react immediately. You have to wait until inaiva kabisa, and that's when you that's when you can act. Just like Matiangi was saying, intelligence is just intelligence. They are not hard evidence that you can take in court. You have to wait for some time so that the actual things happen, and that's when you can prosecute people. Otherwise, I think what is involved, I mean, the people involved is right from the clerks up to Chebukati, the chairman. I think Chebukati is sitting through a stone and a hard place because maybe he is compromised on this side and he has to deliver. And you know, when you don't deliver and after you've been compromised, there are also repercussions. On this other side, he's committed so many election offenses. He also faces maybe the jail sentence. So this guy is totally confused, and I don't think he can make his own decision. Like right now, if you see the sequence of things, it's like he's getting some command from some center, maybe the KK side, because the excuse is that now the people, the officials or the clerks or the POs or the ROs, the excuses they're giving, when they change, all of them changes. So I don't see how they could coordinate and they use the same excuses. Unless there's a command center that is telling them, now this is the right excuse to use. So I don't believe that these are Chebukati's own decisions. Like even today, so many things happen in Bomas. And it seems like Chebukati is out of control, Kabisa. And the other issue you're talking about is ghost voters. Ghost voters, you can put them in at some time, but with or after the elections, these things will be found out. Because at least I believe there were people who were counting every time somebody puts a ballot in a box. The agents must have been counting. So they know exact number of people that voted for the president. And if you bring in any ghost workers, then definitely these ones will be found out after the election. So I think the government is, the Azimio is playing it cool. They get Raila on the seat. And like people said here, those who have committed the electoral offenses, they'll face it personally. It's not going to be IBC. Kila mutu na kamba yake. So I think that is also is going to happen. And that's why I think also like the other speakers said, that the Raila brigade are quiet. They are patient. They're really, really patient because they know things will work out. Otherwise, from the tallying center, the remaining counties, most of them are Raila supporters. Partly Mombasa, partly Northeastern. I think most of them are Raila. They might be having very little votes, but I think they'll count. So long as Raila is leading, it will increase his lead. So we are all hoping for the best. Maybe tomorrow, I rather maybe today, tonight, or on Monday, we're likely to get the result. One thing I should say that all those who have committed these offenses should face the law. That's the only way we'll get some corrections done in the electoral system in Kenya. Everybody should face the law, including those who are hired on casual basis. They should all face the law so that we learn from our past mistakes. Thank you, Pakiadi.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate your remarks. I think, I don't know who's supposed to be next. I've seen Jude make a
Why don't you, Bwana Makiandi, gender sensitivity, Madam
she's dropped. She's dropped.
I wish you could have given her a chance.
You guys are supposed to give me that heads up earlier. You know, if you are given an opportunity and you fail, Jude, your mic, please make. Okay, Jude, keep your mic mute. Okay, let's go to Mulumbu. Hold on. Jude, keep your mic mute. You're distorting the voice, your sound, the sound here, please. Okay, Mulumbu, just a minute. Naona Aimba amerudi hapa, acha tumpatie priority kwanza, then we come to you, tafadhali.
Hello everyone. Tusikuwe na pressure sana. So today I've had something from DJ and it's quite comforting. It's almost like what I've had in my mind that has given me peace. He said that this IBC guy is actually oath. They take oath of office. So that just gave me a resolve. From now on, I will not just be finding someone suffering and then I decide that I am replacing Jesus in their lives. Oaths are very powerful. Our God is no author of confusion. He's not a man that should lie. So believe me, at the time when someone takes an oath and then goes ahead and goes against it, just because it works for them for whatever reason, believe me, you're going to pay for it. There's usually something I say about trying to make sure that what you're doing around your land, if you're a child of the soil, whatever you're doing around your home is something you should be very careful about. That's likely to be where your children will grow, your grandchildren, at least part of your lineage, if you're lucky enough to get anyone who bears your blood, your bloodline, is likely to grow there. So this is what ordinarily would happen. It's a good thing I've had Nyumba has been is it a PO or an RO before? I had someone talk about Mlolongo. Do you know what I'm suggesting next? Sometimes when we complicate things too much, we bring some problems. Let's take the example of natural birthing of a child. Like when you give birth to a child naturally, and so God makes it possible for you, imagine everything just snaps back. Eventually, even the sizes that you're worried about and everything, it gets back to size. But now we kind of get complicated. If you do not have complications and you opt for CS, because you're probably trying to ensure things remain tight and everything, there's a risk of anything going wrong, and some things do. If you go for epidural, you're likely to have back issues forever. And like now, just mess up your life. So we tried to go the direction of secret balloting. We tried to go the direction of digital. What has that brought us? I'll be honest and tell you, the only way I see us solving our problems, because we are totally unable to raise human beings who are honest. Someone asked here, and I think that must have been Murume. Honestly speaking, you're thinking, can there just be one Kenyan who's thinking, my country matters? So now, I have seen Christians go all over the place, reminding people of how, God has chosen. And while God is choosing, you're clearly seeing, and that's what I'm telling you. So is someone saying that the government knows this? Of course. We want to be exposed to the angels that we know that God has ordained. We want to be demonstrated to that this, because they knew those things were happening. So by the time these things are being captured on camera, if anyone has done any press work, anyone comes from an investigative background, and actually I don't think it's taking any geniuses to come around and see that those shots were really targeted. There's no way someone was going to randomly capture that form being passed. So it's something they've done throughout this time for as long as they were here. But for today especially, this was done deliberately, so that you can see all these people who are yelling on top of mountaintops, the way, wale watu wa believe in Mungu, Mungu wao amekuja, na Mungu wao anahitaji kusaidiwa na wanadamu kuiba mbele ya umati. Ndio ijulikane kwamba hao wanaomba sana. So that is what God is trying to expose. So this is what I'm trying to see. Because clearly we are unable to bring about honest people. Sasa tutafanya hivi. Turudi kwa Mlolongo, because believe me, the electoral system has to be changed. Radically so. Let's look stupid, let's go backward. Let's try and take some steps back before we can start taking others forward. So this is what we'll have to do. Tutakuwa tunapanga laini. Sijui kama mume notice how quickly line moves, hata saa zile watu wanapanga unga panga laini ya unga ya 100. So tutakuwa tunapanga laini, unafanyiwa biometrics, unapatikana kama fingerprints zako hazipatikani, unafanyiwa manual, name is crossed over, unaingia kwa room, tumewekewa hizo machine zao. Sasa this is how we're going to be sending our reports straight to Bomas. Unaingia hapo ndani, mtu amekusimamishia hapo, hii ni ya Raila, hii ni ya... So now we have to split our voting, say in 2 or 3 days. Okay, probably that's a strategy. Well, that I can probably give at an advanced stage, but we cannot afford to do anything secret anymore. If at all now this is what we have decided our lives depend on, we cannot afford to do this anymore. This that we are actually harvesting now is a seed that was planted in the year 2007. I don't know if all of you guys are familiar. So this is what I'm saying. If you come from this land, be very careful what you do. One day you will be old and gray. One day you will be wiser. And one day your child will be affected by the things that you have planted in this soil. So this was planted in 2007. And I'm glad we are able to see it, that the person who's harvesting it is actually someone who planted it. Mkuki kwa nguruwe ni mtamu, kwa mwanadamu ni mchungu. You understand? So sasa tunavuna. In 2022, tunavuna ile ambao tulisow in 2007. In 2002, Kenyans went out, voted. Nobody ever knew what bloodshed looked like. Nobody knew what tension is like. Then comes 2007, people literally die for that exercise. One thing I am appealing, and this is something I have said, mimi ndo nakuanga daughter wa baba kabisa, nakuanga, I am a patriot. Recently, I sat with my Generation Z that I have raised, yelling across their heads, reminding them that I love you guys, but I will break your heads if I must in order to save Kenya from you. I sat with them and they asked me questions. 4 of them asked me questions that I could not sufficiently answer. That got me waking up. These guys are revolting. We have a generation, believe me guys, my classic generation of fools have been calling them that, because they were prepared for a curriculum that was supposed to make them not critical thinkers. It was supposed to make them fools. But guess what all this weight has done to that generation, guys? This weight and this kind of anxiety and the fact that life has stopped for days because of an exercise people went out to do jollily has jolted this generation to remind themselves that this is their country. And that in another 5 or 10 years, they will not be the age where they are, but this will be their country. They're taking it back. What I am imploring upon everyone, usikubali mtoto wako, mtoto wenu, usikubali wewe mwenyewe. Do not allow anyone to call you to action. The action we did was to go and cast our vote. There were agencies that were charged and were properly oiled to make sure that they guard that vote. You cannot prepare for a campaign and fail to prepare for the actual voting day and to fail to prepare to protect that vote and deliver an outcome. There were agencies that were charged with that. Nobody's innocent child should walk out there, risk their lives, go die on that street, go get maimed, end up in a hospital because of someone who's going to sit back and look at their interests. If you looked at the mood at KICC today, let me tell you honestly, they are not necessarily that moody because they thought that it's apprehensive that Baba has not been sworn in, has not been announced as the winner. A lot of them are sitting there and hoping that he doesn't become president because they know he's the only one who's going to come and restore rule of law in this country. A lot of them are worried, thinking, oh, allowances were gotten out. How are we going back and getting them? They're going to link up with their guys from KK and they're going to come and divide our nation. Tutakuwa ng'ombe ambayo imechinjwa, sasa tunakatwa kama nyama. Tusikubali kwamba ng'ombe sisi ambao our only role was to go and cast our vote, to again go to the streets so that we can bleed enough for them to think that they should come and negotiate. And when they're negotiating at that table, your mother, your father, your siblings, your children remain parentless, remain siblingless, because you were dying for someone to come and sit at a table and decide which part of that cow they're eating. Hakuna mtu anaenda kwa street. Hakuna mtu ana bleed ndio mtu a lead. Let everybody know. Si saizi wako na mamlaka yao. So the only other thing worrying them is how to milk the best out of this. When they're milking the best out of this, that means it's our taxes. All those things that we were trying to get reserve on money for, will not be gotten, because those guys are going in there. Their first order of business is going to make sure how to get money back and how to get the salaries back and the grants back and all that nonsense. So let nobody lie to us that we need to demonstrate anything. We demonstrated. If we wanted to fight, guys, we would have done it on the morning of the 9th. Tulikuwa kwa malaini. Sisi sote tunavotia alternative people. We have neighbors who clearly taunt you the way, wakiona nini votes zimeenda juu kidogo ndio hawa in fact wametuma plus watoto, because believe me, hii generation ya CBC they are more political than us. Wameshawatuma watoto wanarukaruka kwa estate, wanawaremind ati wameshinda. Why aren't we killing each other from across the road? Ni nani tutaendea streets ati tunaenda? What will our dying on that street, what will our blood do that our vote did not? Let those guys fight. In fact, I don't know why I did not see weapons at Bomas. Wacha watu wapigane, wang'oane manywele, wafanye whatever they're doing, alafu tuone saa zile wanaenda kuslay huko kwa parliament. Saa zile wanaenda decide watakuwa walipigania wenyewe. Saa zile wana plan kutubia, we can then revolt against them, not against each other. Let nobody's child step out to try and do anything of that sort. Kenya is ours. It is going to be here long after we are gone. All those greedy people who are now waiting to see how they'll slay it, they will benefit. As to whether or not Raila comes in, they are okay, because they will make deals with the devil for all we care. And then they will now throw us to the dogs. But for us, a Raila Odinga presidency means that somebody cares about Kenyans and somebody cares about rule of law. That is our only salvation. As for those guys who are there looking like walinyeshewa juzi na wameshindwa kukauka kwa sababu kuna baridi Nairobi yenye Mungu ameleta kutuonyesha kwamba he is unhappy with what we have perennially done, that our soil cannot produce honest human beings, that is what tunavuna. So for anyone who sits there and thinks that because it is happening to my neighbor, and all the Kikuyus on the forum and every Kikuyu across, I loved you people maybe longer than the handshake did. I told you guys I have a son who's actually Kikuyu and has always reminded me of that fact. And I love him to death. And the fact that he's Kikuyu is a beautiful combination. But you cannot perennially come and remind us that your interests go above us. God wanted to expose us to the fact that it does not take you holding a Kikuyu's hand for you to get anywhere in this nation. Everyone is a Kenyan. And that is why that turnout turned like that. God exposed it. For the longest time, my mother has always told us, these guys don't come out to vote. We saw it. We saw that there was one of their own on the ballot. We saw that there was a feature of the nation. A lot of women were voting for the other guys because they claimed that the other guys were godly. Because we women with our wombs are the ones supposed to be coming out here and protecting God against a mortal that he can take out. If Raila was so evil and held Kenya in his hands to the extent that he risked the fact that Jesus would have an abode to stay, he would have taken him out. But the fact that he's here, let nobody stand there and remind me that there's anything they can protect. You can be dead tomorrow, and that Raila will live and he will pursue God's will for this nation. The option we have in this nation is to have a Raila Odinga presidency. We need rule of law. We need continuity. There's something about the fact that it was said that poverty is the worst disease that this world knows. You guys, we find ourselves here because somebody lied to somebody's child that you're a hustler and I'm a hustler. And yet they have jets that they can even crash in order to kill one person who knew so much about themselves. They have that, and then our poverty took us to the level of believing someone like that they would buy us with what they have stolen from us, what they have killed our children for. They would buy us with that. Guys, let us love Kenya enough to know that tomorrow we will not be here. But what we sow will be reaped by our own. Tulipanda 207, tunavuna 2022. Asante.
Thank you, Irene. Simon, you have a question or what?
Thank you so much.
No, hold on. Do you have a question or it's
I have a comment
and
a question.
a question? I'm told you're the next one after Mulumbu. Can you hold that for a minute, or you have to say it now?
I would love to say it now because I'm just about to go to get into work in about 20 minutes.
Okay, it's a bit okay. Mulumbu has given you permission. Go ahead. You're okay. Go ahead.
All right. I love the presentation of my sister Ayimba. and I have really got what he had to say about the Murarongo generation. And although it was not 100% efficient, it's something that you cannot lie about, because you can see which line is longer, and for sure people can line up. The difference between then and today, that's what I wanted to tell my sister. The population wasn't as many as big as it is today. The population is so big right now, and the enemies of development, they have other methods that they can use also to intimidate people. People, even in when it comes to lining up, which is the Mororongo, they can be intimidated and not to show up, and that is another form of corruption. So we have, I think, we have still to deal with our technology, and that technology has to be guided in a way that it can be able to produce the right results. That is one thing I wanted to say to Ayimba. The other thing that I wanted, she talked about the Kikuyu people. I happen to come from that side of the divide, and I'll tell you that it is not a Kikuyu thing. It's not. You can't say everybody follows the same route, as it has been shown in the elections. These elections that we hold in 2022, you have seen we have about 20% that think different from the rest. However, the element of the Kikuyu people, the Mount Kenya people, being in a position to not support Baba, as you have known, as it has been explained here multiple times, as I reasoned and you have reasoned, is a seed that has been planted over a period of 10 years. And what that is, the people who were maybe 10 years, they were kids when these seeds were being planted. They are the voters now, and they don't know anything else. They have heard the same thing over and over again. Raila is a monster. Raila is a bad person. If you let this readership go to the Luo Nyanza, it's gonna do blah blah blah. You know, there's so many things that they talk about that. And let me tell you that I come from a different generation that saw everything that happened when we have the leadership of one who will not fail to mention, Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. We saw what happened. We saw what one person who has got egocentric behavior can do to a country. And that is what I was thinking when you are talking. Even when you are talking that we don't have to go and fight. I agree with you. We don't have to instigate people, our people, to go and fight. But there should be, to me, everything should be on the table when it comes to defending this particular election. You and I know this is Bomas is a crime scene. As it has been said, it is true. So there's no way, well, we can't say when our fathers were fighting for the liberation of our country from the white man, there was a fight, and sometimes it involves other levels. I would say everything should be on the table. If you can't listen to us just because we have given you the position to lead an organization, to conduct an election, and you don't want to do it, we should have other ways. I'll say this about Uhuru. Uhuru is somebody that I respect, and he has done very well for the country. I think he had meant very good for the country. But we also, all the signs has been there that this is going to happen. Why did he and the government and the system allow this election to go ahead? I have been asking that question over and over. Why are we going to an election? We know it's going to be stolen. We know it's going to happen. Why are we going for it? Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? What is a recipe for what? I'm gonna conclude by saying, you said this is what we planted in 2002. I beg to differ. It's older than that. This is the seeds that we have planted since independence. The first president came from Mount Kenya, and it was Kenyatta. If you remember the history properly, he told the Mount Kenya people to, I'll interpret for you, but he said, "Kanyoni gakwa we hithe hithe, na wono ndore wakwa." What that meant was, you, my people, you can steal as long as you have not been seen, as long as you can be caught. That's what he meant. He used a proverb, and his people and his government stole from the country. That is since around 1965. A lot of theft happened from the maize scados. Maize scados, they are very old, from Uganda and Tanzania, from the coffee scados from Uganda. If you ask the people who are in their 70s, they will tell you these stories. They know about it. We read about it. So it came to Moi. So I'm saying this. Our country has a big cancer. It has to be routed out. It is started from independence we became. And I remember Oginga Odinga writing the book, Not Yet Uhuru. A lot of, I would like you guys to read about that book. We are not here. We still don't have the freedom if we can allow people who are convicted criminals like Gachagua, like Samoei Ruto, to be our next president. And we are here trying to count votes, and we know it's going to be, I don't know what we are doing. I don't think, but if it's what we have been told is anything to go by, and Baba becomes the president, it should be the start of actually siphoning out this cancer. Because if we don't remove it, our country, we will not have it as we know it. Thank you.
Mulumbu.
Hamjambo tena mandugu na mabwana. Nawashukuru sana kwa yale yote mnayozungumza. Mimi nikiona, kwanza niweza sema Kenya yetu imeoza. Our country is rotten. Our country is rotten because iliambukizwa huu ugonjwa na some of our parents. Wale after taking the uhuru ulipopatikana, then sababu hiyo uhuru ulipatika, some of them walichukua kujinufaisha. I can say Kenyatta Oginga alipoambia chukua uongozi, akasema pana, siwezi chukua uongozi, Kenyatta lazima achukua, ndio mzee wetu. He was a genuine man. Uhuru ulipopatikana, wale wenye walikuwa na support wazungu wanaua wa Afrika, wanaoa mandugu zao, walienda wakasurround Mr. Kenyatta, wakaona Oginga ni mbaya, no Kenyatta akatupa Oginga nje. That's the truth. And that's where corruption started. That's our people from Central. That's where the truth is. Okay. Hapo nilikuwa naongea kulingana na Rotten na vile our brother Central walifanya mpango, na ikawa hivyo, wakachukua mandugu zao wenye walipigana vita katika Central, wakawatupa nje, wakanyang'anya mashamba. Then that was how it happened. It brought that. Okay. Kwa sababu mimi sitaki kuchukua muda mrefu, I'm always short. Tukikwenda kwa uhuru, what's happening now, wakati ilipofika 2017-18, wakati Mr. Raila Odinga na Uhuru walikaa chini, Odinga akaambia Uhuru, my brother, let's sit down and think about where did the rain start beating us. They sat down for 9 good hours. Uhuru listened to Raila Odinga, akimpatia the full history. Why is the Kenya bleeding? Na akamuuliza, my Uhuru brother, why can you use jeshi na police kuua Kenyan people, innocent people who are just demonstrating for their rights? Think about it. If that can continue like this, wewe ukitoka, what will happen in case unapatia a very rogue leader to the country? Will us continue like this? How many people are going to die? Ndio Uhuru alisema to, I heard you, my brother, because Uhuru is an intelligent person. Apart from his father, aliona mbele zaidi ya baba yake. Akasema no, I can't be a leader of people can die for me because I'll not be giving my people the right way to live because I'm not permanent on this earth. Ndio wakaungana pamoja. Okay. Kushughulika hiyo ndio imefikia mahali imefikia sasa. Ikifikia sasa, let me now tell you something. Remember 207, my brothers from Central, I can't call Kikuyu because from Central, because some of the Kikuyu that are here were not a part for those people who are doing. Because during that time, kuna wale, my brother from Central, vote for Raila, vote for the truth. Because we have so many Central people, ambapo hawa na udongo, walinyang'anywa everything, they have scattered everywhere. They have got nothing. Don't tell me that those people do support that. But because of those people who were supported the white people when during that time white man was there, were killing the black people, were killing the Central people, were killing the Kenyan people, because they are supporting the white people, they surrounded the Kenyatta. Those people are still there. And those people are the one doing those things right now. We call them mafia. You Central people, if you don't know now. Those people who are supporting the evil things, that those the same people supported a white man. Are those people that are confused Kenyatta, and then wakawachanganya wakati Oginga likataa, kama nyinyi mlipigania uhuru, shamba yafaa ipewane free because that's your farm, that's your land. You are not to be sold about it. Wakakataa. That's some of you msili bado mko landless mpaka today. Okay. We call it mafia. Hiyo mafia ilifanyikana wakati Uhuru, wakati Moi alichukua, akaingia kwa the same thing, akanyanyasa watu the whole country for 24 years. Watu the year 2002 watu wakakataa mno. Wakarudisha their country on the line. Wakaingilia Kibaki, the same people. They twisted Kibaki town. Kibaki akaruka nani? Akaruka Misaraila. Where did it go? You saw where it went. Those are mafia people. Okay. Mwenyezi Mungu halali. Imeenda 2013, 2014, 2017. Right? The mafia wameendelea. Uhuru aliangalia kufika 27 sema ai hiki tumefika. Alipokaa chini na mzee Raila akasema kweli what you are saying is the truth. Akasema okay, I don't want people to die. Now let's play it very very carefully. Wacha tuache nguruwe jikaranga na mafuta yake. Uhuru akanyamaza. Akasema this is what the way to go. Sasa wale mafia wakaanza kujitokeza, wakaanza kutoa ile ninyi the concubine. Unajua concubine ile inachoka ile kwa ile mifupa, ikaanza kutoa. That's what you see now. Do you see the corruption is here right now? Do you see it? Everybody sees now. That's why I come to now Karua and Raila. That's why you see Matiang'i, Uhuru, Kibicho na wengine wamenyamaza. They want to show the people what's happening. Unaona kitu inafanyika because the mafia has infiltrated Kenya si wajinga. Kenya, nimesikia mtu akisema hapo Kenya hawajasoma. Kenya wamesoma. I had somebody says there, the way IBC inafanya, ina infiltrate watu ambao wanaweka watu wao ndani ya hiyo IBC, wanakuwa maagenti wao, wale wanabadilisha manamba na to do everything. Na this what Uhuru, Matiang'i, Raila, Karua know that we keep quiet, let the people come out. And you see, you can see it in Bomas. Tell me if one of you you are not seeing what is happening. Because ukitaka kushika watu, wacha wajitokeze kwanza ndio wanasi vizuri. That's what's happening now. Now these people has infiltrated in the community. It doesn't matter umesoma ama hujasoma, kwa sababu wamechukua wale umesoma umewatumia. Wale wajinga wote, yet they are put over everybody in the same pot. But the good thing, siku za mwizi ni ngapi? 40 zimefika. Na my brother and sisters, mweziona. So it's you to decide. But the government is seeing, because hao wanasema ya kama deep step, they did it 2007, 2013, 2017. But wembe imegeuka kwao ndani yao. Kwa sababu ndani yao kulikuwa na genuine people walikuwa wanasema this is not right. But now inawakata wenyewe, wanasema mtoto akitaka wembe mpatie. Unaona vile mwakata, unaona vile ime single out. So now we are on the same table. Now, wait and see what is going to happen. Because at America here hapa mahali tunaishi kulikuwa na mafia. Bakiade nikisema na, when I say that we are educated guy, you know what I'm talking about.
As I submissions are 20 minutes.
Yes, namalizia. Kulikuwa na mafia. And you see what America wanimaliza mafia, si ndio? They finished it. So why can't you also do it in Kenya and finish it? That's why what Uhuru, Matiang'i, Raila, and Karua is doing. Wait, you're gonna see what is gonna happen. Thank you.
Alex.
Yeah, Makiadi, nataka kushukuru Mungu kwa sababu tuko na mjadala ambao we were warned na tuliambiwa in 2013 that choices have consequences. Na wazungu walipotuambia hivyo, tuliwakatasha hakuna consequences, lakini sasa tumeanza kuifeel. Na maajabu ni kuwa wale ambao walikataa hii consequences haitakuwa, leo hii wamekuja kwa media na wametuambia hatari ambayo tuko nayo usoni, more especially in the central. Najua Kioni alilia sana juzi. Alisema we have leaders who do not have a national outlook. Little did they know in 2013, less than 10 years, they are going to do that. And they have an opportunity to salvage themselves. They have an opportunity to salvage themselves, but it looks like Mount Kenya doesn't want to salvage themselves. But huo ni mjadala wa siku ingine. So sisi hatuwezi waambia, every man has a right to decide their own destiny. But niko hapa kuambia kuwa hakuna hiki kiti, wakubali wasipokubali, akiendi popote. Musidanganywe no matter what, because naona bado watu, there are many people who are giving up. You should not give up on propaganda. As you can see openly, what is happening now is that they are doing everything in their capacity to steal an election. And by this time, you can almost now agree with me that Ruto never prepared for an election. Ruto all along was preparing to steal an election. and I think he has come to his last games. The only way for us to continue to win is to stay united and to be positive. Musitishwe. On Wednesday, mulitishwa. These people had online cartels who were sending messages left and right to a point that we were panicking. Don't panic, my friend. Na kesho, wale ambao wako Kenya, mkuwe tayari. At 4 p.m, najua wanataka kutangaza hii kitu. Ndugu yenu Matiang'i, ndugu yenu Kibicho, na ndugu yenu Kinoti wanajua, wanawachunga, na nyinyi lazima mkae chonjo, mchungwe, kwa maana if you right now musijali viti zingine, na vile Makiadi alini advise, the only seat we must fight for, na hizo zingine we will revisit, is the presidency. Hold on to it. Thank you very much.
Irene, 1 minute twende kwa Azimio Parachuta.
Yeah, you said we are seeking the presidency and all else shall follow. So now just allow me to crack you guys up a little. At least it's lightened me up, yeah? Please allow me to read this out. So there's a friend of mine called Amakova. Well, I don't know if any of you follows her. So she has written, she's one of the observers at Bomas. So she's a doctor. But today, so I had the pleasure of being invited to visit the Bomas clinic. It's fully equipped to okay, sorry guys. All right. It's fully equipped to handle minor ailments. The most common ailment from the most common ailment from the attendees are diarrhea and migraines. So what we are feeling right now, I'll probably so then someone else akaandika ati saizi ati sai pale Bomas unafaa tu kushinda kama umesmile juu ukihuzunika tu hivi kitu kidogo unapigwa picha na wanasema side yenu imelose. Alafu mtu mwingine akasema ati Amakove awapigie picha ya hiyo list ya wale watu wameattend your clinic wako na hizo symptoms, wale watu wanahara, because now tutajua which side is losing, you know. So on a lighter note, let's find fun where we can find it, you know. Tomorrow will be better for us. So if anyone follows Amakove Wale, she's usually quite a hilarious one. She has quite some substance here, so let's lighten up even as things are looking bleak. Mungu anatutetea. Thanks.
Okay.
1 minute, Makiadi. There are people in the comment section wanadanganya mimi sipendi mountaineers. Makiadi, you know very well, I've been very consistent. Hata dada yangu dada zangu wote wa Mount Kenya ambao wanakuja kwa panel, mimi huambia hivi: the people from Mount Kenya are the firstborn of Kenya. They are our strength, and they have been leading us even in the most difficult moments. Na tumekuwa tukiwaambia hata uhuru, sio sisi wote tulipigania uhuru, lakini they suffered a little bit more, unajua, because of the proximity of Mount Kenya to Nairobi. And you know, Nairobi was a central place. It doesn't mean other people never fought, but we also tend to agree that most of their people were killed because of the resistant movement. So wale ambao wanasema Alex apendi watu kutoka Mount Kenya, wachane hiyo porojo. Sisi tunapenda ndugu zetu wakubwa, na amwezi watumia vibaya. As long as we live, we will hold their hands, because the sufferer in this game, and we know Machiavellian law, what it says: those that who you fight with, when you get to power, they are the ones you finish first. That's the Machiavelli first principle. So the people of Mount Kenya are in a danger here more than any other. If Ruto takes over, you know who is going to finish first. So don't masquerade and start telling us that Alex Apendi mountaineers. We love the mountain, and that's why we are speaking. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Alex. Njiru, kuna mtu anauliza ulienda wapi bana? Si uambie you are here. You might be reverting back to your Njiru name. Hii parashuta wachana nayo imekosa kazi sasa.
Aya, tulia. Sasa huyo mtu ananiulizia mwambie I always come when it matters, and we have been here for long, and we have really done work for Baba. Hello. Okay, Makiandi, let me continue. So what I was saying is that we have been we have been working towards the win of Baba, and let me first of all congratulate Baba for his deserved win, because me I did not support Baba to come and lose, for your information. So najua kuna watu wengi sana wametuintimidate wakisema ati we have lost this election. I want to tell people from 2007 Baba has never lost in any election, and there was no way in which Baba was going to lose to the most inexperienced politician who he was running against. For your information, Ruto is nothing to Baba. I'm even worried why people are worried here. I always panic when the Baba is panicking. Mimi toka tupige kura sijaona Baba. I know wherever he is doing good, he is okay. Na sisi tumekuwa tukisema hapa, Baba akisema bibi yako ako na mimba, uende uanzie kununua madaipa. Sasa when the Baba is relaxed, when the Baba is happy, everybody is happy. And Baba hakuna ati kitu ametuambia ati imeenda vibaya. So that's why I wanted to confirm to you people that Baba, this is time for Baba for two things. We know as early as 2017, we know the path which Baba has charted Kenya for peace. Now your peace, we want to continue on that path. So what does Ruto deserve to become a president now? He deserves nothing. He is not a statesman. In fact, he has orchestrated the biggest crime in the human history in Kenya. Nimefuatilia what is happening in Bomas and I feel like crying. I've heard what has happened in Mount Kenya and wherever. I feel like crying. In Mount Kenya region where I come from, kule ambako tunasema kanisa iko juu sana, and those are the people who are being used in cheating. I think religion and integrity are not related. That is what I want to say here categorically. Religion and integrity are not related. I think my people from Mount Kenya, I'm frustrated by you. I thought integrity is a must. I am hearing the data in the KIMS kit, and what has been reported to Chebukati is not carrying. Thank God we have Martha Karua in this team. Munasema Martha Karua hakuleta chochote, but you people, I want to tell you, the reason why we have Martha Karua is because of what is happening right now. Na kama munafikiria Martha Karua atawaachia hii kitu sababu ya kuleta fake data, musahau. That woman goes to the bottom of the belly. She can only let that win go away if she is confident we have lost. And let me tell you, if there is one person, sababu najua Kenya we have too many thieves and too many people who lack integrity. If there is the only person who my heart can hold at least with a quarter of a scale ya integrity ni Martha Karua. And the moment Martha Karua alikuja jana na akasema Azimio is well, na akasema kila kitu iko sawa, I believe that woman. So, and that is what we were waiting for. And let's also thank the people from Mount Kenya for doing whatever they did. We know our task was huge. We have been a bit deluded by this man from Sugoi. We have been a bit deluded. and he used what we like most, sababu unajua watu wa kwetu wanapenda pesa na mambo ingine. That is what he used. He used it as a bait, to the extent our people were used as a bait, even to disrespect their own leadership. The man and infiltrated. But whichever the case, we have played defense from Mount Kenya region. Jamaa karibu afunge bao, sisi tunatupa mpira nje. That was our work here. Our work was not to pray and score. No, Mount Kenya was not about scoring. Mount Kenya was very simple. To make sure that the ball does not progress into the goalpost. And we did it very effectively by making sure that there was no turnout, and also by making sure that the numbers were good. Nakuru, we had over 30%. Baba has over 1 million votes in Mount Kenya region, the ones which have been tabulated, if we hope they are true. And things are good. Baba had generals in Mount Kenya. So it was positive. We know much more work needed to be done, but we are positive because of what we did, because we played the defense right from the angle of attack. Tunajua hapo ndio walikuwa wanataka kufungia bao, lakini tuliwagongea kanzu hapo. Na ikakuwa jamaa akaanguka na akakuwa hizi enda popote. Last thing sasa nikitaka kuendelea kumalizia ni I wanted to confirm something here to Kenyans. You know, Kenyans, let's not get happy because of what is happening in Bomas. Let me tell you, leadership starts on how it enters into power. If you get a president who is rigged, that guy will not be accountable to you. Atakuwa anasema hata hamukunisaidia, ni mimi nilijiingiza hapo. He will not be accountable to you. He used his money, he used his ways. So how do you expect Mr. Ruto to be accountable to you, whereas he is using the biggest voter scam and methodology in the Kenyan history? Do you think he will care about you? He has used his own means. He is using his own mechanism. So the issue of integrity should be pushed by both UD and Azimio people. We should not be divided when it comes to integrity. That one should be something which should be uniting us. I even believe even UDA people don't want a rigged person. So Huyu Mutu is working on himself. I even know there are many UDA people who would not want a rigged person. People will be amazed or because of what is happening. And I feel ashamed because of what majority of Kenyans still think that we can use shortcuts to do things. We had enough time to campaign. We had enough time to convince people. What we need to do now is to make sure the legitimate government of the day is the one which takes power. We are tired of corruption. We are tired of these bad things which have happened in Kenya for so long. We know that in Kenya we have never had a conclusive election. And Ruto wants us again not to have a conclusive election. And we cannot allow it. We will make sure that the numbers have spoken. We will make sure that the voice of the people is going to be respected. We know how the numbers were. Numbers cannot change on election date. To the extent that Mr. Ruto is outperforming opinion polls by percentages of 15%. You cannot tell me that opinion polls were blatantly fake. That one is not true. I doubt. There are some counties, the data which is being reported, I can't believe in it. I doubt Mombasa numbers. In Mombasa, it was pouring between 20 and 30. There is no way in which Ruto can get 40 in Mombasa. I doubt Bungoma numbers. I doubt Kisii numbers. So what I want to say here is, somebody is telling me that here polls were fake, but those polls were being done to real Kenyans. Polls have margin of error. Let's even give those polls an error of 15%, which is unimaginable. So what I'm trying to tell you is we have to push for integrity. And just as many speakers here have confirmed, Many things have happened. We cannot repeat this election. But let's focus on the main title. Let's secure the presidency. Let's make sure that the voice of the Kenyans will be respected. Because on Tuesday, Kenyans spoke and the Kenyans agreed to make Raila Odinga the president. So this idea of Kenyans, some certain Kenyans thinking they can bulldoze themselves to exist term and make themselves presidents, we are tired of that. And let me tell you, I have been saying it here. It is not that Ruto cannot become a president. He can become. But it will depend on how he handles himself now. I have been saying it here. Ruto has a path to make himself a statesman. And what does he need to do? He needs to stop those dubious means he is doing. He needs to concede this election. He needs to heal the country and chart a path of integrity. In 15 or 20 years, we can think about it. But as it stands now, it is practically impossible. It is practically impossible. So I'm very happy for Baba. I want to congratulate, because najua watu wake wanatusikianga hapa. I want to congratulate him in advance. People call me a deluded Azimio guy, which I gladly accept. I gladly accept. People call me deluded, I accept. So, Baba, if you can hear me, I want to congratulate you before Chebukati does that, because I never support losers. And I believe in you. I know you are the guy who is going to take Kenya forward, and we are not going to have sideshows. Raila Odinga has fought for this country. We know what happened in 2017 and 2013. We have worked so much to have integrity, to depolarize the country, and we cannot allow Mr. Ruto to return us to where we have been. I have no problem if anyone wins this election, but I only want somebody to win this election where numbers can be confirmed. I don't want any gimmicks. And I don't think either Baba can reject this election if he loses fairly and squarely. Baba is a man who is known of integrity. But you cannot introduce side shows and you want to say that Baba has lost this election. On Wednesday, you had your day, you had early celebrations. Lakini, tumewafinya. Thank you.
Asante Njiru, utabadilisha jina ama utawacha namna hiyo? Sababu watu wajui ni wewe. Wanasema umetoroka kama Ndemba.
Me, I'm an Azimio parachuter. Until Baba gets the government, I now resume into my final name. Sahi, we are securing Baba win. So I cannot change that name. Whoever is telling me that hiyo jina yangu ikae hivyo, isikae hivyo, please tolerate me for now. I'm deluded for Baba. I'm deluded for Baba. So wacha kwanza tumalize hii kazi ya Baba. Unajua, I was waiting for this presidency, Bwana Richie. And if anyone want to deny me this presidency, he want to take me to ICU, and I cannot.
Okay, safi. Na unitafutie Ndemba, mwambie studio bado inaendelea kufanya kazi. Akuje tu tumuone. We want to know that he is safe wherever he is. Wacha niruke kwa Roba. Mogoi nitakuja kwako. Najua tumekuwa naye mapema kidogo hapa. Wacha nipatie Roba a chance, alafu I'll come to you. Na Omar, patience. 3 minutes kidogo hivi.
Hey, Makia, thank you very much. I mean, let me just talk. This is my first time since Tuesday. Maybe you can see me. I'm upset. I'm mad. This should not be the way it is. When I see my own mom just crying as she has never eaten for these days, my own dad, it makes me angry. You know, sometimes it's pathetic. It's disgusting when somebody comes here or anybody who comes here to tell me a cartel can be handed our country. Let me tell you something. If he does, we will fight him, We will fight them. We will fight them to hell. Thank you.
Umemaliza Roba? Okay, let's move on to Mogoi, alafu niende kwa Omar. Roba amemaliza na akaenda. Mogoi, briefly, alafu tuende kwa Omar.
Roba, wacha makasiriko. Everything is okay. Be calm. Be patient.
Roba is gone. He's gone. He's not here.
His background there. His background there. We don't get him to get too emotional with this election. Election is okay. Everything is okay. Why should he get too emotional? Yeah, I don't want to talk. Let these new people talk. Then I will talk later when they are done.
All right, thank you. Irene, 1 minute, alafu tuende kwa Omar.
No, I just wanted to react to Roba. I can't even remember what it was that I wanted to react on. But what I was telling him, if we come out, we can't, believe me, what we don't realize is who Ruto is. Ruto is the kind of a person who will crash this country to a pulp if that is what he needs to do. If anyone remembers who Nkurunziza was in Burundi, that is one person who's just waiting. Ruto is waiting to hold that sword like this and then start slashing us with it, the ones who are there and anyone else who's protesting. So it's not like that you can fight him. The whole thing is to make sure he doesn't come anywhere close to it. That is the only thing that has to be ensured. And believe me, by the time someone down there was trying to claim at the Mount Kenya guys, the most loaded of them are the ones who are funding the Azimio campaign and everything, it's because they have an interest, and their deepest interest is protecting what they have. They know Raila is the only one who's capable of protecting what they have. Otherwise, Ruto is going to come, take everything that they have and kill them while at it, and then proceed with the rest of the people. And should you rise up to protest, he's going to kill you. Like there's nothing like anything you can do to Ruto once he gets in. Kenya is finished, and that is about it. There's no two ways about it.
Thank you, Omar.
Habari zenyu.
Endelea Omar, endelea, tunakusikia.
Kuna jana nimeona maajabu sana, na I think katika hii portal ya Mutembei yoyote ile kitu naweza kuwapatia usia yoyote, kama kuna contact ya hao wakubwa upande wa Azimio, lazima muwafikishie ujumbe, kwa sababu sikutaka kusema. Kuna rafiki yangu jana ni mmoja wao katika anafanya hiyo kazi ya agency ya IBC. Yeye alikuwa sijui ni upande gani, lakini jana ndio alikuwa amepeleka makaratasi zake katika hiyo line. Ulikuwa ukiona walikuwa wanapeleka, wanampatia Chebukati. Yeye alikuwa mmoja wao. Hakutaka kuniambia mambo nyingi, lakini hakutaka kuongea na mimi kwa simu, lakini tuliasiliana. Kuna mambo aliniambia, nilishtuka. Nilishtuka kabisa, hata niliogopa. Ile kitu aliniambia, katika au maajensi wote wa IBC walilipwa. Wafanye vile. Hakuniambia kama mkubwa wao iko ndani, lakini akasema yeye trust mtu yote. Walilipwa wafanye vile inatakikana Kenya mzima. na alinitajia, mnajua ni nani huyu, anataka pawa na nguvu, walilipwa. Sasa ile kitu naweza kupata kuwapatia ushauri yoyote, kama kuna contact ya wakubwa Azimio, wafikishieni. Kenya haiko pali pazuri. Chebukati ni kama yuko kwa hiyo deal ya hiyo hisabu, chungeni sana. Akanipatia, akaniambia hiyo kazi hataki tena ile vituko ameona, hajaamini. Alafu ujue katika hiyo kazi kabila yake ndio wako wengi hapo ndani. Huyu anataka pawa na nguvu. Hiyo tu naweza kuwapatia ushauri yoyote yako na contact ya Azimio, wafikishieni, wasitrust hao watu au maagency wa IBC wako pamoja na huyu anataka hiyo pawa na nguvu. Hiyo tu kwa sasa.
Asante Omar. Mogoi, dakika moja alafu tuende kwa Daudi.
Thank you, Brother Omar. You know, Makiadi, you can understand now what I was telling you here. When you see Chebukati coming out with that, whatever staff member of a commission saying now everybody should get out of here, and the PO, the returning officers, should tape the papers and go back home. You know, this is another level of rigging election. You know, when they find out that things are not working the way they were supposed to be, now they say, let me collect the papers, put them here on the table. Now they start swapping the papers. That's why I was saying there was no hacking. This thing they are bringing here, all hacking was done on the IBC portal. No hacking was done here. The only thing they resorted to is just changing these papers. They wanted to alter the papers so that they can match with what they have with the UDA. Because when they were scrutinizing papers and finding 10,000 votes extra, they were in questions. So they couldn't explain how this is working out. So they decided to put those papers so they can change them and make them rhyme with using the IBC officials who are working there in the Pumas. You know, that's why I always say these IBC people are the ones who are causing the problem. It's not even the politicians. If these people were doing their job genuinely without interference, election we could have done by Friday. But because all of these people, they have motives, that's why we have the problem. I agree with Omar. Thank you.
Daudi.
Thank you so much, Makiadi. I can feel tempers are flaring, and I see the two UDA supporters online. My question is, who has gotten to? I mean, you've seen the Form 34Bs that have been uploaded. I don't know whether somebody has had an opportunity to just total up the figures. It worries me because there are clearly some numbers that have been changed from 34A to 34B. I will always bring up a case in point. Yes, there was the Kiambu issue, but also if you go to, for example, Kitui Central, there is a disparity between the two. I don't think it's limited to that. Just that I don't have enough time to go through all the forms. But these guys have put rigging in all levels. So it happened at the polling station. It's happening in between there with the constituency returning officers, and now with the big honcho at Bomas as well. So I don't know what's going to happen, but my trust is that the government has more information than we, the common people, have, and they know how to respond, and probably they have a way to do it. So let's just keep praying and hoping that, you know, Huru will prevail. I think Matiang'i is busy. Don't see him speaking. I think he's somewhere very busy, getting his things together. So let's just pray that the government will come to the rescue of the country, because if we allow the country to be taken the way it's being taken, this is equivalent to committing a coup d'etat, because you are changing power without really, allowing the majority to speak. So this act is treasonous. And so once Baba comes to power, I actually, if they're listening, I think everyone should be brought to book who conspired in this entire process, because we need to clean up the entire system. Because if we just sweep this under the rug, and I think part of why we're suffering like this is that we were not very decisive after 2007. We didn't deal with the people who allowed this to happen, and also 2013 and 2017. So after this, I think we just need a total cleanup. Otherwise, we're going to see this same cycle. And where will our country go? Will we be like Somalia one day? I don't know. But it depends on what Baba will do after he is sworn in. And let's pray this actually happens. Otherwise, these guys are buying the country. They just have so much money. I don't know where they got it from, but they have spent a lot of money, and there is a reason they are fighting tooth or nail to get into power. It is not a noble cause for them. I think there is something thereafter. Thank you.
Black.
Na kuna kitu nilikuwa nataka kuuliza kidogo. Samani.
Endelea Omar, dakika moja.
Usia yangu natoa tena, yoyote kama kuna contact yao wakubwa wa Azimio, wafikishieni habari. Kenya iko sehemu nzuri katika hao watu wa IBC. Wakuwe careful nao na wamfuatilie Chebukati. Wakimwachilia hii results haiko pali pazuri, au wako master katika ndani ya hiyo IBC, au ndio master wanamfanyia ujamaa kazi. Hiyo tu.
Safi. Black.
Halo, mjambo watu wote kwa panel na wote mahali wanapotuwatch. I hope you're all doing fine. I'm glad to see you. Before I proceed, Bwana Omar, I think hiyo message yako acha kushtua watu bure bana. I mean, we have the right people at Bomas. They're taking care of what they're being paid to do. I mean, so I can just urge whoever is watching us, msikuwe na wasiwasi. Hizi vitisho ndogo ndogo zisiwaangaishe. We have everything and every possible resource in our possession to take care and handle everything that is happening at Bomas. So acheni wasiwasi, we've got this one covered. Now, moving forward, I was looking at the way people are complaining about what has been happening, and I totally agree with everybody. But I think it's also time to come up with suggestions of solutions. Like Aimba came up with one of us going back, retracing our steps back to the Mlolongo system. That is possibly one of them. So we could as well come up with suggestions that we think that could possibly work in regards to sorting our election system. Now, in my view, I was thinking perhaps we should relook at the electoral procedural system, or rather electoral procedural act. That is 138 sub-article 10, which specifically says that the IBC chairman shall declare the presidential elect within 7 days. Now, sometimes the best thing to do when we are making laws, it is best sometimes to look at the circumstances and the conditions of that country. In this aspect now, Kenya. So by the time that tengeneza sheria, it should be custom made to suit our situation. Now, when they talk about the 7-day period after the election, ndo tuweke wachague fulani waseme nani atakuwa amechaguliwa. I think from the word go, that was made or doomed to fail from the start. Why do I say so? We should realize that there are challenges and obstacles that come along during the voting day. Unapata kuna some other areas voting inakuwa postponed to the next day. Unapata some other areas unapata sijui voting imekuwa imesukumwa sijui a few hours, and then after elections unapata maybe there are some issues that need to be sorted. Now during tallying and all these things, kutuma hizo makaratasi and all that, kuna delays, hours are lost, days go by. It reaches a point now kama sahi, the 7-day deadline is about to get there. We are still not even halfway. So unapata vitu zinaharakishwa, and hii part ya kuharakisha, now this is where now the manipulation happens. Now, I think, like I said, from the start, this is a scenario, or this is the scene that when they were coming up with such ideas, they wanted to make use of this timeline kuweza kucheza nao. Now, perhaps I was wondering, what if we could either amend that from the 7 days maybe to 14 days, or alternatively, we change the entire system in the sense that maybe tuwe tukichagua president through the parliament. I don't know, but the thing is, we need to relook at the whole electoral system. I may be right, I may be wrong, but the reason why we are here is so that we can tunaweza kupata majawabu. Unaona? Where I may be wrong, maybe utanikosoa. Where you are wrong, maybe I can tweak something in you, that whatever you're saying in your idea to make it right. So maybe we should look at the system itself, the process. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll be moving on to Duke, but I want to ask ourselves: do we even really need an election in Kenya? Duke.
Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I want to start by saying that I actually, one time I gave one disadvantage of democracy, that it assumes that all of us, all individuals, are equal in terms of making decisions. So that if we have a standard 2 dropout and the professor, they are the same, they are equal. Each has 1/4. Therefore, in a scenario like that, there is a high chance that most people will pick a bad person to represent all of us. And that is a consequence of democracy, which we should actually persevere with, unless maybe we will change the mode of picking our leaders. However, now the point of focus should not be on who is elected or whether the process is fair. So we have to focus on, because I'm seeing some people saying if Ruto is elected, then it's the end of Kenya. So let us focus more on, is the process fair? Because if we are a democracy, then it's about what many people say. So it is true that majority of Kenyans say that. So that should be the question. Having said that, me personally, I'm not satisfied with the process of IPC. For instance, at one point I said, why do we find that always IPC procures materials and technology from very small countries? Why can't they go to UK or France or even US, those countries where if maybe they establish a given system, they take responsibility, and it will be very difficult for compromise to be witnessed. So I think we should actually come up with maybe trying to zone, maybe saying for electoral materials, they should be procured from specific nations. When we go to Greece, we go to Venezuela, we go to smaller countries. So I think it is done intentionally. Maybe there is some room for manipulation. However, because we are here, we cannot go back. We cannot try to move backwards. So we have to solve the situation we are in as we move forward. So what are we supposed to do if we are in a situation where both sides are not trusting the process? We have allegations. Those who have been following closely, like 4 hours ago, there was a fight at Bomas of Kenya, where we find that the Azimio agents don't want to see UDA agents with a piece of paper, with a pen, even with a device, a mobile phone. And yet, those are not the provisions of the IPC. Actually, you can know it with a device, with your phone, a piece of paper, maybe if you want to record the announcements. So we should not have a situation where we find that we have agents who are trying to set rules of the IPC. And we have a scenario where other people are saying that there is this secretariat, I think the name is Sunguri, they are saying that guy is with maybe somebody cooking figures somewhere, and they are demanding, they want to see that guy. You see, if we create scenarios like that, I think we will have a crisis which cannot be solved. And to the extent where somebody picked a microphone, which is supposed to announce result, and then said, we are in a crime scene. So I think those people are trying to cause some sabotage of, yet maybe there might be some issues, but we should actually have proper ways of solving it. For instance, because of that, then IPC said we want all people out. And now we have like almost 200 GSU within the tarring center. Then now you have even actually destroyed all the verification process. Now they can do what they want, you see? And those who have gone to Bomas, you have to know that Bomas of Kenya is, it has a lot of rooms. Maybe people are there in the hall with cracks. There is a lot of offices and spaces where nobody can actually be allowed to go. So it's more about following the proper procedures or steps to try to solve the problem. And for instance, actually up to today, like we have like 24 forms that 4As have not yet been uploaded into the portal. And you know, in one polling station, we have just 700 voters. So in 5 days, people have not counted 700 voters, you see? That's very serious. That's why I proposed, number one, we should have cameras, video cameras at every polling station. Maybe we notice the presiding officer, when that person is announcing the results, we see agents or agents of parties, and then they announce, it's recorded, and it's uploaded along with the form. So that if maybe we are saying this is a fabricated form, we can actually refer to that video. We have the video of the presiding officer, and you are the one who announced the particulars. So we have to have solutions like that. What I know for now, nobody was sure what the IPC going to announce. So I said yesterday, you have to be prepared for everything. We can have a runoff, Raila can be announced, Ruto can be announced. So be strong enough to embrace whatever the outcome which comes out. You know, in life, you are going to face challenges and risks. Maybe at one point, maybe you can go to a hospital and you discover you have a terminal illness. You can have an accident and maybe you don't have one rate. Therefore, we should be strong to embrace the risks and the challenges which we face. I'm seeing some people suffering, some people, for instance, I have a small business and actually I've fired like 4 people because they are not coming to work, you see? So these are small issues which should not be old as estate. Let us be ready to confront every outcome which we face. And as per now, everything is possible. That's my submission.
Thank you so much, Duke. Black, 1 minute.
Sorry, just kitu moja tu ambacho nilisahau tu kusuggest. Now, what if perhaps we could have a presidential election done on separate occasion, away from having the MPs, members of parliament elections. That way, we could have all resources channeled towards this one particular seat, whereby it would be easier and far much more efficient for both the observers, the party agents, and the IEBC themselves to ensure that we get a credible outcome. That is one part that I had forgotten to mention. Thank you.
Okay, before I move, Stone PK uko pamoja na sisi ama umeenda? Okay, so I just want to make a suggestion here. I think most of us have come here, even we have the audacity even to blame Musheru for not making sure that the systems were tamper proof. But then one thing I want to ask you is this: Musheru can secure systems out of government. I mean, he can secure everything else, but then the problem we have here, we have IEBC officials giving their login credentials. I mean, it's not an outside job like most of us want to believe. It's people in the IEBC who are giving login credentials. Ni kama kujenga nyumba yako, uweke geti ya chuma, uweke mlango ya chuma, ile mlango ya kuingia living room uweke chuma, uweke ukuta ya mawe na uweke ile inaitangwa electric fence pale juu, alafu mtoto wako aende kufungulia mwizi. I mean, how do you solve that? Because we have secured everything else, but the person that is letting in a thief is your own family member, and that is the problem we cannot solve unless we change something. So let us stop blaming Musheru. Let us stop blaming. I mean, the only thing Matiang'i can do right now is provide security. But those guys that are sitting on those chairs in that auditorium down there, the people who unaona na badge za IEBC, all those people are compromised. Haujui nani ni nani, hata mtu akienda choo hujui anaenda kurudi na nini. It's all suspicion in there right now. Stone PK, karibu.
Asante brother Makiadi na mapanelisti wengine hao, naona akina Alex, akina Azimio Parachi. Hiyo inanifurahisha sana. Wewe Njiru ushuke pale Bomas bwana, waje tu kutuchocha hapa kwa nani. Shuka pale Bomas, bonda watu vizuri bwana. Duke vipi, Black na David. Good to see you guys, and Aimba namuona pale, Mogoi, Sila. Good to see you guys, and I hope all is well, although my tension zimekuwa mingi sana. We don't know what is happening, what is not happening. For me, I would say, sometimes mtu anachoka. In my tribe, kuna saying inasema, kuna wakati inafika inakuwa sasa ni ya macho tu. You just observe. Na unangoja kaende. And then vile kanatamba, sasa kwetu huwa unajitayarisha, unarudi pale bedroom yako, unatoka unajipanga vile mwanaume anajipanganga, alafu unasema sasa wacha vile kataenda oleaga kaina, yani vile tu katacheza basi tutacheza hivyo. I would like to tell Chebukati, for me it's Chebukati, because mwananchi alifanya lake vizuri kabisa. And you see, I think for me, the first thing I would disband if I had a chance, I would kill anything called the Independent Commission. I know when I talk like this, people start telling me, oh, we are a democracy, we have X, Y, Z. Most of these bodies are useless in terms of serving mwananchi. When I look at all those who are there, pale kwa hiyo commission, seated there, I only see wastage. And indeed, I see empty brains, empty heads, sorry, not empty brains. I see human beings that are not helpful to mwananchi. Why am I saying this? What is happening to mwananchi right now? Tension kila mahali. Hata huyo wanaita mama mboga, sisi hatuwaiti mama mboga, tunawaita wale wa biashara za chini. They are at the edge, huyo mama. Anauliza kuko aje, kunaendaje. Well, we can say vile tu kutaenda, but you cannot subject people to that. Somebody woke up at 8 o'clock, at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah? Then 5 days, unatuimbia hapa, oh, the constitution. I want to use the F word about this constitution of ours. Although constitution haina shida, binadamu sisi ndio washenzi kabisa. Vile nani anasema, atoli. Sisi ndio washenzi kabisa. Washenzi kabisa. That election we can announce it inside 12 hours. presidential nini. It's bullshit telling us, oh, 7 days and all that. What the point is meannouncewa pale kwa polling station, my friend. Even after secondary school kids can do that job in 24 hours and we get the result. It is so annoying. When Supreme Court waliweka vile tutafuata hiyo, they were setting up a very good, very verifiable, very fast system, which it is. But because we are entertaining this nonsense from one man called Ruto and Chebukati, because what explanation can they give about delay? Hakuna. Really hakuna. Ni kutuzungusha tu so that they put in their manenos, ile kukoroga tu, because Venezuela ilijulikana. So they are busy doing this, busy doing that. Anybody who tells you ngoja kidogo ni mwizi kwako nyumbani. That's a thief. Mtu anakuambia tukutane saa 2, wewe uko pale saa 2 kwa meeting, yeye unasikia anakuuliza bro ushafika ngoja kidogo. Huyo mtu ana nia zake, either anafanya kazi nyingine ndio arudi akuje, huo bado ni wizi. So when we are delaying, new things are coming up, and then our media, they are holding pressures with these same people who are giving us again stories. Akiawalai KK wameona Wakenya ni wajinga kabisa. Those dramas we are seeing in Bomas, hata wamegeuza, wamesema ni watu wa ODM ndio huwa wanafanya hivyo. Really? So for me ndio nasema tumechoka, tutafanya nini? We disband this country and go, where shall we go? And we are seated. These guys walitegewa mtego, wameingia. But again tumekaa tu. Now we don't care about mwananchi. Wale mabwenyenye wanakula allowance wako pale. These candidates, wale ambao ndio wanashikilia huko wakijaribu kudini, they've not been sleeping for the last 4 months. You know, at least things should happen now. Mtu aapishwe, baba aapishwe na tuanze kazi. But you are holding us now. Inaonekana ni kama Bomas ndio kwa Yesu. Sasa Yesu amekuja duniani, hapo ndio tunang'ang'ana kwenda Yesu atuwekelee mikono. Honestly, I think maybe we should start chanting. Maybe we should unleash now. Or maybe we wait for a few more hours, because we can unleash, by the way. Chebukati ajue hivyo. He can be seated there. I'm telling you. And if he goes beyond tomorrow, kile ataona ni shauri yake. It's up to him. This situation can run out of hand. And especially when Kenya Kwanza are coming in, lying at their head, they are going to. Hiyo kitu inatriga mambo ingine mtaani, watu ni kupozo wanapozo. In fact, Kenya Kwanza waambiwe wanyamaze, ama hizi ma-TV wanaenda kusema ati they are winning. What people are waiting, there is nobody else they are waiting to be pronounced as the president of this country. Let KK take that to any bank that they know of. Anything announced to the contrary, itakuwa ni maneno ingine ile hawatataka kuona. Hata Ruto will, I'm telling you, Duke, you can shake your hand. If it is announced that it is Ruto, you utanikumbuka Stone Piken. We will not take that garbage. We will not take that nonsense. Because Ruto has not won this election. And he can never win any election in this country. It is known. We have a lot of intelligence. We have a lot of, he can win Kalenjin land. He can be voted huko Sugoi as a chief, as an MP, as a whatever it is around there. He can win, but not the president of this country. Never. I'll come again round 2, Bana Makiadi. Let whoever wants to battle me, akuje. Come, baby, come.
Yeah, Duke.
You know, Stony PK, that's not right, because you see, I feel that in Kenya is now like divided to a large extent. Maybe if one is 45, another one 55 or 50-50. So if you feel that way, that the only person if your person is not announced, then there is a problem. And also the other people on the side are on that stand, you see. We cannot have Kenya. So it means it's like two equal forces will fight forever. So that's why sometimes I was proposing, for instance, there is a country whereby maybe if you are unable to have like 70%, then you are forced to have like a coalition government. I think it's France. There's countries where if you don't have like 70%, then you don't have like a good representative of the nation. So you must form a coalition. So if maybe Kenya will have something like that, and then maybe when we have an outright winner like in 2002, which is seen that somebody has won them. So it's not good for you to have that stand. So assume we have also another person with that stand. How can we compromise? How can we move forward? So we fight until one person dies, or what do we do? So you see, that's a problem.
Let me answer Duke, Bana Makiadi. Bana Duke, Duke, with all due respect to brother, the issue is not about the 50-40. That is not the issue. The issue is that Kenyans don't want a thief to attaining into that position of presidency. Please, don't laugh. Ruto is a thief. Ruto is a thief. He has 2-3 cases approved. So Nasimuekelei. So we don't want anybody who has been amekuwa thief, amekubali, alifanya tosha gadi. Integrity hiyo ni tosha. Hata kama ni kalamu ya mtu aliiba akasema ya niliiba, siku anajua imeibiwa. Period. Weston is enough to disqualify Ruto from ever. Same thing with Akina Sonko and all these, Akina Weluke and all that. I'm not even favoring Azimio or any other, but I'm just saying for us, Bwana Duke, to go to where now you are talking. Let's first go deal ruthlessly with the people wale wamekuwa tainted. Hata Raila ule ataprove akona kesi iliproviwa kotini. Even him, he should be asked to step down and be sworn in. That is where we begin, Nani Duke. Not flip-flopping. Oh, unajua lazima. Ruto is not a president material. Ruto is not supposed to hold any public office in this country. That is it. That's the bottom line. So tuache hiyo maneno ya kugeuza hivi. Mahali tunasema degree inatakikana, then tunaanza kusema it doesn't matter. Oh, I can engage a lawyer and I pick a paper from River Road, my lawyer back and argue, mnasema ni sawa. My friends, in this forum vile naona hawa ni watu tumesoma, tumeelewa sana, and these are the kind of Kenyans we want. Call a spade a spade. If it's your brother who has stolen, Bwana Duke, anyongwe, if the law is to nyonga him, you feel bad about it, but you don't regret. You understand? And we will have started somewhere. We don't start with this election. Right now, we have issues. We have issues of 56% as per Kim's was the turnover. Then all of a sudden it shoots to 70 when forms are being submitted. What are we talking about? Sincerely speaking, let's listen to ourselves. Kama Kim's tunaitrust imepeana na ikaanaunziwa kabisa, turnout was very bad, it was low. Why? It was around 50 to 56. Then some place emerged 70% after form 34 zimesubmitiwa, yani after tulifunga election tukuhesabu kura ndio tunakuta kuna watu walikuwa hapa ilikuwa ni 10,000, sasa watu wamepiga kura 15,000. Jamani ndugu zangu, wana Duke wana. Then we will move to that other level whereby we will decide now hapana, sasa we were 50% lazima mtu afike. We go to that as a secondary level, but kwanza hii tunyonge ile ufisadi na ile cheating like the way Matiang'i did pale shule. That's how he stopped cheating, manani. It was so ruthless. I mean, we have examples. We have Kenyans who can implement this. In fact, Baba akichukua, some of us will be given position na mtalia. You will cry. Some of us don't care whether you are our in-laws or what. I'm telling you, and for me, if I'm given I do it. Ask the NGOs I've worked with. Thieves have cried. I've jailed people in Uganda. I've jailed people in West Africa. You Google, you'll see. Some would threaten to kill me. I'll tell them, you will not eat refugee money. That is me. I mean, I'm not here to blow my own trumpet, but we have to be strict. Thank you.
Stone PK, I would like to Google what you've just said. Nipatie jina yako hapo kwa private chat. Najua na Twitter Stone PK. Sasa sijui kama ni stone ya ukweli ama ni ya uongo. I'd like to hear that side of the story. Mahali ulikuwa unanyonga watu because iko watu wengi sana tunataka tufanyie hiyo kitu huko Kenya. Naona kuna jamaa wa deep state pale unatajwa hapo sana kwa comment section. Kwanza acha nikupatie nafasi. Jamaa amekuja na suti nyeusi. Nasikia anaitwa deep state.
Hakuna deep state. Nakwambia
Oye, nataka kureact. Niache tu react alafu Alex submit. Is that okay?
Okay, sawa.
All right. Sorry for interjecting, Alex. So I wanted to respond to Duke. Duke, your comment umesema Malala alituambia ati Raila huwa ana lose elections lakini yeye ujikuta kwa government. So tunajua pali munaipeleka. Wajaluo usema wangeo kumuke ile no. Haiwezi. Then BBI was addressing that thing. BBI was saying when we are split right in the middle and you can tell that this person has this number of people who also believe that they're their leader, it doesn't make sense that this person should be completely thrown into the cold, and yet there are people who will not feel represented. Mukasema kwamba tunataka kujiongezea viti na mamlaka. Kwa hiyo tulitoa. Then the other thing about having a ticket that has scales of evil, that now we're going against the lesser evil. I'm not saying that Raila is evil. All I'm saying is there are people who probably have a problem with him, including the fact that yeye ni mzee. Sasa hiyo ni evil, you know? So na tuko na mzee na tuko na nini muaji na tuko na mwizi na rapist. Sasa tunafaa kuwa tuna decide which scale is lesser. We have 47 million people in this nation. We have children whom we have raised right. We should never in our lives find ourselves in a place where when you look this other side, you're in a valley. If at all we had a situation where we're saying, whichever way it goes, we are fine. For all the elections we've had, we have always been in a situation where we can say, whichever way we go, we can balance. On this one, when we go the other side, we are in a valley, we are finished, we are complete as a country. That is why Raila has to be sworn in. This country needs panel beating. Ruto cannot come anywhere close to being president of this nation. He cannot be taken into government. We know what he does to governments. Atumtaki.
Yeah. Deep state, Alex.
I wish I was a deep state, especially right now. And I had the powers yenye Stone PK amesema ako nayo. Duke ungeona ndugu yangu, lakini Duke, you are my friend. You know, Duke, you amaze me. I've known you for years. And you know, you just made a very good submission. Prior to what you said now, you made a very good submission on the what should we do as a country going forth. I didn't even believe it was you speaking. And even Black gave very good solution, especially the last one, that as a democracy, we're having a 6-piece way too fast. And it's been, the moment we started the 6-piece, we started on a wrong note. It was already compromised. Now, heading forth, we cannot continue as we are. We need a total overhaul. And I think, Duke, that's what you were trying to say. But all of a sudden, you forgot again, you went back to yellow fever. Duke, we are not talking about UDA and Kenya Kwanza or Azimio. The question is simple. How can we remedy what we have seen and it's costing us? It's not Chebukati being given 40 billion. It's our money. It is your money. Okay? It's 40 billion. You conceptualize 40 billion, you can make, if you're honest, you can construct, and you're an engineer, and you can tell us, you can construct almost 5 world-class hospitals and even 20 schools. You hear that? Somebody has been given 40 billion. And now we are in Bomas, it's a crime scene. And as you said, we have the military outside because the man just decided from the very beginning he's not going to deliver.
then you are careless here, speaking the way you want. No, Duke, we are just speaking and we have a conversation. And we like the fact that you are on the other side, we are on this side, and we are trying to move forward. And I like what Black said. Maybe if we decide the presidential should be held on a different date, can we handle that? And I like how Black said it. No, so when you start saying now we need a coalition, what's the whole point of going even to an election? That if you get 70, you get that. What's the point? Then we should sit like in Mandera, when as clans they decide. Bill Okero is one of the most progressive leaders we have seen when he was a shadow minister for finance. But his clan said, you have served one term, you can't go ahead. That's what Duke you're trying to tell us. That's not the solution. Duke, the solution is an overhaul. And I think we are in agreement here that a thief cannot be a leader of this country. I think we should agree there, Duke. Not because you support him, because we have all agreed that we have a problem in this country, we have corruption in this country, we can't account for anything. Our institutions are corrupt to the core that, Duke, right now, we are guessing here what's happening in Bomas. You're not sure what's happening. I'm not sure what's happening. And we are in a state of dilemma. And if you don't know that anything can happen and we can be in a state of war, or the president can decide to use his last powers, which is the state of emergency, and you guys are not going to feel very well. And the president has that right to use it right now. And there is nothing you can do. But we don't want to go there. So, so we are conversing. And I didn't want to criticize today the Kenya Kwanza, because at least you had a cogent point on how we should find the solution. And I wanted to hear from the side of Kenya Kwanza, how should we solve? And you have agreed that we have a problem in this country. So, Duke, if we have a problem in this country from your side, and you know that we have not been able to deliver twice an election, okay, let's say that Ruto is not a thief there, but you still agree there is a problem. How can we solve it? Can you help us now? We just want to know from you. You have agreed we have a problem. We've never delivered to election. Then tell us, how can we stop from having the situation we are having today in Bomas, Duke? That's what I want to know from you.
Let me bring in Daudi, then Mogoi. Daudi.
Thank you so much, Makiadi, for the wonderful opportunity. I think this is my thought about this entire fracas we find ourselves in. The issue is every time we have an issue, we talk about overhauling the system. And it's just because I think we build our commissions around personalities and not based on actual systems. So maybe we can reconfigure the IEBC in a way that it's a system, it's not based on a personality. We talked about Kivuitu, we talked about Chiloba, we talked about Chebukati. It's just people. Why don't we create systems that work? It is doable, so that we just have people who come to serve and live. And those things just remain as living entities that will serve people. So I think we're in a place where we are because we just entrusted the entire process to people, to personalities like Chebukati. And it is very hard to think that Chebukati can deliver after what happened in 2007. It was wrong to believe that he would, in good faith, deliver a good election after what we saw back then. So I always say that, when you fail to prepare, things will always come and bite you. So as Azimio, we could have done something better. We could have thought through this game, planned to protect our votes, made sure that whoever is going to provide us with stewardship through the electoral process was right and clean, but we didn't do that. So, yeah. Thank you.
Kidogo nilikuwa nataka nizungumze, nilitoka nataka nizungumze na Alex tu kidogo, alafu
Omar, ngoja kidogo, wewe unatupea hapa upepo saa yote. We are not even seeing your face. That's very illegal. Umetupea upepo hapa, hatuoni face yako, and I don't know, I don't buy what you're saying. No, Omar, wait. No, Omar, we want to see your face so that we can believe what you are saying. Hii upepo unatupea. We live in a country, Omar.
Amewakisha taa, Alex, amewakisha taa, wacha aongee.
We live in a country whereby we are not hiding our faces. Why? Because we are solving a national problem. There is nothing here. Black, we are solving a national problem. We are doing nothing illegal here.
That's true. I agree with you with that.
Yeah. Show us your face, wacha kututisha hapa so that we can have a conversation.
Anapata vitisho bure tu hapa na viewers wetu.
Ngojeni. Wacha tumpatie Omar nafasi. Mimi namjua Omar. Mpatie Omar nafasi aongee dakika moja. Go ahead, Omar.
Okay, nilikuwa nataka niongee na Alex kidogo, sina mambo nyingi. Kuna hiyo formation nimetoa, I think masaa imepita kwa rafiki yangu. I think mwenzangu alikuwa amesikia vile nilikuwa nimezungumza. Na narudia tena, Kenya haiko pali pazuri, na naweza kuongea na Alex kama yoyote ako na contact yao wakubwa, ikuwe Matiang'i ama nani, kafaa waambie wale wakora wote wako hapo IBC. I think nimetoa hiyo mambo masaa iliyopita. I think mtu ameni understand ni nini nasema. Uwizi iko katika hapo Bomas, na mmoja wao alikuwa anafanyia kazi ni rafiki yangu, na kama hatutaweza kuokoa kura za baba, tutarudi kama 2017 na 2013. Hatutaki twende, yani turudie ile mistake tulikuwako. Sasa kafaa tuangalie hizo kura za baba. Sasa ni lala salama. Huyu mzee akikosa kupata na ukora hiyo ya watu, sijui nchi itaenda aje. Hiyo tu kwa sasa.
Aya, asante Omar kwa information. Anybody?
Yeah, I wanted to speak to Daudi. Daudi, unajua, and I agree what you said. I mean, the one mistake we should all agree we made is accepting to go to an election with an individual who could not even open servers, and yet that was a Supreme Court order. And we thought that we needed to bring a country together. I think to the wisdom of Baba, we were so divided, and how we allowed that mistake to happen, thinking that we can have a free, fair election under Chebukati, was all the mistake that we made. I agree totally with you. But to eject an independent commission, I think it's not an easy thing. It took death and blood for tear gas, was it Monday and Thursday, to get out Abdikir Ama, who he was. And at some point, I was in Kenya that time. I went to those of two of those demonstrations. And I tell you, there are people
who are very brave in Kenya to be going in such kind of demonstrations. And I think the Uhuru administration thought it was very lightweight issues until the business community in Nairobi told unequivocally Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta that this has gone beyond and it is affecting the economy. Now, the question is, should we be risking our life all the time that we must demonstrate and shed blood for? Because how could we have gotten, me and you, how could we have gotten Chebukati out? That's the question, because Chebukati ought to have gone once and for all. And that's where sometimes I subscribe to Stone PK, militant point of view that where it has reached, enough is enough. But remember, it's costing lives again. And the lives that it costs again are not the people who are hurting us. That's what hurts me, Black. The lives that die when those demonstrations happen is not Raila's son, is not Uhuru's son. That's what hurts me. So I don't know what is the solution for this. I wish people like Duke will understand that we have a collective problem. And I want you, Duke, to listen to me. We have a collective problem that needs a collective solution. I wish you could understand what is coming from my mouth. If you only understood that we have a collective problem that needs a collective solution, is that at some point we end up failing, that we become two tribes after election. One tribe is you, an electorate, right now talking, and there is another one which now they are going to dish the seats. I wish you could listen to me so that we talk. We have an eternal solution so that young men don't die. Because the only solution we have right now, Daudi, and what you have said, is we must go and fight in the street to remove Chebukati. Unless blood flows in the street, Chebukati will not get out of there. You know that. How can we get Chebukati out of there, Daudi?
Daudi yuko ama Stone PK?
Mine is Pia is a small on that line, Alex, on to Daudi. Daudi is alluding that we did not prepare for this kind of a thing. This is unfair. We did not prepare to see what we are seeing coming from Ruto and Chebukati. Really? No, I don't think so. We did not prepare to kulinda kura zetu at the polling station. No, I don't think so. Fine, we may have had a shortage of agents here and there, but I do not think that would have affected so much. What the problem is that this man called KK, Ruto and the others, was ahead of everyone else because he put us into a corner, lured us in to accept the entire Chebukati team to oversee this election. That is where we goofed. And as Alex says, we don't know sijui tulivukishwa dawa gani. I don't know why we thought that this man will deliver elections. I think we got hooked and lured into because we thought Uhuru would not let this thing happen. But I see now where we are going to regret. If it goes the other way around, we are the ones to blame. For me, it should have been no election. I mean, not with Chebukati, no election. That is what we should have done. Thank you.
Okay, let me just tell Ashley, kama unanisikia, Ashley M, device yako iko connected. Click kwa link, just take it easy, wacha device yako ikuwe configured, alafu ukifika hapa ndio nitaweza kukuongeza. As for now, siwezi kuongeza kwa sababu device yako is not configured. And there's one thing I want to say, Duke, before I come to you, because you'll be the next one. I think it was really unfortunate that we people believe that this election would be fair. One thing that I want to note here is that it is not a matter of somebody's mic is unmuted. I don't know, Stone PK or somebody. Okay. It is not a matter of having 50 plus 1 or 70 plus 1. I think even if we raise the threshold to 90%, these people will still cook figures. They have proved that they can cook figures, because at the end of the day, people know how to cook figures. You look at a situation in a polling station, probably you've heard these stories, I don't know how verified they are, that somebody walks into a polling station and then they are given 5 ballot papers for one candidate. If it's a presidential candidate, unapewa ballot paper 5 za mtu moja. They are all stamped. All you do is just to go there and drop them. And that's why you're seeing that the numbers are showing that in some areas, people to almost close to 350,000 voted for only the president and walked out. I told you this thing. You told me to show you the numbers. I'll send you the link here so that you can go and check. And so people have metamorphosized themselves into adapting to the challenges that are ahead. If we set at 50 plus 1, they know how to make their numbers reach 50 plus 1. Imaginary numbers, ghost voters. Even if we raise this thing to 70%, it does not matter. They will still do that because they have the mechanisms, they know how to infiltrate, and they have the resources. And that is what we are suffering from today. Go ahead, Duke.
I want to respond to Alex. I agree that we have a corrective problem, and the problem is there is no 100% accuracy of transferring the cast votes of aspirants across Kenya. So that's the issue. So we want a scenario whereby when each and every person casts his or her vote, then it has to be accounted and counted accurately across Kenya. Initially, I was the one who trusted the IPC because we were seeing the server forms were coming in. And then I came across, like, I have 5 forms whereby you find that we have registered voters. Per polling station, registered voters should not be more than 700. And I have like 5 cases. I think, Alex, I sent you one form where we have recording of more than registered voters. So you see, you are queuing for almost 2 hours, and we have a scenario whereby a person changes a figure and it indicates that more, at 500 people more have voted. You see, that's not right. But regarding that, how can we do that? We can do that using like established infrastructure and regulations. And I feel that the current established infrastructure is okay, but it's because of the people who are handling it. They are not doing the right thing. For instance, we presume that, as per the IPC claims, that each polling station has just one Form 34A. And that form has a unique QR code. Just one. And only that form, the KIMS kit can actually scan the specific form and the ones. Then if it works that way, then it means everything we have at the portal is very accurate. And remember, that was established maybe because of 2017. Remember, in 2017, results were being transmitted using SMS. And the court said results at the polling station are final. And they must be extracted from Form 34A, not a message which somebody can send and then that's it. So the problem we have is that when they are now trying to say they are verifying those forms. And here we have a case whereby maybe people have counted like 700 votes, which should actually take less than 30 minutes. And we have 5 days. People have not uploaded those forms. They are not at Bomas of Kenya. So you tell me that you are taking 5 days to count 700 votes. Does that make sense? And we cannot blame, IPCs and institutions. For instance, if you are maybe a Chepkati and you are expecting forms from 46,000 people, some people are not coming. They are saying they have not finalized. You see, it will be very challenging. For me, I was proposing, for instance, if a form is uploaded with specific figures and the returning officer comes with different results, that person, the returning officer or the presiding officer should be arrested first. So that, because why should you upload maybe figures and then the form come unless otherwise there are 2 different forms, then IPC is not honest. If we have just 1 form and the system we have can only scan just that 1 form, then I don't expect a scenario whereby we have different results in the portal and an individual comes with different results. And the issue of the coalition I was talking about is, I was not talking about the handshake. I was talking about we can have maybe a constitution amendment in some countries, for instance, Israel, whereby maybe if you are unable to get 70%, then you are forced to form a coalition government in proportion to maybe the number of seats you have or the number of control you have in parliament. I feel that can be more representative, because if 1 person is going to be announced, we will have half of Kenyans feeling outside the government, and that's what causes the crisis. So I was not talking about the answer.
No.
But the problem I have with RX is that you try to demonize some Kenyans. For instance, you are saying all Kenyans have said we don't want a chief. So are you trying to say that maybe Ruto scored 0? You see, you must actually embrace all Kenyans. And I've said that in a democracy, I've said in a democracy, people have different education levels. People think differently. So people can never think the same. They cannot pick the same person. So you should not say that all Kenyans have decided that Ruto will never be the president, and you are 1 person. You see? So you see, that does not make sense to me.
Duke, listen, that is where we disagree. And I think Stone PK told you. And I said, let's have a conversation, Duke. We are not in competition here. Chapter 6, Ruto does not even qualify to seek any seat in our country. If we have to go by chapter 6, he is a convicted felon, both in ICC and also in our courts. And you know that. So he did not even pass the threshold. How some of these people get their certificate of good conduct, and I think we have had that conversation here. So when I say the word thief, I am not alluding that you are the thief. I'm saying what our courts have pronounced. Gachagua, right after the debate, you know the court ruling. So, Duke, I don't know why you don't see that charge sheet of criminals running for presidency. And if you are honest that we have individuals who are running IEBC that are tainted, now then we have individuals who are running for presidency who are also tainted. And I think Black is right in the private comment section that we have been speaking about this, for instance. What's the solution?
And Alex, by the Duke, what you're talking about is post-election coalitions. In Kenya, we do pre-election coalitions. That is still not the solution. It's the same thing. You find parties that you are aligned to. Then you form a coalition. It will still move towards tribal grounds or whatever you're trying to avoid here. It's still going to. You know what will happen? Raila will run for elections. Kalonzo will run for elections. Mudavadi, the rest. There are certain people who will say they'll never move towards the UDA side. It's not the solution, and you cannot tell me that that's what you want to happen. That's going to be the solution about 30% of blah blah blah. No. In Kenya, the only difference is we do the coalitions before. In Israel, Germany, UK, we do after. That is the difference.
Okay, let me ask you, Kip, just to maybe a point of information. You can also have a working agreement, what you're calling a coalition, after the election. There's one thing I want to ask you guys here, and I think it's important that we also look at this situation that is happening right now at Bomas of Kenya. What is the solution? Because to me, it looks like there's an impasse. Nothing is happening right now. What you're seeing right now is just a circus. And we expect IBC in the next probably 20-something hours to announce a winner that most of us have seen, and the media has shown it, that most of us will not agree with from either side of the political divide. What is the way forward? Mogoi.
I wanted to show something quickly. I want you guys to explain to me what this is.
Keep wacha hiyo question iendelee kwanza.
Sawa.
There's a question in the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you, the panelists and Makiadi, for the chance. I think it is good to talk out of our heart what is going on. Kenya is our country. We love it. But we can't watch things going the way they are and we keep quiet. Engaging here, Tube saying his opinion is okay, but that's your perception. But at the moment, right now, what we are saying, we are not looking for the corruption according to the party gaining powers or numbers of parliament, wherever. The problem we have is genuine election. You know, although DP is in the ballot and the Raila is in the ballot, even if he doesn't qualify to be in the ballot, he's in the ballot. We don't care whether he's winning or he's losing. But can we have genuine election, which is free and fair first, before we talk about corruption of everything here, or forming the government? If these things of bringing fake papers to the IPOMAS of Kenya, daylight with the cameras, you know, I don't know how Kenyans we are, by the way. This is POMAS where there's cameras. Still people are smuggling fake papers into the IPC. Kenyans. Where are we, by the way? What happens in the rural areas at the primary school where there is no even electricity when you are counting the votes? If you have the audacity of bringing a paper you have filled somewhere, you want to exchange with the IBC workers so that you can put it in the box. That is POMAS. Where there's cameras, there's police officers, everything is secured there. And we have that audacity to do such a kind of things. Daylight, not at night. Where are we heading? You know, some things you look at it and you feel like these are the grown-up people who employed them as IBC workers to conduct election. They are the people who witnessed 2007 election in Kenya. The IPC officials, they know what we went through. We trusted them. Hey, here is the money. They have a lot of money budget to conduct free and fair election so that Kenya can have peace in every election of presidents. But you see what is happening here. People are walking in the street with the ballot papers. People are walking into the IPC podium with the fake forms to replace what they want to do. And we are waiting for the result. Are we in Kenya? What are we doing really? Are we in a comedy situation or what? Election which could have taken even just 24 hours, we could have had the president. If from 34A was sent through the scheme skit, why not send it from 34P through the scheme skit too? Before those returning officers come to Nairobi, you have already tied that form and you are waiting to compare what he has. If he has something wrong, let him be accountable for what is having wrong from what is we have in the system. But now you are telling us, don't send that one for the 34B, bring it personal. Yeah? Okay, now they are here within 24 hours. Now you are telling us, now you are tired, you can bring those papers and tape them here, go home. Are we really reasoning here? This IBC, this returning officer is the one to give us evidence of what he's having here. You are telling him to go home. So who will be answerable to the questions of what is written in this paper?
And that was the original purpose of that, for him to come and verify it.
My friend. He has gone home. You are remained here. Now you are in Broi, are now coming with the fake papers to exchange these papers. Now who will be accountable when we come to say those are not the right figure? The guy is home, wherever he is, at K or at Marakwid, wherever he is. Are you seeing Chebukati what he's doing here?
And sorry, Mogoi, to interrupt you, but I think if you listen to the reasoning of Chebukati says that their officials have been there for 3 days, which is not fair. You know, these are employees that are supposed to know that there's something called an electioneering period. We have not come to the very end until the presidential candidate is announced as a president-elect. These people should have been prepared for all eventualities. They were supposed to know that they have 7 days, whether it means sleeping on the floor, eating nothing, or anything, until they deliver a credible election. And Chebukati looks like now he's finding a way of hold on, Ashley, your device again. Chebukati is still finding a way. I don't know who is talking to Chebukati, because Chebukati looks like there are two other people who are controlling what he does and what he says. He just comes out of the boardroom with decisions that are not even consulted with. He has not consulted with the political parties or the presidential returning officers, and just makes a decision that is going to compromise the integrity of the election. So I think as we move forward, I would want us to also try and see what is the way forward. I'm not talking about the post-election coalitions. Those things are not even in the scope right now. Those things will not help us right now, because we have an impasse at Bomas of Kenya right now as we speak. That is what we are supposed to be discussing right now.
Yes.
First of all, I need to know where Moses.
Let me finish my point.
It's part of your point. I need to know where Moses is, the director of voter registration. How does a man as important as that just disappear like that? We don't know where he is. We can't phone him. Hata kama melala, he just left. And we have issues with voter registration.
I don't. As Kenyans, by the way, I don't know how we're gonna think about our country. By the way. Just mere election, but people are cooking everything. You know, here, even if you are talking about the ICT, CS, Musheru, you know, these people, the system was secured. From 34A in the system, it was secured. The problem here, it is manual now. They changed it to manual thing. Because they can't access the system and change those forms the way they wanted, now they returned to manual. Now they want to do things physically. Now it's the agent who is working in the Bomas. Hey, can you come out, pick this form, change that one, put this one in? You see? And those are the IPC officials who know what happened 2007, rigged election. And they are doing it in the right of the cameras, electricity, everybody's watching. Then when you announce something which people have seen evidence here, what do you expect? If you try to, what do you expect? You know, that's why I like my, Raila, by the way. Let him be quiet wherever he is. If that man get out and say something, you like it or not, Naro will stop. Because of this, what we're seeing here in the media. Chebukati should be a genuine guy and say, send those form 34B. When you come here, you take 30 minutes, we are cleared with you. Because he could have already tagged his forms, ready, waiting for the returning office. But now you are changing things manual here. Hey, you want to go home so that we can cook things and add figures here.
Mugoi, the issue is, how can Chebukati verify something while the 34A and B are not matching?
And the one who did the work is not there. Who are you verifying with?
So, and he's panicking. So he's saying, just leave it.
He's panicking. He has instruction like it is not working. can you do this? Now they are hurrying up. They are buying time. Hey, can you do this? Which constituency is remaining? Hey, can you do this?
Okay. Let me roll the disc forward to Black, then I come to Storm PK.
No, I have a quick question.
Just to
Why? Just I have a quick question. Why was this lady wearing a big jacket and gloves?
It was cold.
and there's COVID.
You know, keep kuanzia jana unataka kufanyia hii election forensic audit. Wacha hiyo itakuja baadaye. We have a big problem right now than gloves and a jacket.
Those are the problems. Those gloves and the jacket are the problem. What are you saying?
You know, I have
And the Duke,
So
and
you
the
guys
Duke,
want you
Did
guys
now
and the
we turn
Duke supplied
around
the gloves.
become California?
You know, that's the mistake which people say.
How
High
cold
peace
is
has
it?
not.
You'll be wearing
Just
almost
1
the same
minute.
clothes.
Just 1 minute. You know, High PC has not said that you don't come with you. For instance, some agents don't want individuals to go with phones. They don't want individuals to go with laptops. They don't want individuals to go even with a pen and paper to maybe to record some announcements. And those are not the rules or provisions of the IPC, you see? So we have agents creating their own rules and trying to chase others, you see? That's where we have the problem. Does IPC, so we should, for instance, when you go with a laptop, what's the issue going with the laptop? You can go and record what's announced, or maybe a phone, or a piece of paper.
You know, Duke, you can go around sometimes just. Duke, I mean, let's be honest. Leave the laptop on the side. The question is simple. And I think Mr. Kip, you should not have brought that question because now you're taking us from where we were actually. Because we were really doing very well. But why is that person wearing gloves and that big jacket? Let's come back later on. But Black, stop distracting us, nice of it. Let's not do forensic here.
Let me make
Forensic is not going to help us.
Yeah, let me make
But
a
Alex,
comment.
that is the problem.
No,
Because
hold on, Mugoi.
those clothes,
Let's not do forensics.
Mugoi.
We can't get solution in forensics.
We are not experts. We are not experts to do a forensic audit on the election right now. What we are doing right now is to try and brainstorm on what is happening at the IBC right now and the way forward. So when Kip brings pictures of somebody dressed in gloves and jackets, then we are being distracted and we will end up in a ditch where we cannot move forward. So I want us to stick to that scope where we are looking at an impasse at the IEBC right now. And time is running out. We have returning officers that have dumped papers from 34s in boxes and have left. And so the IEBC is looking at these papers. You are not even sure whether that person dropped the right copy or if it's a replaced copy. And then you have no one to question. But you're expected to verify that against what you have from your agents. Black.
To just comment on that briefly, I think whatever the two sides agents are doing at Bomas of Kenya is correct, because actually now I'll focus on Azimio. With our people there putting pressure, it pushes the IEBC officials to actually ensure that the documents are the true, they represent the true figures that are on the ground. So wakikuwa pale wanazidi kusukuma IEBC na wao pia wako pressured in ensuring that everything is done correctly. No, so that's why I said that we have everything under control by having our people there. That pressure is what is required there. We should actually exert even more pressure there in shifts. Millie Odhiambo akitoka tunaweka Onsoro. Unaona? Yani wanakwenda in shifts. Vichwa ngumu. That is the only way we can ensure that pale at Bomas of Kenya vitu zinaenda the way it is now. Moving forward,
let me ask you one thing here. If you look
forward,
let me ask you one thing. Black, just one point.
Let him finish his submission. You will ask, Mogoi.
Let him finish with his submission.
Now,
Guys, order.
now proceeding to the point that I had said earlier, since we already know our problem, we have corrupt officials, we have there's a lot of corruption happening there. I mean, tangu utotoni Duke, ukiwa hata mdogo, kwa mfano unatumwa dukani na mama anakuambia tuletee ugali, ugali, unasema siendi. Enda basi nitakunulia peremende. Unasema okay, sawa. Already you've been corrupted at that point. No. So while growing up tayari umekuwa na hiyo issue. Pengine umepewa fees uende ulipe Duke, unakula kidogo. But solutions had to come in. Unapata now schools came about with the solution whereby fees inalipwa directly kwa account, because saa zingine uko unapata pia school bazaar anakula hiyo fees yenye imelipwa. Unaona? Now in this case, now that we know that we have all these things happening around IEBC, what measures can we do? That's why I had proposed the idea whereby we should probably have the presidential election being held on a different day. Unaona? Now, if you have a presidential election being done today, for instance, by itself, you have the governor of that place, the manpower for the governor that was running in that place, the senator agents that were running in that place, the MCA's agents that would have run around that place, plus the presidential aspirants agents there. Unapata hizo, that manpower. You have such a serious manpower to oversee, na mobilize even far much more manpower to just overlook this one seat. Utapata everything will be done correct. Na pia utapata in regards to tallying, it will be done on timely. There will be no excuses. Hii 7-day period, IBC they slow down hizi vitu zote. Now towards the end, unapata they are rushing towards to meet the deadline, and this is at this point unapata vitu zinatupwa hapo to take advantage of this little timeline ambayo imebaki kusukuma vitu zingine fake pale ndani. Unaona? Why? Because they're overwhelmed with easy 6 seats zinafanywa in the same day, resources ziko scattered, manipulation inakuwa rahisi kufanya. Who will be there to oversight? Alex iko pale amesimamia kiti yake MP. Do you think he'll be far much more bothered kuangalia story ya Raila inaendaje, ama atakuwa far much more concerned kuangalia kiti yake venye inaenda? Huo ndio ukweli wa mambo. But if at all on that particular day ni election tu ya rais, on that particular day Alex will have no other divided attention than to make sure ameangalia ile ya Raila inaendaje. Unaona? So in my view, I think perhaps it has reached a time that we need to look at the way tuna schedule elections zetu za hizi seats sita. Presidential election, in a nutshell, should be held on its own separate day. That's it.
Ngoja kidogo. Njiru, uko pamoja na sisi? You want to say something?
Yeah, I wanted to respond a little bit kwa hiyo swali umeuliza concerning the circus we are seeing in Bomas under the supervision of IBC. First of all, it is unfortunate that at this era and at this age, we should allow things to happen the way they are happening now. I think in terms of order, in terms of management, IBC is not doing the right thing the way they are supposed to do. Because I think they should be having like a method whereby people should not be like congested. Ukiangalia IBC, hata vile watu wamejipanga hapo, it doesn't look organized. There is an intention concept of wanting to congest people. Ni spaces hakuna mashida ni nini. They should be like having a free space where you can be able to see people. Lakini ukiona vile watu wamekaa ati wanajifanya ati table moja iko na watu 8 ama watu 6, ati wanajifanya. Ayupo umeangalia table there are too many people are congested. Let's have like big tables, watu watatu, alafu you can see how the queue. Let's have that order. Let IBC be organized. That is number one. Then number two, Chebukati himself should know that the stakes of this election are too high. And we have gone into an election and had a rerun because of errors and orchestrated human influence. You see, whatever is happening now is not the will of the people prevailing. It is human influence to manipulate the result. And what I would like to tell Chebukati is very simple. Whatever happened during the election day, after 5 p.m., immediately we closed our polls. That is what we should be reflecting up to now. So, but I'm hearing booklets have been found. Nimekuwa nikifuata kwa social media, booklets zimepatikana. I've heard there have been a system that kuna uwezekano kulikuwa na pollution ya publishers, wale watu walifanya printing and UDA. What I want to ask myself is, mbona Azimio hawana hizo vitabu? Kwa nini hizo vitabu ziko na mrengo mmoja? So the solution, because I don't want to talk about it, the solution is very simple. Chebukati knows the truth. And there is one thing which I want to tell you here for free. If Ruto, I'm just saying, in the unlikely, because it not happen, in the unlikely event, Chebukati declares Ruto the winner of this election, the presidential petition which will come from that thing, he will not manage it. Because a Ruto presidency cannot be defended by numbers. It cannot be defended. Na nimeambia watu hapa vizuri.
Njiru, Pole, just give me a minute. Hold on to that thought, because if you lose it, I will forget. Hold on to that thought. Let me do something here real quick. I believe you've reminded me of something that I met somewhere.
He was driving away. He was about to leave. We just talked to him. Wait. In fact, he refused to open the boots. We forced him out. So, have you done verification?
I'm not yet. I'm still in the queue.
So, where were you sleeping, Mama?
I was in the queue.
Oh, you're sleeping on the queue in the auditorium?
Yes.
And the was outside in the car? You're queuing without your forms?
Yeah, that's all I've been asking.
You're queuing without your forms?
Nobody was.
Why are you not queuing with the forms? Why were you not there with your forms?
Mama.
But this is a very sensitive thing, Mama. I'm aware on a
You know your driver was...
And how come? Yeah,
your driver was looking.
Trying to escape with the car.
What was his intention?
We've just stopped him. We've just stopped him.
I'm telling you to
Okay. We need the lights. Just pick this. You're doing videos? Okay. She's queuing with her forms in the car. Amazing. Even nursery students don't queue for their marks to be done when the book is in the desk. They carry the book. Where are the original forms?
Where are they? Let me see. Let me see the original forms.
Yeah, I want to put the camera.
Where are the original forms?
Haya, Njiru, hali ndio hiyo, endelea.
So, Bwana Makiandi, what I was trying to say here is that we are having an electoral commission which is being led by jokers. First of all, you cannot tell me that UDA or the people who are caught with those books, they printed them by themselves. They were helped, they were abated. So what I'm saying is that I don't want us to go into that part, but as we speak now, there is all the likelihood to nullify this election. There is the likelihood. Because you don't need any other evidence to nullify an election other than what we are seeing flowing. Because with this type of collusion, the voice of the people cannot be respected. And there is a likelihood of somebody who was not voted by people becoming your president. And that is where corruption and other things started. So what I'm saying is that if Ruto becomes a president with this election, the petition which will come here, they will not manage it. Because it is clear. I know he might get voters to still want to defend these things which we are seeing. Then kuna swali ingine najiuliza moja. To what extent does Chebukati have the real numbers? Because that is also something which we are not sure. The numbers which Chebukati is having, to what level of accuracy can he say ama atakuja hapa mwishoe aanzie kubehave kama vile nani alibehave 2007 Kivuito, when Kivuito was asked who won the election, akaanzia kusema I don't know. So what I'm trying to say here is that I'm seeing an event where Azimio, if we do not win this election, it is hard for us to accept it because the election has been compromised. So I'm saying the way forward was very clear. It already, you can see like what has happened in Mount Kenya. It is practically impossible for UDA to win close to 98% of seats in Mount Kenya. Statistically, arithmetically, it doesn't add up. Azimio, Jubilee can get close to 6 seats in Nairobi, which is cosmopolitan, which also has many Kikuyus as well. Then in their own counties, they don't even get a single governor. They get like, I'm hearing they are getting like 3 or 5 MPs. The system was well orchestrated and predetermined. And unless Chebukati is hiding, he knows what is real and what is fake. And these things can be isolated. And Kenyans know the truth. And in leadership, mimi nashangaa wa Kenya tuongei hapa. We know the truth. Even Duke, I don't know if he is still in Kenya Kwanza. Even Duke knows the truth. This vitu akiziona. He knows whatever is happening is not right. Hata mimi hata kama na support Baba, I will not support Azimio to do the things I'm seeing in Bomas. They make me sick, and they are trying to create the backwardness of a country in the 21st century. And remember, if you get a rigged president, he will not be accountable to you. That is the beginning of the end. Once somebody has rigged himself in, don't ask for accountability. Don't ask for him to do anything. He used his own means to be there. So that's why I'm saying, I hope Mother Karua will be as vigilant as she was in the 2007 one. I hope Mother Karua on our side and other people, the battalion which is in Bomas, they will be able to secure this win. And let me tell you, elections are stolen everywhere. It is not only in Kenya. Elections are usually stolen. It is not a fallacy. It is real. If you don't open your eyes, ndio unasikianga kila everywhere watu wakiongea, even in America and other places, ukisikia watu wakisema we have to guard our votes, we have to guard our votes. That phrase is not a fallacy, because if you don't guard your votes, they will go elsewhere. Wanjango, nimesikiliza Wanjango kwa kwa TV47. Wanjango kuna ballot papers ameoneshana, they don't have numbers, but they have agents wamesign, but hakuna numbers. Then kuna ballot papers zingine, na huyo ni mtu wa UDA, meaning that even UDA or Kenya Kwanza rigged out their own people. So ile kitu iko Kenya Kwanza did rigging on Azimio and also did intra-rigging. They did more. They did to Azimio and among themselves.
because they only wanted the people who they want to be in. So kwa hivyo, their rigging strategy was both to Azimio and among themselves. And that's why I can tell you, there are even many Kenya Kwanza guys who are coming up and saying we were also rigged out. And let me tell you people, Ruto has perfected rigging. Remember, he has been managing Jubilee nomination. And every time he managed Jubilee nomination, they were shambolic. So in other words, I'm talking of somebody who has extreme experience in these things. We are amateurs. And if this guy, I hope the ICT, Minister for ICT and other people, they will be able to arrest, because you know the beauty is that majority of it is digital. Majority of the rigging, majority of it, yes, we have what they are trying to do backdating in the fieldwork. But look, get this. Imagine these people, they even have duplicate forms which have the real serial numbers and the same QR code. Let me tell you, Chebukati and his team has failed us. We had an opportunity. Yes, they did a very good job to give us the server. But remember, this server it is garbage in, garbage out. It will only give you what it has been given. The server is not producing anything. So if you give server erroneous data, you will tabulate erroneous data. So the idea is not having the server. The idea is making sure whatever is in the server is the rightful data. My question is this one. Wale agents ambao walisimamia uchaguzi in the polling station. Remember those agents wale walisimamia uchaguzi in the polling station huko, they are not traveling in Nairobi. So even if a fake form is presented in Nairobi, how sure are you that your signature iko hapo, it is of the real guy, yule ambaye alitoka kule. And remember, huyo jamaa yuko hapo ati to confirm your signature yake iko hapo. So what I'm saying is that if IBC doesn't have credibility, they can help somebody who is not voted by people to win this election. That's why I'm saying integrity should start with everyone. Lastly, as I finish, Bwana Makiande, it is this. The reason why we refused to debate the deputy president, it is because of integrity issues. And the people were doubting the reason why we refused to debate this guy. Now Kenyans can see in broad daylight what is happening. And I can tell you without guesswork, if this man becomes the president of Kenya, prepare for a very thorny and a very bad economy. So we want to rescue Kenya from leadership of people who have no consciousness. Remember, this guy, whatever he is doing right now, inakuonesha huyu ni mtu ajari. He doesn't care. And he can go to the extent of anything. And can you see, he has even recruited his machinery, Akina Grandes, both Shorey and the rest. He has people who are experienced in that thing. So what I would like to tell our team, Baba, and the people guarding our votes, you won this election. Everything was favoring you. Don't allow somebody who has not won this election to get away your win. Remember, Baba is not recycling again. Remember, this was the time for Baba. It was his last bullet. And you cannot detonate Baba's last bullet by mischief. If Baba's last bullet has not to be effective, maybe let it miss due to poor shooting. But you cannot make Baba bullet not shoot through miscalculation. So for the future of this country, because remember, Raila's presidency is very much needed in Kenya. And we cannot allow somebody to become a president through cheating. I have no problem if Kenya Kwanza can defend their win. I have no problem. if they demonstrate with integrity how they want. But I will not take, me as an individual, I'm not now talking as an Azimio guy, me as an individual, I will not tolerate somebody who want to come to power through cheating.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, Njiru, I want to do one thing here that I've never done before. There's a person called Ashley here on the screen. She, I believe, is requesting a few minutes because ako kazini. And Ashley, come on, Aniskia. We'll give you like 3 minutes. Then we move on. Then you can log off or sign off. Can you hear me, Ashley?
Yes, I can. I came because of PK Stone, and he was talking about the elections, where he was saying that Chebukati should have announced within 12 hours. I know most of us have gone to school, and we have like some tests which take 2 hours. You can choose to finish your test early. You can choose to take an hour, or you can choose to take the whole time. This election gives Chebukati 7 days. If they finish before 7 days, it's okay, but they have to be finished by 7 days. What I am witnessing personally is harassment of government officials. In a working government, those people who are harassing government officials should be arrested. In order for that institution to work, we have to let it work. If it doesn't work, they are laid down procedures on what to do. They are the courts where you go. So we should let them work. If they finish within 2 days, well. If they finish within 3 days, well. But they have up to 7 days. I think if we want to keep peace in our country, because you don't know when they start riots or whatever.
Unfortunately, the gods have ejected Ashley. For why? What reason?
Please let me finish my view as a Kenyan. They're given that work.
What is happening?
Let Ashley finish, please.
No, I'm not doing anything. My hands are here.
Stone PK, what are you doing? What your prayers are doing something?
No. I would want Ashley to complete her saying. I mean, her thoughts. Honestly.
Oh, sorry. I think I got kicked out for some reason. So this is what I'm saying, to keep the peace. You know, when someone, because there is a reason they were given 7 days, and it's true it should be finished quickly, but there is so much irregularities that we are all talking about. So let us give them time to counter check and check, because some of those results that came from the polling stations, we are finding they are not, you know, like if you work in the bank and you have to do bank reconciliation, if you work in a place where there are many criminals, you have to take longer because you have to counter check. So let us give them all the time they need, because you don't want him to announce the results today. And then we find out there was some inconsistencies and we say, why did Chebukati give us the wrong results? So let us give him the time and let them check. Remember in 2017, I was one of the people who was mad about the handshake. Why was I mad about the handshake? Because the NASA team was working to make sure that election credibility has been done. What did we do? We did a handshake, which is a bandage. That is why now we are again revisiting the issue we left in 2018. So let us not blame Chebukati. Who we have to blame is the government. They had 5 years to fix that institution so that it is credible. So what we are going to do going forward, that's what I think. We should look, what can we do to fix this institution and other institutions so that they work for us. Chebukati is not to blame. If that institution is not working, we have to blame the people who should make it work, who should have made sure everything works, not him. We are throwing blame where it is not deserved. And it is very unfair to put Chebukati in that situation that we are putting him, that he has to tell us it is credible. He's doing his work. If you have any reason to believe it is false, not because you feel or you believe, because you have facts, then you go to court, then you present your information. But if you just feel or think there's nothing you can do about it. You see, in America, they had the same thing. They almost went to civil war. You remember January 6th? It is the same thing that we are doing in Kenya. We have to do better. We have to say, okay, we failed. We didn't fix this situation, and now we are now this is the result of what we left hanging. Who didn't know that the system was broken? Who didn't know? Are you surprised? What has Uhuru done to invest to make sure that this system works? If they were given money, they should have been told to hire 100 agents so that each county has an agent taking care of it. So it shouldn't take that long. But because they didn't hire many agents, because somebody in government didn't do to oversee them to make sure that that will be flawless, please let us not harass them. Let them do their job. And people who are threatening, if this is a working government, these people should be arrested. What they are doing is in harassing. And I'm just saying that because we need to keep peace. But peace starts with what is happening at Bomas is incitement. And it's coming. I've heard on this media, I wasn't going to get on it, but I just wanted to say my piece so that if something happens, someone will remember. Someone somewhere said, because Chebukati is not to blame, he's just doing his job the best way we know how. And all the things that we are saying, UDA, Azimio, it's just accusations. Because if we have concrete evidence, like the tape that was played here, those people should be held accountable themselves. But don't start saying, so this propaganda is not going to end well for the country. So if we want peace, it has to start with me and you taking accountability.
Okay, thank you, Ashley. Thank you for your remarks. I believe I'll start with Stone PK. We want to make it brief, so that we have Domi here who just came in, and we can move on to the other people.
Yeah, a quick minute. Yeah, with all due respect to Ashley, our lady, I would want to tell her that is the chorus we've had in our country 60 years down the line. It's the same chorus. Oh, let's have peace. Oh, let's have this. And that's why we are in this S hole. Okay? That's why we are in this mediocrity. Oh, these ones are doing their job. These ones are, it's mediocrity. Even Uhuru was not elected. Let's face it. There is no government. The government we have is mediocre. These are crooks. These are vifaranga. So we can't say, oh, let's Chebukati work. That narrative, we've had it. And it's what we want to create. We leave them to work. What are they working? They are churning garbage. They're churning garbage there. That's why they are being disturbed. We keep quiet, they'll churn that garbage. In fact, we should dismantle that thing quickly. Uhuru should insert the executive order. They should appoint some committee from armed forces, okay, a team of whatever. Then they take over, they clean that nonsense and pronounce whoever is the winner. Caretaker committee is what we need right now. Peace we have, and we will always have peace. Wakenya wana shida. We voted very well. Who is disturbing us? The few, Ruto and his clique. Then we start saying to Ombe Amani. How can you have Amani when you are so stressed? Your vote is not counting. Kenyans, we hold our things opposite, inside out. Thank you, Temkat. Thank you, Matiang'i.
1 minute, Alex. You watu mmenibatiza majina mingi sana hapa leo. Sasa nimekuwa Chebukati, juzi mumeniita Matiang'i, sasa mnatoa hasira na mimi. Alex, dakika moja tuende kwa Duke.
Somehow I don't know, I may agree with what Ashley is saying, but I think she geared off at some point that I think was extreme. She started from an extreme point. She made some sense in the middle, but then in the end again, she geared off. But I'll say this. There is something that our IEBC chairman in this panel, Mr. Jose, said yesterday, and I think he's very right. He said, and I think we should take it seriously so that it can help us. In the negotiation of Ruto and Uhuru on 50-50, might it be that Ruto negotiated that the next IEBC chairman, I'm the one who is going to give the name and every employee within the IEBC. I think that is the truth. Duke, you may laugh, but where Chebukati came from, we don't even know. Chebukati ran actually through ODM, for your information. Every employee of IEBC, after we kicked out Abkadir alikuwa anaitwa nani, was hired by Ruto. I've come to believe that because the homage they pay him, they almost worship him. And you can't deny that. So how can you leave a people? Now that's where I'm asking Ashley, how can you leave a people to do their job who have already decided? Because yes, we can't blame Chebukati because Chebukati was hired by Ruto. That's why the narrative of kumi yangu, kumi yake, because they were assured. Why were they assured? Because he was given an opportunity to give his pathway to presidency. And Chebukati is a product of William Samoei Ruto and everybody that is in the IEBC. So we are fighting a people that were hired by Ruto, because this is what Jose said. You can't fight the 50%. So if you go to the police, 50% is Ruto. You go IEBC, all of it was part of him. How do we even fight IEBC right now if he negotiated for it when they were doing 50-50 Stone PK? How?
Can I answer?
One minute.
Yeah, how we fight is having your facts. If have your facts on hand. So if something is not right and you have the facts, you just present them. Facts always wins.
Okay, Duke.
Actually, are you living in Kenya or you are living in US?
We need a camera. You see, you said 3 minutes and she leaves because we have the rules. But now I think you are breaking the rules because we don't want to be debating with pseudos who are coming here to lie to us. In fact, that is the 50% of William Samoei Ruto.
So please don't abuse anybody. We are all Kenyans.
Nobody's abusing you. We have rules in this panel.
Okay,
you hear
what is
that? And the rules is that we must see your face.
Okay, I just told you why I can't show my face
Then
right
stay away, please. We must see your face when we are debating with you. We have rules, we follow them. And we are talking about the rules. You are talking about the same rules and you are breaking them here.
Okay, I didn't know that. I used to be in this panel, but there wasn't a rule that you have to show your
Now
face.
we have it. We have it, madam.
So you tell me in a polite way. There's no need to be rude because we all want a good Kenya. I just came because I felt.
Thank you. Kindly put your camera or ship out.
Why are you being rude?
Distraction. You see, Makiadi?
All right, Ashley,
Let me say the last thing and then I'll ship out because actually I have to go back.
No, hold on.
Give me 15 minutes and then I'll.
Ashley, when you come back, I gave you an opportunity to speak. I think it is also fair that we respect that. Just come in when you have time. We will give you an opportunity with your camera on, because sometimes we get into an argument with people we can't see. Maybe you've been sent here by somebody to investigate something. So just come back. Ukitoka kazini wewe kuja uingie kwa studio, tutakupatia nafasi. Nilikuwa nimefika kwa Domi hajatoa nini, lakini I'll do this. I'll give Duke 1 minute, Daudi 1 minute, alafu Domi nakuja kwako. Dakika moja tafadhali.
For me, I want to comment based on the video. Just so, indeed, if that is the case, means the process is not free and fair. However, you know that those forms and ballot papers, we are told that they have like 13 security features. And in that video, they did not show us even the face of that person. Maybe they would say, this is the returning officer for APCD. Here is his face. We have found him with these forms. And then they report that, so that when those forms get scanned and checked, and then they are found that they are, we can have maybe some people who can even, you can print a form, or you can make a form like that and print it, and it appears exactly like that. So when you see something in a photo, without confirming those security features, some people may create that to say that we have unfair process. Also, concerning what we are seeing at the Bomas of Kenya, yes, agents should scrutinize everything, but they have to scrutinize that based on the provisions of the constitutions and the Election Act. You see, when they try to create their own rules, even now, now we have I have told 16 desks of confirmation. And because they were bringing chaos, the IP said, we want only just 2 for each party, you see? So 2 are not enough to check all the 9, all the 16 desks. You see, now they have now evicted themselves outside. Also, in Bomas of Kenya, we have a lot of rooms or sections. We have situation room. Even if you see where the secretariat are coming from to announce results, the agents are down there in the hall with cracks. So you can be in the halls, but you cannot even monitor everything. So I want us to follow the protocols and procedure so that we can move forward. Also, most of you have given a lot of evidence that this process was not fair at all. And I want to be answered this question. What if maybe the process is finalized and Raila is announced? Would you say that Raila has been announced based on an irregular and fair process, so we have a repeat? Also, what about, there was information, some people have said that we have tallied all the votes in the IPC portal, and they are accurate, and we have won. Maybe people have said that from both factions. So were they lying to us? So what's the way forward? So we have to be fair in both ways. Maybe it's not that the process is not fair if my candidate is not announced. So that's my submission.
Okay, let me give Daudi first a minute. Stone PK, hold on.
So Makiadi, may I cede my position to Domin, then I can come after him? Is that okay?
Okay, let's go to Domi. Make it like what, 2.5 minutes, 3. I know we have exhausted everything, so keep it brief.
Okay, I'm Jamhuri wa Kenya. I think first of all, let me say something about what this lady Ashley was talking about. Coming to tell us that it's let me give you an example of our MD who was doing something wrong.
Domi, there's a lot of noise coming. There's a lot of noise in your back, coming from your back.
Okay, are you okay?
Yeah,
okay,
go ahead.
Let me give you an example of our MD who did something very wrong. And when we confronted him, he said, if you agree, you go to court. I will take that statement from Ashley a good statement. You cannot see things that are being done openly wrong and tell us to go to court. It is important we try to deal with it here first. And if Chebukati feels that he cannot listen to us and goes ahead with what he's doing, then we can talk of court. But let me say court should be the last. Okay. The thing is, I think I heard you say something about when we are talking of credibility. You see, these forms when they finished the tally, when they finished tallying at the polling stations, they were sent to IEBC, and IEBC put them in their pocket. When these parties are saying we won, it is because
Donny, we
they
can't
have
hear,
the
actually,
origin.
Donny, we can't hear you at all.
Hello? Are you getting me?
Your background noise, we can't hear you at all.
Okay, I
I'm a
think
freeze.
I'm a freeze. Daudi.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sometimes hold on Daudi. Sometimes panelists mnanisaidia bana. Unajua nyinyi mmekaa hapa muda mrefu mnaonanga ile vitu tunakutana nayo. Sasa mkiacha namna hiyo mimi nitamalizwa hapa bure. So sometimes when you see something is not going well na unaona inakufinya, please say something. Ama PK unaona namna gani? You know, every one of you has been a moderator here. You know what
Yeah,
this job
sure.
looks. Yeah, so
PK
sometimes
alikuwa ananyonga watu bwana. PK atanyonga watu.
everyone here can be a moderator. Muwe mnasaidia pia. Msione kitu inaenda mbaya na mnasema moderator kwa comment section. Endelea Daudi.
Yeah, asante Makiadi. I want to talk on mainly three things. The first item is to answer the question that you originally asked. What should we do going forward with the situation we found ourselves in? Now, what I did yesterday night and this morning was to go and download all the 34 Bs and total up the numbers and also fill up with what the media has for the polling constituencies that haven't been reported. And I've been staring at the numbers for the past 12 or so hours and just looking and I'm stressed. But what I'm seeing here is just a difference of less than 200,000. The issue is we have votes under contention to the tune of 800,000 votes. So with that knowledge in mind, if you're Chebukati, maybe one option would be to call the thing off and do a rerun, or make the announcement and then go forward and allow the two competitors, whoever finds himself on the other side, to go and appeal. And hopefully the Supreme Court would find that the processes involved were very faulty to have led the outcome to be bad. So that I think those are the two options that I see Chebukati has. But I think it's mandated to go ahead and announce these things. The other thing is, why do I think William Ruto was in cahoots with the IEBC? We found out that he had printed ballot papers, and these were printed out in Turkey. That's some of the information we're getting. And in order to get the templates for those ballot papers, you must have had the inside information from IEBC. So there's no way William Ruto was able to get those ballot papers without having that connection. So that is just strong evidence pointing towards that direction. And lastly, what's the proposal for how we carry elections going forward? I honestly believe we put a lot of pressure under one institution, and that is the IEBC. If we spread it out and maybe devolve the electoral process to the county level, I think that might help. It's just that there's just a lot of pressure, and somehow we feel like elections determine everything in the country. And so we should find a way of kind of spreading out the pressure a little bit away from the IEBC. And maybe we can have a fairly easy election. Thank you.
Okay, before I bring Domi, let me see.
How many bags are there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
She asked us. She asked us. Who?
Chole.
Which car? Nyinyi ndio kwa mmetumwa. Okay. Good. Sawa sawa. No, it's okay. So alikuwa mmeleta kumwekea kwa gari yake. Gari yake iko wapi? Okay.
Was that the driver was supposed to be
Subaru ya Mambaru wanacheza na sisi hao.
Okay, sawa.
Thank you.
Contradiction kama nani?
Hapa.
It's recording? Yeah. And this is recording.
Oh, okay.
Afande, sisi kama vile tumekamata, si lazima tunaenda nao pamoja.
Yes.
Witnesses
Mimi ni witness. Mimi ndio nimewapata. Haya.
Kidogo. Sawa. Tupishe kidogo tu. Two officers.
Wakiiba na tunawanasa. Na ndio Moses Kuria na kuweka vile mapropaganda hujawahi ona.
Makiadi, utafanya tuchukue the next flight bana.
Hiyo ni raw video, imechukuliwa kitu saa 11 asubuhi. Huyo ni Gladys Sholei, alikuwa ametuma sijui nani waweke hizo vitu kwa hizo bag kwa gari yake, na ziko na hizi forms. Wacha niende kwa Domi. Ngoja Domi. Unajua Duke unakataa na kutingiza kichwa, na mimi nakuletea video. Last time umesema ni kuonyeshe sura, mimi sijui. I'm bringing you videos zenye nimepata. So ukitingiza kichwa unakataa kukubaliana na video. I don't know what else you want me to do. But I'm just playing you what I have. Wewe ukiwa na video contrary to
Maybe
that.
I'm wondering about that video. Maybe I've not said no to you. What if I'm wondering about that video?
Unajua ukifanya namna hii, mimi nashindwa, unakataa video ama unaona ni kama mimi naeneza propaganda, because these are real videos. That's a raw video.
And you know, the question is, why is just Sholei? Remember, Sholei used to work for ECK. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And now you are finding that Sholei is the one who is re-engineering and engineering this thing within. The question is, why is only Sholei?
Alex, you remember the cost of tea in her office?
I remember, but that's not. But I think my connection is ECK, IEBC, and what she's trying to do right now. And those are 3 incidents already within 24 hours.
Okay, let me give Domi a minute or two to make his remarks.
Okay, sorry, I was thrown out by internet here. Now the issue, what I was saying is, that is reacting on what I think before Duke was talked about. These forms, immediately after elections, they were sent to IEBC, and IEBC put them on the portal. So people, the first people downloaded it before they were doctored. They were you hear about the attempt of hacking the system before that time. So already people have the results. They already know. So when you hear somebody talk of we already have the results, they already had, because remember also every station had the agents who took photo of those forms before they were uploaded. So they have several ways they can get that information. So it's not something out of the blues. It is a fact. Yeah. So okay. You cannot say, somebody cannot come to tell us that we wait until the whole thing is done. Now, imagine these guys, if you leave a thief to steal and go, and later take him to court. Remember, he knows that he'll take him to court. He will keep on changing and covering up what he has done. So we cannot leave. As this lady was saying, we cannot. You cannot tell us that we are harassing the IEBC staff, the IEBC. You know, they are allowing themselves to be harassed because of the way they are behaving. If you are creating loopholes, we can see the evidence of compromise. We can see the evidence of compromise. Why should you not question you? Why should you not keep close eye on you? So we cannot just say that give them space. What I think should be done, to me, I think first of all, immediately after the forms come, let us agree first with the provisional results that have been. IBC should provide the provisional results, put them in the open, that which has been uploaded, which means by the end of something like 24 hours, they'll be able to know who has won, because they will have almost all the forms uploaded. So that in case of any correction, they'll be put to task to bring that correction, that change that will be presenting. Then they show why they are correcting, so that the agents of each and every contestant will know that here, this form was corrected because of this and this. To me, that will be part of the solution. Okay, can go.
Okay, are you done? Duke, 1
Yeah,
minute.
I'm done.
Safi Domi. Thank you.
You know, the results within the portal are there. All the forms which were uploaded, they are there. And they are open to every person to tally or to add. I don't know why did the media stop doing that. Because maybe there were cases, maybe I am told that the media was scared. No media outlet wanted to give the final tally. So they were waiting to see which media would do the final tally first. And then the media owners said, we don't want to create a crisis. They said, we stop, we wait for IPC. So the forms are there even now. If you want to download, for me, I have downloaded all of them. There is a where you say go to downloads and you can download all of them per county. There's you can download a file which has the from that 4A once for the whole count, and it's small, so you can actually download that. The reason I am wondering is this: we are disputing the electronic results. And people are also disputing the physical results, because if maybe you have a form, you are counting just 600 votes, and you take like 5 days to count 600 votes, and then you come with that physical form. So whether it's physical, whether it's electronic, we don't have trust of data. So I'm even wondering which criteria can we use, and I'm proposing maybe Chepkati to say, if I'm praying so that we have a runoff. Then if we have a runoff, then we have thorough infrastructure. For instance, I was proposing we have a camera in each and every polling station, recording the whole day, the way people are voting. And when the presiding officer will be announcing at the polling station, it's captured in the video. So there is an upload of the form and an upload of the presiding officer announcing physically. So at least we can actually clarify that. So I think that can help, because I'm seeing if one person is announced, or we can have a crisis. So you can say, let us have a repeat, and maybe if we have a round, that will be okay, and people will be very prepared now. You know, we can even use a fourth period again, because we are in a country where just one person can take that much for the sake of peace and safety. That's what I can say.
For the record, what Duke said was not right, saying that the media was scared not to be the first one. I mean, that is just hearsay from himself, and there is no facts on that. So just take it as a rumor or just as a normal Duke speaking.
I think Kolo has just joined us, and I think we should give him a moment. And I'm looking at the time here. We are also running out of time because it's been 11 hours 22 minutes. So let me give Kolo 3 minutes, and then we can maybe start taking our closing remarks.
Okay, thank you very much. I think I was just thinking in my mind that what is going on may be strange, but to begin with, I think I've been sitting down and I blame, though we say Kibaki did well, but I blame so much on Kibaki, on the ills of this country, because it's Kibaki who, first of all, plunged that into all this evil, the corruption, growth, the election malpractices, and we just built on it. So I so much blame that regime in one way or the other. They're the source of all the problems we have today, because Kenya was a very optimistic country and everyone else wanted to follow law and order. And then it comes kaboom with this, the kitchen cabinet, I don't know what is the bedroom cabinet, and they did all these things to us, and everyone said, now this is how we are supposed to operate. Stealing began, and that has continued, and 2013 didn't help us either. So I think we are really in a bad state, and the problem we have today is more problem of dishonesty. And I don't think any law or any system can prevent that. We have to, as a country, look at ourselves, each and everyone, that whatever action that we are taking, is it for the good for the country, or is it only for the good of my stomach? Because I believe we have guys who know the truth, but because they worship their stomach more and don't care about the country, they do anything just to get some money. And right now it's like Kenyans, we worship money. Go anywhere else, you find that everyone is asking you for money. The police on the road asking you. It's no longer, the corruption in Kenya is no longer something that is hidden. It's something which is like normal way of life. It is abnormal not to be corrupt in Kenya. And this is what is going. Somebody can give you 20,000 to corrupt everything. You do it. So now I don't think the systems will, or the laws will keep a while. We have to make a change. Beginning with me, begin with you, begin with somebody else. We make a change. That's basically what we need. Now we find ourselves in this problem where we don't know what is correct and what is wrong. Why? Because we don't trust the people. Nobody can be trusted, and everyone else is dishonest, and being shown everybody else is dishonest. So how can we do that? Right now we are in a fight with somebody who is like, he has been, he's claimed to be a thief always. So how, when you go and fight against a pig, expect to be dirty. So that's why sometimes I blame ourselves that we didn't take all the precautions. We didn't study the system and take all the precautions that see where are the loopholes. What can we do to actually, seal the loopholes? Because, for example, from where I sit, I still don't believe that the forms can be fake, but we must have original form, because I believe the forms that were sent from the polling stations to the IBC are photos. The IBC, after verifying the photos, converted the photos to the PDF and uploaded them, because I don't think the forms was coming directly from the KIMS kit to PDF portal. No, it's the IBC staff that had the mandate to verify, because every photo that you take, even on your phone, is geolocation tagged. You can locate that this form was taken from Nyeri, or this form was taken from Homa Bay, or this form was taken from Nairobi. So if somebody is doing manufacturing of this form somewhere in Nairobi, or somewhere in Kileleshwa, or somewhere in River Road, then these forms that are from that area should have that location feature to know where they are from. And the real result of this this form 34A should be on the photo forms. So I don't know to what extent the Supreme Court has the control, but I think going for a re-election, for another voting will be a waste of resources. Can we have a forensic audit? Can a forensic audit be ordered on the original photos that came from the KIMS kit and not on the PDF? Because if the PDF is being said to have been edited, then what can we do? That's the first question. Another question I'm also asking is that we have had hopes with our agents. We hope that they did the tally and they came up with the numbers that they are saying right now. And right now we have IBC have uploaded Form 34. Is there a team from even Azimio that is doing a counter check with even before they go to the plenary of the Bomas of Kenya? Do they have like a team who is doing comparison on what they have on Form 33, maybe somewhere else, and send their feedback to the team? Because what we are seeing at the floor is more of a circus. It's just like everybody else is on the edges on the tape. Which evidence do we have that this is wrong from what we had before, that we tallied, and what we have here is now? What is happening? Because these are the things we need. Because right now what we have is like everyone is saying anything, and we don't even know where we are. We don't even know whether we won. We don't even know whether we lost. We don't even know who won. We don't even know where everything is going. What have we done as Azimio, for example? What has Azimio done right now up to this extent? Because we have Form 34Bs on the portal. We have Form 34As that we used to say that we got the votes. Have we verified them and said, now this is a tally that we've done, and this is the disparity that we have, and this is what we can hold on. This form was edited, this one was edited. Because if we just pick on looking at everything that is a journalist that comes and tell us this form is wrong, because the form that was identified in the floor, the IBC, was done by a journalist, not even by Azimio. So what are we doing? Are we just looking and making noise all around, or there are some facts that we are looking at? These are the questions that I have in my mind. So thank you.
All right, thank you, Kolo. I think now we should start making our closing remarks because it's almost 12 hours. Na msiniache peke yangu hapa nikifunga show. So we want to thank you, our viewers, all those people that are in the comment section. We thank you for being together with us for the past 11 hours and 28 minutes. We always appreciate you joining us here. And we want also to ask you to subscribe to Mutembei TV. Kama bado huja subscribe, tafadhali nenda pale ukabonyeze subscribe, ndio wakati ambapo show yetu inaanza utaweza kuwa notified. So nitaanza kwa Stone PK dakika 2 peke yake tuweze kufunga, ndio tuweze kukutana hapa kesho tena tukijadili mambo ya nchi yetu. Karibu.
Asante chairman wetu Makiadi. I'll begin by asking. Now, now I have I'm interrogating a lot of things. Did we have at our tallying center? Well, somebody will answer me, because I have begun to doubt some things. Then number two, when people say that, we are supposed to wait the due process to go on, and then we will question later. Why? I mean, I'm asking on this panel. I know most of you must have participated. 2017, 2013. I think, yeah, you may. I don't know. I know people like Alex there. They've been there, but because sometimes I listen when I'm in Mutembei, people discussing, and I wonder really. It's like they've never. This is their first election that they have witnessed or voted. Sometimes we exhibit a lot of naivety, and naivety is pronounced so much when you are a Kenyan and you are talking about when you have problems, sijui kwenda kwa sheria, there is a law, you are supposed to compile evidence, facts, and I wish these kind of guys who speak like this, I wish they could have a small problem, then they start following justice in our country called Kenya. My friend, ndio utajua ujui. Yes. Ati sheria. What? That is when you know. Duke, I hope you don't live in Kenya, because if you live in Kenya, you will not talk the way you are talking. Because in Kenya, nothing works. When I say nothing, well, you could be having 10 or 20% of it. Just lose your ID, my friend. Na utaona. Kwanza useme unatoka US, utakiona. Go to see your chief driving your car there, and then unaongea hiyo. Unajua saa hii ukiwa nje mnasahau Kiswahili kidogo. You start mixing with English, then you know what our country is all about, and you will know why. Not only are we saying people like Ruto cannot be in government, because we need to overhaul this country. This mechanic in South B said we dismantle it. He was right, only that he didn't have that line. Because we need to really go back to factory setting to have it right. If we can't, then we are doomed. If we stand here thinking that what Ruto and IBC are doing, that is okay, it's independent, and we stand here discussing 11 hours, and some people are really defending that what is going on at Bomas, we need to look for facts to go to court. Ndugu zangu, nimechoka. Back to you, Makiadi.
Safi. Duke, dakika mbili, please.
For me, what I can say is that if, as Stone PK is saying, we stop using the structures, the protocols we have. He's trying to say we stop the process. I don't know which procedure can we use. Maybe it's very difficult for me to have a vivid description of which steps can be taken, maybe to stop that process, apart from what is within the Constitution or the Elections Act. However, having said that, I feel that we should have strong evidence, because we have been told that those materials, parrots and forms have security features. So some people may be trying to come up with evidence. Maybe they take videos of forms, maybe, but we don't have more details of it. For instance, let us say this is the returning officer for maybe Kasarani constituency. The name is this. He has been found with APCD, and we report that in a good ways. For instance, there's a news anchor who reported discrepancies, and actually the commissioners rectified that. But when you start fighting and saying everything's bad without following procedure and protocols, then we cannot move forward, because what if the other side also does the same? So you cannot have a neutral ground. So we should have an arbiter and protocols and procedures which should be followed, maybe to raise complaints for them to be solved. That's what I can say.
Thank you, Daudi.
So mine is just a call to action. I think just as Duke mentioned, a journalist pointed out a discrepancy in the Kiambu 10,000 mismatch. So I think we can also play a role. You could maybe pick one county and go and see whether the 34Bs actually match with what 34As are providing. If there's a discrepancy, you could bring that up, and that can help build a case against this process. It is not over until it is over, so we still can do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex.
I think in any civilized world, whatever we have been witnessing up to this point, I think Chebukati should have just told us that we don't have any elections, and whoever that is supposed to call this election off, and probably they ask for a leave of absence, whatever it is, because we can't fire them, and we get the right people to do an election. But otherwise, I think with all these evidences that we are seeing, and Duke are refusing, I don't think, if they were to be announced that they have won, we are going to accept. And I think Chebukati has put this country again to what Magara said, that the drums of war are beating. And I'm not saying that I like war, but with every evidence that has been recorded and we are seeing and circulating in this country, I think it's sad. It is sad that we have witnessed that. However, Chebukati has an opportunity to redeem himself and just step aside. I don't know if he can right now, but I think he should. The truth is that Bomas is a crime scene right now. There's no better way to say it. And the more we call on it, I think the better. Daudi, thanks for what you have sent me. I'm going to have to look at it. But it looks like from what Form 34B has, Azimio needs to wake up and say, as Omar said, I think Omar knew what he was saying. It's not like we are losing hope, but if from that 34B that are in the pothole, all of them, I think the Kitui one has been messed up, which I saw too. I thought it had been corrected. If it has not been corrected, I mean, let's not sit pretty waiting for the best because you are saying, oh, let's have hope, let's have hope, let's have hope. No, I mean, let's just understand that if that is what is in the pothole, and you know very well that Kitui had a different result, and now whatever that has been put there, once, like, and I said here the other day, and that's where is going to my finishing point. In the Gambia, the Electoral Commission, Yaya Jammeh thought that he could reverse the declaration of the election by the Electoral Commission because he was the president. And Yaya Jammeh was very wrong. The moment that guy declared that election, the rest is history. That man is not even in Gambia. So I think we have time to work. And I think it's between now and 4 p.m. tonight in Kenya. So I think we must say a capital NO to Chebukati. And Chebukati knows why he's delaying them until when he'll be forced by the law. That's my finishing remark today.
Domi, 2 minutes.
Okay. Duke, there is one thing that I'll again correct you. The inaccuracy is not because of the forms that were taken there originally. The inaccuracy just stepped in between. So there is inaccuracy. Okay. My appeal to the people of the other side, the UDA brigade, and all the members and everybody. If Ruto would manage to steal this election out of the hands, even out of the hands of even in the eyes of Uhuru, how are you going to take it? Power out of it only tells you that Ruto, once in power, will always be in power. And you will not be able to challenge
Dominic kama amehang. Kolo, 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think I want to go back down the history lane. I was born in the border of Kisii and the Kalenjin, and around 1992 there was a lot of tribal clashes. So most of the time we used to sleep in a banana plantation because you would hear at night the houses are being burnt, everyone is running, and because we were young and our mothers were being told to go and sleep in the plantation. I would never want us to get back in that situation. Not for the greed, not for the dishonesty, not for the money. And in my view, where it has reached, like I'm saying, that if Azimio did not do their homework well, and for some reason the Canaan is not yonder, and God decides that we are supposed to go to Babylon, then the captive years are determined upon us. And like I always tell my friends that when you look at the government, don't look at your tribe, because right now the unga is at 200, was at 200, not for the Kikuyus, not for the Luos, not for everybody. It is for all of us. Right now we have the Karod, is the infrastructure is for everyone. All of us are enjoying. So when you come to look at this thing, let's look at it as a whole, what will it benefit all of us? Because even if today Ruto wins or Raila wins, I won't get an increment because Raila is a Luo and maybe I'm a Luo. No, I mean, my boss won't give an increment because my president is a Luo. We will continue to live the way we are. So if right now I'm being open because I'm seeing that some of the facts we don't have. We don't really, if you look around at even the bloggers of Azimio, they just pick things here and there, and they don't see like the facts that they have. They want to say we have this, we say nobody's saying that. We're just having a fuss that maybe this may have happened. Things are going on bad, but do we have palpitation? So I feel quite annoyed with that, and I've had a preview of what maybe this Babylon will come to be, because I looked at the celebration in Nakuru. Some people won. Now they're saying that now because we won, the hawkers will be back on the street, the mamambogas will be back on the street. So I'm wondering which street is that whereby everybody will be back on the city center because it's a bottom up. Is that what we envisage, that tomorrow after they won, all cities will be having everybody else on the street? Is that how we are supposed to be in the future? So this bottom up, in my view, is Babylon. If we really go this direction, it's Babylon. But it's okay. We need to accept emotionally that it can happen. And if it happens, I urge all of us to accept it. Maybe it is for a lesson, a lesson, or for a reason. Nothing happens out of this or anything. So let's not kill ourselves. If it happens, if it comes to the worst, let's accept it. If it does not, because we will not. I don't know which impact we will make, but we need to have done more of the homework before this point, in my view. Thank you.
Thank you. Domi, ile dakika moja yako.
Okay, I was saying, my last point was, if at all Ruto could manage to manipulate the whole system in his favor against the whole government, everybody, then I can tell you for sure that he holds the grip. It will be difficult to wrestle it out of his hands. He will do whatever he wants, and as somebody, and I think as Olympic said, you see, if he bought his way in, you will not tell him anything, because yeye ndiye alijichakua. You will not hold him to account. You cannot challenge him in any way. So that is where we'll be headed. I think for now, let Azimio Group rise up with the vigor, forcefully. And now I will say this: I don't care how, but it is time you don't let that get out of your hands. Okay, that is what I'll say.
All right. Thank you, Domi. I think everybody has made their last remarks. Thank you, everybody, for joining us the whole day. Hold on, PK. I just want to say this. I was looking at the Daily Nation today, and it looks like, looking at the numbers right now, in terms of governors, Azimio has 19. Kenya Kwanza has 21. In terms of senators, Azimio has 22. Kenya Kwanza has 24. In terms of MPs elect, Azimio has 141. Kenya Kwanza has 149. So we are down in governors, senators, MPs elect. That's the latest information that.
Yeah, but Makiadi, we are looking at presidential.
Yeah, I know. I was just giving information now. I believe that is just the latest information that was coming out.
Oh, okay, and then now, I think now I agree with what Omar was saying, because if Omar, not if, now I'm coming to know that Omar was honest. And before we go to sleep, all Azimio people, let me be honest to you. Because I was just counter checking, because I had done it earlier, but there are a few that I thought had been changed, but it looks like they have not been changed. Now, we need to be honest. We have to handle things from the point of honesty. From where we sit now, from the pothole or from 34B, Ruto is ahead of us with 7,235,828. Raila is trailing by 7,048,832. Ruto is at 50.3. We are in 49.00. We cannot be writing here and sitting down here and knowing very well that now in Kitui, there was a mistake. Now, which mistake was there? In Kitui, I remember, and then I think I counter-checked it because yesterday our friend Dawood spelled it out several times. He was very particular. Now, the form that provided for 34B do not collate with the one which was 34A. But we are trailing with 200,000. We shouldn't be going to sleep saying that the deep state, the deep state, the deep state. We want to get to the root of the matter. If those are the numbers that Chebukati has, and that's why PK came here yesterday and we said, oh, PK is a militant. PK said, Baba is not going to be announced if we allow these shenanigans to continue. Now, we have between now and 4 p.m. No, now I'm not scaring you. We said, let's look at the pothole and see what they have infiltrated so far, what they have done. Now, those are not good numbers for us. They are not the right numbers, and we know that. So as you go to sleep, if you have to give for the numbers for the governors, the senators, and the MPs, why not also give the numbers for presidential according to the pothole?
Okay. I think we do not want to open the debate again. Daudi, hii yako iwezi ngoja kesho.
Let Daudi speak. Let us speak.
No,
Why speak tomorrow? Makiadi.
It's
one of us has already left us here hanging. We are remaining only 4 people here. The constant people who are here, some of us have already ran away.
It's 11:49.
It's okay. 2 minutes will not waste your time.
Go ahead, Daudi. 1 minute, and then Stone PK 1 minute. Then we can close.
So, sorry for keeping you up, but I mean, this is the same mistake that I pointed out earlier with the Azimio team. I don't think we had a machinery configured to protect the elections, but also after the election was done to be able to give us correct tallies, because we saw Edwin Sifuna give us numbers. And those numbers don't seem to hold up. Maybe they were correct by the time he tallied them, but it's just, are they giving us false hope? I don't know, but Azimio should have done a good job of just getting their act together. But you live and learn.
Okay, Stone PK, 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. Let me say, I personally am not really happy about us thinking or saying that Azimio didn't do a good job, because I really don't know what job that we were supposed to do. If this election was supposed to go well, straightforward, and what everybody presumed it would be. But if then we knew there was going to be stealing and it was going bandit election, then probably that's when we should have sharpened our whatever. But that, I don't want it to be used like you guys did not prepare, that's why this guy is stealing. Then if he's stealing, it should be dissolved. Number 2, we keep talking of hope. Hope is the most useless thing you can have on earth if you want to be progressive. Hope is just desire and expectation that something will happen. It's the most useless thing to have as a man or a woman who wants to progress, to succeed. Wachana na hope, you act. Kukaa chini una hope, ndugu yangu, utaumia. Sitting here and hoping that Chebukati will announce Baba the 5th, and let's ombea amani, we are doomed. Number 3, Makiadi nimalize. Somebody asked, if Baba was pronounced today, shall we still go to fix things? Yes, and a big yes. We will fix Central. We will fix any other constituency. We will fix our governors that have been rigged out, and even fix UDA candidates from MCA to up there who have been rigged out because of this system that Nani has done. That you can take to the bank. Whether we win, when we win, in fact, we will fix it. And you know what? We will have very few MPs. UDA will only be in Rift Valley, part of Eldoret. Because the rest, which have been cooked, Baba is going to fix. Thank you very much.
I think Domi unataka kuongea 1 minute. Ndio nisikufungie alafu tufunge kabisa.
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Can I just respond to Stone PK? Yes, I agree. If the process is fair, you shouldn't do anything. But even in the US, the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, they do their work. They have their, their machinery kind of configured. Azimio should have done that. I don't know what Derrito was doing. I really don't know, but you need to have your operation figured out. But my call to everyone out there listening is, let's go to Chambue Form 34A 1 by 1 and make sure that the numbers really make sense. That's just the call to action for everyone.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies on the comment section. Ladies in the comment section and gentlemen in the comment section, thank you for joining us. I can see XZ, Awino Rapemon, Dush, Karis Official, DD, Zia, Naomi, and all the rest that have joined us in the comment section. We want to thank you for being here with us. I think it's in Kenya, it's morning time right now. And those that are in other countries, wale ambao mko ugaibuni usiku, asanteni sana kuwa pamoja nasi. Tunawatakia siku njema na mchana mwema, na tukutane hapa mida ya saa 7:30 Kenyan time. Nikimaliza kwa wimbo wa taifa, nitasema kifungu cha kwanza ambacho kinasema: E Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. So asanteni sana panelist kwa kuja kwa show. Watu wananiuliza Ndemba yuko wapi? Mimi sijui labda Stone PK tutatafutia Ndemba tuone kama he's alright wherever he is right now, but I have no idea where Ndemba is. Hopefully anatutazama mahali aliko na atarudi tu polepole. So vile mmesikia wamesema, be vigilant, hold your hope high, it's not over till it's over. So wacha tuonane masaa ya mchana Kenyan time, Maulana akipenda. Asanteni.
Alamsiki, thank you.